Upon reopening his eyes, Qingfeng found himself back in the classroom. Having been reborn from the realm of immortality, he resolved that this time, life would be savored slowly and cultivation pursued with patience. Chapter 1. A New Life Begins. Although it was late summer, the town of Weijiang in the south remained oppressively hot. I have truly returned, Qingfeng mused, raising his gaze to the podium where the tall homeroom teacher, Ming, was diligently inscribing his name on the blackboard. Upon finishing, he flicked the chalk, turning to face the students. Greetings, my name is Ming, the homeroom teacher of Class 9. I am a kind-hearted individual, and I shall be responsible for various class matters for the foreseeable future. There were no harsh words spoken, yet the mere posture of his cold gaze exuded an undeniable authority unique to a teacher. The students were awestruck, the room enveloped in silence. Very well. A round of applause erupted within the classroom. The others quickly joined in, and Qingfeng became part of the scene, a moment he would never forget. His first day of classes at Weijiang No. 3 High School. His face remained impassive, yet within, tumultuous emotions surged. This unfamiliar sensation was so exhilarating that it left him ecstatic. He could scarcely believe it and employed various methods to verify his reality, ultimately concluding that this was indeed genuine and not a mere illusion. Qingfeng, the foremost warrior of the Qingyan domain, had been an ordinary individual on Blue Star in his past life. He possessed unremarkable looks, average height, standard graduation, and a commonplace job. In his youth, he believed himself distinct from the masses, convinced that the world was his to conquer. However, as he matured and societal pressures mounted, he succumbed to the tide of conformity, becoming just another cog in a vast machine. Yet, during the Lunar New Year at the age of 27, he traversed through a dense fog and found himself transported to the world of immortality. Little did he anticipate that in his unremarkable existence on Blue Star, he harbored extraordinary potential for cultivation and an unparalleled physique. Subsequently, he was forged by the great being, Tianyu Daoren, who discovered him through divination, rendering him helpless as he was transformed into a growth-capable warrior devoid of emotions. Without the distractions of desire, coupled with an abundance of resources, his physique was relentlessly honed, and his innate talent grew increasingly terrifying, leading to a frenzied surge in his cultivation. Within a millennium, he had reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. This was still under the strict suppression of Tianyu Daoren. The path of cultivation begins with qi refinement, followed by the establishment of a foundation, the formation of a golden core, the birth of a nascent soul, and the transformation of the true spirit, seeking one's own essence in the void. The path to the void holds the potential to reclaim the true spirit. This is a rule of the universe. No matter how cunningly devised the initial strategies of Tianyu Daoren might have been, they could not preclude this outcome. He had no confidence in his ability to control Qingfeng after his breakthrough. At the pinnacle of the transformation stage, Qingfeng's combat prowess surpassed that of Tianyu Daoren. Thus, he abandoned the idea of allowing Qingfeng to cultivate further, redirecting his focus towards the arts of immortality, formations, artifacts, and alchemy. Yet, mastery of one path leads to mastery of all. Devoid of emotions and wholly absorbed in his cultivation, Qingfeng spent merely 3 centuries attaining self-sufficiency. One fateful day, a glimmer of enlightenment touched his soul, allowing him a fleeting glimpse of his true self. Upon regaining his senses, he took a decisive step that summoned forth the tribulation of the void. The tribulation was fierce. Whether it be the heavenly calamity or the impending demise orchestrated by Tianyu Daoren, Qingfeng had endured the hardships of his journey. Amidst the tribulation, he shattered thunderbolts, reclaimed his true spirit, and underwent another transformation. In doing so, he pursued Tianyu Daoren, ensnaring him within the thunder tribulation, leading to his annihilation by both the tribulation and Qingfeng's hand. Alas, the path to the void proved exceedingly arduous. Although he gleaned insights and approached the threshold of the Great Way, he ultimately failed to solidify his own path, succumbing to the calamity. Yet, he did not harbor regrets. Opportunities are fleeting, and he would rather die than live in bondage. Unexpectedly, fate granted him another chance to begin anew. Qingfeng began to reassess himself. Frankly, he felt somewhat out of place. In the realm of immortality, he could traverse vast distances with a mere thought, shattering mountains and rivers with a snap of his fingers. Yet now, it mattered little. Magical power, divine abilities, and levels of cultivation were all hard-earned in his previous life, yet his personal freedom rested in the hands of others, devoid of joy or sorrow. Moreover, his previous failures and breakthroughs were significantly tied to that. The void was not merely a quest for one's inherent spirit, but also a search for one's path. But in his past life, he lacked a sense of self. How could he then speak of a path? The sensation he now experienced was profoundly exquisite. This was more like it. This was what it meant to be human. He had lost everything yet gained everything anew. Please hold on a moment while I take attendance. Raise your hand when your name is called. The homeroom teacher, Ming, announced, plunging the class once more into silence. Li Shi, Wu Zhizhong, Lin Jiyu, Zhuo Hui Min, Long Hua Feng. Familiar names echoed once more, and as he gazed upon those youthful faces, forgotten memories gradually resurfaced. The roll call concluded swiftly, followed by height measurements and the distribution of military training uniforms. The teacher meticulously marked the scale on the blackboard. Su Qingfeng also measured his height, 168 centimeters. This placed him somewhat below average in the class. According to the trajectory of his previous life, he would continue to grow over the next few years, reaching 175 centimeters. In the future, such a height might be deemed inadequate, yet it was already considered an average standard. However, who wouldn't desire to be a bit taller? In his past life, he often wondered if, with a focus on exercise and proper nutrition during high school, he could have reached a height of 180 centimeters. He was among the last to measure, and upon returning to his seat, all the details had been accounted for. The teacher then took a few tall boys to fetch the training uniforms. Once the teacher left, the previously quiet classroom erupted into lively chatter. As they began their academic journey, they had already formed preliminary connections with their classmates, making it impossible to remain subdued at such a moment. Wow, I hadn't noticed earlier, but during the height measurement, I realized our class is filled with beautiful girls. Who do you think is the prettiest? His deskmate, Wu Jiang, leaned in, speaking softly with excitement etched on his face. It has to be Li Shi. Her features are exquisite. Her skin radiates a luminous glow, and not a single blemish mars her beauty. Most striking of all is her aura. It is utterly pure. Before Su Qingfeng could utter a word, the slender young man with a buzz cut seated behind him eagerly interjected his opinion. It just feels a bit cold, not very approachable. But look at Yuanin. She is entirely different, reminiscent of an elegant lady from ancient times. A companion on the opposite side of the aisle chimed in, eager to join the conversation. The discussion grew increasingly animated, transitioning from debates about the class's aesthetic appeal to gossip, and eventually, inexplicably, to national grievances and the global situation. Su Qingfeng contributed a sentence or two at the forefront, but soon fell silent, listening intently. Observing the youthful, fervent expressions around him, his own thoughts began to settle. A new chapter of life had commenced. Chapter 2. The Resumption of Cultivation. After lunch, Su Qingfeng strolled through the campus, absorbing the familiar yet alien scenery and experiencing emotions long forgotten. Unintentionally, he found himself in a small grove on the southwestern side of the campus. He casually settled onto a stone bench and slowly closed his eyes. Given the opportunity to live again, he was determined not to forsake his cultivation. In his previous life, he had been controlled by others, devoted solely to the path for the benefit of others. However, he was acutely aware of the advantages that cultivation conferred. Setting aside the terrifying combat prowess that it could bestow for self-defense, the mere prospect of extending one's lifespan was enough to drive many into a frenzy. Upon returning, he had already conducted a cursory exploration of this world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sparse, deeply concealed, and exceedingly difficult to harness. For those of lesser cultivation, this was indeed an era of decline. Yet for him, who had just crossed the threshold into the realm of returning to the void and grasped some profound truths of the Tao, it was a simple endeavor. If all went as anticipated, he would be the sole cultivator in this world. The method of cultivation he practiced was a culmination of his own insights, tailored to his constitution and experiences, encapsulated in the Qingfeng Tao Sutra. The initial step involved sensing and drawing in spiritual energy, awakening his unique constitution, and, through its inherent affinity, absorbing the spiritual essence of the universe before embarking on the path of qi refinement. This process consumed half an hour. Such an achievement, even in a realm rich with spiritual energy, would be regarded as the mark of a genius. The scarcity of spiritual energy was lamentable. Su Qingfeng sighed inwardly. In his past life, he had traversed into the realm of cultivation without any experience or knowledge. His constitution had been activated, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had actively surged through his body. Within half an hour, he had reached the third level of qi refinement. Now, he was only at the threshold of this path, not yet even at the first level. He continued to cultivate, closing his eyes and regulating his breath. This time, the process was significantly swifter. The transition from 0 to 1 was the most arduous. Moreover, this time, his constitution had already begun to awaken. As time flowed steadily, after an hour, Su Qingfeng opened his eyes. He had officially entered the first level of qi refinement as per the Qingfeng Tao Sutra. Everything unfolded seamlessly. He encountered no bottlenecks. Rising slowly, a series of cracking sounds echoed through his limbs. Strengthening the body, nurturing the spirit, refining qi, his constitution had undoubtedly enhanced, and his mind had become exceptionally alert. As he channeled his techniques, A flicker of flame danced upon his fingertips. He now possessed a modicum of spiritual energy, enabling him to perform certain spells. At this juncture, he could be said to have acquired a degree of self-protection in this world. Recollecting his thoughts, he turned and headed towards the small supermarket, for hunger gnawed at him. Here, there were no boundless resources from the cultivation realm to satiate his needs. Spending over 30 yuan, he managed to quell his hunger. Glancing at the time, he opted not to linger elsewhere and returned directly to the classroom. Determined to embrace this new life, he resolved to attend this school. It would facilitate his integration into this world, allowing him to rediscover himself. Moreover, experiencing high school from a fresh perspective could prove quite rewarding. In his previous life, after graduating and entering the workforce, he would occasionally dream of returning to campus. School was challenging, yet society demanded far more. Upon returning to his seat, he found his deskmate, Wu Jiang, had already arrived and was engaging with some classmates at the back of the room, likely engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings, a popular mobile game among the youth. In his past life, Qingfeng had also been one of its players. It served as an excellent means of breaking the ice and fostering connections. No sooner had he taken his seat than Zhao Wenxia, the girl in front of him, turned around. With a gentle movement, she revealed her remarkable presence, a face reminiscent of a doll, with large, endearing eyes. "Hey, Qingfeng, what score did you achieve on the high school entrance exam?" Her voice had a slightly playful lilt, which might seem feigned at first, but Qingfeng, having spent time as her deskmate, understood it to be her natural demeanor. 588, he replied. I got 574, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she lifted her head proudly. In their region, the total score for the entrance exam was 760, and the cutoff score for the third high school was 573. In his past life, she had posed the same question, and he had thought, what is there to be proud of when you're 10 points lower than me? She then recounted an incident where she had guessed on a question she had no clue about, only to discover, upon reviewing the answers, that she had guessed correctly, showcasing her extraordinary luck. As memories flowed back, the familiar scene unfolded before him. Zhao Wenxia's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she raised a finger. This time, the cutoff score for the third high school was 573, just 1 point short, and I completely guessed on one of the questions. Guess what? I got it right. ISNT my luck unbeatable? Just as in his recollections, she rattled off her tale with fervor. Observing her animated demeanor brought a smile to Qingfeng's face. How wonderful. I'm not exaggerating when I say I could brag about this for a lifetime. She chimed in. That is quite an exaggeration. A lifetime is a long time. And there will be even more things to boast about in the future, her deskmate, Lu Zirong, replied with a chuckle. Thus, the trio engaged in light conversation, with most of the dialogue coming from the two girls, while Qingfeng listened, interjecting occasionally. In his previous life, he had been somewhat shy in social interactions, though he could eloquently express himself once a rapport was established. Now, however, he was a different person altogether, choosing to embrace the present rather than revert to his former self, living in accordance with his own desires. Their conversation was soon interrupted by the arrival of their homeroom teacher, heralded by a somewhat sharp voice. A tall figure advanced toward them, prompting everyone to return to their seats and quiet down. Zhao Wenxia turned back as well, her expression tinged with reluctance. Everyone, take your chairs and follow me. Without entering, Guming stood at the front door, instructing them before waiting in the hallway. The students gathered their chairs and followed Guming to the designated area on the playground. At the forefront of the gathering stood a platform where the leaders were already positioned. Class 9 of the first year consisted of 56 students, with a nearly equal ratio of boys to girls, arranged in 2 rows from shortest to tallest. The specific arrangement was as follows: boy, girl, boy, girl. Qingfeng found himself positioned in the outermost row. Several boys in his row sighed, envious of the opposite row, as the arrangement was decidedly more favorable. Girl, boy, boy. Not to mention, the girls in their class were of particularly high quality. Qingfeng felt little of this envy. Though he had been deprived of normal emotions in his previous life, his thoughts and instincts remained intact. He had encountered and even vanquished many stunning women before. Yet, even in this row, he attracted envious glances, primarily due to the girl beside him, Li Shi. Chapter 3. Past Lives and Present Existence. With a cascade of lustrous black hair elegantly tied into a single ponytail, her skin glistens with a porcelain-like whiteness. She is clad in a light beige hooded sun-protective jacket paired with white athletic trousers, exuding an aura of cool detachment as she sits in quiet contemplation. In his previous life, Qingfeng was utterly captivated by her beauty. Thus, during the military training briefing that followed, he found himself preoccupied with the thought of acquiring her QQ or WeChat contact information yet he failed to voice his desire even until the end of the session. Ultimately, he only managed to add her in the class group chat. However, even by graduation, their exchanges remained scarce, a mere handful of conversations. There was little he could do. She was simply too exceptional. The girl beside him was not only strikingly beautiful, but also among the top students in the class, possessing an array of talents and hailing from a distinguished family background. In stark contrast, Qingfeng came from a rural upbringing, with parents working away from home. His appearance unremarkable, his academic performance average, and devoid of any notable skills. It could be said that they inhabited two entirely different worlds. As distant memories replayed in his mind, they stirred little emotional response, save for a tinge of nostalgia. In the golden autumn of September, the voice of the school leader echoed through the loudspeakers, gradually capturing the attention of those around. Yet, this concentration soon dissipated into murmurs. Several leaders spoke in a manner that seemed monotonously similar. Those seated nearby began engaging in idle chatter. "Hey there, I'm Young Man. By the way, which middle school did you graduate from? Was in the city?" Suddenly, a youth seated in front of Qingfeng turned to address him. However, Qingfeng noticed the boy's gaze drifting sideways, and it became instantly clear to him. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and replied, "Taoyuan Middle School. Taoyuan Town's Middle School." "Huh, that's impressive. Making the trek from the countryside," Young Man complimented, then swiftly turned to inquire of Li Shi. "What about you, classmate Li?" With a charming smile, Qingfeng found himself amused, realizing that in his previous life, he had never contemplated this angle. It was apparent that this fellow's knowledge of the geography of Yin State was rather limited. "From a rural township? Your self-discipline must be commendable." A boy sitting behind Qingfeng chimed in. Wang Anming. He introduced himself, his hair styled in a 3/7 part, his physique balanced and somewhat handsome. He was among the first tier of scholars in the class. Qingfeng's impression of him was one of arrogance and pretentiousness. Yet, he could not deny that sometimes the environment profoundly influences a person. The story of Meng Mu relocating thrice to ensure her son's education is well known, illustrating the subtle yet fundamental change that such nurturing can bring. Wang Anming continued, "During my elementary school years, I was quite playful, but upon entering Meiqing to middle school, I was inspired by the atmosphere and scored 663 on the high school entrance exam, nearly qualifying for the experimental class. Such a pity. Had you put in the effort during elementary school to attend Meiqing Experimental Middle School, you might have found yourself in the experimental class now," Young Man interjected, his tone laced with sarcasm. He was attempting to engage Li Shi, and Wang Anming's interruption irked him. "Of course, who knows? I might have ended up in one of Meiqing's prestigious schools, but this place isn't too shabby either. I believe hard work will yield its rewards." Wang Anming replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze toward Li Shi. "Classmate Li, what about you?" Young Man was nearly apoplectic. This individual had not only interrupted him, but had also usurped his dialogue. Li Shi pursed her lips before responding. Meiqing Experimental Middle School. Within minutes, their homeroom teacher, Ming, intervened, halting the increasingly rampant side conversations and alleviating the awkwardness in the air. A new leader took to the podium, and his first words admonished the instructors to show no mercy in training the incoming freshmen, sending ripples of alarm through the assembly of new students. Before long, their expressions shifted yet again, for the session showed no signs of concluding. This meeting was dragging on interminably. Over an hour later, the once vibrant students now displayed signs of fatigue. Even the ethereal Li Shi, seemingly untouched by the world, began to sweat profusely and appeared somewhat pale. Meanwhile, Qingfeng had long since closed his eyes, embarking on his own meditative practice. In the vast expanse of the universe, he drew upon his spiritual essence, refining it within his body, allowing it to circulate internally. Even beneath the oppressive sun, he remained as cool as spring. Should he choose, he could even expand this refreshing aura, creating a veritable sanctuary of comfort around him. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary. "It's so hot, unbearably hot." A few students within the ranks could no longer withstand the heat, their groans only stoking the flames of discomfort among their peers. Li Shi dabbed at the sweat on her brow with a tissue, momentarily taken aback, her gaze inadvertently drifting. To her surprise, the student from the rural town beside her remained with his eyes closed, seemingly in deep slumber. Was he truly asleep? Initially, she had assumed he was merely vying for her attention with his striking looks. Over the years, she had encountered countless boys who sought to impress her, whether through exuberance, aloofness, or playful antics. She typically approached such encounters with a level-headed demeanor. However, this boy was different, not in his actions, but in his very essence. Some things could be feigned on the surface, but the body could not lie. It appeared that he had not shed a single drop of sweat. Was he truly so resilient to heat? She chose not to dwell on it and continued to endure the discomfort. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, the principal began to speak. Judging by the tone of his address, this was the final segment. The speech concluded swiftly, and dismissal was announced. Students, right here, remember to wear your military training uniforms and assemble by 7:30 tomorrow morning. Their homeroom teacher, Ming, promptly reminded them. A collective sigh of relief escaped many, and Qingfeng finally opened his eyes. It's so hot. Please help me carry this chair back. I'll bring you some water. The noise escalated as students began to disperse. Qingfeng picked up a chair and made his way toward the classroom. Make way. A voice suddenly called from behind. Qingfeng, with his keen senses, recognized that Pang Li was barreling towards him. His physique was robust, not in the muscular sense, but rather in a way that suggested layers of flesh, rendering him particularly hefty. At that moment, Pang Li felt parched, his throat dry as he raced against time to procure some water. Observing his vigorous approach, those around him swiftly cleared a path. As memories flowed back, Qingfeng recalled a similar incident from his previous life. Qingfeng, watch out. A delicate voice rang out. It was Zhao Wenxia. She had spotted the impending collision and called out a warning. In her view, Qingfeng seemed to hear her, yet he made no significant movement, merely turning his head slightly. Ah, she thought, unable to suppress her eyes from closing. Compared to Pang Li, Qingfeng appeared somewhat frail. The two collided. Qingfeng remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain, while Pang Li staggered backward, falling flat on his back. Ouch! In his past life, this fellow had also crashed into him, and he recalled retorting, one must watch where they're going, what are eyes and ears for? Qingfeng lowered his gaze. Speaking slowly. Chapter 4. Confusion is misunderstanding. Upon exiting the school gates, Qingfeng mounted his mountain bike. Though he traveled from a town several dozen kilometers away to attend school, he did not reside in the school dormitory. Instead, he had the good fortune of renting a house from a friend of his mother in the vicinity. With the added comfort of having an acquaintance nearby and his own relatively mature disposition, his living arrangement was quite natural. The landlady, Aunt Wu, was a genuine person who treated him with kindness. On his first day, due to the distance of his accommodation from the school, she gifted him a bicycle for commuting, the very one he now rode. She continued to extend her care towards him as time went on. Qingfeng pedaled his mountain bike through this city that felt both familiar and foreign. With no particular destination in mind, he meandered aimlessly, eventually stopping at a fast food restaurant to have a meal. After finishing, he checked the time and resumed his ride. A little over 10 minutes later, he arrived at a scenic spot, a free attraction known as Ruixiang Bay. This area had once been the most popular beach over a decade ago. He had heard from locals that there used to be an entrance fee of 10 yuan, but since the adjacent bay had been developed, access to this beach had become complimentary. At present, the management was rather lax. Qingfeng found a path and rode in. Upon entering, he soon encountered a large sign that read, "Swimming or splashing the sea is prohibited." After passing this cautionary notice, he came upon a stretch of beach where he saw a group of people floating on the water. Some donned life rings while others simply sat on inflatable tires. This sign, to the locals, was akin to the warning on cigarette packages that states, "Smoking is harmful to your health." Upon noticing Qingfeng, some villagers even waved at him, attempting to sell life rings, but he paid them no mind. Before long, he spotted a familiar seating area, a shaded pavilion with several benches, each equipped with a swing. In his previous life, he often visited this place to feel the sea breeze and watch the sunset. The atmosphere here seemed a touch more vibrant than that of the city center. However, Qingfeng was not there for that purpose. Checking the time, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number, which was promptly answered. "Hello, Qingfeng, what is the matter? Is something wrong?" "No, Mom. It's just after conversing for nearly half an hour." He hung up with a slight smile, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. After regaining his true spirit and emotions in his past life, his first thought had been, "I've been missing for over 1,000 years. Mom and Dad, I've returned now. Everything is still attainable. It is never too late." At that moment, the orange glow of dusk illuminated his face. Looking up, he was greeted by a vast expanse of orange sky, a breathtaking sight. This reminded him of an event on the first day of school, when extraordinary clouds painted the horizon, resembling a dance of dragons and phoenixes, a phenomenon that had taken social media by storm. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. Glancing down, he saw it was from Li Yiyun, Aunt Wu's daughter, who was of the same age and also attended the same school. They had met only briefly 3 days prior when he had rented the house through Aunt Wu's introduction. Their acquaintance had been quite superficial, and they had yet to communicate online. However, Qingfeng had anticipated this message. He had received similar ones in his previous life, in that past existence. He had been exposed to the scorching sun for over 2 hours and felt utterly humiliated after a collision, leading him into a state of mental fatigue. Upon returning home, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already past 8 o'clock, and night had fully set in. He found an unanswered call along with a message. "I'm at Ruixiong Bay. Hurry over. I'm in danger." He replied, "Sorry, I just fell asleep." The response came swiftly. "It's fine. No need to come over. It's already over." Concerned, he inquired, "Are you all right?" The reply was indifferent. What is missed is missed. Subsequent attempts to reach her went unanswered. The following day, she ended up in the hospital. After a day of military training, he went to visit her only to find her foot bandaged and her face bruised. Upon seeing him, she turned her head away. When he asked about her condition, Li Yiyun avoided his gaze, and Aunt Wu merely reassured him that it was just a minor injury. At that moment, a pang of regret struck him, with the thought, if only I hadn't been asleep in hindsight. That seemed rather childish, considering his physical state at the time. He likely would have been met with a similar fate had he gone. But now, things were different. He answered the phone again. "Hello, cold-hearted guy, are you home? Hurry out. Navigate directly to Ruixiong Bay. You must not miss this. It's truly spectacular, something that can take your breath away." A girl's melodious voice rang through. Su Qingfeng stood up, scanning his surroundings. "What a coincidence. I'm already here. Where are you?" "Really?" The girl's voice grew more excited. "Come over here quickly. I'm on the beach in front of the Never Sleep Cafe." Su Qingfeng was quite familiar with this area. The Never Sleep Cafe was an open-air coffee shop, characterized by a war-torn aesthetic, making it an excellent vantage point. It was located at the end of the road. "Just hold on a moment. I'll be there shortly." "I'll hold on." Before he could finish his sentence, she hung up. He hopped on his bike and sped towards his destination. The distance was not far, and he arrived in under 3 minutes. However, he slowed down as he approached. His keen eyesight allowed him to clearly see Li Yiyun on the beach ahead, clad in black and white casual attire, gazing at the colorful clouds on the horizon, her face illuminated with admiration. Unbeknownst to her, she was a beautiful sight in the eyes of others as well. This tranquil moment was a picturesque representation of serene times. Su Qingfeng sensed a potential misunderstanding unfolding. He parked his bike and walked toward her. She seemed to notice his gaze, turning her head to see him. Initially taken aback, she then smiled, waving at him with her hand. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, with one prominent canine tooth adding a lively charm to her demeanor. "Over here, over here." As Su Qingfeng reached her side, she placed her hands on her hips and proudly declared, "Look ahead." Su Qingfeng turned to see the vibrant hues of dusk painting the sky. Warm orange and sunny yellow, saturating two unique clouds with the softest colors. One cloud undulated gracefully, shimmering like golden scales, resembling a dragon, while the other billowed like a silk ribbon, its feathers tinted with the colors of the dawn, akin to a phoenix spreading its wings. The two seemed to be converging, as if merging into one. The girl's voice chimed in, "I must apologize. Not only did I not delay it, but I also commanded them to take shape quickly. Look, this is a dragon and phoenix created by my immense magical power. Those who behold it shall surely be blessed." The evening glow was indeed beautiful, yet to him, it was merely that beauty. What he valued more was the sentiment, such as the feeling of witnessing this lovely scene upon his return to life. Thus, his mood was pleasant, though tinged with a hint of exasperation. Was this truly the dilemma that had troubled him for so many years in his past existence? "Please refrain from speaking in such a cryptic manner. Get straight to the point. I thought you were about to pick a fight," he remarked. The young girl paused, her gaze towards Su Qingfeng shifting as she playfully patted his shoulder. "You sly fellow. I thought you were running away from a fight. You're not exactly brawny. Were you planning to join me in taking a beating if you couldn't win?" She laughed. "You've got loyalty. From now on, I shall no longer call you cold brother but loyal brother instead." Su Qingfeng replied, "I am quite capable of fighting." Chapter 5. A misunderstanding within a misunderstanding. "Quite capable? Can you take me on?" Li Yiyun retorted, striking a Wing Chun stance. "Foshan, Wang Fei Hung, I await your instruction." With that, she lunged towards Su Qingfeng with a fierce punch aimed at his arm. It was somewhat abstract. Su Qingfeng chuckled and swept his leg. Ouch! Li Yiyun fell onto the sand, landing squarely on her backside. Su Qingfeng had controlled his kick well. It caused no real harm, save for the moment her rear met the soft sand. "Wow, I didn't even notice your leg move. You truly possess the shadowless kick." Li Yun exclaimed excitedly. "Wing Chun, Ip Man," Su Qingfeng replied, his voice steady. "TSK, TSK," Li Yun said, brushing off her rear as she stood up. "I've decided to stick with cold brother. Your face remains expressionless even when joking. I command you to smile, or else you shall be paralysis face brother." Su Qingfeng was at a loss for words. What a ridiculous nickname. Of course, I am a genius at creating nicknames. I heard you stayed home for 3 days and only emerged when school started. If you hadn't come out this time, I was prepared to call you homebuddy brother. Li Yun boldly accepted the playful jab. Their simple camaraderie allowed her to discern that Su Qingfeng was capable of jest, and she fully revealed her nature. Childish, Su Qingfeng remarked, contemplating before he asked, "What are your plans next?" Although the incident of the beating was unclear, she had indeed been hospitalized the following day in her past life. There must have been other events in between. Since he was already here, he might as well resolve matters effortlessly. I plan to take a rather quirky photograph, Li Yun said earnestly. Look at that dragon and phoenix. Their poses seem to be gradually descending. Su Qingfeng nodded. She gestured forward and declared, "In a moment, I will stand here with my head held high. And you'll take my phone, find a right angle, and capture a shot that creates the illusion of the dragon and phoenix flying into my mouth or me devouring them." Su Qingfeng fell silent, realizing that this girl was not quite as she had seemed in his previous life, yet he nodded in agreement. "I shall rely on you. Please ensure my power is captured in the photo, and I shall treat you to a late-night snack afterward." Li Yun handed over her phone and then moved to the front, tilting her head slightly back, mouth agape. Su Qingfeng adjusted the angle and quickly took the desired photograph. Remarkably, it turned out quite well, despite the somewhat peculiar composition. Li Yun snatched her phone, busily updating her social media. Su Qingfeng read her caption aloud. "The dragon and phoenix contend, the emperor benefits. Are you distributing your fortune?" He inquired. "Be cautious, lest your luck be depleted and misfortune befall you." Li Yun paused, then waved her hand confidently. "My imperial fortune is boundless. Sharing a bit is of no consequence." After that, Li Yun made no further fuss. As twilight descended and darkness enveloped the sky, it was already past 8 o'clock, and the two began their journey back. Li Yun rode an electric scooter, and upon meeting Su Qingfeng at the entrance of the scenic area, she spotted his bicycle and suddenly had a brilliant idea. "You're riding too slowly. Here's what we'll do. You sit behind me and hold on to the handlebars. It'll save you some effort and speed things up." Su Qingfeng declined, recalling how she had stumbled when retrieving the vehicle, nearly falling had he not caught her. She clearly lacked cycling skills. Amusingly, at that moment, he received a message, prompting Li Yun to inquire, "What are you doing? You aren't about to give me a thumbs up, are you?" Su Qingfeng then indeed gave her a thumbs up. Noticing the peculiar look in his eyes, she quickly defended herself. "That was a special circumstance. I don't usually act like this. Look, I even rode all the way from home to here. This area is crowded. Safety first," Su Qingfeng remarked, attempting to preserve her fragile pride. The journey proceeded without incident. Following his thumbs up, Li Yun rode more cautiously, even slower than him. "Right here, Fat One Barbecue," she exclaimed upon spotting their destination. Su Qingfeng was familiar with this barbecue stall as well, for it was renowned for its delectable flavors. However, it was also known for its high prices, attracting many socialites. And occasionally, disputes arose. He had encountered such incidents here during his second year of high school when he came for late-night snacks. Their plan was to eat and then return home. If something were to happen to her, it would likely be in this very place. Yet, nothing transpired. After dining and settling the bill, they departed without issue. Around 9 o'clock, they returned to the residential building. Indeed, the entire structure belonged to Li Yun's family. It spanned 8 stories and was equipped with an elevator. From the 2nd to the 7th floors, all rooms were available for rent, with each floor offering 1 to 3 rooms, depending on the layout. The first floor remained vacant, unoccupied, featuring various outlets for charging. The 8th floor housed the main residence, where Li Yun currently lived. However, like him, she resided alone. Her parents were occupied with overseeing their factory, and her younger siblings were still in school, requiring transportation. Thus, they only returned home on weekends. Su Qingfeng lived on the 7th floor directly beneath her, in a 1-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and bathroom, quite comfortable. Both parked their vehicles and entered the elevator. "You have military training starting tomorrow, right?" Li Yun initiated. "Aren't you also?" Su Qingfeng countered. "Oomph." Li Yun flashed a meaningful smile. Su Qingfeng sensed there was more to the story, yet he felt no curiosity to inquire further. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Su Qingfeng stepped out. Although he sensed nothing amiss, he still uttered, "Be careful. I'm already home. What do I need to be careful about? Am I going to choke on water or something?" She replied dismissively, waving her hand. "Goodbye." As the elevator doors closed, Su Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings. The 7th floor contained 3 apartments, 1 large and 2 small. Currently, he was the sole tenant on the floor, which rendered it quite peaceful. Returning to his room felt surreal. Although he had only resided there for 3 days, it already bore the marks of his presence. Observing his surroundings evoked a feeling he could not quite articulate. I have returned. After washing up, he returned to bed to continue his cultivation. Every action, whether walking, sitting, or lying down, was part of his practice. His spirit had already reached its peak, yet his body had yet to catch up. He needed to acclimatize his body in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, a faint scream pierced the air, subtle yet unmistakable to his keen perception. It was Li Yiyun. His first thought was, could this girl have really choked on water? As he retrieved his mobile phone to contact someone, Li Yiyun had already dialed the number. Her voice resonating in his ears. Mom, please help me. My leg. It feels like it's on a break. What? Speak more clearly. I slipped while taking a shower, and I think I twisted my leg. The tremor of tears was apparent in her voice. Put on some clothes. I'll ask Qingfeng to assist you with a quick remedy. I can't. It hurts too much to stand. Her voice was now thick with sobs. Then how did you manage to grab your phone? Because I was playing with it. After a brief silence, he added, just wait. I'll be there immediately. Su Qingfeng fell silent, his mind drifting to Li Yiyun's cryptic smile. Is it to avoid military training? He pondered. No, that seems a bit extreme. At that moment, his willingness to help dissipated, replaced by curiosity about the unfolding situation. The call ended. Approximately half an hour later, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Li Yiyun, why is there so much ice in the bathtub? Su Qingfeng began to piece things together. I heard that ice packs are excellent for sprains. Then why are you lying on the floor? Speak. I don't want to go to military training tomorrow. I heard that soaking in icy water could give me a fever. A moment of silence ensued. Su Qingfeng suspected that Aunt Wu was equally at a loss for words. Then why did you fall? It was too cold. I thought I needed something to distract myself, so I went to get my phone. I didn't expect to slip on my way back. Another silence enveloped them. Su Qingfeng realized the truth. It was no wonder this person had chosen not to speak in a previous life. She had attempted to evade military training by soaking in cold water to induce a fever, only to find herself injured while fetching her phone. Such a confession was indeed difficult to utter. Chapter 6. A subtle tactic. By around 7:30, Su Qingfeng arrived at the formation for Class 9 of the first year. Upon his arrival, he felt numerous gazes directed at him. Many had witnessed the incident from the previous day. The fallen Pang, Li was clearly humiliated and seething with anger, preparing to retaliate. However, their homeroom teacher, Guming, had not strayed far. After casting a glance at him, Pang Li calmed down, shooting Su Qingfeng a fierce glare before heading off to buy water. Those observing were somewhat incredulous, as the disparity in their physiques was quite pronounced. It was difficult to fathom how Su Qingfeng, possessing a seemingly frail frame, could exhibit such composure. His deskmate, Wu Jiang, approached him, handing over a green arrow candy. Bro, have you trained before? Su Qingfeng replied, I just have a natural strength. It was mostly him who fell on his own. Wu Jiang appeared somewhat disheartened. He adored martial arts films, idolizing Bruce Lee. The spectacle he had witnessed the previous day had left him in awe. It was incredible. You're so slender yet possess such formidable composure. How stable must your foundation be? Having a deskmate who is a martial arts master is so cool. If only I could learn a move or two. Upon hearing Su Qingfeng's response, he felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was not entirely unexpected. He continued enthusiastically. You did great yesterday. That Pang Li is just asking for it. You probably didn't see it because you arrived late. See what? Su Qingfeng retorted. The butterfly's wings have begun to flutter. This conversation had not occurred in my previous life, Wu Jiang explained. Pang Li is such a troublemaker. I was chatting and boasting with Yi Feijian and the others when he barged in through the back door, suddenly exclaiming, a bunch of country bumpkins, living on a meager weekly allowance of 100 or so, dreaming of becoming high officials and striking it rich? You were born to be laborers. Just happened to have gone to school for a few years. At that moment, Yi Feijian was sitting on the outer side, and as he returned to his seat, he kicked him aside, saying, good dogs don't block the way. If it weren't for the class leader passing by, a fight would have broken out right then and there. Su Qingfeng was not surprised. Pang Li had made quite an impression on him. Coming from a well-off family that owned a large restaurant, he was robust and domineering. Yet his academic performance was commendable, making him look down upon those from impoverished rural backgrounds. He often seized opportunities to mock them. In his previous life, Su Qingfeng had endured many shoves and jibes. However, during his second year, he had fought on the playground, suffering a severe blow to the head, resulting in a rather tragic outcome. The aggressor faced no repercussions, and afterward, he became much more discreet. While he could not recall the details of his past life clearly, he was indifferent to it. If such a situation arose again, he would not mind engaging. Though he thought this, he couldn't shake the feeling of irritation. That guy was genuinely strong. Damn it, this is frustrating, Wu Jiang exclaimed. But it's not a big deal, Su Qingfeng replied. No, I still have more to say. Wu Jiang attempted, but ultimately fell silent. Their homeroom teacher arrived, accompanied by a tall and robust man clad in military attire. Behind them trailed several students who had hurriedly made their way over, among them Pang Li. Once most had gathered, the homeroom teacher briefly introduced the instructor, merely stating his surname. Long afterward, the students were separated by gender and arranged in 4 columns from shortest to tallest. The girls formed the first 2 columns, while the boys occupied the last 2. Qingfeng, who was of average height, found himself in the center of the 3rd row. He recognized some faces from the front, just as in his past life, but the back row was different. It was Pang Li. Several students began to speculate, wearing expressions that hinted at their eagerness for entertainment. Qingfeng remained unfazed. After a few admonitions, the homeroom teacher stepped aside, and Instructor Long took center stage. Silence. Those who wish to speak may do so, he barked. The previously noisy formation fell abruptly silent. Without much prelude, he laid down a few rules before diving straight into military training. After a round of counting off and standing at attention, they proceeded to military posture. Instructor Long demonstrated and then began patrolling the ranks, promptly correcting any misalignments. His methods were straightforward. For the boys, he employed verbal mockery along with sharp slaps for correction, which were rather painful. For the girls, the approach differed slightly. He used a small paddle to administer corrections. Why this distinction? Last year, a student from neighboring school had claimed that an instructor had behaved inappropriately towards her, leading to a rise in such incidents. While there were genuine cases, some were also false allegations. Instructor Long was not that kind of person. He had witnessed certain events firsthand, leaving him somewhat shaken. Qingfeng's military posture was, of course, impeccable. With his current formidable learning capacity and physical control, it was hardly a challenge. Thus, he practiced amidst the instructor's taunts and the sounds of slaps. However, unlike before, as he drew upon his mental acuity, he subtly altered the temperature in the vicinity of Pang Li, intensifying the heat around him. If this individual sought punishment, he would oblige. Pang Li sensed that something was amiss. The weather was warm, yet it was not even 8 o'clock. Moreover, they were still in the shadow of the building. Why was it so hot? He urged himself to remain calm, but regrettably, the oppressive heat was beyond his mental control. He began to sweat profusely. In this scenario, his agitation intensified. Soon, the instructor approached his side. Without uttering a word, despite the beads of sweat trickling down, his posture remained impeccable. This repeated several times, and his stance appeared quite commendable. A jade cannot be polished without being subjected to some abrasion. Stand for 15 minutes, and let me be clear, if you didn't grasp it earlier, I shall grant you a measure of leniency. Now that you understand, should you err again, it shall be a matter of your own mindset, and you may not blame me for the repercussions. The instructor Long spoke in a cold tone. The students fell silent, the sting of the reprimand lingering in the air. 10 minutes passed, and Pang Li felt as though he might perish. The heat was unbearable. He was quite literally washing his face with sweat, his clothes thoroughly drenched. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. Oh look, we have a Trisolaran in our battalion. I doubt the environment is truly that harsh. In a renowned science fiction novel, the Trisolarans would choose to dehydrate themselves in the face of extreme natural calamities. Pang Li's heart sank. He understood that the instructor's words were directed at him. Classmate, you're so large and robust, yet after standing for such a short while, you're sweating profusely as if you've just bathed. Are you perhaps suffering from kidney deficiency? Pang Li's face flushed crimson. From childhood to adolescence, he had been strong and academically gifted, always the little tyrant, typically the one to bully and ridicule others. He had never been on the receiving end of such derision. Yet now, he could muster no retort, for the truth was undeniable. Report, I wasn't tea like this before. I don't know why it's so hot here. He finally spoke. Some boys stifled their laughter. The instructor remained silent, turning to a boy beside Pang Li. I send tea it hot for you as well. Ifajian replied loudly. Report, I feel fine, especially for such an early hour. Besides, if one feels unwell, there is no need to push through. It's better to take some medicine and rest. I recommend Lu Wei Di Huangwan. The laughter amplified, some unable to stifle their giggles any longer. Chapter 7. Indifference. The sun blazed overhead, and the temperature steadily climbed. A patch on Pang Li's back had become soaked, and beads of perspiration cascaded down his face. He felt an unbearable stickiness enveloping him, the oppressive heat further souring his mood, igniting an impulse to lash out at the instructor who mocked him, to deliver a fist to the instructor's face, and then to thrash the insolent boy beside him, along with anyone else who dared to scoff. Why are your legs trembling? Stand at attention, or do you truly need to take medicine and rest? Report, I do not. Pang Li responded instantly. The instructor nodded, continuing his inspection, dismissing the sweat as inconsequential. After 15 minutes, Long called for Class 9 to take a break and hydrate, the first to receive such a reprieve. However, there was no choice. The hefty boy was sweating excessively, and the instructor feared for his well-being if he did not replenish his fluids. During the break, he observed that this boy appeared to be in decent spirits. Thus, the rest concluded swiftly and training resumed. Before long, the perspiring figure returned. The instructor found himself at a loss for words, yet he did not allow the break to extend, merely advising Pang Li to report if he could no longer continue. Pang Li nodded in agreement. This had become a battle for redemption. During the brief respite, not only the boys, but even some girls had been discussing his physique. Robust, yet seemingly futile, a mockery of his strength. All units attention. Forward march. The instructor led the formation, and as the heat continued to simmer in his brain, Pang Li grew increasingly irritable. He resolved to divert his focus, fixing his gaze ahead, where he spotted Su Qingfeng. Unlike his own clothes, which clung to him, utterly soaked, the figure ahead appeared fresh and clean, as if he had not broken a sweat. This reminded him of his own embarrassing predicament from the previous day. Suddenly, he recalled the purpose of standing in this position. Was this not the perfect opportunity? He decided to reward this individual with a kick, reasoning that his initial steps were less than commendable. Would such an unassuming fellow dare to retaliate? What harm could ensue? Resolute, he hastened his pace, aiming a powerful kick with his right foot. Yet at that moment, an unexpected force tugged at his left foot, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Ouch! A cry of pain instantly brought the entire formation to a halt, many turning to glance at him. What happened? The instructor Long rushed over alarmed. It's nothing. I just misstepped, Pang Li hastily replied, the fall having been unexpectedly mild. Be more serious, Long admonished, returning to the front to continue his guidance. Pang Li had lost the will to continue making any further movements. He had already drawn considerable attention. Any further antics would be too conspicuous. However, some matters were beyond his control. Standing before him, Su Qingfeng remained calm, occasionally using his spiritual energy to playfully tug at him. Over the course of the day's training, he had fallen 6 or 7 times, intermittently sweating profusely. Long's expression had shifted. Once or twice was one thing, but this many times was beginning to hinder the training. Today's training concludes here. We return to this spot tomorrow. Assemble before 7:30. Yes. The students responded in unison. Dismissed. The crowd began to disperse. Long suddenly recalled something and turned to Pang Li. Big boy, although you insist you're fine, I still recommend you see a doctor. Laughter erupted within the ranks. Even those from the adjacent class, who had already dispersed, chuckled lightly. A day may not be long, but in the realm of gossip, it could travel far and wide. By the morning, Pang Li had already acquired the nickname Virtual Brother in Class 9. By the afternoon, this moniker had spread to other classes, becoming a source of amusement. Pang Li clenched his fists, feeling a surge of indignation but refraining from saying anything. Huffing softly as he turned to leave, Long was left speechless. He genuinely intended to offer a suggestion, finding the situation rather peculiar. This is delightful. I never anticipated that this fellow would be so insubstantial. Did he not see him? By the end, he was trembling on his feet. Ephagian exclaimed, excitement evident in his demeanor. Much like Pang Li's desire to provoke Su Qingfeng, he stood beside Pang Li, pondering whether he might take a chance to unsettle him. To his surprise, no effort was required. This individual was a walking flaw. It seemed that yesterday, the class leader had indeed saved him from embarrassment. All show and no substance, he mused. Indeed, military training is essential, as it tests not only one's appearance but also one's resilience. The discussion continued, and many began to forge connections. Enduring hardship together undeniably drew people closer, and many relationships had begun to thaw. Su Qingfeng was not one to initiate conversation, but was equally unopposed to engaging with others. Throughout this process, he had formed numerous connections. Reflecting on his past life, he found himself surprisingly sociable. After exchanging a few words, he prepared a ride home. In the 2 days preceding military training, textbooks had yet to arrive, and evening study sessions were deemed unnecessary. Wait, Su Qingfeng. As he pushed the cart, he turned to see who called him. The person was Lin Qingla. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders, with a naturally falling fringe, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, exuding a sense of elegance and simplicity. Her eyes were clear and gentle, her lips slightly pursed, head lowered, embodying a timidity and tranquility. She approached him with small steps and walked alongside Su Qingfeng. He was somewhat taken aback. He had known this girl from before. They had attended the same middle school, having exchanged nods on a few occasions. He remembered her as an outstanding student, her grades setting her apart from her peers, though during her 3rd year, her performance had plummeted. Nevertheless, she still managed to maintain a position among the top 10 in her grade. though her demeanor had darkened significantly, as if burdened by some unseen troubles. Entering high school, they found themselves in the same class, a situation that should have naturally fostered a relationship. Yet, that was not the case. Su Qingfeng was not particularly proactive, but neither did he shun interaction. Conversely, Lin Qingla was shy, engaging in minimal communication. However, her behavior in high school was markedly different. She possessed an extraordinary talent. During class, she often dozed off, and her exam performance was casual. Yet, upon facing parental intervention or consequences, she would suddenly apply herself, swiftly rising into the top 10 of the class. To return to the matter at hand, in his previous life, they had never truly communicated until graduation. "Is something the matter?" she inquired. "No, I just heard you mention that you're renting a place." "Yes," she replied. "How is the environment?" Lin Qingla asked, pausing for his response before continuing. "Actually, I'm currently staying with relatives, which is not very convenient. I want to move out." Su Qingfeng understood and did not conceal the truth. "It's fine. It has everything necessary and is not far from school. But I'm not sure about the rent. My parents helped me with it." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingla's eyes brightened. Having relatives assist with the search was a significant advantage, especially concerning safety. "Could you please share the landlord's contact information with me?" she asked. Su Qingfeng, pleased to facilitate this arrangement, added her contact and sent her Aunt Wu's phone number. "Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Lin Qingla expressed her gratitude. Su Qingfeng waved it off, indicating it was unnecessary to mention. As he put away his phone, he suddenly remembered someone, Li Yiyun. He opened QQ and saw that she had indeed posted a new update. It featured a hospital bed and a nurse's silhouette, accompanied by the caption, "I can no longer pretend. Please forgive me, esteemed dragon and phoenix." Su Qingfeng casually commented, "Read it, no returns." Just as he was about to put his phone away, a video call came through. It was Li Yiyun. "How dare you make light of the situation? I am currently a wounded soldier," came her immediate complaint through the speaker. Su Qingfeng replied, "What are you talking about? Isn't this all part of your plan?" "Severe injury, escaping military training. I didn't intend for it to be like this. I merely twisted my ankle slightly. The doctor said I was fortunate to come in early, or else, well, it would have been worse. Today as treatment, tomorrow I rest, and the day after I'm back to military training. I'm utterly exasperated. You really have to go? That wouldn't be beneficial for your recovery. It could easily lead to further injury, plus you'd fall behind in the training schedule. It's useless." My mom said, "Escape military training? Absolutely not. Even if your leg is broken, you must give it your all. It's too harsh. I'd almost out she-s my biological mother." Su Qingfeng nearly lost his composure. "You've already fallen and twisted your ankle. How could Aunt Wu not see that you wanted to escape? Is there a story behind this?" There was silence on the other end, followed by the call disconnecting. This reaction mirrored her behavior in his previous life. Observing Li Yiyun's responses, Su Qingfeng noted that her injury was considerably less severe than in his past, requiring no hospitalization, and she was now recuperating at home. Perhaps his earlier caution to her to stay safe had made a difference? With his return, many trajectories had shifted, and while many elements remained familiar, their developments need not follow the same path as before. But it mattered not. He was a cultivator. Chapter 8. The Prodigy of the Winds and Clouds. September 4th marked the third day of formal military training. Each team had begun to take on a semblance of structure. The interactions among the students in Class 9 had become increasingly harmonious, with some even beginning to address one another as father and son. Instructor Long, though merciless in his training, was experienced enough to pause for rest at critical moments and occasionally organized engaging games to foster camaraderie among the students. Today, the instructor personally purchased several bottles of water to organize a water-fetching competition. Due to his impeccable performance over the past few days, Su Qingfeng was recognized and granted the opportunity to participate. 12 participants were divided into 2 teams of 6. After one of the boys won, he generously offered his water to a girl, causing a slight awkwardness. Su Qingfeng remembered her shy demeanor and the refreshing cola she held. At this moment, they were in the final stages of the day's training. Many, especially the girls, had begun to lose focus, glancing towards the nearby basketball court. Oh! A chorus of admiration erupted, signaling yet another basket scored. What was causing such excitement? The reason was simple. Someone was challenging the instructor to a one-on-one. And why was this capturing the attention of the girls so intensely? The answer was even simpler. He was handsome. A collective gasp of admiration filled the air. "Dismissed," Instructor Long declared, and the throng of students immediately dispersed. Several girls moved toward the basketball court, and among the already dispersed groups, some boys hurried over, clutching various beverages. Over the past few days, capitalizing on the sweltering sun, both boys and girls had begun to offer water. The boys of Class 9 felt a twinge of jealousy, as these were their class's most beautiful girls. Yet, they were somewhat relieved, for the most stunning among them had declined the offers. Thankfully, it wasn't merely a rejection of their gestures. If they cannot have it, then neither should anyone else. The area surrounding the basketball court closest to the playground was already crowded with spectators. Qingfeng strolled toward the school's small convenience store. Choosing not to join the onlookers, there was no need for suddenly, no way, is he really going to, followed by a chorus of excited screams. Qingfeng turned at the commotion. Under the sun, a striking young man in a sports tank top leapt into the air, sweat glistening on his youthful face. And with one hand, he slammed the ball into the hoop, sealing the victory of the match. The crowd erupted in astonishment, with countless girls captivated by his performance. Qingfeng watched with a sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, after the lineup, he had also watched this match, his heart racing at this very moment. In the military training arena, the challenge against the instructor concluded with a dramatic dunk. It was exhilarating and satisfying. Following this match, more information about the boy began to emerge. He was over 1.8 meters tall, from experimental class 1, exceptionally handsome, and his family possessed substantial wealth. A quintessential rich, handsome, and talented individual, he was even skilled in both academics and sports, making him all the more appealing. In the days that followed, he would even incite a feud between two girls on the confession wall, leading to them arguing for over half a month. It is no exaggeration to state that he has become the prominent figure of this cohort, casting a shadow over the majority of the boys in Class 3. Although it is somewhat displeasing, one cannot deny the formidable strength of this individual. Naturally, Qingfeng from a previous life is among the majority. Presently, he reflects on youth, shaking his head with a smile, and hastens towards the canteen. To reminisce about his youthful days, he resolves to dine at the canteen today. Their group had already disbanded a moment too late. If they lingered any longer, they would have to wait for the second and third year students to finish their classes, which would entail an even longer wait. His pace was brisk, and he quickly arrived at the canteen, grasping a tray and selecting a queue that, though not short, was expedited by the diligent aunties serving food, specifically the leftmost line. In such a brief span, he did not fully enter a meditative state, but instead picked up his phone. At this time, the school had yet to enforce a ban on mobile phones. As long as he was not caught during class, there were essentially no repercussions. He opened QQ and glanced at the group chat for Class 9. The small group had 99 members. This was, of course, a minor group. The larger group had few messages, the most recent being a reminder from the homeroom teacher to the entire class. Students, please strive diligently. If we secure a top 3 position during the performance on the 9th and win the honor banner, I will treat you all to a movie and snacks once we return from the holidays. There followed a chorus of agreement from classmates, and then the chat fell silent. Turning to the small group, he noted that the large group's admin was the homeroom teacher, while the small group was overseen by the acting class monitor, Long Huafeng. The title acting was warranted, as during the official elections, the affluent girl Yu Anin had made her move. With her charming appearance, decisive demeanor, and a touch of financial backing, it was akin to a dimensional strike. Moreover, this fellow had garnered little support during his tenure as the acting monitor. His current position was merely a result of being the first to curry favor, as the homeroom teacher casually allowed him to coordinate things for the time being. He clicked into the chat and scrolled through the messages, remembering that his classmates were quite adept at stirring up discussions. Sure enough, they were chatting about Wei Zhan. The timing of their group's disbandment was fortuitous, allowing them to catch the final moments of the dunking frenzy, thus igniting a lively conversation among the girls. The boys initially chimed in agreement. After all, being able to dunk was undeniably impressive. While they had seen dunks before, it was always on television. Witnessing it in reality was a completely different experience that left them in awe. The girls continued to elaborate when suddenly someone remarked, "The quality of our class's girls surpasses that of other classes, yet the quality of our boys pales in comparison. What a pity." Thus a debate ensued. Ifeijian, the girls are indeed superior to those in other classes. One of yours is worth 2. Chen Wentian, are you referring to yourself? It's precisely because of trash like you that the quality of our girls has diminished. Hu Mingkong, well said. Zhang Longcheng, Tian Gu, well done, no points deducted. Huang Daoran, Chen Xian, what are you pretending for? If you want to fantasize about someone, do it properly. No need to drag others down. Chen Xian, did I say anything wrong? Who among you can compare to them? If you can't, just admit it. Chen Wentian, fool, with your looks. No one would want you even if you went out to sell. Wu Zizhong, Chen Xian, I've compared our Class S scores with those in Experimental Class 1. Even you Ainen, our top girl, cannot surpass Ning Xiaoling, the lowest in that class. So, strictly speaking, our girls do not measure up. Zhang Longcheng, not like that, buddy. Chen Xian, Chen Wentian, I curse your mother. Where are you now? Huang Daoran, Getting anxious, are we? The group admin had activated the chat mute function. Long Huafeng intervened to quell the skirmish and summarize. Long Huafeng, is it worth arguing over such trivial matters? If you wish to quarrel, do it privately. Instead of wasting time, you could be in the canteen, where you might queue less and replenish your energy for tonight's evening study session. He concluded his message with 2 images of the canteen. After waiting a while, he followed up with, "Why the silence? Am I wrong?" At that moment, Qingfeng looked up to see a rather stout figure taking advantage of the crowd's movement to cut in line before him. After perusing his phone for a while, he noticed the queue had advanced significantly, and it was soon his turn. Now cutting in, Qingfeng chuckled, stowed away his phone, and patted the shoulder of the intruder. The boy turned around, his face marked with acne, exuding an intimidating presence. Qingfeng gestured for him to step aside. "Scram," he said, turning back. "Foolish brat." Du Junpeng felt no shame. Cutting in line was a regular occurrence for him. Why should he? Of course, it was due to his physique and keen eyesight. What could this nerd do about it? He would merely retreat in anger and fantasize. Look, even the gesture of admonishment was so gentle. It was likely he wouldn't dare to utter a word thereafter. Qingfeng remained silent, merely extending his hand to grasp the back of the boy's collar, lifting him effortlessly. The sensation of weightlessness suddenly struck Du Junpeng, causing him to tremble and cry out, drawing the attention of many, particularly the 2 witnesses to the entire episode. Their expressions were one of astonishment, their faces frozen in disbelief. Such a scene of forcibly lifting someone was something they had only ever seen in dramas. At that moment, Qingfeng tossed the boy aside. Thud! Du Junpeng crashed to the ground with a resounding thump, feeling as though his bones might shatter, a sharp pain radiating throughout his body. Enraged, he turned to see a multitude of gazes fixed upon him, students dining and queuing alike all staring at him. What a disgrace! This was his first thought, igniting further anger within him, until his gaze fell upon Qingfeng, who stood at just over 170, not particularly slim, yet not robust either. However, it was difficult to articulate the kind of gaze and sense of oppression emanating from him. Suffocating, utterly suffocating, as if his very life was slipping from his grasp, about to be seized away. Get lost. The 4 calm words slipped from the lips of this composed boy. Yet, Du Junpeng felt an unprecedented sense of relief wash over him. It was as if he had been granted a pardon. He paid no heed to his humiliation or his meal, hastily fleeing the canteen. Numerous gazes shifted to Qingfeng, who remained serene, advancing with the queue until it was his turn. He calmly presented his tray and ordered his meal. After finishing and exiting the canteen, all had returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. The canteen still bore the same flavor. Chapter 9. The Undercurrents of Evening Study Sessions. Upon returning to class, the students had shed the scent of sweat and changed into their casual attire. The front and back rows were abuzz with chatter, brimming with youthful vitality. As he took his seat, his desk mate, Wu Jiang, had yet to arrive. This was to be expected, as he resided in the dormitory. Just as Qingfeng settled down, a distinct, sweet fragrance, accompanied by peals of laughter, wafted from the front. Zhao Wenxia extended her hand towards her desk mate, Lu Zirong, comparing, "It's only been 3 days. We still have 5 days of military training to go before it concludes. I've already tanned a shade darker by the time it fully ends. I'll be as dark as coal." Qingfeng cast a glance. In truth, her sun-kissed skin was not severely tanned. She was merely a shade darker than at the outset. In contrast, Lu Zirong had noticeably darkened. Perhaps it was due to their daily interactions and Lu's gradual growth that Zhao Wenxia failed to perceive the change. It was not to suggest that Lu was excessively dark. Rather, Zhao had been exceptionally fair at the beginning of the school year. Nevertheless, even now, she appeared slightly lighter than Zhao. Lu Zirong, though somewhat shy, had grown more comfortable with Zhao over the past few days and offered reassurance. "It's perfectly fine to be a little darker. You'll return to your fair complexion in no time. You needn't worry, your skin is so lovely and fair that it simply cannot tan. How enviable." "Not at all. I've tanned quite a bit," Zhao retorted. "How is that possible? You've tanned yet remained so fair? What were you like before?" "Hold on. We've been desk mates for a few days now, and you were right beside me during military training. Have you already forgotten how I looked before?" I recall we took a photo together," Zhao remarked, pulling out her phone. Upon viewing the picture, she fell into silence. Although it had been slightly beautified in the photo, Lu Zirong was considerably fairer than she was. Just then, a group of boys entered through the front door of the classroom. Zhao felt a surge of balance in her mindset. Compared to the boys, she felt far superior. If she were to tan to that extent, it would take an eternity to recover. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she turned her attention to the desk behind her. No more giggling. Her large eyes widened in disbelief. This is absurd, Su Qingfeng. I recall you were not that fair, nor that tall, nor that handsome. Her desk mate, Lu Zirong, was already squirming in discomfort, her toes awkwardly clutching the ground. Was it appropriate to say such things directly, or was she simply too conservative? Su Qingfeng raised his head nonchalantly. With unwavering dedication to his training and ample nutritional support, compounded by his period of growth, he had gained several centimeters in height over just a few days. During this time, the impurities in his body had gradually been expelled, and the extraordinary insights that came with this rebirth had transformed his demeanor. Now his stature, appearance, and aura were markedly different from the beginning of the school year. Isn't it the case that during puberty, one becomes fairer with more sun exposure? Lu Zirong wished to voice this thought, but considering their limited exchanges, she refrained. In contrast, her desk mate had no such reservations. How fortunate are boys during puberty? They grow taller, more handsome, and fairer. Why can't I? As she trailed off into silence, her gaze dropped, and her demeanor turned somber. She had developed quite well in these past 2 years, attracting numerous comments and nicknames. Lu Zirong's lips twitched slightly. Although she was shy and introverted, her experiences in the online world had made her quite knowledgeable about such matters. These two were, in her view, insufferably pretentious. She decided to shift the conversation. By the way, something amusing happened during military training today. Have you heard? Zhao Wenxia immediately chimed in. Are you referring to Wei Xin dunking on the instructor? Lu Zirong shook her head. No, we've already discussed that. I'm talking about something from another class. What? Tell us quickly, Zhao urged. Lu Zirong continued. A student from class 8, attempting to escape military training, kept a mouthful of 8 treasure porridge in her mouth, feigning heat exhaustion as she gradually collapsed. When the instructor approached, she spat it right beside the instructor's shoes. Really? That's clever. Why didn't I think of that? Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. Oomph. The instructor from class 8 is a woman, both spirited and attractive. I suspect the student wanted to get closer to her. Lu Zirong's front row classmate, Lu Yanling, interjected with a look of disdain. That is not accurate, Lu Zirong countered. Lu Yanling turned back, seemingly ready to debate. But Lu Zirong didn't give her a chance. The student who pretended to vomit was a girl. Lu Yanling pivoted back again. Since this incident has spread, it must mean the student didn't succeed. What happened next? Su Qingfeng asked. Well, after she spat out the porridge, her expression changed, and she exclaimed how foul it was before actually vomiting. Lu Zirong nodded, continuing. Zhao instinctively responded. How can 8 treasure porridge smell bad? Of course it doesn't, but remember, she collapsed right by the instructor's feet. Zhao paused. Exactly. That is why people are now saying the instructor has smelly feet. Ha. The topic swiftly moved on. Is there more? Su Qingfeng in his previous life, he had never conversed with the 2 girls, and thus had missed out on such amusing tales. Now that they were chatting, he was eager to hear more. Lu Zirong hesitated before speaking. I can't confirm whether this is true. Quickly, tell us. Zhao was nearly bursting with eagerness. I heard that during dinner in the cafeteria, a student in military training attire single-handedly lifted a senior who was trying to cut in line and tossed him aside, as if he were a mere chicken. Lu Zirong said, her confidence waning. That student was reportedly over 6 feet tall and weighed more than 140 pounds. What nonsense! Lu Yanling seized the opportunity to interject. Are you suggesting this person could toss someone around like a chick? Is this a drama? Are you deaf? Did you not hear me say, I can't confirm its authenticity? Lu Zirong retorted, slightly annoyed. Moreover, it's not necessarily false. I saw on the confession wall and the forums that people are discussing it. And where's the evidence? Such a significant event must have photos, right? Lu Yanling pressed on. Lu Zirong fell silent. According to the information she had seen, some claimed the incident occurred so swiftly that it was just a quick lift and toss, leaving witnesses stunned. While there were no concrete examples, eyewitnesses did exist. Since Su Qingfeng's arrival, he had been quietly observing and had sensed an opportunity to engage in the conversation. After witnessing Su Qingfeng's prowess in the cafeteria, he fantasized about bringing him under his wing. With his authority as class leader combined with Su Qingfeng's strength, they could easily dominate any challenge. Now was the perfect moment to strike up a conversation. Let me help you embellish this story. He interjected. Hey, are you all talking about the cafeteria incident? I was right there. Let me tell you, just then, a commotion erupted from the hallway, interrupting him. Students in the front row, near the window, leaned out to see, exclaiming, wow, Tiangu and Chun Xian are fighting in the hallway. A ripple of excitement surged through the room, immediately capturing everyone's attention. What? It's almost class time. And they're fighting? Why not wait until they're back in class? Tiangu was easily agitated, and Chun Xian had a quick temper. I had noticed this during training. Once there was a disturbance online, I knew there would soon be a confrontation offline. I hadn't anticipated it happening so quickly. Let us go and watch. Students from the back row exclaimed, already rising to witness the spectacle. Su Qingfeng quietly observed, choosing not to act. There was no need. The ringing of the class bell sounded like the trumpet signaling the start of battle. A roar erupted, and, at the entrance of the classroom, a young man, approximately 175 meters tall, with crimson eyes and a robust physique, forcefully pushed a girl in a class 9. The students in the front rows were intimidated by his imposing presence and hurriedly fled the scene. As he entered and surged forward, Chun Xian stumbled and fell to the ground, fortunately breaking her fall with her hands, sustaining no significant injuries. The boy who had knocked her down, Chun Wentian, still possessed those fervent, red eyes and a heavy breath, yet wore an excited expression. He raised his middle finger downward, gesturing insultingly. You think I need to apologize to you to enter the classroom? Huh? Speak now. Answer me, you fat pig. Chapter 10. The First Battle. You'd be ignored even if you went out to sell yourself. Insulted by such words, Chun Xian believed that as a blossoming girl just beginning her first year of high school, it was not unreasonable for her to demand an apology from this individual. Refusing? Then you shall not return to class. Of course, this was merely a pretext. A threat? No, it was just a scare tactic. She intended to return class. After all, it was the first day of evening self-study, and she ought to show some respect to the class teacher. However, before that, she aimed to give this fellow a good thrashing. Forcing him to apologize would be granting him an opportunity. Unexpectedly, he bellowed and forcefully shoved her, pushing her into the classroom. To be honest, this was not her true strength. Standing at 165 meters and weighing over 160 pounds lent her a sense of confidence. She was intimidated by this person, whose eyes blazed red and whose veins bulged like a madman. She feared he might burst a blood vessel. Yet now his derogatory remark, "Fat pig," snapped her back to reality, igniting a fiery determination within her. What arrogance do you possess? A fat pig preening as if it were beautiful? You merely inflate the cost of rice in this world. Chun Wentian scoffed, turning to stride toward his seat while declaring, Don't provoke me again. I have plenty of strength and means to deal with pigs like you. Damn, Tiangu is incredible, not just killing but also targeting the heart. Zhang Longcheng, who had witnessed the entire scene, exclaimed in a hushed tone. Just as he finished speaking, Chun Xian, who had been lying on the ground, stirred. Fool, don't run. Face me. I'm getting serious. Chun Xian quickly rose, her face flushed, resembling an enraged gorilla. Her first words reminded Chun Wentian that she was ready for battle. Her second proclaimed the conflict had escalated. As Chun Wentian turned, she charged forward. Though her attack wasn't particularly sophisticated, the sheer force of her advance was overwhelming. Chun Wentian, observing the charging Chun Xian, momentarily lost his composure, but then, gritting his teeth, he chose to confront her head-on. Damn it, come on. Veins bulged from his hands once more, his eyes reddening, and he appeared somewhat ferocious. Slightly sidestepping and lowering his center of gravity, he prepared to face Chun Xian directly. The classmates were momentarily dazed, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity in the scene. Wasn't this reminiscent of the first day when Pang Li collided with Su Qingfeng? However, Su Qingfeng had appeared far more composed back then. The details were inconsequential. The process was similar. What mattered was the outcome. Would it mirror Su Qingfeng's? With the weak overcoming the strong? Ouch! A cry of pain rang out. Chun Wentian found himself lacking the strength to resist. He was nearly sent flying in the clash, though he managed to remain upright, losing the initiative as Chun Xian prepared for her next strike. At that moment, Chun Wentian realized that sheer mass significantly impacted combat effectiveness. What he had witnessed days prior with Pang Li and Su Qingfeng was an exception. Pang Li had simply been feigning strength. Under the pressure of their brawl, they spiraled into close combat. Though still at a disadvantage, he was not without the means to retaliate. Fueled by that frantic energy, he skillfully countered occasionally. As they battled, students instinctively fled the area, clearing the makeshift battleground. At that moment, Long Huafeng stepped forward. Stop, you two. Don't fight any longer. Please, someone intervene. Unfortunately, few paid him any mind. Even if someone did, they merely chuckled in response. I wouldn't dare intervene. If they take me down too, what then? Class leader. You're so brave, why don't you step in? This fellow, who had initially seemed capable when he first assumed the role of class leader, had since revealed his true nature, wielding authority like a feather duster. His most infamous moment was when he questioned why no one was talking after imposing a silence. Amidst the commotion, some watched the spectacle, while others fled. A few eager onlookers even began to commentate. Tiangu is employing close combat. But his opponent has too much stamina. The thick skin likely reflects damage back. The effectiveness is rather mediocre. Wow. Chen Xin is using a flurry of slaps. And the results are outstanding. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Long Huafeng felt a chill in his limbs. A sense of helplessness washed over him. He was momentarily at a loss for what to do. In this moment of crisis, a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling Su Qingfeng's remarkable intervention in the cafeteria. Instinctively, he turned to Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng, could you lend a hand? His plea was met with disdainful glances from several classmates. What nonsense was this? Su Qingfeng was even smaller than Chen Wentian, although he had a record of not falling when struck by Pang Li after a few days of military training. Who didn't he know that Pang Li was merely a coward? Pang Li noticed the shift in attention, feeling the weight of many gazes upon him, especially that of Yifeijian, who looked decidedly displeased. Ignoring the class leader's request, Su Qingfeng remained seated in the middle of the front row, indifferent to the unfolding battle since it hadn't affected him. However, he cast a curious glance at the hand tugging at his sleeve. It was Lin Qingyue, who had come over to seek refuge from the fray. Sensing the scrutiny, she lowered her head slightly, whispering, "Yes, just ignore it. Don't get involved." Su Qingfeng remained silent, merely turning his gaze back to the clash, observing his classmates engage in combat. With a scoff, Pang Li decided to take action. Earlier, he had noticed that Li Shi and Yu Anan had stepped out, likely to fetch the class teacher. This was a golden opportunity to redeem his reputation. He intended to exploit the cowardice of his classmates and the admiration of the female students, seeking the class teacher's praise to erase the taint of his nickname. He rose from the back row and walked toward the front, shoving past Yifeijian with force. "Step aside. If you want to help during a fight, don't just stand there watching. If you want to intervene, I will." Confident that his moral high ground would overshadow all opposition, he believed that anyone who dared obstruct him was merely prolonging the conflict. But at the tender age of 16 or 17, who cared for such matters? Having previously suppressed his disdain, he could no longer contain himself. Who could endure such audacity? Indeed, Yifeijian could no longer hold back. "Damn you, coward. I've tolerated you long enough." Without a hint of hesitation, he launched himself forward, delivering a fierce punch straight into Pang Li's abdomen. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, the force was insufficient, and Pang Li, with his tough skin and strong build, merely shook it off, furrowing his brow. Something felt amiss. Was this fellow truly that resilient? Yifeijian felt a bit bewildered, yet he understood that certain things must not be halted once begun. He quickly advanced, intending to unleash a flurry of quick strikes. But it was too late. Pang Li's countenance darkened as his combat instincts flared, with a powerful thrust of both palms. Yifeijian felt as though he were confronting a black bear. That unparalleled strength instantly knocked his outstretched hand aside, while one hand gripped his collar and pushed him backward, the other already striking out, first to his abdomen, then to his left shoulder. Pain surged through him, so intense that he wanted to cry out, yet he stifled it, too embarrassed to do so. He had boasted in the dorm that Pang Li was no match for him with just one hand, and now he was being humiliated like this. Ultimately, he could not contain a groan of agony. Pang Li, filled with pride, thought to teach this insolent fool a lesson since he had dared to jump in. Suddenly, his eyes flickered as he spotted Su Qingfeng not far away. He felt a twinge of annoyance, for directly in front of him to the right stood a lovely girl. Unbeknownst to him, he had maneuvered from the back of the fourth row to near the second row, with that kid right beside him. At this distance, he could reach him in just a couple of steps. Should he seize this opportunity to teach him a lesson as well? He made a swift decision, taking a few steps closer, causing those nearby to hastily retreat from the battlefield. Yet, Pang Li did not approach too close, fearing that Su Qingfeng might also flee. Instead, he reached the back and delivered a fierce kick that sent a table and chair toppling, which eventually swayed towards Su Qingfeng. Soon after, Su Qingfeng stood up, and noticing this, he slapped Yifeijian before forcefully pushing him towards Su Qingfeng. "Little coward, catch your useless big brother. If you want to step up, I will." Seeing Su Qingfeng catch the somewhat dazed Yifeijian, he chuckled lightly and prepared to charge toward another battleground. At that moment, he felt invincible. Wait, a voice rang out, causing him to pause. Turning around, he found Su Qingfeng standing before him. "You've disturbed me," he stated. Chapter 11. The Final Challenger. The onlookers were left in a state of confusion. Could they not see the situation clearly? This guy was likely just pretending during military training to make things easier on himself. From the earlier display, he was no weakling. He was clearly a black bear. Now, to provoke him further was akin to courting disaster. Look, even Yifeijian, who was larger and possessed some combat experience, had been silenced after just a few punches. And here stood this seemingly gentle scholar, who ought to refrain from getting involved. Lin Qingluo was stunned. She had been right next to them. But Su Qingfeng had darted over without her noticing. Zhao Wenxia and Lu Zirong snapped back to reality, intending to intervene. Yet, it was already too late. In their line of sight, Pang Li wore a triumphant expression, showing no hesitation as he directed his assault at Su Qingfeng, executing his familiar smooth combo. However, to Su Qingfeng, those moves were fraught with flaws, moving at snail's pace. Su Qingfeng extended his hand, catching both of Pang Li's palms. Pang Li was taken aback, feeling as though he had collided with a mountain, an immovable force against which he could exert no power. In the next instant, he felt his hands pinned down as though crushed under two mountains, a sharp pain coursing through him, threatening to shatter his bones. A desperate thought arose within him. If only these two mountains would relent, he would do anything. Then, astonishingly, the pressure vanished. But in the next heartbeat, a more intense wave of danger surged within him. A stabbing pain radiated from his abdomen. Looking forward, he saw Su Qingfeng retracting his leg. "Oh, I've been kicked away," he thought. In no time, before the crowd could react, Pang Li was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall. This was no television drama. It was a genuine, forceful flight. The sheer aesthetic of violence, an extraordinary scene beyond reason, unfolded in reality, delivering a visceral shock that made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Pain, intense pain, surged through him. His abdomen felt as though it were ablaze, and his entire body seemed to be disintegrating. In that moment, Pang Li grasped the vast disparity in strength. That overwhelming power was something he could never hope to match. As he gazed at the figure steadily approaching him, an overwhelming fear surged within him, prompting him to consider feigning unconsciousness. Before he could react, Su Qingfeng had already arrived beside him, delivering two sharp slaps to his face, causing it to swell slightly. Thinking of pretending to be unconscious now, Pang Li's pupils dilated in shock, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a single coherent word. At that moment, he was genuinely frightened. This fellow exuded an overwhelming aura, his gaze piercing like a dagger. Truth be told, he even wondered if this person had taken a life before, perhaps escaping jail due to his age. Yet, further contemplation was futile. Observing the terror in Pang Li's eyes, Su Qingfeng understood that he had thoroughly frightened him. Though only ordinary punches and kicks, the psychological pressure he exerted was formidable, inflicting harm while also instilling fear. For those weak of spirit, the effects could linger long after. Feeling a sense of ennui, he did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he extended his hand, grasping Pang Li's collar, and began to drag him as effortlessly as one would handle a mop. Pang Li could struggle, but he dare not. Meanwhile, the ninth class had descended into silence. Even Chun Wentian and Chun Exen, who had been engaged in battle moments earlier, stood frozen, gazing in horror. This display of raw power and violence instinctively caused them to hold their breath. With a thud, Su Qingfeng flung Pang Li forward, creating a resounding crash. "You've made a mess of these tables. Set them right and apologize to each one." Su Qingfeng spoke calmly, without mentioning any consequences. Yet Pang Li sprang to his feet, diligently righting the tables and chairs he had knocked over, apologizing with every piece he restored, even bowing deeply to the surrounding classmates. Despite the pain coursing through his hands, even though his entire body felt as if it might fall apart, he persisted. Meanwhile, the onlookers remained silent, no one daring to speak. Su Qingfeng cast a glance at Chun Wentian and Chun Exine, who were standing in the aisle of the fourth group. They both jolted, scattering to begin tidying the disarrayed tables and chairs. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, their actions were swift. The way the others regarded Su Qingfeng began to shift. Goodness! Initially thinking Pang Li was a weakling who had merely stumbled when colliding with Su Qingfeng, it now appeared that it was not Pang Li's frailty, but rather Su Qingfeng's exceptional strength. It was hard to fathom that hidden within his seemingly slender physique lay such explosive power. Many had questions they wished to ask, but in light of Su Qingfeng's earlier display of terrifying strength, none dared to voice them, quietly returning to their desks. "I apologize for disturbing you earlier." Pang Li finally approached Su Qingfeng's desk, bowing in apology. Afterward, he shifted his stance and offered another apology, one directed at the desk and another at Su Qingfeng himself. The pain in his wrist continued to serve as a haunting reminder of the terror before him, rendering him timid and cautious. Upon noticing that Su Qingfeng had not even cast a glance in his direction, he felt no sense of humiliation. Rather, a wave of relief washed over him. Gradually, he stepped back and returned to his desk. All the students remained quietly seated, a scene that greeted their homeroom teacher, Goming, upon his arrival. He surveyed the room with a stern expression, noting the complete silence that enveloped the already subdued class. Initially taken aback, he turned back. Disbelief etched across his face as he glanced toward Li Shi and Yu Anan, as if to convey, wasn't there supposed to be a ruckus? Li Shi and Yu Anan were equally astonished. Had it not been for Chen Wentian and Chen Xian's bruised faces, they might have suspected they were merely dreaming. Chen Wentian, Chen Xian, Long Huafeng, step forward, he commanded. A ripple of apprehension coursed through the students. Was the teacher here to hold them accountable? The boys in the back row, particularly those sitting near Yi Feijian, silently conspired, deciding that if the teacher indeed sought to reprimand anyone, they would rally behind Su Qingfeng. Pang Li was simply too despicable. Before long, the teacher returned, his demeanor icy. Foolishness, engaging in play in class, resulting in bruises. This is a place for learning, not brawling. After a lengthy admonition, he summarized. Fortunately, our class possesses a sense of collective awareness, managing to quell the situation before it escalated. In this regard, Pang Li, Yi Feijian, and Su Qingfeng, you performed admirably. The students were taken aback. Oh, is it really like that? But upon reflection, it seemed plausible enough. Comparatively, Su Qingfeng's act of kicking someone across the room was far more dramatic. Subsequently, the teacher summoned Chen Wentian and Chen Xian. Consider this a warning. Return and write a 1,000-word reflection. Should this occur again, you will face formal punishment. Chapter 12. Don't blow your cover. The evening study period at 3rd High School extend from 7 p.m. to 9:40 p.m., with a brief intermission of 10 minutes. Typically, a segment of evening reading precedes. But with no class yet in session and textbooks unissued, such a routine was non-existent. However, there was still a task at hand, distributing the textbooks. After taking attendance, the homeroom teacher instructed the boys to assist in transporting the books. Given the weight of the volumes, a few boys alone could not manage. Su Qingfeng was also on the list of helpers, which he accepted without objection. He followed the main group downstairs. As they departed, the previously silent classroom began to buzz with activity, as discussions inevitably turned to the recent events. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shi and Yu Anan inquired among familiar classmates about what transpired during their absence. As the tales unfolded, expressions of astonishment surfaced. The accounts contradicted Long Huafeng's entirely. Though the outcome might have been the same, the manner in which events unfolded bore the stark difference between a gentle breeze and a tornado. It was genuinely hard to believe that within those few fleeting minutes of seeking a teacher, such a series of events transpired in the classroom. There was no intention of informing the teacher. What had happened was in the past. Li Shi cast a glance at Su Qingfeng's seat, recalling the scene of him. Unfazed by the blazing sun, with not a drop of sweat to be seen, his breath steady. Truly impressive physical resilience, she mused. Suddenly, Lu Zirong exclaimed, drawing a small circle of attention. What's the matter? We were having a fine conversation, and you just shout out of the blue? Zhao Wenxia asked. Lu Zirong, brimming with excitement, replied, Wenxia, could it be that the weightlifting champion in the cafeteria is Su Qingfeng? That would make perfect sense. No way. That's entirely plausible. Zhao Wenxia's eyes lit up as if she had unearthed a secret. The surrounding girls were equally taken aback. Was this not Su Qingfeng's first display of prowess? Su Qingfeng, you still claim you've never trained? That kick was so fast it left no trace. Not long after, Wu Jiang approached, offering a piece of gum with a tone of exhilaration. Su Qingfeng replied, as I mentioned before, I possess innate strength. Brother, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Yi Feijian also stepped forward, his tone sincere. His gratitude was genuine. At that moment, a somewhat handsome yet robust boy approached, saying, Brother Feng, it's fortunate you intervened. Otherwise, given that fatty's strength, he might have truly quelled the fight. When the teacher arrived, he single-handedly stopped the brawl while we lacked the spirit of unity, merely spectators to our classmates' conflict. Su Qingfeng regarded him, recognition dawning. Huang Daoran, the most sociable boy in the back row, was known for his sharp gaming skills and kind nature. In their previous lives, they had shared many conversations. Damn, if that were the case, it would be more painful than death. Yi Feijian exclaimed. Now it's about the same, as I'm left to bear the brunt of it. Su Qingfeng remarked. The group paused, then shared a laugh, feeling a newfound camaraderie with Su Qingfeng. Yi Feijian gave a thumbs up. That's different. Your performance made the guy at fault suffer, while I only felt exhilarated. Indeed, it was more thrilling than watching a movie. Wu Jiang chimed in. Truly impressive. Huang Daoran added. With many hands working together, from transporting the textbooks to their distribution, the first evening study session had yet to conclude. Gazing at the stacked books, Su Qingfeng felt a wave of nostalgia and pulled out his Chinese textbook. In his previous years of study, he would always delve into the interesting articles within upon receiving the textbooks. As he revisited them now, he found them surprisingly enjoyable. However, it was also a different experience. In the past, he might have only retained a vague understanding after a single read, forgetting the details over time. Yet now, he could absorb every nuance effortlessly. Although he had largely forgotten his high school knowledge, keeping pace was still a breeze. Before long, the teacher had urgent matters to attend to and left the class in someone else's care. Yuanin, seated at the podium, silently read, her expression composed and graceful, causing many boys to glance up occasionally. Beauty always brings joy to the heart. Meanwhile, Long Huafeng, seated beneath, gritted his teeth, his expression conflicted. He naturally harbored feelings for Yuanin, given her attractiveness, but he thought, that seat should rightfully belong to me. The remainder of the evening study period passed without incident, with Su Qingfeng engrossed in his reading, diligently honing his skills. At 9:40 p.m., the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Su Qingfeng stepped out, wheeling his bicycle towards the school gate, scanning the surroundings. Soon, a figure waved at him. Li Yun. What's going on with you? Su Qingfeng asked as he approached. Aren't you usually riding your electric bike? He had received a message from Aunt Wu, instructing him to escort the girl home. Such a detour posed no inconvenience. Li Yun clambered onto the rear seat of his bicycle, exclaiming, enough talking. Let's south hit the road. Go, go, go. Feijuan barbecue is on me. Su Qingfeng had no objections. He too planned to grab a bite. Yet, after only a short distance, the girl behind expressed her dissatisfaction. Hey, I'm trying to build suspense here. And you're not even going to ask? Su Qingfeng remained silent. Then she could no longer contain herself. I was summoned by my parents, you see. My mother brought me here for evening study. Let me elaborate. I am an injured soldier participating in military training, and naturally, I feel somewhat unwell. During a break, I purchased a can of 8 treasure porridge, and as I reached the final sip, an epiphany struck me. That's enough of that, Su Qingfeng interjected. Li Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Has it even reached your ears? Does the instructor have smelly feet? Not at all, Li Yun replied decisively, though her expression softened a moment later. Well, there might be a hint of odor. However, the official narrative is that I suffered from heat stroke due to excessive exercise and vomited. I only managed a little before the sight of my own vomit made me lose it entirely. Please don't let it slip. Chapter 13. The contest. Military training continued. And today, the students appeared markedly different from yesterday, exhibiting a notable calmness. Instructor Long could distinctly perceive the change. Typically, this group of students, regardless of their academic prowess, included several robust individuals whose rebellious gazes were quite defiant. Without exerting substantial effort, he might struggle to maintain authority over them. They often stirred up mischief during breaks, which, although manageable, was still somewhat vexing. Yet today, an unexpected tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. That look in their eyes resembled his own from years past, when he boasted a formidable physique and believed he could achieve great things in the military, only to be humbled by seasoned veterans. However, he did not dwell on it, as he was not one to delve into the depths of such thoughts. This was quite satisfactory, as it spared him trouble. Conducting the military training in a standard manner. With the sun blazing overhead, he prepared to lead the group to a shaded area for a brief respite, when suddenly his attention was caught. On the mobilization podium of the playground, his colleague Zhang Xiong was engaged in an arm wrestling match with a young man, with 5 others lined up behind him. It was evident they were preparing for a relay challenge against the instructors. Oh, is this a quest for revenge? Zhang Xiong was the instructor who had lost a basketball game the previous day, much to their amusement in the dormitory. The young man in front of him was none other than Wei Zan, who had triumphed over him. This was quite commendable. It could salvage his reputation. He held Zhang Xiong's arm strength in high regard. After contemplating, he changed his mind and headed toward that group. Noticing the challengers were few, he decided to burden this fellow a bit more. Hadn't he always boasted about being able to take on 10 opponents back in the military? This time, let him face 10. As he approached, he called out, "Old Zhang, I'm here, huh?" Before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place and burst into laughter. The arm wrestling duel had already concluded. A student had pinned Zhang Xiong's hand down on the table with such speed that it produced a sharp crack. What a joke. And he is supposed to be in a relay challenge? First one down in an instant. He laughed heartily, and Zhang Xiong, noticing his mirth, wore a rather unpleasant expression. What is more humiliating than losing face? It is losing face while being observed by acquaintances. My apologies, instructor. I thought you were prepared. Shall we start over? A bright voice rang out, and Zhang Xiong snapped back to reality, as Wei Zan had already taken his hand and returned to the original position. Zhang Xiong was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't been entirely unprepared. He had simply underestimated his opponent and hadn't exerted his full strength. Yet, he believed that if he applied himself fully, Victory was still within reach. All right, let us do it again. With the ladder extended, he naturally had to oblige. This student was impressive, both in strength and demeanor. The slight annoyance that had lingered in his heart vanished entirely, replaced by a newfound admiration. Thus, after they both declared their readiness, they exerted force and began the official contest. Their arms flexed with visible veins as they strained against one another. The observing girls widened their eyes, not out of interest in the instructor, but rather in awe of Wei Zan, whose arm, enhanced by his good looks, was indeed appealing in their eyes. However, the situation was not favorable. Although Wei Zan persisted, he found himself at a disadvantage. "Come on," a girl instinctively shouted. This rallying cry ignited a wave of encouragement among the students of Class 1. "Wei Zan, go. Don't lose." Remarkably, this cheer proved effective, allowing him to regain some ground. "You're doing great, Zan. Just like before, crush the instructor." A boy in the crowd bellowed. Wei Zan's mouth twitched, and Zhang Xiong's face darkened. With a resounding slap, the contest concluded. Zhang Xiong emerged victorious. "Shall we go again? Best 2 out of 3? Wei Zan rose, shaking his head. "No thanks, instructor. You're quite strong, and I can't match you. Let the next person come up." Zhang Xiong nodded and turned to Instructor Long. "What else with that sinister smile? Were you plotting?" Instructor Long replied, "Didn't you often boast about being able to take on 10 opponents during your time in the battalion? I'm giving you a chance now. There are already 6 here. Should I find you 4 more? Come on, as if I couldn't gather 10 people." Zhang Xiong retorted, unwilling to engage in arm wrestling with an onlooker present. Today's students are truly well-developed and strong. If he faced 5 or 6 like Wei Zan, he'd soon tire out. Winning was fine, but losing would be utterly embarrassing. Unless, of course, he could bring someone down with him. Thus, he proposed, "Didn't you also claim you could take on 10? Let us team up. Your group can challenge me, and mine can challenge you. We'll see who can pin down the most opponents. The losers will treat everyone to drinks. What do you say?" The students from Class 1 erupted in excitement, their youthful spirits ignited by such a spectacle. However, the expressions of the students from Class 9 grew increasingly peculiar. A contest of strength? In the next instant, the atmosphere exploded. "Don't hesitate, instructor. Take him on. You're bound to win. Instructor, just sit tight and watch us soar." What a joke. How could he possibly withdraw from a guaranteed victory? With the mood at this juncture, Instructor Long had no choice but to acquiesce. "Since you're all so confident, there's nothing more to say. Those who consider themselves the strongest 10, step forward and take down that fellow." After speaking, he moved to the other side of Instructor Zhang Xiong, grateful that there were plenty of tables and chairs around from the previous speech. Zhang Xiong addressed Class 1. "Show this uncle your strength. You are both scholarly and martial." "Yes." Wei Zan stepped up once more, taking the lead. He possessed considerable strength and explosive power. If he seized the opportunity, he might just win again, much like he had against his own instructor. However, it was expected that the instructor would grant him a modicum of face, while the other team, well, who could say? Yet, there was a moment of hesitation in Class 9 as no one immediately stepped forward, leaving others puzzled. Until Qingfeng stepped out, the formation suddenly stirred. Instructor Long's brows twitched as he observed, for even the smallest and thinnest boy had followed suit. He suspected he had been set up. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He could play along. Soon, the first round of participants was ready. He fixed his gaze on Wei Zan, tightening his muscles. Having already discerned the boy's considerable strength, there were no referees. Both sides merely exchanged a word of readiness, and the battle commenced. A surge of power surged forth, and as expected, the boy was quite formidable. Bang! A sharp sound emanated from next door, signaling the end of the contest. Instructor Long's expression darkened, and he gripped harder. He too needed to quicken his pace. At that moment, cheers and shouts of victory erupted from Class 9. He was momentarily taken aback. A sound of astonishment came from Zhang Xiong beside him. "What the hell?" Chapter 14, Military Training concludes. "Ha! Those guys from Class 1 were ecstatic just a moment ago, and now they can't even make a sound." Those fellows thought victory was already in their grasp, unaware that a mere flick from Brotherphone was already pushing their class to its limits. The instructor's expression was also noteworthy. He had clearly intended to annihilate Feng, but ended up being the one annihilated. Do you think Instructor Long might have gone easy on them? Perhaps to spare Zhang's embarrassment, he decided to concede in the 3rd round. During the break, the students of Class 9 sipped on the cola bought by Instructor Zhang, their faces alight with excitement as they chatted in groups about the spectacle they had just witnessed. The sense of honor among high school students was palpable, especially when facing opponents from the elite experimental class, trained by their instructors. Qingfeng's slight display of prowess garnered applause, momentarily placing him at the center of attention among the boys. He remained humble, not allowing his demeanor to disrupt the atmosphere. The military training continued, and while the subsequent days brought forth some challenges, they were swiftly resolved, maintaining a general sense of calm. Throughout these days of interaction, the 50-odd students in the class began to form a rudimentary understanding of one another, forging bonds with those they resonated with. The campus was not like the world outside. Yet high school students were no longer children, adhering to their own social codes. They mingled with peers who shared similar interests. Over the course of a few days, subtle cliques began to emerge. Gamers, fashion enthusiasts, and diligent learners. Due to his display of strength, many in the class developed a deeper understanding of Su Qingfeng, with several approaching him to strike up conversations. Su Qingfeng maintained a demeanor of reluctant engagement, neither initiating nor rejecting these interactions. This approach implied he had conversed with many, yet without delving too deeply into any relationship. Most were unconcerned, recognizing that it was just the beginning, and that things would evolve naturally. However, some more sensitive individuals felt somewhat uncomfortable. Su Qingfeng exuded an air of detachment, viewing them from a higher vantage point, which, while intimidating due to his demonstrated prowess, left them feeling a touch of disdain. This was high school, a place of learning, not a return to the juvenile antics of middle school, yet outwardly, all remained amicable. Before long, it was the evening of the 8th, and the basic components of military training had concluded. They awaited the final performance the next day, a showcase of their training accomplishments before the leaders, followed by a break until the following Monday, when evening classes would officially resume. In the period leading up to the evening class, the relationships among classmates reached a honeymoon phase. Gamers played, and conversationalists chatted. Upon returning to their desks, Su Qingfeng noticed Wu Jiang engaged in a one-on-one match of Honor of Kings with Lu Zirong, while Zhao Wenxia observed beside Lu, acting as the cheer squad. Upon spotting Su Qingfeng, Zhao immediately abandoned Lu and turned to him. This girl had taken to chatting with him frequently, posing various questions. The classic scenario unfolded when Su Qingfeng and Lu, as the information hub, had differing views on a topic, leading them to glance his way. Su Qingfeng, care for duel? She asked, brandishing her phone. Class is about to start, Su Qingfeng replied, shaking his head. Humph, with your skills, you can't even best me. Yet you dare challenge Brother Feng? Wu Jiang chuckled lightly. Having played against Su Qingfeng, he knew his reflexes and awareness were extraordinarily sharp, certainly at a level above that of a champion. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh no, a big flash," and hurriedly maneuvered his controls. Amidst a black screen, he perished as the battle reached its climax, with Lu Zirong leading the minions to conclude the fight. Umph. You're no better, Lu Zirong remarked. I was just distracted, he replied. I was also distracted, Zhao Wenxia chimed in. Wu Jiang fell silent. Yet, Zhao continued. What do you think are our chances of placing in the top 3 in tomorrow's performance? Wu Jiang responded. There's hope. Our class has been performing decently. Let us do our best. We should have a chance, Lu Zirong added, ever the informed one. They were yet to formally compete, and didn't he wish to undermine their own prestige. Su Qingfeng interjected. It's quite difficult. Some classes excel in their training, while others are still practicing. Only if we exceed expectations might we have a chance. In his previous life, their class had not secured banner. Though he had been reborn and accomplished some things, the overall changes were not significant. If we all had your level of skill, victory would be assured, Lu Zirong mused. Su Qingfeng remained non-committal. That would be exceedingly difficult. The instructors have no faults to pick at. They can only praise us, Wu Jiang quipped. Damn it. I was looking forward to enjoying the snacks our homeroom teacher bought while watching a movie. Zhao Wenxia pouted, her little complaint sounding more like a playful whine. That experience is still within reach, Su Qingfeng reassured. Indeed, high school life is just beginning. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead, Zhao Wenxia remarked. Before throwing out another topic, have you all noticed that after the performance tomorrow, we'll have a break, and when we return, it will only be 4 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival? Before long, the class bell rang, and their homeroom teacher, Geming, arrived punctually, though he did not enter. Instead, he called 2 boys outside. Before long, the trio returned, laden with several large bags of snacks and 2 chilled cases of canned cola. The students' hearts stirred, and they sensed that their speculation would soon become reality. Homeroom teacher Geming addressed the class from the podium. I previously mentioned that if we secured a top 3 finish in the military training performance, we'd treat you to a movie and snacks. However, upon further reflection, I've decided against it. It feels like I'm merely trying to entice you. We still have a long time together, and I hope we can all get along well, not just between teacher and students, but among you classmates as well. Of course, this doesn't mean you should take tomorrow's performance lightly. I hope you will approach everything with full concentration and dedication. Now, a few students come help distribute these. The students, brimming with excitement, erupted into applause. Watching a film is not particularly remarkable. However, experiencing it within the confines of the classroom imbues it with a distinctive essence, a sense of liberated joy. Subsequently, the homeroom teacher activated the projector and selected a film to screen. Did you know about this beforehand? Zhao Wenxiao inquired with a curious tilt of her head. Su Qingfeng refrained from responding immediately, his gaze fixated on the snacks, fruits, and beverages allocated to him, seemingly more plentiful than in his previous life. In that lifetime, many classmates were similarly moved, expressing their determination to perform well in the upcoming exhibition and not bring shame upon themselves. Ultimately, while they did not disgrace themselves, they also failed to secure any awards. Years later, during casual reunions with familiar classmates, he learned that the tradition of treating others and watching films was a recurring gesture from their old homeroom teacher, Guming, for each graduating class. Upon hearing this, he smiled softly. Seeing it now, he felt the same. The day of the exhibition arrived swiftly, and they approached the process with earnest dedication. Consequently, Experimental Class 1, Experimental Class 2, and Class 13 secured the top 3 positions, celebrated with banners of commendation. Su Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback to receive a certificate of excellence, though it seemed within reason. After bidding farewell to the instructor and listening to the homeroom teacher's remarks, the morning passed, ushering in a 2.5-day holiday. Students burst forth from the campus like untamed steeds, eager to compensate for the hardships endured during military training. Su Qingfeng, however, remained unhurried, leisurely strolling around the campus before ultimately breaking through to the second level of Qi refinement within a secluded grove before slowly wheeling his bicycle out. Chapter 15. Feeling the increase and solidification of spiritual energy within him, Su Qingfeng found his cycling speed unconsciously quickening. Achieving the second level of Qi refinement in under 10 days is an exaggerated feat for most, yet for him, it felt rather ordinary. Nonetheless, it was reasonable. He had not fully immersed himself in the endeavor. This pace was quite pleasant, allowing him to enjoy life. However, to ensure a more comfortable future, he needed to undertake some tasks during the holiday. Before long, he halted as the path ahead became difficult to navigate. Dismounting, he strolled forward. Beyond a vast expanse of wasteland lay a pristine beach, untouched by development. Su Qingfeng was guided by his instincts to this location, which he perceived as the area in Weijiang City with the most concentrated spiritual energy. Following a few narrow paths, he came upon a warning sign. Ignoring it, he traversed the barren land and arrived at the wild sandy beach, where the water remained relatively clear. Reaching a rocky area, he selected a reasonably flat stone, placed his belongings, and then leapt into the sea. The water surged around him, bringing with it spiritual energy. Now he was passively and automatically cultivating, even surpassing the intensity of his dedicated practice in the dormitory. Yet, he understood that this was not his limit. Upon reaching the seabed of the shallow waters, he paused momentarily before picking up 2 smooth stones from a rocky area, carelessly stowing them away before continuing his descent. Eventually, he found himself in a location where the sky was invisible above and the bottom was obscured, surrounded by an absence of rocks. In this vastness, it felt as though he were the sole inhabitant of the world. An ordinary person in such a position might well succumb to despair. But Su Qingfeng instead experienced a profound sense of comfort. The surrounding water was rich in spiritual energy. As he operated his Tao technique, every pore of his body and his spirit began to breathe in a unique rhythm, absorbing the energy while the pressure around him pounded against his flesh. The spiritual energy within him began to circulate, nourishing and stabilizing his newly attained second level of Qi refinement. This form of training demanded immense physical and mental expenditure. Previously, at the first level of Qi refinement, his energy was insufficient and the quality was lacking, making it ill-suited for such rigorous training. Now, at the second level of Qi refinement, it was somewhat taxing. However, with his exceptional control, he managed to navigate it. After a sufficient duration, he ceased his focused cultivation, reserving some strength for the return journey. Upon opening his eyes, a vast array of marine life greeted him. They swam around him, creating a scene of extraordinary harmony, despite some being natural predators of others. Su Qingfeng felt no surprise. During his cultivation, the gathering of spiritual energy attracted these creatures, devoid of wisdom and instinctively drawn to him. His formidable spiritual power exerted a strong presence, establishing his surroundings as a domain. In this realm, beings lacking intelligence felt only one sensation. To dare to act against him would mean certain death. Noticing the stirrings of the aquatic creatures around him, some, having lingered for a while, began to approach passively. Su Qingfeng cast a glance before swimming towards the surface, causing the surrounding marine life to scatter in a frenzy. with only a few he had selectively chosen trailing behind him. Their following was not voluntary. Rather, it was a result of his overwhelming spiritual influence, hypnotizing them. Their limited intellect could not comprehend the need to break away, their instincts compelling them to follow the figure before them. This was also a reason for Qingfeng to retain some of his energy, for sustenance and potential profit. His monthly living expenses amounted to 1,000 yuan, which, based on his frugal habits from his previous life, sufficed, with some left over. However, now it was inadequate. Merely affording regular meals had become a struggle. After several days, he found himself with only a few dozen yuan remaining, uncertain if it would even last a day. Earning money was imperative. The ocean was a treasure trove, capable of significantly accelerating his cultivation while providing exquisite biological specimens to alleviate his financial woes, and acquiring them with his skills was not overly challenging. Now, testing his abilities, he reaped substantial rewards. Returning to the large rock, his belongings remained untouched. It was, after all, only 2 or 3 o'clock, the sun blazing fiercely. It was a time when the average person would not venture to such a wild beach. Qingfeng, however, was in no rush to depart. Sitting upon the rock, he activated his Tao technique to restore his expended spiritual energy, and after performing a cleansing ritual, he opened his eyes. He then began to gather the marine life he had brought with him. Under his nurturing spiritual energy, they emerged from the water unharmed, exhibiting vitality. In his hands, they transformed into docile little creatures. Placing a prepared green fishing net onto the water surface, he allowed the smaller creatures to swim in, fish, crabs, and shrimp, all together, and subsequently packed them into a black plastic bag. With him present, there was no need to worry about them fighting and ruining their taste. The larger specimens, intended for sale, consisted of 2 notable fish, which he did not treat with excessive care, stringing them through the gills with a prepared rope to ensure they remain alive until sold. With one hand grasping the 2 large fish and the other holding the bag, he approached his mountain bike. He balanced the bag on his left hand while gripping the handlebars, setting off on his ride. The initial stretch of the route was relatively quiet, but as he traversed a desolate path and entered a more populated area, he became the center of attention. After all, the 2 vividly colored, impressive E-star grouper were simply too eye-catching. Qingfeng occasionally heard exclamations of astonishment from passers-by. "Hey, brother, are you selling fish? I'll pay a handsome price." A voice rang out, causing Qingfeng to pause. A little effort saved could be quite beneficial if the price was right. A middle-aged man, somewhat plump and dressed simply, approached him on an electric bike, his eyes fixated on the 2 prized grouper, brimming with excitement. He pulled out a thick stack of bills from his wallet, which, upon closer inspection, amounted to just over 2,000 yuan. "Little brother, I'll take all your fish." Qingfeng chuckled. In his previous life, a classmate of his had a stroke of luck while fishing and caught a 6-pound grouper, selling it to a restaurant for a tidy sum, garnering a lot of envy. It was then that he became acquainted with this species of fish, which fetched over 400 yuan per pound in the wild, and if it weighed over 5 pounds, the price would rise even more. This had sparked a frenzy for beachcombing, and though he had joined in, he only managed to catch a few small fish. Thus, his decision to keep only 2 grouper this time was a small nod to his past life. Both of these fish weighed over 10 pounds, which felt like an unfair advantage due to his youth and inexperience in the market. "No, that's too much. Just 200 will suffice," he replied. The middle-aged man's heart raced, his face flushed with surprise at such a bargain. "Really? You're not joking, are you? Weren't you the one who started the jokes?" Qingfeng, Zet Bonde. Chapter 16. New neighbors arrive wild, absolutely wild, and in such prime condition. Are they alive? Wow. Where on earth did you catch them? Forgive my curiosity, but next time you have something good, remember to bring it over. Let us add each other on WeChat. The man continued, "Hey, you've got quite a haul in that bag. Mind if I take some off your hands? Mackerel, small lobsters, blue crabs, flower crabs. An impressive variety. Wait, is it a ratfish? More than one. Hold on, buddy, are you really mixing ratfish with all these? Not for sale. Just for yourself? You can't do that. Even if it's just one, sell me one." Amidst the manager Huang Haibaw's exclamations of surprise and his final pleas, Qingfeng concluded the transaction. Afterward, he went to the market to purchase a few items before riding back home. Upon exiting the elevator, the 7th floor was not as quiet as usual. Instead, it was filled with the sounds of footsteps and chatter. New tenants had moved in. This had not occurred in his previous life, but he paid it no mind and continued on his way to his room. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He sensed a distinct change in the atmosphere. It was a subtle shift that might go unnoticed by ordinary individuals, but his keen perception immediately recognized something amiss. The air felt thick and substantial, as if something was solidifying the surroundings. With years of experience in refining energy, he quickly pinpointed the material, Kongming stone. This exceptionally rare material, if of high quality, would be superb for crafting, arraying, or alchemy. He promptly resolved to acquire this stone. Following that sensation, he soon found himself at his doorstep, though not his own home, but that of the neighbors. A scene unfolded before his perception. A couple was admonishing a young girl. "Since you insist on coming, I won't stop you, but remember, if you encounter any difficulties, contact your uncle directly." The middle-aged man's tone was sincere, his expression serious. Living well is important, but studying in a tranquil environment is still not as convenient as being at home. The middle-aged woman sighed, though a glimmer of joy shone in her eyes. The girl being lectured was none other than Lin Qingla, whom Su Qingfeng recognized. After military training, she had moved out of her relative's home to rent here, he deduced. Paying no further attention, he continued to seek the source of that wave, quickly honing in on a pure black, rounded stone resting atop a box on the refrigerator, about the size of a baby's fist. A smirk crept across his lips. It could serve many purposes. As his thoughts returned, the couple finished their admonishment and headed toward the elevator. Su Qingfeng approached his room, briefly encountering them. The middle-aged man paused, momentarily stunned upon seeing Su Qingfeng, then nodded amicably. Su Qingfeng returned the gesture politely. Just as he reached his door, the two entered the elevator, and he collided with Lin Qingla, who was just about to close her door. Upon seeing him, she froze for a moment before lifting her head and smiling. "Su Qingfeng, starting today, we are neighbors. I'm quite pleased with this room. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner as a simple thank you." "No need for that," Su Qingfeng replied, pointing to the stone atop the refrigerator. "If you truly want to express your gratitude, sell me that stone." He was direct. "What if I refuse?" he added, hinting at his determination to obtain it. However, the girl had done him no wrong, and he would later find a way to compensate her, something useful for her. Ultimately, it was better than leaving a valuable item unattended. Lin Qingla hesitated, not overthinking the matter. She walked over, retrieved the stone, and handed it to Su Qingfeng. "It's just a stone I picked up on the road. Take it if you want. There is no need for payment." "All right, understood." Su Qingfeng accepted it, then continued, "Wait, don't close the door." "Huh?" Lin Qingla, puzzled, watched as Su Qingfeng produced a key and entered without making her wait long. He emerged with a red plastic bag. "Here, I found this at sea. I heard it tastes quite good." He offered it to her without giving her a chance to refuse, stuffing it into her hands. It weighed 3 to 4 pounds. She looked down to find a fish, awkwardly cute, instinctively wanting to decline, but Su Qingfeng had already turned away, shutting the door behind him. Consequently, the words that had formed on her lips faded away, but she felt a wave of relief. The conversation was finally over. Once back in her room, she closed the door and stared at the odd fish, jesting, "You were exchanged for my little lucky stone. I hope you taste delightful." As she spoke, her smile gradually faded, and she leaned against the door. When she had spoken to Su Qingfeng just now, she had felt a fleeting escape. There had been more to say, so why had it turned into this? She murmured to herself, her face clouded with loneliness. Although she had never been particularly extroverted, she had once possessed confidence and spoke comfortably with others. When had she begun to change? It was after the car accident. Following that tragedy, her parents had departed, and that period of time was a blur. In her memories, all she could recall were the arguments among her uncles. By the time she looked back, she was already at the stage of choosing schools for her middle school entrance exam. That day, she remembered dreaming of her parents. The details were unclear, but she recalled their last words urging her to live well, to carry on. When she awoke that day, her pillow was wet, and she resolved to escape her predicament. Thus, she came to this city to pursue her studies. Lin Qingyue's uncle possesses a modest fortune, and her grandparents are at ease with her decision to pursue her studies in this locale. She initially believed this would herald a new chapter in her life. It is not to say that her uncle and aunt treat her poorly, quite the contrary. Unlike other uncles and aunts, her third uncle is financially secure and does not place importance on the compensation left by her parents. He is exceptionally kind to himself. Yet this meticulous care only serves to heighten her discomfort. Although her aunt outwardly agrees, it is apparent that she harbors some discontent, especially considering the prospect of a 3-year stay. Thus, she concocts various excuses and resolutely opts for independent accommodation. Why has she chosen to leave? She contemplates and analyzes, ultimately arriving at the same conclusion as before. She has grown timid and overly sensitive, instinctively retreating in the face of adversity. Henceforth, she resolves to instigate change. As she speaks, she carefully places the fish aside. With time still on her hands, she intends to indulge in a bit of reading and some smartphone leisure before commencing her culinary endeavors. Her culinary skills are commendable, prompting her uncle and aunt to provide her with knives and a cutting board alongside her new furniture. She sets the fish down and with a decisive chop declares, "I shall name you the fish of courage. May consuming you instill me with greater bravery." She prepares a stir-fried vegetable dish and a steamed fish. Initially, she aimed to cook just half, but the fish was so fresh and lively that she succumbed to temptation and prepared the entire thing. The outcome proved her right. It was truly delectable. The flavor was so exquisite that it nearly swept her tongue away. This fish is remarkable. I must inquire about its identity. Perhaps procure a couple more for that fellow across the way to savor my culinary prowess. She retrieves her phone, searching based on her recollections of the fish's characteristics, only to find herself astounded. Mouse grouper? Over 600 yuan per pound. In that moment, she is taken aback, her first thought being, surely Su Qingfeng is unaware of this fish's worth? I have struck an incredible bargain. Guilt begins to gnaw at her, stirring a sense of agitation as various thoughts swirl in her mind, even leading her to question whether Su Qingfeng has feelings for her. At last, she opens her chat with him and types, "The fish you gifted me is rather expensive. That piece of stone is hardly worth it." However, she aborts the message before completion, realizing it would portray her as someone lacking worldly experience. Furthermore, is it appropriate to mention this now? It has already been consumed. Such a statement would only cast her as greedy. You know that what you sent me was mouse grouper. She deletes that too, fearing it would suggest she is reveling in a fortunate find. After much internal conflict, she ultimately decides to send a message. After enjoying the fish you sent, I discovered it was delightful. I researched its identity and found it to be mouse grouper, valued at over 600 yuan per pound. Far too precious for that stone. I will reimburse you. I calculated that the fish weighs around 3 pounds. Would 2,000 yuan suffice? However, I currently lack that amount. So I will send you 500 now and the rest gradually. Transfers 500 yuan. Once she has sent the message and completed the transfer, Lin Qingwei sets her phone down and exhales. Although she has parted with a sum of money and incurred a loss, she feels an inexplicable sense of relief. Previously, while she would feel a pang of guilt, she would remain ensnared in indecision, debating whether to send a message until her guilt subsided. It was not the financial loss that troubled her, but the fear of the other person's words, be they good or bad. She dreaded confrontation. But now she has sent it. It is done. Chapter 17. The Spirit Gathering, Array, and Dinner. In his bedroom, Su Qingfeng, satiated and engaged in his studies, gazes at the 3 stones upon his desk, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The first 2 stones are marred with unsightly pits, yet within them lies the potential for spiritual energy, should he fully absorb this. It could significantly advance his cultivation to the 2nd level of Qi training. Initially, Su Qingfeng planned to utilize them that very night, but circumstances have shifted. His peripheral vision catches sight of a fist-sized empty spirit stone. He retrieves the empty spirit stone, allowing streams of spiritual energy to flow into it according to its unique rules, affecting a transformation. After more than an hour, he sets it down. As for the other 2 stones, he waits until his spiritual energy has sufficiently replenished before proceeding. With both stones in hand, he multitasks and improvises their enhancement. Remarkably, he completes this endeavor in just half an hour, and the 2 stones undergo a significant metamorphosis, no longer marred but transformed into smooth orbs the size of his thumb. Su Qingfeng places the 2 orbs atop the empty spirit stone, which exhibits a powerful attraction, firmly grasping them. He sets the arrangement upon his desk and quietly begins to attune to the energies present. Moments later, a smile graces his face as he perceives an increase in spiritual energy, now thrice that of usual levels. Using these 2 stones as catalysts and the empty spirit stone as a foundation, he meticulously arranges a spirit gathering array. Presently, the spiritual energy within his room is 3 times the normal amount. If he refrains from absorption, the energy will continue to accumulate. When he attends class, this energy will gather in his absence, and upon his return, he can absorb it, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. In truth, utilizing the empty spirit stone in this manner is a waste of its potential. Whether for crafting supreme flying swords, storage artifacts, or refining elixirs endowed with unique properties, it is an invaluable resource. Even in his previous life, he had encountered only 2 or 3 such stones. However, given his current status as a 2nd-level Qi practitioner, many techniques would require considerable effort. It is wiser to leverage this opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Once his skills reach greater heights, everything else will fall into place. Upon reflection, he considers himself quite fortunate. Having only begun his cultivation days ago, he has stumbled upon such a treasure. That girl is quite remarkable. He intends to offer her some recompense in the future. Speaking of which, he has some funds now, Perhaps he should explore the availability of special medicinal herbs for his practice. With this thought, Su Qingfeng picks up his phone from the desk, only to discover it is out of battery. Not surprising, as he hadn't charged it today. His phone is a second-generation Redmi, a budget device with a modest battery capacity. He connects it to the charger and stands by, using his spiritual sense to perceive the flow of electricity, analyzing the charging mechanism. Soon, he feels confident in his understanding. It's merely a refined application of lightning techniques, trivial compared to the vast tomes of scripture he studied in his past life. After unplugging the charger, he channels his spiritual energy, employing his lightning technique to initiate the charging process. Before long, he becomes proficient. He can even detach the battery and use his own lightning technique to continuously supply power while in use. Let us call this the charging technique Su Qingfeng uses, naming his newfound ability. He employs the charging technique on his phone, disconnecting the charger and powering it on. Someone is trying to reach me? Moments later, he receives a message and, upon opening it, discovers Lin Qingyue's lengthy note. I take your priceless treasure and casually toss you a fish I found. And you feel guilty? You think you've gained an unfair advantage and wish to compensate me beyond the value of the ingredients? No need. It is I who has profited immensely. As Su Qingfeng gazed at the words being displayed on the screen above, a sense of calm washed over him once more, only to be interrupted by the flickering text indicating that input was ongoing. What was this girl up to? A thought crossed his mind, and he extended his consciousness towards the door across the room. There he found Lin Qingla holding her phone, her fingers dancing across the screen with frenetic energy, her expression akin to that of one preparing for battle. She typed and deleted again, occasionally exclaiming, "This won't do, that won't do either." From her words, Su Qingfeng discerned that she seemed to be waiting for his reply. He couldn't help but find it amusing. So, the so-called prodigy of the school, who had effortlessly demonstrated a talent that surpassed 90% of her peers, was reduced to this. Quite the contrast. Upon reflection, he understood it was merely a difference in values. The precious things in their eyes were not the same. Eventually, he received a response. Lin Qingli, no. This is different. It is I who should be thanking you. How could I allow you to suffer such a loss? Please accept this. Su Qingfeng did not indulge her, as that would only cause him discomfort. Su Qingfeng, no need to say more. I know what fish it is. In any case, it was not purchased but found, and as long as it is consumed, that suffices. Lin Qingla fell silent, unable to muster any rebuttal, and ultimately retreated with, "Then I shall treat you to dinner tomorrow." Su Qingfeng, Lin Qingla, tomorrow evening, what do you like to eat? Su Qingfeng, I am not picky. As long as it is delicious, it is fine. But I do have a hearty appetite. Lin Qingla, all right, I understand. I will call for you then. Su Qingfeng, good. Thus, the conversation came to a close. The little girl was rather stubborn, Su Qingfeng mused, before opening an electronic book detailing various herbs to browse through. In this realm of cultivation, rich in spiritual energy, a plethora of resources was essential to aid in one's practice. Planet Blue, in particular, was in dire need. Herbs and spiritual materials were of utmost importance. He sought to understand the differences between the medicinal materials of the current world and those of the realm of cultivation. This understanding was fundamental. It must be said, the disparity was indeed significant. However, for certain lower-tier elixirs, with slight modifications to the formulas, he could still concoct them using the available herbs. After perusing for quite some time, he decided to take a break. The next day, he rose early, brimming with energy. He returned to the spot from the previous day, practiced until noon, and casually caught 2 fish. This time, he did not head to the tavern. Instead, he encountered a wealthy woman along the way who purchased them directly. Her generosity surpassed that of the previous day, and now Su Qingfeng found himself with nearly 30,000 in funds. He then embarked on a spending spree, traversing the entirety of Weijiang and even making a trip to the neighboring Meicheng, effectively gathering the materials he required for alchemy. Of course, his expenditures were not limited to mere herbs. During this journey, he also purchased 2 new outfits and replaced his phone. After all was said and done, only around 3,000 remained from his earnings. The remaining items were not particularly costly. It was primarily the herbs that accounted for the bulk of his spending. Some were cheap, while others were expensive, but fortunately, he had gathered enough to last him for this period. With confidence, he believed he would no longer face such financial constraints in the future. By the time he returned home, evening had fallen. He set the foam boxes containing the herbs aside and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy to keep the temporary array, preserving the potency of the herbs operational. Following that, Su Qingfeng began his practice, absorbing the spiritual energy that had accumulated in his room over this period. As dusk approached, he opened his eyes, aware that dinner was imminent. Knock, knock. Su Qifeng, are you there? A gentle knock was followed by the melodious voice of the girl. Chapter 18. The Invitation and the Courage. Upon opening the door, he beheld a somewhat pallid face, which brightened as she smiled. Come, I found a great place. It's time to eat, Lin Qingla declared, her initial confidence faltering as she spoke. All right, let us go, Su Qingfeng replied, knowing it was a promise he had made, requiring no further contemplation. They entered the elevator, selecting their floor. In a confined, dim space, only the two of them remained. Lin Qingla's mind began to race at an extraordinary pace. She had prepared herself since the previous night. Although this was an unexpected turn of events, it was also an opportunity, a chance to break free from her constraints, to embrace a new life, and to assure her deceased parents that all was well. She intended to reclaim her courage and confidence through this interaction. Her opening remarks had been meticulously crafted in advance. Minor setbacks were inconsequential. She aimed to create an exceptional dining atmosphere, an engaging conversation, to treat the individual beside her as a formidable creature from a game, defeating it to gain experience points and level up. This was her duty as the hostess. Now, it was time to warm up the environment. Several prepared topics swirled in her mind. Anecdotes from school, military training, and tales from their class. In her view, as long as she systematically presented these topics, the dinner would be anything but dull. With a sense of assurance in her heart, she began to formulate her words, slightly tilting her head, ready to initiate conversation. Just then, the elevator doors opened. First floor, they had arrived. Lin Qingla felt a wave of relief, soon followed by a pang of discomfort. She had intended to engage in conversation from the moment they entered the elevator, but from the 7th floor to the 1st. Her opportunity had slipped away, leaving her evading the issue. What's wrong? Come out, a voice called, snapping her back to reality. Su Qingfeng was already standing at the elevator door. How foolish of her to focus solely on her own comfort. In this environment, he must certainly feel awkward. She thought to herself, hastily exiting. She could no longer afford to appear foolish. She mentally chastised herself, then turned to Su Qingfeng. Please wait at the entrance. My ride will be here shortly. Su Qingfeng had no objections. Thus, they stood together at the entrance, the atmosphere exceptionally quiet. While waiting may seem tedious, Su Qingfeng found it rather delightful, as the girl beside him was quite lively. She glanced at her phone, occasionally lifting her head to speak. But as soon as a sound escaped her throat, she would lower her gaze to the screen, fearful of his scrutiny. Her expressions were particularly entertaining. Suddenly, Lin Qingla exclaimed, What's wrong? Su Qingfeng in guit? Lin Qingla, rapidly manipulating her phone, felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands trembling slightly. The driver suddenly canceled the order. No worries, I'll book another one. Someone will pick up soon. She felt utterly embarrassed. Where is the dining location? Su Qingfeng asked. It's south of Jinhai Square. That is not too far. No need to call a car. I'll drive you, Su Qingfeng offered. According to the navigation, it'll take over 10 minutes by car. Lin Qingla looked up. It was her own setup that had led to this, and now she was inconveniencing her guest, which made her feel. My vehicle is faster, Su Qingfeng replied, already turning to open the door, pushing his mountain bike outside. He closed the door and gestured toward the back seat with his eyes. Lin Qingla wanted to say something, but Su Qingfeng interrupted her. Are you complaining? Once those words escaped his lips, Lin Qingla had no retort and simply climbed aboard. Are you ready? I'm starting now. After Lin Qingla nodded, she felt the scenery around her swiftly retreat. The vehicle ahead, despite the throngs of people, remained unaffected in its swift progress. Its speed was as rapid as ever, if not faster and remarkably steady. In no time, the car veered into a narrow lane where the crowd dwindled, allowing the speed to escalate even further. Initially, she felt a twinge of guilt, but soon that emotion transformed into a sense of calm, only to be replaced by a flicker of terror. At this pace, she was certain that a fall would result in grievous injury. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp Su Qingfeng's waist, a wave of security washing over her, and her heart suddenly found tranquility, allowing her to cast her gaze upon the surroundings. A thrill coursed through her, a sensation of comfort. All her earlier thoughts of courage, worries, and aspirations for a new life faded into oblivion. Presently, she was enveloped only by the refreshing wind that rushed past her, the radiant light above, and the swiftly retreating vistas of the countryside. The destination they were headed to was not merely a restaurant, but rather a paradise. At that moment, the already brisk speed intensified further. They were descending a steep slope. She could no longer contain herself and let out a cry. As they approached a flatter road, the speed began to decrease, and soon, under her direction, they arrived at their destination. Glancing at the time, just over 10 minutes. Su Qingfeng parked the car, and she remained momentarily frozen in place, like a well-placed doll. Su Qingfeng reached out and playfully tapped her on the head. Have you lost your spirit from fright? Lin Qingla snapped back to reality, hastily jumping down, her legs giving way momentarily, but she quickly regained her balance. She lifted her head, her previous shyness replaced by a flustered demeanor. I wasn't scared. I'm just hungry. I didn't eat lunch, and only had a little in the morning. It's hunger that got me. Hungry? Of course. This buffet costs 300 per person. The shock of it seemed to jolt away all her concerns and fears. And Lin Qingla began to exclaim, I don't expect to eat my money's worth, but I at least want to indulge, right? It's absolutely essential to work up an appetite. A 300 yuan buffet. Qingwan Plaza. Su Qingfeng had already deduced which establishment Lin Qingla intended to take him to, Shi Wang Buffet. An upscale buffet restaurant. It wasn't exactly about getting one's money's worth, but it certainly offered great value. It had gained notoriety among their class in a previous life due to a promotional event. Yet for him, it was rather pricey, over 300 per person. Not to mention, during his student years, when he earned a mere 1,000 a month, he rarely indulged in such luxuries. However, he had visited this place before during his student days, where he, like Lin Qingla, had gone hungry for a few meals and then feasted heartily. That experience had been immensely satisfying. It appeared that tonight he could also relish in a delightful feast. He spoke with a smile, sincerity etched on his face. With that, Lin Qingla, who had initially been somewhat anxious, felt a surge of confidence, thumping her chest as she declared, Let us go. Follow me, I assure you. After comparing several options and sifting through countless recommendations and critiques, this is the place I have chosen. Once she opened up, Lin Qingla's enthusiasm bubbled forth, her words flowing like a torrent. Even as they began to eat, she continued to chatter. She analyzed various ingredients, shared insights on different sauce pairings, her true foodie nature shining through. Su Qingfeng observed the youthful visage before him, so markedly different from his previous life, and his lips curled into a smile. His patience was commendable. He found Lin Qingla's topics engaging rather than tedious, relishing the unique flavor of their discourse. It felt refreshing, as if he had rediscovered a touch of the mundane joys of life. Chapter 19. Inner Demons and Alchemy. I can't take it anymore. I really can't. Lin Qingla exclaimed, seated at the table, her head held high, having reached her limit. The table was still laden with a considerable amount of food. Mixed fish. Su Qingfeng Zhuge. After saying this, he momentarily paused, taken aback. In his past life, such a remark was often the prelude to vanquishing an enemy. Yes. Such a concept was foreign to him. Though their time together had been brief, it was undeniable that he had changed. And it seemed Lin Qingla had also evolved under his subtle influence, her temperament differing from that of his past. In that fleeting moment, a spark of understanding ignited within him. He silently absorbed this realization, continuing to eat. His pace was unhurried, yet appeared remarkably comfortable. Lin Qingla watched him with envy. Though engrossed in the act of dining and conversing, she and T kept track of how much she had consumed. Yet she was certain Su Qingfeng had eaten several times more than she had. How can he eat so much? Yes, not even bigger than I am. But it was a good thing. At least they were both getting their money's worth. Not only was he enjoying a satisfying meal, but she was too. Next time, when she had the funds, she would bring him along again, ensuring none of it would go to waste. After a brief respite, during which they digested their meal, the two began their journey back. The night breeze was refreshing, making the ride home quite pleasant. Lin Qingla, still brimming with enthusiasm, spoke up. This was great. We didn't lose out. It was definitely satisfying. She then turned to Su Qingfeng. What about you? Su Qingfeng replied, very pleasant. I experienced a feeling I've never had before. His tone was light, filling the void within himself. This was the most vital form of self-cultivation. It pertained to returning to the void, and today, he had found a glimmer of opportunity. Lin Qingla had brought him a piece of empty, ethereal stone yesterday, and today, she had presented him with that chance. This girl seems to bring me luck, he mused. To be honest, the cooking here is just average, Lin Qingla chimed in. Without boasting, I can make dishes that are far tastier than this. That fish from last night, I nearly devoured my own tongue. Oh, then I must have a taste sometime, Su Qingfeng responded. You live right across from me. When you've cooked something, be sure to call me. On their way back, Su Qingfeng didn't rush, yet he maintained a brisk pace. By the time they returned to their respective rooms, no more than 20 minutes had passed. As he closed the door, silence enveloped him. Lin Qingla was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit lost. After a while, she seemed to regain her composure. My goodness, what have I done? Not only had she failed to utilize the plan she had made for the previous night, but she hadn't even employed the line she had thought of today. The entire process had been chaotic. Everything had been instinctual and spontaneous. unable to contain herself. She covered her face with her hands, warmth flooding her cheeks as beads of sweat began to form. Then, a sudden grin broke out on her face. Yet the outcome was splendid, far exceeding her expectations. Who would have thought that Su Qingfeng, seemingly aloof and indifferent, would be such an easy person to get along with? Having reached this point in their conversation, they were practically friends now, weren't they? This was a crucial step. Hold on, Dad, Mom, rest assured, I will live well. As all these thoughts settled in her mind, she realized she was already quite flustered. Engrossed in her musings, she was starting to feel overheated. A shower was in order. She quickly grabbed some clothes and headed towards the bathroom. At this moment, Su Qingfeng also returned to his room. Numerous ideas flooded his mind. Yet he did not engage in any cultivation. Instead, he took out various medicinal herbs and organized them meticulously. Subsequently, with a subtle flick of his fingertip, a deep crimson, spiritual flame soared into the air above the desk, coalescing into a sphere of flame the size of a basketball. Within it, intricate circuit patterns formed a diminutive alchemical furnace. The spiritual fire served as the vessel for alchemical refinement, enabling the immediate concoction of elixirs, a skill even the most rudimentary intermediate alchemist could master. Not to mention the protagonist, who in his previous life effortlessly drew upon void energies and seized the essence of the moon and sun to forge pills, retained his prowess despite his current diminished cultivation. He extended his hand, casting various medicinal herbs into the sphere of spiritual flame in accordance with precise timing and proportions, commencing a meticulous process of refinement to extract their most primal essence, adhering to a specific sequence and ratio. He ultimately infused his own spiritual energy to achieve a harmonious blend. The extraction of the profound essence from the spiritual herbs, along with the meticulous balancing of mental and spiritual energies, represented a feat that modern technology could scarcely replicate. After 2 hours, having exhausted his last vestige of spiritual energy, his mental acuity waned, and a final flicker of flame extinguished. The batch of elixirs was officially complete. A dozen or so pills fell into a carefully prepared porcelain vial. These were gathering spirit pills, a basic-grade elixir capable of accelerating one's cultivation during the qi refinement stage. Even the most inferior of gathering spirit pills could significantly hasten the training speed of practitioners in the early stages of qi refinement. For an ordinary person, such pills would be regarded as extraordinary treasures, bestowing longevity, cleansing the marrow, and even offering the potential for revival from the brink of death. Yet, Su Qingfeng found himself less than satisfied. The pills he had produced were merely of the lowest grade. In his previous life, his first attempt at alchemy had yielded results of a far superior caliber. He had expected that, despite inferior herbs, his exquisite techniques would allow him to produce at least mid-grade elixirs. Alas, the quality of the materials proved insurmountable, and reaching this level had been the utmost limit of his efforts. He would have to make do for now, as more herbs awaited his attention. Swallowing one of the pills, he resumed his cultivation while simultaneously recovering. Half an hour later, his spiritual energy returned to optimal levels. However, his mental state had not fully rejuvenated. This was entirely normal, even though the Qingfeng Tao Sutra automatically restored mental clarity during its operation. The effects lagged behind the recovery of his spiritual energy. The most effective method for replenishing mental acuity was sleep, resting after exhausting one's mind. Yet, he was in no hurry to sleep. With his mental state at this level, crafting formal spiritual elixirs would be somewhat challenging, but other concoctions were still feasible. Thus began a new round of alchemical creation. This time, the process unfolded with remarkable speed. Within just an hour, he had completed his work, yielding over 60 sticks of peaceful mind incense. As the name suggests, this incense was designed to calm the mind and soothe the spirit, and Su Qingfeng intended to employ it for mental restoration. His physique was exceptionally unique. Even in his previous life within the realm of cultivation, it lacked a specific designation, ultimately leading to it being named after him. He possessed an endless capacity to unearth new characteristics, most notably that any enhancement in his vitality, spirit, or mental acuity would result in a passive strengthening of other aspects. Thus, his simultaneous cultivation of all three would yield ever-increasing strength and swiftness. If the peaceful mind incense were utilized by an ordinary individual, its effects would be profoundly beneficial, inducing a state of perfect deep sleep. A mere 3 to 4 hours of slumber would leave one invigorated and free from fatigue throughout the day. Su Qingfeng casually lit a stick and placed it into a pre-prepared vessel. A delicate, distinctive fragrance wafted through the air as he rose, took a shower, and employed a spell to dry himself before settling down for the night. Although there were still numerous herbs yet to be refined, he felt fatigued and decided to rest. After all, the sealing formation for the medicinal properties would remain effective until the following day. It was essential to rest when the time called for it. For a true immortal must cultivate gradually. Chapter 20. The results of alchemy, as usual. He rose early the next morning, enjoyed a breakfast outside, and after a leisurely stroll returned home to continue his alchemical endeavors. This time, he worked with increased speed, completing 3 batches by around 11 o'clock, with sufficient herbs remaining for the 3 additional batches. Notably, 1 batch comprised peaceful mind incense, while the other 2 were essence-nurturing pills. Essence-nurturing pills were potent tonic pills frequently favored by mortal practitioners. While resting after completing the 3rd batch, he received a message. Lin Qingla, are you there? Lin Qingla, I've prepared a few simple dishes. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Hurry over. Su Qingfeng projected his consciousness, traversing the threshold to the opposite door. At the dining table, several dishes awaited. Braised fish, garlic ribs, stir-fried greens, and a simmering chicken soup. Standing before the chicken soup, Lin Qingla was engrossed in her phone, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Realizing this, he instinctively sent a message, fearing an unresponsive reply would lead to embarrassment. Come on in. The soup will be ready shortly, Lin Qingla urged, startled and delighted. Su Qingfeng entered, closing the door behind him, and surveyed the immaculate surroundings. Everything was organized, and a dining table had been set up in the small living area, adorned with the dishes he had previously noted. The aroma of the food enveloped him. As they spoke, the chicken soup was served, and Su Qingfeng took the liberty of dishing out rice for both of them. Upon seeing her bowl of rice, Lin Qingla paused, then sincerely smiled and nodded. Thank you. I come to your place to share a meal, and you, the host, thank me, the guest. Su Qingfeng Juke. They began to eat, and it was evident that Lin Qingla had not exaggerated. The flavors surpassed those of any restaurant. Her culinary skills were notably superior to those of an average chef. Was this innate talent, whether in academics or any other endeavor? She grasped concepts with ease and progressed rapidly. Not perceiving any offense in Su Qingfeng's unreserved demeanor, Lin Qingla felt a wave of relief and joy, as this was the first time since that incident that she found companionship to be so effortless. Su Qingfeng relished the meal, and after it concluded, he intended to demonstrate his hospitality by washing the dishes, only to be promptly interrupted by Lin Qingla, who insisted on taking care of it herself. She also mentioned that there were fruits in the fridge, inviting him to help himself. Su Qingfeng, unreserved, peered inside and washed 2 oil peaches to enjoy. The taste was mediocre, not quite meeting his standards, but he promised to bring her some better ones next time. Sounds great. Lin Qingla nodded enthusiastically. All right, I have some matters to attend to. Su Qingfeng waved his hand as he took his leave, lighting another stick of peaceful mind incense. He replenished his spiritual energy and resumed his alchemical practice. As anticipated, the 3 batches were completed swiftly, taking just over an hour. The final tally included over 60 gathering spirit pills, around 100 sticks of peaceful mind incense, and approximately 70 essence-nurturing pills. By the time it reached past 1 in the afternoon, Su Qingfeng took another brief rest. After 2 o'clock, he hopped on his bike and set off toward a nearby beach. After securing his belongings, he submerged himself beneath the waves, this time not seeking a specific location for cultivation, but rather following his instincts to explore the surroundings, hoping to uncover more rare treasures. After scouring a vast area, he ultimately made some discoveries. He discovered 3 pieces of water spirit essence, a precious essence that occasionally flows and condenses during the transformation of the natural energies of heaven and earth. 2 of the pieces were rough and unsightly, while one was smooth, a deep azure hue that resembled jade more than stone. Its radiance was subtle and reserved. Had it not been for Su Qingfeng's unique perception, he might have overlooked it. If the 2 rough pieces were of inferior quality, this one was undoubtedly of superior grade. After completing his exploration, it was around 4 o'clock, and Su Qingfeng decided to return. Emerging from the sea, he retrieved a prepared bag, allowing the fish to swim inside, and then purchased some vegetables and selected a few fruits on the way back. Upon reaching his building, he did not enter his own home, but instead knocked on the door of the apartment across the hall. Is anyone there? The door opened shortly after, revealing Lin Qingwei, who looked at Su Qingfeng with a hint of confusion. I brought some items, he said, lifting the various bags in his hands towards her. Huh? Lin Qingwei was taken aback. What are you doing? This is too much. You really don't have to. Su Qingfeng regarded her with an odd expression. These are ingredients. You're cooking dinner tonight. I can cook myself. I can buy the ingredients, she replied, her words trailing off. Her protest faltered as she noticed one of the bags he offered contained a fish that was wriggling energetically. Wasn't this the exorbitantly priced grouper she had eaten before? Stunned, she stared at Su Qingfeng in disbelief. Indeed, I found in the sea again, he confirmed with a nod. Does your family collect gold every day? I want to experience the flavor you mentioned, the one that makes one's tongue want to savor every bite. And don't be so polite. Friendship thrives on reciprocity. So, I entrust tonight's dinner to you. With that, he turned and opened his own door, leaving her in a daze. Lin Qingwei finally regained her composure, opening her mouth to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. A warm sensation coursed through her heart, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. Well, reciprocity is vital. It seems I must employ my culinary skills. She mused inwardly, her expression turning serious as she accepted his offer. After closing the door and categorizing the various items, she suddenly discovered a bag of nectarines. Recalling Su Qingfeng's words from earlier about tasting one, she washed it, took a bite, and was pleasantly surprised. Delicious. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng returned to his room without engaging in meditation. Instead, he took out the 3 stones he had painstakingly gathered. He set the 2 rough ones aside and focused on the jade-like piece, examining it closely. Absorbing this gemstone could enable him to break through 2 realms. But he had a more effective plan. Summoning spiritual fire, he fashioned a rudimentary forging furnace and tossed the entire stone inside, extracting its essence to forge 2 jade talismans. As he held one in his hand, he infused it with intricate patterns, inscribing various formations. With his current spiritual energy, he couldn't perfectly forge an item, but he could create a shell and gradually instill it with energy over time, albeit at the cost of extended effort. Nonetheless, it was of no consequence. It was an excellent opportunity to expend spiritual energy and refine his realm. His goal was to craft 2 protective spiritual artifacts. After dinner, Su Qingfeng resolved to bring back anything of value for Lin Qingwei to cook. The food was indeed delectable. She relished the meal, and he enjoyed it just as much, all while saving time. At that moment, Lin Qingwei was washing the dishes, softly humming a tune. The comfort of good food soothed her heart, and she felt a pleasant warmth and strength enveloping her. How will you get to school tomorrow? Su Qingfeng, Su Denli in Gui. I'm riding a bike. My uncle sent me an electric scooter for convenience, Lin Qingwei replied. Let us go together. I'll show you the way. Su Qingfeng nodded, and she blinked in surprise, enthusiastically agreeing. Once the dishes were cleaned, and it was nearly 7 o'clock, the 2 set off to school on their bikes. Lin Qingwei trailed behind Su Qingfeng, pedaling slowly and reflecting on his speed from the previous evening. He must be accommodating me, she thought, warmth flooding her heart, surprised by the revelation. She realized that in the past, such thoughts would have filled her with anxiety. Is this what friendship feels like? She pondered. Of course, I'm cooking for him. Her smile brightened as they reached the school gate, and she felt the journey had been fleeting. After parking their bikes, they walked side by side towards their classroom, where Lin Qingwei unleashed her lively nature, discussing various topics. However, as they neared the classroom, she fell silent, and once they entered, she succumbed to a deeper silence. Su Qingfeng cast a curious glance at her, noting that her vibrant, chatty demeanor only surfaced in familiar company. They took their respective seats, she in the front of the 4th row, he in the middle of the 1st, a considerable distance apart. As soon as Su Qingfeng settled in, Long Huafeng approached from the back row, having just been engaged in conversation. Congratulations, Bro Feng, on earning the exemplary student title. He greeted, swiftly bridging the gap. Su Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, but if there is something you need, just say it. Long Huafeng continued. I've heard that the homeroom teacher will be selecting class officers during evening study. Quite the novelty, isn't it? Since we didn't choose anyone during military training. And with classes starting tomorrow, it's bound to happen tonight. His desk mate, Wu Jiang, interjected. That is true, but some teachers are particular about it, especially our homeroom teacher. Right, Bro Feng? Long Huafeng pressed on. According to my sources, the teacher is likely aware of what transpired that night. However, they Haven T pursued the matter further. But it's clear they view you in a new light. If you choose to run for class monitor now, your chances would be significantly increased. I'd certainly vote for you. After all, we're buddies, and we can't let anyone unworthy take that position, can we? Su Qingfeng recognized the straightforwardness in Long Huafeng's approach, understanding that he was gauging Su Qingfeng's interest in the role of class monitor. If he showed ambition, Long Huafeng would withdraw his support. If not, he might covertly aid Yu Enin, who had been the first to approach the teacher that fateful night. During our school days, cultivating a close relationship with a homeroom teacher often meant distancing oneself from classmates. I never aspired to be class president, Su Qingfeng remarked, reluctant to shoulder unnecessary responsibilities or squander time on trivial matters. Hearing you say that, do you wish to be class president? Su Qingfeng directed a straightforward gaze at Long Huafeng. The latter, feeling somewhat awkward under Su's scrutiny, stood firm. If you, Brother Feng, take the position, I certainly need to step forward. But if you're not interested, then I shall contest for it. I'm confident. My performance lately has been commendable. Yet, as he continued, a flicker of doubt crept in, especially under the weight of Su Qingfeng and Wu Jiang's piercing gazes. He quickly altered his stance. We can't let someone who revels in snitching become class president, can we? What kind of life will we have then? So, brothers, cast your votes for me, and watch how I shine. He began painting a bright picture of his potential. I'll refrain from participating. I'm indifferent to who takes the position, Su Qingfeng interjected. Long Huafeng was taken aback. Beside him, Wu Jiang chimed in, me too. Long Huafeng was eager to add more when a voice interrupted from nearby. Ahem. Turning, they saw Zhao Wenxia approaching. She quickly rose from her seat, but did not forget to declare boldly, brothers, just wait and see. After which, she strode towards the front, evidently aiming to rally support. Zhao Wenxia disdainfully pulled out a book, tapped it against her chair, and placed it down before sitting. She then turned to speak, wielding a feather as a scepter, doing nothing of substance, and feigning ignorance when faced with issues. How dare he solicit votes? It will be better for you, Su Qingfeng, to run yourself. I would vote for you. She only caught the latter part of the conversation and missed Su Qingfeng's earlier dismissal of the class president role. Su Qingfeng reiterated his disinterest. Then I shan't vote for him either. He's merely a power-hungry individual. When I ran for class president in middle school, I never resorted to such tactics. If anyone else contests against him, I'll vote for them, she proclaimed with pride. Su Qingfeng remained non-committal. Indeed, this fellow was quite the power enthusiast and surprisingly proactive, but alas. At 7:27, just before class was to commence, Yu Ainen arrived, making her way directly to the podium. In contrast to her usual appearance with her hair cascading freely, today her hair was styled in an elegant fashion, with fluffy bangs framing her delicate oval face, 2 strands of hair cascading down the sides. With arms crossed and a confident smile, she exuded a strong sense of assertiveness and locked her gaze onto Long Huafeng. You little rat in the gutter. How audacious of you to roam about soliciting votes and slandering others for a mere class president position. One might think it's a U.S. election. It's amusing. I had no intention of competing, but the thought of someone like you managing our class makes my skin crawl. The classroom fell silent. The chatter abruptly stifled as everyone awaited the unfolding drama. Yu Ainen continued her address, looking over the classmates through our interactions these past few days. You've come to understand my character and temperament. I assure you, I will not misuse even the slightest bit of authority to intimidate or flaunt. I will fulfill my responsibilities diligently. I trust you all possess a moral compass, and while I cannot promise any privileges, I will strive to secure the best possible experience for our class. A few familiar classmates in the third row began to applaud eagerly. In the front row, the top student, Wu Zhizhong, nodded in agreement. I also believe you are the most suitable choice. At least your academic performance is commendable. Having a poor student as class president would be unwise. Long Huafeng's expression shifted dramatically. He wanted to voice his opinion. But it was too late. The school bell rang. Shortly thereafter, the homeroom teacher, Ming, entered the classroom, rapping on the desk to get everyone's attention. Now that we've settled in, let us proceed with electing the class officers. Chapter 22, Class Officers. A hush fell over the room. Ming noticed the peculiar looks from the students, unaware that discussions regarding candidacy had already commenced before his arrival. He paid no heed to their expressions, turning to the board to write down the various positions: class president, life committee member, sports committee member, cultural and entertainment committee member, academic committee member, and youth league secretary. Once he finished, he turned to the students. If anyone wishes to run, please come up and deliver a speech. We will determine the outcome based on a show of hands. If no one volunteers, I will select someone myself. With that, he stepped aside. The classroom erupted into a clamor, many eyes fixating on Yu Ainen and Long Huafeng. Laughter erupted from the front row as students exchanged knowing glances. Having already made their choice, undoubtedly, it was Yu Ainen. With her striking looks, solid academic record, and central social standing within the class, she had a way with people, managing to get along with most, barring a few difficult characters. Even though some harbored resentment over her earlier actions, the cheers for her were still loud. Long Huafeng continued to chatter beside her, making various promises. Among a cluster of students in the back row, Huang Daoran squinted thoughtfully. How about you run for class president? Huang, Ifeijian suggested. I definitely support you. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Huang. Long Huafeng had approached them too, painting grand visions of future benefits, leave slips, after-school activities, and various arrangements, all promising a delightful experience. However, his past reliability was questionable. Yet if Huang were to step up, that would be an entirely different matter. That would be a guarantee of satisfaction. Huang Daoran felt a spark of ambition. With Su Qingfeng uninterested, Long Huafeng credibility shot, and Yu Ainan's reputation tainted, there were no heroes left in Class 9. At that moment, he felt inspired. With his rapport with the boys and some well-connected girls, it truly seemed feasible. However, the thought of delivering a speech as class president sent a wave of awkwardness through him. Moreover, being class president was no small feat, fraught with responsibilities. The time for gaming would significantly diminish. He quickly dismissed the notion. Perhaps it was best to remain in his own kingdom as a solitary ruler. Then what about me serving as the sports committee member? Ifajian suggested. That could definitely work. You have a good physique. But if Su Qingfeng were to run against you, you might be in trouble. Ifajian remarqued nonchalantly. How could Su Qingfeng, who wouldn't he even consider being class president, possibly take on the role of sports committee member? He dismissed the idea casually. As for Pang Li, what a joke. He was merely a candidate. With that kind of popularity, he couldn't even make a ripple in class. Who would endorse him? Amidst the hushed conversations, someone stepped forward. It was Yu Ainan. Though it was her second appearance, her drastically transformed look still captivated many boys. Ifajian found himself momentarily entranced. Initially, he had no desire to be a class officer, viewing it as a hassle. However, after witnessing Yu Ainan's speech, he found his perspective shifting. The girl is utterly enchanting. In her quietude, she resembles a gentle breeze caressing the lakeshore. Yet when she asserts herself, she is as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath. He yearns for more opportunities to connect with her. What if Yu Ainan fails to become class monitor? Surely, there are other positions available. If she does not succeed, then he too shall refrain from participating. As a myriad of thoughts swirl in his mind, two individuals ascend the stage. Long Huafeng, whom everyone anticipated, and Wang Anming, whose candidacy caught everyone off guard. The three then proceeded to deliver their speeches in the order of their appearance. To everyone's astonishment, the most eloquent speaker among them turned out to be Wang Anming, who had never previously revealed his intentions. He spoke with remarkable confidence and composure, clearly having invested considerable time in preparation. However, the voting results declared Yu Ainan victorious. Long Huafeng descended the stage begrudgingly, while Wang Anming, though disappointed, did not retreat. Instead, he shifted his focus to the role of study committee member, yet he failed again as the top student of the class, Wu Zizhong, intervened. Encouraged by those around him, Ifajian stepped forward, introduced himself at the podium, and began his campaign for the position of sports committee member. Pang Li observed below with a disdainful expression, yet he ultimately remained in the background, as no one contested Ifajian's candidacy, leading to his unchallenged victory. Following this, Zhao Wenxia's deskmate, Lu Yinling, approached the stage, aiming for the Cultural and Entertainment Committee. Zhao Wenxia also took her turn, and in the end, Zhao Wenxia triumphed through sheer merit. She had studied painting and promised to contribute significantly to the creation of the class bulletin board. The position of class secretary was claimed by a bespectacled and exceptionally quiet boy, Mo1. Finally, the role of life committee member went to Wang Anming. After two setbacks, refused to concede. Thus, the class officers were determined, with subject representatives being selected by each teacher, and the class monitor was to provide a complete list later. All right, Yu Ainan nodded in agreement. She was quite satisfied with the efficient manner in which Yu Ainan conducted herself. Guming then turned to address the class. From this point onwards, I hope that when you all reminisce about these 3 years of high school, your memories will be rich with experiences and achievements, rather than empty. And just as he concluded this statement, the bell for the end of class rang precisely on cue. Yet, the applause that erupted within the classroom was no less fervent than the sound of the bell. Amidst the clapping, he exited the classroom, only to suddenly recall something and turn back to speak. Oh, right. Life committee member, please collect the class fees, 20 yuan from each person. Afterwards, use the funds to purchase a notebook to record every expenditure. Understood. Wang Anming replied with enthusiasm. Although this was his third attempt at securing a position, his immediate responsibilities filled him with a sense of superiority. He felt akin to Yu Ainan, serving as the class teacher's right-hand companion. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that perhaps they were destined to be a pair, chuckling to himself. After military training and the selection of class officers, everything within the class seemed to swiftly fall into place. During self-study periods, silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to utter a word. Even before the teacher commenced the lesson, some students, filled with urgency, had already begun their preparations, while the academically inclined had taken out their purchased workbooks to start writing. In fact, this pace was considered slow in an ordinary class. Students from the experimental class had already begun self-study during the holidays, acquiring various test materials to practice before the formal lessons commenced. The depth and difficulty of high school subjects far exceeded those of middle school. In middle school, those who excelled could easily lose their edge in high school if they slacked off without proper planning. Su Qingfeng, of course, had no such worries. He leisurely flipped through his book, absorbed in his studies until the bell rang. He then stood up, preparing to return home. Just as he reached the front door of the classroom, a figure suddenly darted out. Li Yun. Upon seeing Su Qingfeng, she made her way to the back door. Waving, Su Qingfeng, let us go. Meanwhile, Lin Qingla, who had intended to follow Su Qingfeng to the bike area, halted her steps. Chapter 23, No Dude. Alright. Su Qingfeng, not dead. That evening during self-study, Li Yun sent him a message indicating that Aunt Wu had brought her to class, and she requested a ride home afterwards. It was a minor request, nothing problematic. Students in the back row who had yet to leave cast admiring glances. Li Yun was strikingly beautiful, with lively, expressive eyes and long, slender legs, exuding an aura of vitality. Such a girl garnered much attention. It was no wonder that when they discussed girls' looks and relationships, Su Qingfeng remained mostly silent. He had already secured a girlfriend. Let us head home, Li Yun said, walking ahead. The group behind them was genuinely taken aback. Home? They've been cohabitating since freshman year, or are we misunderstanding something? Is she Su Qingfeng's sister? Yet her surname was different. Some among them had already recognized Li Yun, for she had become somewhat of a legendary figure during military training. Who would have thought you were so impressive? Zhao Wenxia, who was tidying her belongings at the front, couldn't help but exclaim, her expression one of astonishment. What? She lives above me. I'm just giving her a ride back, Su Qingfeng replied, not waiting for further inquiries before stepping outside. A single statement sufficed. He was disinclined to elaborate excessively, deeming it a waste of time. Lin Qingla silently followed behind. Upon reaching the parking area, as he unlocked his bike, Li Yun began to complain. The questions in elementary and middle school are truly outrageous. When I tutored my brother over the weekend, there were some problems that left me utterly baffled. I'm a top student from Sam Middle School, after all. Weren't you admitted for your athletic prowess? Su Qingfeng retorted. Li Yun protested. Hey, don't insult me. I got him based on merit, though I did barely meet the cutoff. Speaking of which, how many points did you score? She queried. I've heard you barely made it in too. 588. Su Qingfeng replied. 10 points higher than you. But let us be real, Li Yun continued. Scores are merely tickets for entry. We were only a smidge off. It's easy to make that up. Ultimately, it's still about strength. Indeed, I agree that strength is paramount, but it was you who asked about my score, Su Qingfeng said. Then my strength isn't lacking. Is it? I devoured the dragon and phoenix. She retorted, struggling to find the right words. Su Qingfeng chuckled lightly as he pushed out his mountain bike. Why is it that after my birth, Qin Shi Huang vanished? Li Yun paused, not because she was stumped, but rather because she found the question somewhat foolish. Is it that kings do not see kings? Or is he avoiding my brilliance? Li Yun was taken aback, her entire being tingling with realization. She understood. Her mind raced at an unprecedented pace. Moments later, she urgently spoke. When I open my eyes, there is the world. When I close them, there is nothingness. Thus, I am the center of the world, the creator of the universe. At this moment, Li Yun turned to Lin Qingla beside her. What about you? What is your strength? Huh? Lin Qingla, caught off guard, came back to reality, her face flustered. She hadn't anticipated drawing attention. Su Qingfeng had introduced them during their walk here. After all, they reside in the same building, one above the other, and attend the same school. It is quite delightful to become acquainted. With her quick wit, she exclaimed, why can the sun only shine in the sky? Because I'm down here on the ground. As she spoke, she couldn't help but burst into laughter herself. Once the conversation began to flow, the two of them, one naturally affable and the other eager to break free from her own small world, found a harmonious connection through Su Qingfeng. Their exchanges blossomed, creating a wonderfully pleasant atmosphere. Yi Feijian and Wu Jiang strolled towards the nearby convenience store, looking forward to indulging in a late-night snack before returning to their dormitory for a gaming session, followed by sleep. Such is high school life, in the prime of youth, where even 3 meals a day seem insufficient. Engaging in sports or studying can awaken a ravenous hunger. The most remarkable aspect is that while they can eat abundantly, they do not gain weight and even continue to grow taller, unlike those who have entered the workforce, who must carefully consider whether every morsel might lead to weight gain or health issues. Hey, isn't that Fonga? Suddenly, Yi Feijian spoke, having spotted a familiar figure. As they drew closer, the face became clearer. It was Su Qingfeng, along with Lin Qingyue from their class, and the military training celebrity who had just approached him, Li Yun. The three of them were laughing and chatting, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. The two boys paused in surprise. They were well aware of Lin Qingwei and even paid special attention to her. There was no particular reason. She was simply beautiful. In their discussions within the dormitory, Lin Qingwei consistently ranked among the top 3 in terms of attractiveness. With her delicate, gentle features and shy demeanor, she was, in their discussions, akin to a modern-day version of Lin Daiyu. They hadn't anticipated that she would be so familiar with Su Qingfeng. As they passed by, the two boys exchanged glances filled with amazement. Isn't this incredible? Just over a week into the new semester, and he's already managed to connect with 2 girls. Wu Jiang exclaimed. Yifeijian shook his head. It probably hasn't developed that quickly. I noticed there seems to be a bit of distance between them. However, he is certainly closer to them than most, which bodes well for him. How fortunate. Darn it. I need to ask Feng Gu if he has any tricks up his sleeve, Wu Jiang declared. Initially, he had little interest in romance, but recently, a classmate who had been in a relationship since middle school had been boasting about it, while another in their dormitory would spend hours on the balcony, chatting on the phone every night, sharing sweet anecdotes that had made Wu Jiang feel a bit nauseated at first. However, upon reflection, he found himself genuinely yearning for such experiences. Set a goal and focus on the pursuit. Who knows what might happen? Yifeijian chuckled, having recently become a class officer, which allowed him a few brief conversations with the class monitor, Yu Unin. His heart raced with excitement. Oh, are you implying that you've already found your target? Wu Jiang teased. It's the class monitor, Yifeijian replied with a nonchalant air. After several days of camaraderie, he and Wu Jiang had grown quite familiar, understanding each other's personalities and knowing they could trust one another. Sharing his thoughts with Wu Jiang felt easy. He could even seek advice from him. Wu Jiang laughed, thinking Yifeijian was joking. The class monitor? With her looks and demeanor, can she really be just an ordinary girl? And you think you can win her over with just a few hundred yuan this week? He continued, well, I've actually set my sights on someone too. Li Shi. Bro, I knew I was right about you. Aiming high is the way to go. You should always pursue the most beautiful ones. After all, there is nothing to lose. What if it works out? Yifeijian exclaimed with enthusiasm. We need to support each other. Imagine if we both succeed. It would be quite the spectacle, not to mention the prestige it would bring. However, my friend, you might be lagging behind. I've already become a class officer, which gives me a chance to interact with the class monitor. So you'd better catch up. Wu Jiang, momentarily taken aback by Yifeijian's fervent words, was at a loss for how to respond. Wait, are you serious, bro? Chapter 24, Matters of Romance. Realizing that Yifeijian might genuinely be serious, Wu Jiang felt a bit bewildered and instinctively wanted to offer some advice. However, seeing his friend's excitement, he hesitated to dampen his spirits. After all, Yifeijian was merely talking. He hadn't actually done anything yet, and here he was babbling away, which could easily become annoying. Yet upon reflection, Wu Jiang recognized that Yifeijian's sentiments were not without merit. There was little to lose in pursuing someone. If it worked out, it could be a dream come true. As he pondered this, he found himself admiring Yifeijian's audacity. Impressive, bro. How do you plan to proceed? He inquired. Yifeijian responded, a direct confession would be premature. We've only just become classmates. For now, I'll create more opportunities for us to interact, get to know her interests, and perhaps offer her small gifts to gradually build rapport. When the time feels right, I'll confess and hopefully win her heart. Wu Jiang listened intently, finding the process familiar. Yifeijian grew increasingly animated. I added the class monitor on WeChat today. We chatted about class officer matters. I feel like we've already started to get acquainted. He then playfully patted Wu Jiang on the shoulder. The class monitor and Li Shi are desk mates. Once I get to know her better, I'll help you gather intel. Wu Jiang felt a surge of excitement rush through him. Having just joked about pursuing Li Shi, he now found it hard to voice that thought again. However, he reasoned that there was no real loss in the endeavor, so he clasped his hands together. Then my future happiness rests entirely on you, my friend. He secretly thought, this guy is resourceful. If he encounters any setbacks, I'll treat him to a small barbecue and bring along some homemade liquor. After enjoying their late-night snacks, they returned to the dormitory, which was just past 10 o'clock. The dormitory housed 12 people, with a communal hall in the front and 3 sets of bunk beds on each side. There was also a balcony with a restroom and shower room to the right. Their dormitory was not full, accommodating only 8 residents. The living conditions were generally harmonious, despite occasional minor frictions. Upon returning, they found one person washing clothes on the balcony. Yes, that guy who had been flaunting his romance during military training. 2 others were cozied up in one bed, engrossed in a gaming session, while another lay on a separate bed, grinning at his phone. The noise was considerable, yet it didn't disturb the individual in the upper left bunk, who was peacefully sleeping with a sleep mask on, including Yifeijian and Wu Jiang. There were already 7 in the dormitory, with one more likely still wandering around the school. Ifagian marveled. Minggu is impressive. I thought he was just exhausted during military training when he went to bed so early, but it turns out he was serious about going to sleep by 10. Indeed, it's remarkable that he can sleep through all this noise, Wu Jiang remarked. He considered his own decent sleep quality, but knew he would struggle to rest in such an environment. Shaking his head, he headed to the balcony to brush his teeth and wash his face. With lights out at 10:30, he planned to freshen up, play a couple of games, and then retire for the night, blissfully content. Meanwhile, Ifagian approached the boy who was still chuckling to himself. Just around 10:30, the dormitory door swung open suddenly, revealing a boy about 165 meters tall, sporting a center-parted hairstyle and slightly fuller lips. He was the last person in the dormitory, Xianjinyu. His expression was one of excitement. Wow, brothers, you will not believe what I just saw on the playground. What? Ifagian inquired, eagerly. Two girls got into a fight. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. I even recorded a video. No way. That's intense. Show me. Came the chorus of excitement. Once nearly everyone had gathered closer, he leisurely unlocked his phone, and the first image to appear was his own high-angle photo. Everyone collectively turned their gaze towards Xianjinyu, who chuckled. Well, you all got a glimpse of my private photos. When the time comes, I'll send you the ones with the prettier girls. Feel free to help me and make introductions. With a swift swipe of his finger, he initiated the video playback. The video began with a shaky, blurry perspective, accompanied by exclamations of disbelief. It captured an authentic clandestine view of the brawl taking place on the playground. There was no prelude whatsoever. A girl clad in blue and white was grappling with another dressed in jeans and a white t-shirt, pulling hair, slapping faces, and shoving each other. The scuffle lasted but a few seconds before their companions intervened, pulling them apart. The video concluded, leaving several faces reflecting a sense of reminiscence. Though it lacked the shock factor that Tiangu and Xinjia would have brought, the fact that both participants were girls added a positive twist. How attractive were the girls involved in the fight? Gamester inquired. What was the reason for their altercation? Was it over a guy? Wu Jiang chimed in. It's nice just to witness it. As for the reason, I'll do some digging, Xianjinyu replied. Just as he finished speaking, the dormitory was suddenly plunged into darkness. It was lights out time. They've turned off the lights, so Gamester won't be playing anymore. After lights out, the dorm supervisor would come by in about half an hour to check on everyone, and anyone caught using their phone would have it confiscated and handed over to the homeroom teacher. Therefore, noisy games were out of the question. However, engaging in other activities like reading novels or browsing forums was perfectly acceptable. A little over 10 minutes later, Xianjinyu suddenly exclaimed, wow, it really was about fighting over a guy. What's going on? Ifagian asked immediately. Quick, spill it. The surrounding crowd urged. Xianjinyu remained silent, opting instead to share a post from the confession wall in the dorm group chat. High school class 1, who you, a wolf in sheep's clothing, feigning friendship while secretly wielding a dagger. Here's what happened. I wanted to get to know Wei Zhan from class 1. She's a classmate, and I asked her for her QQ number, which she agreed to. However, she later gave me her secondary account, deceiving me for a whole week. Below are the chat records, images. Ugh, you disgusting bitch. You make me sick. Wow, they can actually do this. When girls go crazy, it's something else. Came a response. What does Wei Zhan have that makes him so special? Just because he is tall and handsome, he gets all the perks. This is spectacular, utterly invincible. And thus, a lively late-night discussion commenced, ranging from campus romantic gossip to epic tales of history, eventually circling back to perspectives on love. Wu Jiang remarked pointedly. In this day and age, handsome guys are so popular. Wouldn't it be a fierce competition among girls of the same caliber? Xianjinyu replied, indeed. For instance, among the girls in our class, like our class monitor, Li Shi, I've done nothing, yet several boys have inquired about me. Ifagian felt a tightening in his chest and asked, so, did you say anything? Xianjinyu laughed, why would I? I hardly know any of the pretty girls in our class. The competition is indeed fierce, with so many vying for attention. I suspect the class monitor and her peers are unlikely to be swayed easily. If one truly wishes to find a partner, they ought to consider those who are less conspicuous but possess wonderful personalities. Upon hearing this, Ifagian exhaled, not addressing the latter part of the conversation. Various thoughts swirled in his mind, and he found himself feeling increasingly composed. Upon reflection, he realized he had many advantages, such as being in the same class and the fact that she was the class monitor while he was a class officer. His opportunities for interaction were far superior to those of others. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure approached the balcony. Soon, a soft voice floated through the air. Hey, darling. Ifagian's heart skipped a beat. Could he also have such an intimate connection with the class monitor, engaging in sweet conversations that would make the other boys in the dorm envious? Chapter 25, Exceptional Initiative. September 12th, sunny. After military training, Weijiang City No. 3 High School officially commenced classes. Monday naturally began with the customary flag-raising ceremony, and homeroom teacher Guming had insisted that everyone arrive before 7:20 a.m. It was nearly time. The formation was already well established during military training. However, some changes were inevitable. Adolescence is a time of growth, and many had gained height. Qingfeng was certainly among them, hence a few seats had been rearranged. Now his desk mate, Wu Jiang, was seated right behind him. Without further ado, he dove into gossip. Brother Feng, there was quite a sensational news story at school yesterday. Did you hear about it? Oh, Qingfeng turned his head in mild confusion. Right over on the playground, 2 girls got into a fight, hair pulling and all. He shook his head. Wow, that was intense. Memories flooded back to Qingfeng, who recollected the incident. Wu Jiang continued. Can you guess what they fought about? Qingfeng knew all too well. When the incident first unfolded, the two had fought fiercely, and by that night, their argument had escalated until dawn. Later, it was rumored that their parents intervened, leading to the deletion of information. Nevertheless, the two continued to hurl insults at each other on QQ for a full 2 weeks. Eventually, it was unearthed, becoming a legend at number 3 high school, drawing countless onlookers. I know about it too. It was that dunking kid from class 1, he added. Huang Daoran, sitting in front, turned around to join the discussion. Huh? The news spread that quickly? Brother Huang, you're in the loop too? Wu Jiang was taken aback. Of course, it's on the confession wall. You could see it live at that hour. Huang Daoran continued. Though it was deleted promptly, some managed to screenshot it. However, it's now labeled as hearsay. No one knows the actual facts. Most of it is true. I managed to add that girl who posted to my QQ, a voice chimed in, and they turned to see Lu Zilong. She was cursing Hu Yu in her QQ updates, and I suspect there will be another showdown after class. I just don't know if it will be online or offline. Wow, that's big news. Who is that girl from class 2? I want to get in on this. Wu Jiang exclaimed. Please share her QQ with me. I want to watch from the sidelines. Lu Zilong fell silent. If she revealed the information, it could lead to trouble. If she didn't it could stir up issues as well. At times, she regretted speaking up. Being acquainted with Qingfeng had made her let her guard down. She cursed her own impulsive need to share. Wu Jiang thought Lu Zilong hadn't heard and was about to press further when Qingfeng interjected. This is our school, number 3 high school. A place of exceptional talent. Qingfeng's interjection interrupted Wu Jiang, causing him to halt. At that moment, he caught sight of a scene that left him utterly astonished. It was Feijian, who was no longer in his previous position, but now stood alongside the class monitor in the front row. The revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. This fellow, Feijian, had not been there before. What a remarkable display of initiative. What would he do next? Could he truly succeed? For a moment, his thoughts were in disarray, caught between the fear that his brother might struggle and the anxiety that he might be driving a luxury vehicle. His gaze was unmistakable, and it went unnoticed by the perceptive Qingfeng. Following his line of sight, he observed Feijian, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking but hesitated, maintaining a composed demeanor while his anxiety was palpable. He detected the stirrings of youthful affection. The class monitor, standing right beside him, was undeniably attractive. His judgment was not in error. Feijian's heart surged with emotions. The class monitor held a small notebook in one hand, while the other fiddled with his phone. Though he had not taken any action, Feijian's heart raced nonetheless. Speak up, say something. He clutched his notebook. That's right. He could take attendance. A flash of inspiration struck him, and with a swift motion, he broke away from the line and made his way to the back. Starting from the rear, he quietly began to tally the attendees one by one. He aimed to complete this task, and thereby save the class monitor some time. Surely, this would enhance his favorability. He was earnest in his efforts, moving with remarkable speed as he passed by Qingfeng. Wu Jiang, with a knowing expression, patted him on the shoulder and smiled encouragingly as he watched him continue. Feijian was determined to pursue his grand endeavor, so focused that he failed to notice the class teacher approaching. Soon, he reached the front of the line, at which point the teacher also arrived. Why are you wandering about instead of staying in line? A sharp reprimand rang out, jolting Feijian back to reality. Startled, he hurriedly replied, Teacher, I saw the class monitor taking attendance, and I wanted to help see who was absent. Huh? Yue Anin, who had just approached to report on the line status, was taken aback by his words. What a ridiculous excuse. She had not asked for assistance, and with the flag-raising ceremony about to commence, how could they possibly be taking attendance at this late hour? Go back, she commanded. Hearing Yue Anin's response, Guming assumed Feijian was merely making excuses and shot him a fierce glare. Feijian opened his mouth to defend himself, but found himself at a loss for words, as he had not mentioned his intentions beforehand. After all, he had hoped to surprise her. Under the weight of numerous scrutinizing gazes, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. In that instant, he felt like a mere jester. Ultimately, he lowered his head and hurried back. Yue Enen cast him a glance before proceeding with her report. Everyone is present, teacher. After exchanging a few more words, Yue Enen returned. Yifei kept his head down, his thoughts swirling. Had he done something wrong? It seemed that pursuing what was not meant to be would only invite more critical gazes. Upon reflection, he realized the gap between himself and her was indeed significant. Perhaps he should focus on strengthening himself before attempting anything else. Letting go might also be a form of taking hold. Yifei, a clear voice rang out beside him. He instantly looked up, turning toward Yue Enen. What is it, class monitor? Did you think I hadn't taken attendance, so you came to assist me? Yue Enen inquired. Yifei scratched his head, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Seeing his expression, Yue Enen understood and nodded with a smile. Thank you, but in the future, please ask before you do something. Otherwise, we might encounter situations like today. Yifei barely registered her words. At that moment, his gaze was completely captivated by her radiant smile. He vowed that it was the most beautiful smile he had ever seen. If he could, he would spend his entire life safeguarding it. Nearby, Wu Jiang, witnessing this scene, clicked his tongue, recalling a line from a classic film. Chapter 26. Help has already been sought. The flag-raising ceremony concluded swiftly, yet the leader's speeches seemed to stretch on interminably. By around 8 o'clock, Class 9 finally returned to their classroom, only to find that the first class meeting had already progressed halfway. Such was the composed demeanor of veteran teachers. If the selection of class leaders occurred during this meeting, there would be insufficient time. After clapping his hands, the classroom gradually quieted. The homeroom teacher, Goming, addressed the class. Everyone must be tired. I want to indulge in pleasantries. After today's meeting, the school has assigned a new task to each class. We must produce a blackboard newspaper. He turned and picked up a piece of chalk, inscribing 2 characters on the blackboard, mid-autumn. Most students paid little heed. The concept of a blackboard newspaper was familiar to them from middle school. After all, the class leaders would handle it. The theme was mid-autumn, a splendid opportunity for practice. Students skilled in drawing, handwriting, or creativity were encouraged to participate. As he spoke, he paused momentarily before issuing a directive. Zhao Wenxia, you have relevant experience, so you will be in charge. If any drawing supplies were lacking in class, they should consult Wang Anming, the life committee member, and the cost would be covered by the class funds. The class monitor would also assist in coordinating efforts, and the project must be completed before the Mid-Autumn Festival. If any issues arose, they were to come to him. The 3 naturally had no objections, especially Wang Anming, whose lips curled into a smile. He had never anticipated that as the last resort in the life committee, he would play such a role. While he favored Li Shi, the class monitor and Zhao Wenxiao were not lacking in appeal either. This was indeed a prime opportunity to showcase himself. Feel free to express yourselves, but don't go too far. Guming nodded and then took a seat. All right, there is still half a class remaining. Let us study. You all should prepare, as high school knowledge is significantly more challenging than that of middle school. With that, he settled down at the podium to prepare his lesson, teaching mathematics. Under the authoritative presence of the homeroom teacher, the classroom fell into a hushed silence. Many students pulled out their physics books to begin their preparations. Qingfeng also took out his textbook but did not open it, as he had memorized it entirely. Instead, he retrieved 2 jade pendants, quietly inscribing a formation onto them. Even with a low level of cultivation, he had his methods for refining tools. Currently, he utilized a nurturing technique, etching the formations onto the jade pendants bit by bit during his leisure time. Once successful, they would possess their own consciousness and be far more effective. Half a class period swiftly passed. As the bell rang, the classroom erupted into a cacophony. Shall we go to the restroom together? His deskmate, Wu Jiang, proposed. Qingfeng declined the offer, stepping aside to allow him to exit. However, he did not venture alone. Instead, he walked to the back row and greeted Yifei, with Huang Daoran joining in, the 3 of them making their way to the restroom together. At that moment, a peculiar sound emanated from the front desk. Qingfeng looked up to see Zhao Wenxia holding a pencil in her left hand, staring at the desk with a furrowed brow. Undoubtedly, she was deep in thought about the blackboard newspaper. In his previous life, she had also been the designer. However, his recollections on this matter are rather scant, and he vaguely remembers that the bulletin board was not particularly remarkable. The only bulletin board that left a lasting impression on him was from his senior year in high school. It featured a strikingly lifelike large truck that seemed poised to run someone down, adorned with a license plate stating, "Days remaining until the college entrance examination." He recalls how their homeroom teacher joked upon seeing it. Not bad, not bad. This bulletin board truly captures the sense of urgency while also expressing a beautiful sentiment. What vision? Is it not apparent enough? You all are about to be run over by that truck. What's with your annoyance regarding the bulletin board? Lu Zirong inquired with curiosity. Zhao Wenxia responded, it's not too bad, really. I had drawn one back in middle school. Although time was a bit tight, I managed to finish it. However, while I'm decent at drawing, my handwriting cannot be deemed particularly beautiful. Lu Zirong replied, your handwriting is already better than mine. I cannot assist you there, but finding someone is indeed quite a challenge. They need to be somewhat familiar with us, ideally nearby, so we can discuss things. Indeed, locating such a person is no easy feat. They both mused, glancing slowly towards the back, where Su Qingfeng was seated. Once they fully turned their heads, their eyes widened in unison as they pointed with their fingers. Zhao Wenxia exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my, what a remarkable coincidence. There happens to be someone right here. Having shared countless classes and evening study sessions, they had certainly seen Su Qingfeng's handwriting and had admired it on numerous occasions. It was beautiful, exuding an indescribable charm. Observing their playful demeanor, Su Qingfeng allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Indeed, it is I, he acknowledged. They had gone to such lengths to recruit him. How could he refuse? In merely a few minutes, he assured them, that board work will be entrusted to you. Rest assured, under my splendid technique there won't be, nor will there be a need for excessive writing. Zhao Wenxia was brimming with confidence. Su Qingfeng nodded, a minor issue. All right then, I shall begin gathering materials and aim to have a draft ready before evening study. Zhao Wenxia remarked as she turned to retrieve her phone and began to tinker with it. Soon, she found herself added to a new group chat. A small trio consisting of herself, class monitor Yu Enin, and life committee member Wang Yaming. Yu Enin, images. Zhao Wenxia's eyes lit up. These were all materials, reference templates, the origins of the festival, and some special symbols. Yu Enin, Zhao Wenxia, I found some materials that I hope will assist you. Yu Enin, also, if you need any drawing tools, feel free to mention it in the group. Zhao Wenxia, you've been a tremendous help. I will draft a basic layout as quickly as possible and send it to the group. As for tools, I'll need various color chalks and a few special ones. Wang Yaming, got it, those are all basic tools. I will purchase them during the lunch break and keep track of the expenses. The 10-minute break passed swiftly, and the school bell rang soon after. A somewhat balding physics teacher entered through the front door, officially ushering the students, who had enjoyed an entire summer vacation, back into the classroom setting. The students listened with great enthusiasm, captivated by the lessons, experiencing a sense of ease that high school subjects were not so daunting. Even when their attention waned later on, they kept up with the pace, having previewed the material and knowing it was introductory. As the class bell rang and the lessons concluded, the morning sessions came to an end quite rapidly. The moment the bell chimed, students rushed out, and Su Qingfeng wrapped up his morning routine, preparing to head home. Lin Qingla quickened her pace, trailing closely behind him like a devoted follower. While most students had departed, Zhao Wenxia remained hunched over her desk, immersed in her drawing. She worked on it during the break, but thanks to the extended 25-minute recess, she was nearing completion. Haha, done, she exclaimed, rising to take a photo to send in the group chat. Wait, she also wanted to send it to Su Qingfeng, using the pretense of seeking his opinion to showcase her extraordinary talent. She felt a flutter of excitement at the thought. Does this design look good? A voice of admiration broke her concentration. Turning around, she saw class monitor Yu Enin and her desk, mate Li Shi standing beside her. Momentarily taken aback, she noted how striking they both appeared together. Their combined beauty was quite impactful, especially Li Shi, whose beauty was almost unfair, making it hard to believe that one could possess such exquisite features. Coupled with her refreshing demeanor, even girls would find themselves enchanted. It's just a rough draft. Do you think it needs any corrections, class monitor? Zhao Wenxia asked modestly, scratching her head. It looks fine. You've left many areas blank, probably for adding elements. Just proceed with your design, Yu Enin replied. However, she paused and added, but I see there's sections that require text. Will you be handling it all by yourself? Won't that be too burdensome? This was the very reason for her visit. She was concerned about her classmates' workload and also to recommend talent. Li Shi, standing beside her, had won first prize in a calligraphy competition. Zhao Wenxia shook her head. No, my handwriting is ordinary, so I won't do the board work. Yu Enin interjected, perfect. Li Shi has previously won first prize in a calligraphy contest. She can certainly help. Li Shi nodded. I can assist as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenxia's heart sank, her expression darkening. Yu Enin immediately sensed the shift and asked, could it be that you've already enlisted someone else? Zhao Wenxia remained silent, and Lu Zirong chimed in from the side. After a class meeting, Zhao Wenxia asked Su Qingfeng for help. His handwriting is quite beautiful. Yuan and Enlishi exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Their minds immediately recalled Su Qingfeng's formidable display of skill that night. There was an odd disconnect in their thoughts. Chapter 27. The so-called God of War. On the way home during lunch, Su Qingfeng rode ahead on his mountain bike, while Lin Qingla followed closely on her electric scooter. Eventually, Su Qingfeng stopped at a restaurant called Claypot Soup Noodles. Lin Qingla, closely trailing, recognized the place, having been there before and found the food quite delightful. "Boss, a large bowl of beef brisket noodles, please," Su Qingfeng ordered. His little follower quickly chimed in, "I'll have a bowl too." Ultimately, they settled at a small corner table against the wall where there were few patrons. "Actually, I can make noodles too, and during middle school, I even experimented with a special broth recipe. My family has never complained about my cooking," Lin Qingla remarked, glancing around before showcasing her culinary prowess. Su Qingfeng responded with a few remarks, and during her pause, he walked over to the fridge, retrieved 2 bottles of Vita soy, deftly opened one with a bottle opener, and placed it before her with 2 straws, saying, "Here, quench your thirst." However, Lin Qingla suddenly stopped and lowered her head. Su Qingfeng turned to look. Indeed, a new group of customers had arrived, one of whom was from their class, Xian Jinyu. They had exchanged a few words at the start of the school year, but were not particularly familiar. In his past life, Su Qingfeng remembered him as a somewhat comical character. At that moment, he was strolling alongside a somewhat stocky young man. After placing their orders, they made their way inside, where Su Qingfeng's eyes lit up as he waved his hand in greeting. However, he did not approach to sit down. After all, the young man was engaged in conversation with his sister, and it would be inappropriate to intrude. Typically, with an ordinary person, a bit of banter might be acceptable. But this was the legendary warrior of Class 9. He truly regretted his earlier actions during that brawl, having been so preoccupied with filming Chen Wentian that he neglected the epic clash involving Chen Xian. By the time he concluded his recording, it was already too late. In light of that painful lesson, he dedicated himself to honing his photography skills. Thus, when the next battle erupted on the playground, he was swift to whip out his phone and capture precious footage. The two of them chose a spot to sit down. The young man who accompanied him settled across from him and quietly remarked, "The person you just greeted is from your class, right? They seem quite formidable. It's impressive that they've already captured the attention of such a lovely girl just days into the school year. Not just formidable, but incredibly so." Xian Jinyu interjected. "He," the warrior I mentioned earlier, the one who tossed a hefty guy weighing at least 140 pounds around like a mere chicken. "It's astonishing. Our senior from middle school Wu Ti last more than a few exchanges against him. One kick could render him incapacitated." "What?" Chao Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. "I don't doubt your word, but that sounds a bit surreal. Kicking someone into a wall, tossing people about like chives, that sort of power? When you described it, I thought you were spinning a tale of fantasy, like Xiang Yu transported to modern times. With his physique, it seems impossible." "Well, believe it or not, that's the truth. Just wait and see. I've been diligently practicing my photography skills," Xian Jinyu declared. "When the warrior makes his next appearance, I'll capture it all and thoroughly embarrass you." He concluded with a frustrated exclamation, lowering his head. Then, leaning in closer, he whispered, "That imposing figure approaching the entrance, with a face like thunder, is the one who will be in trouble." Chao Gu turned to see 3 silhouettes striding through the entrance. The largest among them had a countenance that suggested someone owed him money, and he quickly glanced back at Su Qingfeng in the corner. "Can he win this?" he murmured. "Silence. Just watch," Xian Jinyu replied. It was the end of class, and with the delectable offerings of this establishment, many students had gathered. Su Qingfeng and his group were among the first arrivals, but soon a considerable number of others joined as well. The 3 newcomers, if they desired to sit together, could only find sufficient space near Su Qingfeng's party. He tightened his grip on his phone. There were 3 individuals with Pang Li. Numbers can embolden the reckless, and it wouldn't be surprising if they attempted to instigate a grand showdown. In that case, he would be ready to capture every moment. Chao Gu fell silent, adjusting his position to observe the unfolding drama. Before long, Pang Li and his companions reached the entrance, and as they placed their orders, Pang Li scanned the interior for available seats. He felt a rush of excitement. The showdown was imminent. Indeed, the burly figure resembling a black bear locked eyes with a warrior in the corner. A tremor of recognition coursed through Chao Gu. He had encountered this sensation while reading novels, but had never experienced it so viscerally before. It was as if the very air vibrated. Suddenly feeling nauseous, Pang Li muttered, "You guys eat. I'm leaving." He turned on his heel, his demeanor frantic. To Xian Jinyu and the others, he appeared quite flustered. Chapter 28. Who was more attractive? Upon returning to class that afternoon, Su Qingfeng and Lin Qingyue entered together, drawing numerous gazes, though those stares quickly dissipated. Taking their seats, They noticed Wu Jiang had yet to arrive. The lad was a boarder, typically arriving just on time. With her deskmate absent and feeling slightly bored, Zhao Wenxia turned to Su Qingfeng, her expression solemn. Did you know that Li Shi from our class once won first prize in a calligraphy competition? She began eagerly. Su Qingfeng pondered briefly, recalling that during the time the class was preparing a bulletin board, it was indeed Li Shi who had assisted with the writing. As he recollected these moments, Zhao Wenxia interjected. She offered to help with the writing, and I mentioned that I had already found you, since you write beautifully. She smiled and nodded, saying, "That's fine. I was worried you might struggle alone. Now I can rest easy." I was completely taken aback. I never expected her, who seems indifferent to everything, to offer her help. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a great secret. After all, we're in the same class. You could have accepted her offer, which would save me some effort, Su Qingfeng replied. That wouldn't do. How could I go back on my word? Zhao Wenxia countered. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she posed a question. Let me ask you something. Go ahead, he replied. Do you think Li Shi is attractive? Such a question could be deemed a perilous one. Nevertheless, Su Qingfeng did not hesitate. Yes, she is attractive. There was no need for insincerity. He had no intention of belittling others to curry favor with the person before him, though he genuinely believed this. Hearing Su Qingfeng affirm it caused Zhao Wenxia to feel a pang of jealousy. Yet, she quickly composed herself. I think she is beautiful too. At the level of a campus belle, she stated. Su Qingfeng regarded her, sensing that the girl before him radiated vitality, yet possessed a unique sweetness. He remarked, You are beautiful as well. Zhao Wenxia's mind went blank, warmth surging within her, and her ears turned inexplicably red. The thought of who was more attractive than Li Shi blossomed in her mind, and given her usual disposition, she might have blurted it out. However, at that moment, she chose to lower her gaze instead. Suddenly, she whipped around, retrieving her sketchbook from her desk, swiftly opening it, and placing it before Su Qingfeng. This is my draft for the bulletin board. Take a look and see if there are any changes needed. Su Qingfeng examined it. Throughout this process, Zhao Wenxia's head sank lower, her restless heart beginning to settle, and she felt a wave of relief. She was grateful that her earlier shyness had kept her from speaking. Otherwise, she would have made a tremendous fool of herself. She was certain Su Qingfeng would have unhesitatingly chosen Li Shi. Thankfully, she and T sent him any photos to flaunt. Now she could showcase her skills in person. How wonderful. Did you see? Now you must think of how to praise me. She mused. I believe that if this is to be included in the bulletin board, we should consult the original artist. Su Qingfeng's voice broke through. Zhao Wenxia froze. Indeed, I also think that when showcasing someone else's artwork, or if it's to be displayed for others, it's essential to ask for their permission. At that moment, a voice chimed in from beside her. Zhao Wenxia looked up to discover that the sketches in her sketchbook were of her deskmate, Lu Zerong. Her deskmate now stood beside her, casting a cold gaze her way. Zhao Wenxia, hey, what do you mean by hey? This minor episode was swiftly washed away by the ringing of the school bell. It was precisely at that moment that several boarding students arrived just in time, only to be promptly apprehended. The biology teacher, who had just entered through the back door, noticed them, called them to a halt, and escorted them to the podium. Initially startled, their expressions soon brightened, only to eventually fall into despair. For this biology teacher was undeniably stunning, standing at an estimated height above 1.6 meters. Clad in black trousers and a white shirt, adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, she possessed a slender figure and exquisite bone structure. A beauty mark lay just beneath the corner of her right eye, and her furrowed brow exuded an air of dignified authority. Who among the high school students hasn't harbored a dream of encountering a beautiful teacher, especially an English teacher? The students had held high hopes at first, but sadly, they were met with a middle-aged man sporting a beer belly for their morning English class. Now, their dreams had finally materialized, yet they found themselves caught by this teacher, leaving a rather unfavorable impression. To make matters worse, this biology teacher appeared particularly formidable and not to be trifled with. As Su Qingfeng observed her, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Her name was Lin Xiushui, an exterior of coldness concealing a warm heart. In his previous life, he had started the school year with a commendable dedication, and his academic performance had been steadily improving. However, during the second semester of his first year, he became somewhat infatuated with gaming and the internet, leading to a decline in his grades. This teacher had taken notice, summoned him to her office, and engaged him in a heartfelt conversation, subsequently offering significant assistance. She was an exceptionally conscientious educator, leaving Su Qingfeng with a profoundly favorable impression. By the first semester of his second year, he had even become the class representative for biology. Regrettably, she ceased to teach at the school in the second semester and disappeared without a trace. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he realized he was late on his first day of class, seemingly disregarded. Lin Xiaoshui spoke coldly, casting a glance at the group beside him. "Bring your books and stand at the back." Her words were frosty, devoid of any hint of emotion. Wu Jiang and his companions felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastily retrieving their biology books and moving to the back of the classroom. After briefly introducing herself, Lin Xiaoshui dove straight into the lesson. Due to her stern teaching style and striking appearance, no one dared to doze off during the class. The boys were particularly captivated, their eyes gleaming with admiration. The 40-minute lesson concluded swiftly, and the students standing in the back felt a sense of relief. They understood that future biology classes would demand their utmost diligence. At this juncture, Lin Xiaoshui began to assign homework, adding pointedly, "Those who were late, complete it twice." The group stared in disbelief, their faces expressing incredulity. Their classmates cast envious glances, further solidifying the notion that the biology teacher was not to be trifled with. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Lin Xiaoshui exited, and the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Naturally, the center of discussion was the beautiful, icy, and stern teacher, Lin Xiaoshui. Zhao Wenxia, her eyes glinting with mischief, suddenly thought of something amusing and turned to Su Qingfeng. "Su Qingfeng, may I pose a question?" Su Qingfeng looked up. She continued, "Who do you find more attractive, Li Shi or the biology teacher?" Upon hearing such a question, Su Qingfeng chuckled and replied, "Why not include you?" Zhao Wenxia was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing, and unable to restrain herself. She blurted out, "Then how about me?" Su Qingfeng promptly responded, "Li Shi." Chapter 29, Painting September 13th, Tuesday evening. Su Qingfeng was dining at Lin Qingla's home. After a few days of interaction, the two had become quite familiar with each other. During lunch, they had a brief outing, and with ample time after afternoon classes, Lin Qingla declared it was time to showcase her extraordinary culinary skills. Thus, for the past couple of days, Su Qingfeng had been dining at her place. "Su Qingfeng, how are your academic results?" Lin Qingla suddenly inquired during dinner. In class, their interactions had been exceedingly limited, but during free moments, she often cast glances at him, curious to observe what this friend's daily life in class entailed. She soon noticed his lackadaisical demeanor. Though he didn't sleep during lectures, he appeared to be daydreaming. After class, he would engage in animated discussions with the female classmates seated in front of him. Naturally, she had no intention of meddling. She merely wished to ensure his academic performance remained satisfactory. In her memory, Su Qingfeng's grades at his previous school had been rather mediocre. Although her own ranking had occasionally dipped below his during periods of poor performance, she had ultimately scored higher in the final exams. During the summer break, she had resolved to enhance her life and diligently studied, now surpassing her previous pinnacle. Since he had assisted her, she felt it was only right to reciprocate. If he struggled to comprehend the lessons, she could offer him some tutoring outside of class. "It's manageable," Su Qingfeng replied. "High school courses are considerably more challenging than those in middle school. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You should be aware of my capabilities." She spoke confidently, lifting her head slightly. "A fallen genius?" Su Qingfeng interjected suddenly, referencing a nickname some classmates had given Lin Qingla when her grades had plummeted at her previous school. "Is the emperor about to unleash his power?" Su Qingfeng added. Lin Qingla, who had once been lost in games, novels, and anime, immediately grasped the reference. Her face flushed, but after a moment, she held her head high, feigning confidence. "I have returned to my peak form, and by following the emperor, I guarantee you a place in the 211. Su Qingfeng replied earnestly, "Once I attain enlightenment, the 211 will be mine. Even celestial beings will have a share." Lin Qingla smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. "Well then, let us see if I end up giving you a good thrashing during the monthly exams." Su Qingfeng responded, "I eagerly await that day." Lin Qingla chose not to elaborate further, having prepared herself for a stunning performance in the upcoming monthly exams. She wondered if this fellow would still be so brazen then. Suddenly, she asked, "Are you planning to collaborate with the cultural committee on that bulletin board? It seems you discuss it every day." Yesterday morning, the homeroom teacher had announced the initiative for a bulletin board, and during evening self-study, Zhao Wenxia had already sketched a rough outline on the backboard. By this afternoon, the framework had emerged, and if they hurried, they could likely finish it during tonight's self-study session. Su Qingfeng nodded. "I'll help her with some ideas and write some text." "Writing?" Lin Qingla was taken aback. She had never seen Su Qingfeng's handwriting before. "Tonight?" Su Qingfeng nodded. "Then I shall be sure to appreciate it. If it's unsightly, I'll mercilessly mock you." She teased, her eyes twinkling. Su Qingfeng remained silent, merely smiling as he took a few more bites of his meal. After dinner, They took a brief respite before heading to school together. They managed their time well and arrived at class just in time for the lesson. Unlike the initial shyness of their first arrival, this time Lin Qingli confidently followed Su Qingfeng into the classroom, having grown accustomed to it. Su Qingfeng walked through the back door and swiftly reached his seat. Observing this, Lin Qingli felt a pang of nostalgia. In the same classroom, the first group and the last group were separated by a mere distance. Yet at this moment, it felt as though an entire galaxy lay between them. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. How delightful it would be if they could sit together. Surprised by her own sentiment, she instinctively lowered her head, casting a furtive glance at Su Qingfeng. Upon noticing his lack of reaction, she exhaled quietly, quickening her pace as she focused on the tips of her shoes until she reached her seat. The class bell chimed. Zhao Wenxia stood in the aisle of the first group, chalk in hand, squinting one eye to gauge the angle. Many gazes were directed her way. Having earned certain privileges due to the class bulletin board, Zhao Wenxia felt a surge of secret delight in the power that came with it, an ability to do what others could not. Once she established her position, she climbed onto her chair and began to paint. Her vision was to depict a round moon in the upper right corner, accompanied by rays of moonlight, ripples, and flowers below. She envisioned the moon over the sea, flowers beneath the waves, moonlight illuminating the scene, along with a few sky lanterns and wispy clouds. This concept emerged after a brief discussion with Su Qingfeng and those around her. Although it deviated from her initial idea, it presented a greater challenge, one she was eager to embrace. As she painted, spontaneous ideas surfaced, transforming her initial draft into something entirely different. This version was claimed to be the one she was most satisfied with. The class monitor sat beside her, managing minor tasks. Wang Yaming's expression was solemn. He desired to assist, but could not compete with the monitor. Zhao Wenxiao was deeply engrossed and earnest, completely absorbed in her work. By the time the second evening study session commenced, the overall picture had begun to take shape. It was indeed quite beautiful, imbued with a dreamy quality. Soon, the end of the study period approached. In the back row, Huang Daoran had just secured an MVP title in a game, exiting the interface as friend requests flooded in, recalling compliments from teammates during the match, causing a smirk to form on his lips. Not a single competent player, he muttered. His gaming skills were indeed exceptional. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching, and instinctively tensed up, hastily stowing his phone into his desk. A quick glance to the side revealed it was Su Qingfeng, not the teacher. He relaxed, unable to resist teasing. Brother Feng, I was talking about the game. In reality, I could never match your prowess. One hand would be enough to crush me. Su Qingfeng merely smiled, remaining silent as he picked up a piece of chalk and moved to the far left. Oh, are you going to write on the board? I must pay close attention, he remarked, drawing the attention of several classmates. Many had only known Su Qingfeng for his formidable strength, so his sudden display of writing skills took them by surprise. After all, it was quite a contrast, was it not? The class monitor returned to her seat, gently tapping Li Shi on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow in anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. Li Shi felt somewhat exasperated. The act of writing on the board was truly optional for her. If no one else took the initiative, she would contribute, but if someone else did, why not let them have a turn? Turning her head now was simply out of curiosity. Chapter 30, The Harmonious Bulletin Board. The left side of the image depicted a tree with branches adorned with lanterns and flowing ribbons, as if caught in a gentle breeze. She lifted her hand and began to sketch. With a light touch, she let her creativity flow freely. The individual characters, though not particularly striking on their own, blended seamlessly into the scene, evoking an exquisite sense of comfort. It was as if the characters were destined to be inscribed in that very environment, giving rise to a profound aesthetic. In a fleeting moment, they could envision the entire scene, only to be jolted back to reality as if nothing had occurred. Those who had tasks resumed their duties, while others continued to admire the artwork. My appreciation for art is rather modest, but I must say, his writing seems to surpass yours in this piece, Yu Unen whispered to Li Shi. Li Shi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the blackboard, her eyes slightly dazed. At this moment, Zhao Wenxia leaped down from her chair. Her painting was complete. It was time to share her vision with Su Qingfeng, requesting that he inscribe the prepared text in the designated spaces. The thought thrilled her. She immediately turned to the spot where Su Qingfeng had been seated, only to find it empty. A moment of confusion washed over her, but upon sensing the gazes of those around her, she suddenly turned to look in another direction. Sure enough, Su Qingfeng had already begun to write. Dumbfounded, she watched as each stroke fell into place, every character materializing, sending tremors of excitement through her. It wasn't merely because the writing was beautiful. It was a resonance. Each character embodied the essence she had envisioned. No, it surpassed her expectations. A singular thought crystallized in her mind. Yes, yes, this is precisely what I wanted. The unspoken understanding between them filled her with uncontainable joy. She remained silent, standing aside to observe. In a fluid motion, without a hint of hesitation, the prepared text was nearly complete within minutes, leaving only a vast blank space in the center, which Zhao Wenxiao envisioned as the most challenging to fill. This would serve as the grand title, neither too jarring nor unattractive. It needed to elegantly connect the imagery on either side. Su Qingfeng continued undeterred. The chalk in his hand resembled a sword, decisive, accurate, and poised, wielded with an unwavering confidence that promised success without error. As the class bell rang, Su Qingfeng's hand withdrew from the blackboard, marking the completion of the bulletin board. Celebrating mid-autumn, the four large characters were imperfectly aligned, yet harmoniously integrated into the overall image, exuding a sense of ethereal grace. At first glance, the scene was striking, and the more one looked, the more depth it revealed. Impressive, truly amazing, Huang Daoren remarked, coming back to his senses as he gave Su Qingfeng a thumbs up. Just a casual effort. Class is over. Su Qingfeng nodded, tossing the chalk into the chalk holder. As he passed by the still-dazed Zhao Wenxia, he offered a nod before returning to his seat to pack up his belongings. Most of the classmates were also gathering their things, preparing to head home. Su Qingfeng's approach was in harmony with the scene, employing no ostentatious gestures. There was no spectacle that would leave passers-by in awe, nor would it evoke a sense of wonder in a crowd. Those particularly intrigued took out their phones to snap photos, while others merely glanced before moving on. Many captured the moment, and Lin Qinglam mingled among them, taking a few pictures before swiftly retreating. She noticed Su Qingfeng had risen from his seat, his gaze fixed on her, seemingly waiting for her. She couldn't afford to keep him waiting long. As the evening's self-study session drew to a close, the clock struck 9:40. Apart from a handful of exceptionally diligent students, few remained. After all, they were merely freshmen, and the overwhelming pressure of the college entrance examination had yet to dawn upon the majority. Soon, only a scattering of students remained in the classroom. However, the number of students from Class 9 lingering was slightly greater than usual, and the reason was simple. The class monitor, Li Shi, had chosen to stay. Zhao Wenxiao meticulously captured images of the class bulletin board from various angles and positions. It turned out to be even more splendid than she had anticipated. If the school authorities had any discernment, they would surely award it a prize, she proclaimed. Yu Ainen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the class monitor's insight. Astonished by Feng Gu's hidden talent, noticing that the class monitor had not left, Yi Feijian declined to join Wu Jiang and the others in their dormitory gaming session, opting instead to remain in the classroom. To be honest, he felt no particular excitement. It was merely aesthetically pleasing. Yet the class monitor's words held weight. This character is acceptable, he remarked, but it lacks the charm and elegance of Li's handwriting. Seizing an opportunity, young man interjected. From the moment he laid eyes on Li Shi upon entering the class, he resolved to pursue her, regardless of whether he would succeed. Simply seeing her and listening to her speak was already a delight. After observing her for days, he was aware that she had previously won awards in calligraphy competitions. Capitalizing on this fact, he planned to lavish her with compliments. Li Shi responded, "At first glance, it's a delightful surprise, and after prolonged observation, it remains captivating. If I were confined within the constraints set by others, I could never produce such exquisite characters." She found herself increasingly enchanted, her eyes sparkling with interest. Rarely, she took out her phone to snap a few photos before turning to Yu Ainen. "All right, let us head back, Ainen." "Sure," Yu Ainen nodded, giving Yi Feijian a subtle glance before the two girls strolled away hand in hand. At first sight, a delightful surprise. Over time, a heart flutter, young man mused, scratching his head and chuckling to himself. How apt. He felt a resonance with that sentiment, having experienced a similar surge of emotion upon first seeing Li Shi. Yi Feijian, overhearing, cast a scornful glance in young man's direction, fully aware of his intentions, which were glaringly transparent. However, when it came to romance, one must not only consider the attributes of the other person, but also reflect on one's own. This fellow stood half a head shorter than himself, and despite his prominent features, his face bore numerous acne scars. Did he truly believe he would frighten Li Shi away? Moreover, the praise was directed at Su Qingfeng. What was he celebrating? How amusing! With this thought, Yi Feijian decided to step outside to share this matter with Wu Jiang, hoping to stir him up. Watching Yi Feijian's retreating figure, young man smirked inwardly. A physically uncoordinated individual with a simplistic mindset, who had recently faced social humiliation, dared to pursue the class monitor? Little did he know he had already forfeited his romantic prospects. Given the class monitor's decisive nature, The moment this fellow confessed would likely coincide with his moment of heartbreak. Imagining such a scene brought a blissful smile to his face. Meanwhile, Wu Zhizhong, seated at the front, glanced disdainfully at the bulletin board while trying to relax his eyes. How crude, he thought, before turning back to immerse himself in his studies. With merely over 1,000 days until the college entrance examination, how could one afford to be anything but urgent? Chapter 31. Seeking Guidance. Is it truly as remarkable as you claim? Yu Anan inquired as they walked along the campus path. Li Shi nodded, indeed. The most immediate sensation is that it never grows tiresome. Even within the confines of someone else's framework, it feels like dancing with shackles. If I were to write freely, it might be even more stunning. I'm quite curious to see. Her gentle voice revealed a rare ripple of desire in her calm gaze. Yu Anan was taken aback. Such an expression from her sister was a rarity. With a playful grin, she suggested, his writing is exquisite. He must practice often. You both share a common interest. Why not get to know him better and discuss it? He would surely welcome it. Li Shi's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue, but she quickly shook her head. Perhaps not. I'd rather avoid a situation akin to what happened with Genie Xuan. During a previous competition, she had finished second to a boy named Genie Xuan, whose writing was also commendable. He had initially approached her under the pretense of discussing calligraphy, but before long, he was asking her out for meals and movies, ultimately declaring her his girlfriend, claiming rights over her meals and drinks, even though she always reimbursed him. It wasn't until her parents intervened that their entanglement finally ceased. It was far too clingy, she added. We're still so young. The world is vast, and there is so much to learn. Why dwell on such matters? That fellow was indeed bothersome, Yu Anan agreed. Just then, they exited the school gate, making their way to a car driven by a middle-aged man, who happened to be Yu Anan's family chauffeur. Both girls resided in the same neighborhood and shared a friendly rapport. Besides, I was overly distracted during middle school, which hindered my studies, Li Shi continued. Yu Anan's expression fell. Sister, please spare me. You barely studied in middle school and still only lag behind me slightly. If you apply yourself in high school, what will become of me? Please don't turn into someone else's ideal child. No, I take my studies seriously. It's just that I've been involved in too many activities, and my focus is somewhat scattered, Li Shi replied earnestly. Right. Yu Anan replied dismissively. I'm starting to feel sympathy for Wu Zhizhong, who studies like a maniac only to be outpaced by you. I'm not as talented as you think, Li Shi remarked calmly, her demeanor suggesting she believed in her capabilities. At that moment, she noticed familiar figures outside the car window, Su Qingfeng cycling ahead, with Lin Qingwei trailing closely behind. Her heart stirred. She had observed them entering and exiting the classroom together over the past few days. They had been quite close during the previous altercation. Could they be in a romantic relationship? If they were, perhaps approaching him to discuss calligraphy would deter him from pursuing her? But after a brief moment of consideration, she dismissed the thought. Despite her own vanity, she genuinely worried that Su Qingfeng might abandon Lin Qingwei for her beauty. Even if she didn't intend to pursue anything, what if he became persistently attached? Hey, I just thought of something. You could always communicate with him online, Yu Anan exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. On the internet, who knows if you're male or female? Just create a mail account and engage him under the guise of discussion. Yes, that's the way. Just be careful not to reveal too much, Yu Anan urged, her enthusiasm growing. Li Shi's heart skipped a beat, then raced with excitement as she felt this was indeed feasible. However, her expression remained largely composed. She had just emphasized the importance of diligent study, and now to entertain the notion of consideration would surely be akin to slapping her own face. Did she wish for her energies to be diverted from academics? She responded quietly. The first year of high school is the most relaxed. Let us enjoy this time together and strive in the subsequent 2 years, shall we? Yu Anan leaned in, employing her ultimate tactic of rubbing her cheek against Li's. Yet, she was promptly pushed away. Do not mythologize me. I am not as enchanting as you presume, and do not underestimate yourself either. Then let us see. By around 10 o'clock, both returned to their respective homes. Li Shi washed up, then retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. She powered on her computer and logged into her QQ alternate account. Over the past 2 years, WeChat had surged to prominence, yet QQ had once ruled the realm. Though students also utilized WeChat, the inertia of habit led most to still prefer QQ. She took out her phone, opened the class group, and navigated to Su Qingfeng's profile. She recalled a saying she had heard before. One's avatar and personal signature could, to a certain extent, reflect one's character. Upon closer inspection, Su Qingfeng's avatar depicted a sunset, lacking any particularly memorable detail. His signature read, I am back. Had he traveled to some extraordinary place? Quickly dismissing the thought, her gaze shifted to his QQ number. She pressed the keys, and soon the same profile appeared. As she maneuvered the mouse to add him as a friend, she hesitated. A whirlwind of thoughts swirled within her. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that she had never taken the initiative to add a boy before. If he inquired about her identity, how would she respond? How could she explain how she knew him? After contemplating for some time, she even entertained the notion of giving up. Yet soon, the thought of searching for his QQ number took precedence. After all, he wouldn't know who she was. She decided to send a simple "Are you there?" If he replied, she would share some unpublished yet satisfactory works and ask for his opinion. With her plan firmly set, she no longer hesitated. With determination, she clicked the Add Friend option. The page flickered. The other party has denied friend requests from strangers. Chapter 32. Mid-Autumn Break, Reality Shattered. On September 14th, Wednesday, just before afternoon classes, the students were particularly exuberant. This was to be expected, as once the afternoon lessons concluded, a 3-day mid-autumn holiday would commence. Some boarding students had even brought their luggage to school, ready to slip away as soon as class ended. Is anyone going to see the song and dance performance at Jiangzhong Island tomorrow night? Su Qingfeng had just returned to his seat when Lu Zirong extended the invitation to his deskmate Zhao Wenxia. Jiangzhong Island, a renowned landmark of Weijiang, as its name suggests, is surrounded by water and developed in earlier years. It features bumper cars, pirate ships, roller coasters, and areas for leisurely strolls. Whenever large events are held, it serves as the ideal venue. Any stars attending? Wu Jiang inquired curiously, carrying a bulging backpack, one of those boarding students eager to leave after class. Over time, the group had grown quite familiar with one another. Lu Zirong opened her mouth to speak. I haven't heard of any stars, but the venue is quite grand, with numerous stalls. Here are some photos. Take a look. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to showcase a series of images, an imposing stage set up, facing a lush green field, with unoccupied stalls in the backdrop. Quite impressive, Wu Jiang thought. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, is it only for one day? No. It will run for 3 days throughout the holiday, Lu Zirong replied. That's rare. We should find some time to enjoy ourselves, Wu Jiang suggested, then curiously inquired. Where did you get this information? Such a large event is happening tomorrow, and I only just found out. From the news, of course. There's information on my phone and local public accounts on WeChat too. You really shouldn't get too lost in gaming, my friend, Lu Zirong chided lightly. Thanks. Wu Jiang immediately bowed his head and began fiddling with his phone. Soon, he found relevant information, promptly sent it to Huang Daoran, and shared it in the dorm group, asking if anyone was interested in forming a group. Lu Zirong began discussing plans for the event with her deskmate, Zhao Wenxia. At that moment, Su Qingfeng was lost in reminiscence. In his past life, there had been a similar occasion, and he had attended. After all, there was no one at home, and he was disinclined to return. With an event happening there, it was an excellent opportunity to join in the fun, and he recalled it as quite an enjoyable experience. He remembered riding the pirate ship, seated next to a girl who, at first, was quite defiant with her companions. Yet by the end, she was the one screaming the loudest, clutching her friend with one hand while gripping his thigh with the other. Unfortunately, he too was lost in a state of weightlessness, and by the time he regained his senses, the ride had ended, leaving him without the thrill he had hoped to experience. After it concluded, the girl treated him to a cup of lemon tea and continuously apologized. At that time, he had fantasized about whether a story would develop thereafter. Alas, it did not. This encounter could be deemed serendipitous, and even now, reflecting upon it brings a smile to his lips. He had returned for the following 2 days, partly because those days were indeed the most enjoyable, and partly due to whispers from classmates that Li Shi had attended on the first day, and might come again on the second. Undeniably, during his high school years, these two individuals had captivated him. Even a mere encounter on the road would fill him with joy. That evening, he did not meet either of them, but rather encountered several male classmates from his class. In retrospect, it was quite amusing. With this in mind, he felt that tomorrow would indeed be a splendid day, as he anticipated a breakthrough in his cultivation. Su Qingfeng, are you going tomorrow night? Zhao Wenxia suddenly turned to speak. She had developed a modicum of interest in him, not in a romantic sense, but simply found him pleasant to be around, suitable for friendship, and desired to interact more. Yes, Su Qingfeng nodded. Thoughts flooded his mind, a cascade of ideas. He found himself somewhat looking forward to what events might unfold once more. Shall we go together? Zhao Wenxia proposed. Upon hearing this, Lu Zirong's eyes widened slightly. Sister, your heart has spoken. However, upon reconsideration, she realized that she had initially stated she would be there too, so this invitation did not constitute a date, but rather a gathering among classmates. In that moment, she felt somewhat relieved, yet nervousness crept in. After all, she had never gone out to play with boys. Su Qingfeng shook his head. Perhaps not. I have some matters to attend to tomorrow, and time might be a bit tight. No matter, The venue is quite vast. Perhaps we might encounter each other after all. Zhao Wenxia, undeterred, raised an eyebrow. After exchanging a few more words, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The teacher had already arrived. To the students awaiting dismissal, the afternoon lessons seemed to stretch interminably. However, for Su Qingfeng, who was immersed in his cultivation, slowly savoring the essence of the world, time felt but a fleeting moment. The final lesson was mathematics, taught by the homeroom teacher. By the time the class was nearly over, he had already delivered all he intended to convey. He then began to offer admonitions, primarily cautioning against swimming in wild ponds and emphasizing the importance of personal safety at the beach, citing several tragic incidents from previous years. Once he concluded, he shifted the topic to the Mid-Autumn Festival. At this point, he produced a cardboard bag he had brought to class. His gaze turned towards the bulletin board at the back. Let's express our gratitude to our cultural committee and the students who assisted in creating the bulletin board. Your efforts are truly appreciated. It looks splendid. Standing in front of the classroom, it lifts my spirits immensely. He continued, I brought some mooncakes for you all. Zhao Wenxia. Su Qingfeng, class monitor Wang Yaming, please come up to receive them. Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this delightful surprise. Zhao Wenxia was already on her feet, beaming with joy. No one would refuse a mooncake, but one bestowed by the teacher held a unique significance. It symbolized recognition of their hard work. Su Qingfeng also rose to join her. In total, there were 6 mooncakes. He and Zhao Wenxia each received 2, while the others took one apiece. Once they had collected their treats, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Yet, silence lingered in the room, as every gaze remained fixed on the homeroom teacher. Gum Ming observed the students below, his stern expression suddenly transforming into a warm smile, revealing a row of teeth as he tapped his textbook against the desk. All right, class dismissed. Wishing you all a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival. Following his announcement, a wave of cheers erupted from outside. Some students, needing to catch the local bus home, hurriedly slung their backpacks over their shoulders and dashed away. The phrase, every festive season heightens the longing for family, echoed in the air. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Qingfeng and Lin Qinghua parted ways. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for reunion. With no one awaiting him at home, he had no plans to return. Nevertheless, he had prepared a gift. The 2 jade pendants he had been nurturing were completed yesterday and had been sent off, expected to reach his parents' hands within a couple of days. These pendants would warm and nourish their bodies and spirits, providing protection in times of danger. He estimated that unless they encountered something as formidable as a 100-ton truck or were caught in a hail of gunfire, they would be safe. Upon awakening that morning and receiving a message from his parents, he promptly called them, urging them to keep the pendants close. Lin Qingyue's situation was quite different. Her grandparents were still alive, and she wished to spare them any undue worry. Thus, after breakfast, she headed to her uncle's place to travel back home and celebrate the festival together. Su Qingfeng then mounted his mountain bike and set off towards the beach. With the jade pendant situation resolved, his next pursuit was to break through to a higher realm. He arrived at a desolate stretch of beach, still and solitary. Expertly arranging his belongings, he consumed a pill and leapt into the water. Following his instincts, he did not halt upon finding the right rhythm, but continued to flow deeper. Feeling the surrounding pressure intensify, he skillfully controlled every pore of his body, absorbing various spiritual energies and refining his internal essence and blood, achieving the most efficient absorption. Rather than simply finding a spot and meditating, he leisurely explored, finding this approach to cultivation infinitely more engaging than the monotonous grind of stagnant practice. Unbeknownst to him, he transitioned from deeper waters to a shallow, sandy seabed. Sunlight filtered through, casting a warm glow as fish swam lazily by. On a whim, he lay down on the sandy bottom, employing a water-repelling technique before popping a nourishing pill into his mouth. The former was for cultivation, while the latter ensured his body remained well-nourished and not depleted. He then settled into a tranquil state of meditation. When Su Qingfeng finally opened his eyes again, the serene, beautiful scene had vanished, replaced by an enveloping darkness. Night had fallen. Stretching his limbs, he heard a series of satisfying pops emanating from his body. After a restful slumber, he had successfully broken through. He consumed another nourishing pill, his legs propelling him slowly towards the surface. During this ascent, his cultivation began to stabilize rapidly. As he neared the water surface, the silvery moonlight streamed down, illuminating the scene beneath. It was evident that the weather was quite pleasant that evening. An unbidden thought crossed his mind, and he accelerated, bursting through the surface into the air. In that moment, glancing upward, he beheld the full moon suspended in the sky, radiating a myriad of shimmering beams. With a splash, he fell back into the sea. The sensation was delightful. He mused to himself that he had momentarily played the role of a merman. A soft chuckle escaped him as he recalled how his sudden leap was inspired by tales of mermaids. Perhaps a touch of boredom had driven him to it. A startled voice broke the stillness, a girl's shriek echoing. Zayn, Yu Yao, did you see that? A mermaid. A mermaid is over there. Su Qingfeng extended his consciousness ahead, noticing figures on the shore, one of whom was pointing in his direction and shouting. He paid little mind, as the distance still rendered him unseen. He swam towards another shore, having chanced upon this location purely by exploration. To return to his bike from this beach would require a considerable detour. Once on land, he adeptly employed a fire-starting technique to dry his clothes. Realizing they had shrunk slightly, he had grown taller. Climbing onto his bicycle, he pedaled homeward. Meanwhile, on the adjacent beach, a girl exclaimed excitedly, "Did you all see that?" It jumped out and then splashed down. The girl, exhilarated, turned to a short-haired companion with a camera. "Yu Yao, I saw you swing the lens that way. You must have captured it. Show me, show me." Wei Xin also turned to look, although he hadn't directly observed the direction. The sudden appearance of something leaping was unmistakable. He had caught it in his peripheral vision. If it truly was a mermaid, it would be sensational news. Just arriving and already witnessing such a spectacle. How could he possibly miss this fortuitous moment? A flicker of excitement danced on Luo Yu Yao's face, normally reserved, now bubbling with enthusiasm as she chattered away. She had swiftly pressed the shutter when she caught a glimpse earlier. Typically, a good photograph requires the perfect angle, lighting, and color. Yet, her hasty shot might not yield anything worthwhile. But what if, under the luminous moonlight, the mermaid leapt from the sea, and just at that moment, she fortuitously had her camera in hand, fortuitously pressing the shutter. It was destiny, indeed. Fate had conspired to allow her to capture this miraculous photograph. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became, her heart racing, and her body trembling uncontrollably. As she spoke, she also lowered her gaze. The three of them felt their pulses quicken, and with Luo Yu Yao's deft maneuvering, they swiftly arrived at the photo preview page. The image appeared. The group was left in utter bewilderment, for the photograph was nothing but a swath of darkness. How could this be? I recall that Leica cameras perform quite well. Why is this image utterly black, devoid of any visibility? Wei Zan wondered aloud. The girl who had screamed remained silent, pressing her face close to the lens, seemingly attempting to discern the silhouette she had just glimpsed from the abyss of darkness. Luo Yueyao fell silent. She stood there dazed, slowly extending her hand towards the camera lens. Wei Zan noticed her action and turned to see the lens cap still tightly screwed on. Her silence was deafening. His expression stiffened as he glanced at the two girls. The girl who had screamed widened her eyes to their fullest, desperately searching the photo for any hint of what had just been seen. Where is it? Where is it? Where could it possibly be? He turned back to Luo Yueyao and saw her, usually adorned with a sweet smile, now wearing an expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, she broke the silence. Damn it. Chapter 33. Family matters around 7:30. Su Qingfeng returned home, changed his clothes, and freshened up before heading back to his room, where the rich essence of inspiration enveloped him. Sitting at the desk, he passively absorbed the ambience while picking up his phone. His initial intention had been to spend the day swimming in the sea, breaking through his limits. Hence, he had naturally not brought his phone. Numerous messages awaited his attention. He first responded to his parents and elders. Then his gaze lingered on a particular individual. This person had begun messaging him since noon, and now there were 7 or 8 messages in total. Li Yun. Hey, are you there? Are you there? Li Yun. My mom told me that if I can't convince you to come here for dinner, then I might as well not go back for dinner. Li Yun. Oh my, you aren't dead, are you? Li Yun. Hey. Ignoring me is a bit much, don't you think? Li Yun. Pictures. Once you see the photos, you can consider it as having eaten. That was the last message. Well, I suppose one could consider it as having eaten. After replying to that, he continued scrolling. Lin Qingla also sent a message just over half an hour ago. It was a photograph of food with people passing by in the background, their faces not captured, suggesting a strong sense of stealth. The text beneath the image read, "I'm eating now, how about you? Have you eaten well?" Su Qingfeng pondered before replying. "It's all right, planning to stroll around Jiangzhong Island later." Your meal looks quite sumptuous. Just as he intended to exit the message view, he received an instantaneous reply. "Lin Qingla, it seems just average. Nothing compared to what I cook. How about you? Did you have a meal better than what I make tonight?" Su Qingfeng, "Not really. I can only say it fills the belly." Lin Qingla, "Then when you return, I'll cook for you." Lin Qingla, "By the way, such a big event must be quite lively, right?" Su Qingfeng, "It should be." This time, there was no instant reply from her, and Su Qingfeng exited the page. Shortly after, messages from Li Yun flooded in. "Is your phone out of data? You, send me your phone number. If I can't find you, I'll just call you directly. She started with a double whammy. Qingfeng didn't say much, simply sent his phone number and replied, "Having your number is useless. I forgot my phone this time. Li Yun, damn, you can forget your phone? Are you even human?" After a few light-hearted exchanges with her, he scrolled away to respond to other messages. Naturally, some he ignored, particularly the mass-sent festive greetings. After wrapping up his chats, he stood up and set off for Jiangzhou Island. In rural families, traditions run deep. During significant holidays, aside from those who truly cannot return, most will come home to celebrate the occasion. Lin Xingla had one elder uncle, two younger uncles, and two aunts. All three uncles were present. The large family set up 3 tables. The main table at the back was the liveliest, and she was seated at that very table. To be honest, as a granddaughter still in school, she shouldn't have been sitting there. However, her grandfather had called her over. Among the grandchildren at this table, aside from her, there was another young man. With a center-part hairstyle and dressed appropriately, he spoke eloquently. He was Lin Jiadong, the eldest son of her elder uncle, and the eldest among their generation of grandchildren. Having graduated from university several years ago, she had heard he had changed jobs multiple times without settling down. She was unaware of what he was currently doing. However, she had an inkling now. It seemed he was embarking on a venture. How'd she know? It was a new trend. Once you hopped on, even a pig could soar. Lin Jiadong spoke confidently, occasionally stuttering at critical points, but quickly regaining his train of thought to continue. The surrounding uncles and elder relatives would occasionally chime in with responses or ask a question or two. Lin Xingla, lacking experience, could hardly grasp the conversation. She felt awed but indifferent, her head bowed as she ate, her mind preoccupied with Su Qingfeng's messages. She wished to reply to him, yet with her grandfather watching closely, she had to be discreet. When she had just responded, her grandfather had glanced over. Fortunately, she had hidden her phone swiftly. Now she thought that after eating a bit more, she could claim to be full and leave. As she had been silent for so long, it wouldn't seem out of place. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks, holding a large shrimp, appeared before her. Placing it into her bowl, she was taken aback and looked in that direction to see her fourth uncle smiling and nodding at her. She felt a mix of surprise and confusion. She wasn't particularly close to him. She recalled that whenever he visited her home, her parents would usually call her to play, but she had once overheard that it was for borrowing money. Now that her parents were gone, she was unaware of how much they had lent him or what his intentions were. Sensitive as she was, she couldn't help but overthink, a jumble of thoughts swirling in her mind. However, what she feared did not come pass. Soon, the banquet concluded, and she bid farewell to her grandparents, preparing to return home. "Xiaolu, wei a momo," a voice called out as she was on her way. It was her cousin Lin Jiadong. "What is it, Jiadongge?" She replied softly. "Do you know about inflation?" he asked. "The general rise in prices, leading to an increase in the cost of goods, which makes money less valuable." Lin Xingla responded. "Why are you telling me this, Jiadongge?" "Indeed, the mere act of letting money lie dormant will only result in its devaluation. The most prudent course of action is to invest. Should one succeed, not only can one outpace inflation, but one may also amass considerable wealth." Lin Jiadong remarked, "I have a promising online venture in mind. You know about live streaming, right? Invest a modest sum, and the dividends will ensure you never have to worry for the rest of your life." Lin Xingla's complexion paled slightly as she began to grasp the implications of his proposition. "I don't have any money," she replied timidly. While it was true she lacked personal funds, her parents possessed a considerable sum accumulated over the years, including insurance payouts and compensation from unfortunate incidents. Though she was unaware of the exact amount, it was substantial. During her time at home, she had overheard discussions among various individuals vying for the money, all while offering to take her in. Ultimately, her grandparents settled the matter, declaring that they would care for her and retain the funds until she reached adulthood and could comprehend her circumstances. Throughout her tumultuous years, many had expressed similar sentiments, which only compounded her fears. She believed that everyone around her was drawn to her solely for her money. Any notions of familial affection were rendered meaningless, save for the genuine kindness of her grandparents. Now, as she began to emerge from that dark phase, she sensed that there were indeed good people, like her third uncle. But upon hearing her cousin's words, the old anxiety resurfaced, and she instinctively lowered her head. Lin Jiadong, seemingly unconcerned, continued, "There's indeed money. Your grandparents are safeguarding it for you. If you remain resolute, they will surely acquiesce. After all, it amounts to merely a tenth. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. There is a concrete proposal at hand, and I am not insisting you invest, merely extending an opportunity." Noticing Lin Xingla's apprehensive demeanor, he offered a gentle smile. "I simply wanted to share this with you. Should you be unwilling, consider it as though I never spoke. Please refrain from discussing it with your grandparents." With that, he waved his hand and returned to his own home. Lin Qingla exhaled deeply, her expression becoming more relaxed. Xiaolu, wait a moment, but before she could take 2 steps, her fourth uncle called out to her. Turning around, she saw him approaching. A wave of panic washed over her, as she anticipated that her fourth uncle would likely echo her cousin's sentiments. However, before he reached her, a hand emerged from behind him, grasping his arm. It was her grandfather. He furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. If you have something to discuss, speak with me. Then, turning to Lin Qingla, he smiled and gestured for her to carry on with her business. Lin Qingla nodded and numbly returned to her solitary home, a 2.5-story rural house. Neither new nor old, quite ordinary. She had given the keys to her grandparents, who would occasionally come to tidy up. Today, upon her return, she had cleaned the place, so it did not feel deserted. Lying on her bed, engulfed in darkness, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. It felt as though she were the only person in the world. How splendid it would be if the world simply exploded, she murmured softly to herself. Suddenly, a sound emanated from her phone. She remembered that she had yet to reply to a message. Swiftly, she grabbed her phone, momentarily stunned, a smile creeping onto her face. It was a message from that person. She clicked to open it, a picture filled with a multitude of smiling faces, their eyes sparkling. At that moment, Qingfeng sent another message. Qingfeng, it seems quite lively, doesn't it? Lin Qingla's heart quivered, as the burdens and emotions she had long suppressed surged forth like a tidal wave. She could no longer contain her feelings, her fingers flying across the screen. Lin Qingla, they all seem so happy and vibrant, yet it has nothing to do with me. After sending that, she did not stop. Her fingers moved rapidly again, composing a lengthy response. But soon she halted, trembling all over. Why was she venting her grievances? Why direct her frustrations at her friend? Glancing at the screen filled with her complaints, she felt a sense of relief that she had not sent them. Instead, she deleted the message. Some things are not meant to be shared with others. They're best kept within, to be slowly processed. As she pondered this, the screen lit up with a new message from Qingfeng. Qingfeng, why not come over tomorrow night? Lin Qingla was taken aback. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Her third uncle and aunt were returning, but they would be busy with work again tomorrow, and she had planned to return home as well. But would she still go then? Lin Qingla, are you going tomorrow? By the time she regained her composure, the message had already been sent. Qingfeng, of course. Want to join? Lin Qingla's heart raced, and she quickly sat up in bed. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, complex and tumultuous. In simple terms, it was as though she were pleading, "O world, do not explode just yet. Let's speak of this later." Her fingers danced frantically over the screen, crafting words of gratitude and thoughts. Yet ultimately, she deleted everything and settled for a single word. Lin Qingla, MM. After replying, she felt it might come across as somewhat aloof, fearing Qingfeng would think she did not wish to converse. She added another message. Lin Qingla, you must scout the area well tonight. Qingfeng, sure. Lin Qingla. Qingfeng, I'll take a look around and let you know if I find anything fun. When another message arrived, Lin Qingla felt a surge of vitality return to her. She got up, turned on the lights in her room, and then walked to the living room to illuminate the entire space. The brightness filled her home, and she felt rejuvenated, unable to resist stretching her arms. Knock, knock. Xiaolu, are you there? Open the door. An elderly voice called out. Lin Qingla hurried to the door and opened it. A tall, slender, and sprightly elderly man stood before her. Grandfather? Gumin, she exclaimed, ushering him inside. The elder settled into a chair, sighed deeply, and gazed at Lin Qingla, who felt somewhat perplexed. After a moment, the elder smiled kindly. Good, good. Lin Qingla felt even more bewildered. The elder spoke slowly. Xiaolu, your condition was truly concerning before. You seem to have lost your spirit. Although you showed some improvement before school, to be honest, I still worried. Your third uncle mentioned you wish to live independently, and, while I initially disagreed, I eventually thought a change in environment might be beneficial, so I consented. Upon your return, I notice you appear much better than before, which brings me some relief. I apologize for causing you worry, grandfather, Lin Qingla replied with a smile. The elder nodded and continued. The belongings your parents left for you will always be kept safe by me. When you grow up, I will hand them over to you in their entirety. Lin Qingla quickly interjected. Grandfather, if anything major happens at home, Before she could finish, a frail hand rested on her shoulder. There is no calamity that could overshadow your health and growth. Lin Qingla was momentarily taken aback, feeling a gentle warmth envelop her. As she opened her heart a little wider, she sensed that the world was indeed bathed in abundant sunlight. Shall we come together, my friends? She exclaimed. I must confess, this is all the moon's doing. On stage, a male singer clad in striking black attire, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle and possessing a well-proportioned physique, was belting out nostalgic hits that resonated deeply with the audience, who swayed along in unison, the overall atmosphere pleasantly warm. Qingfeng, too, felt a unique flavor in the air. As the song reached its climax, the singer unexpectedly turned the microphone toward the audience. Qingfeng watched for a moment longer, bemused. How cunning it was to hand the microphone to the crowd just as the song peaked. Discovering this pattern dampened his enthusiasm somewhat, prompting him to meander over to a nearby lemon tea stall and casually order a cup. At that moment, a voice called out from behind, "Boss lady, hold on. Let's have 3 cups." Qingfeng turned his head. "Class monitor? Boss lady, we're together," said Yuanin with a cheerful smile. As Li Shi hurried up behind her, Qingfeng glanced at the 3 girls queuing behind him, then back at the 2, and conceded. Lending a hand wouldn't be a bother. You suddenly dashed off to buy milk tea without telling me. Thankfully, I spotted you, Yuanin added, feigning annoyance while casting an apologetic glance at the 3 girls in line behind Qingfeng. In truth, he felt she needn't have bothered. The other 3 seemed far from displeased, their gazes more envious than anything else. Such was the power of beauty. Qingfeng, not that. Just then, a lively tune resonated from the stage, its playful melody stirring many hearts, prompting them to exchange smiles with their companions. By the same, numerous individuals began to sway gently to the rhythm, some glancing at their boyfriends beside them. This was a new song from Zhou Tianwang, its enchanting melody and catchy lyrics garnering immense popularity and buzz. In an attempt to affirm their camaraderie, Yuanin reignited the conversation. Confession balloons. On the day of my middle school graduation, a boy played this song to confess to a girl. Can you guess who it was? Confession? How intriguing. Qingfeng responded, his expression somewhat peculiar, not due to the topic itself, but rather what was to come. At that moment, Li Shi arrived, a faint blush adorning her cheeks, playfully nudging Yuanin's arm. Well, now we know who the recipient of that confession was. It seems the boy was unsuccessful. Qingfeng, Zima. Li Shi seemed to come to a realization. She felt a bit flustered. Upon seeing Qingfeng, her best friend quipped, "Hey, Qingfeng, what a splendid opportunity. Watch me bond with him, and I might just bring you a calligraphy piece." Without allowing for a response, she hurried over. She was still grappling with the embarrassment from her previous failed attempt to add him as a friend. To put it mildly, that was the greatest insult she had faced in recent times. She rushed over, wishing to intervene, only to find her friend recounting her past embarrassments. Glancing at Qingfeng, she wanted to say something but hesitated, momentarily lost in thought. Failure was inevitable. We're all still so young and inexperienced. How can we even think about romance? Yuanin stated boldly. At this point, the lemon tea was ready and placed on the counter. The boss lady shot Qingfeng an encouraging look. The handsome young man and the beautiful girls together formed a pleasing sight. The boss lady felt that this young man would be a perfect match with any girl he stood beside. "Hey, Qingfeng, don't move. Remember, you're supposed to queue while I pay," Yuanin exclaimed, quickly pulling out her phone to scan the payment code. Observing Qingfeng's attire and his school supplies, she knew he wasn't affluent. She genuinely worried he might stubbornly insist on paying for her, which would make her appear overly forward and diminish her worth. At that moment, Qingfeng had already picked up one of the cups, inserting a straw and looking at her. "Don't worry, I'll one tea take yours." Yuanin felt a bit odd, but inwardly sighed in relief. As she entered her password, she remarked, "More and more merchants are accepting WeChat payments. Can you believe that in a few years, we might hardly see cash anymore? It's a trend in development." Qingfeng, not that apfi my see. Mobile payments had emerged a few years back and were gradually becoming commonplace. During last year's New Year, WeChat red envelopes had surged in popularity across the nation. In the year he traversed into the cultivation realm, aside from the occasional red envelope during festivities, he had scarcely encountered cash. The 3 cups totaled 21 yuan, the highest configuration. After collecting them, the trio departed the queue, searching for a relatively good spot to stand and enjoy the music. Upon joining the crowd, Qingfeng noted an immediate increase in attention directed toward him. When he was alone, only a few girls would occasionally glance back. Now, however, it was predominantly males, some turning their heads and stealing furtive glances. Qingfeng sensed a couple of boys shifting slightly in his direction, only to retreat when their eyes met his. He had become a shield. Was this the price of lemon tea? Qingfeng pondered but decided not to dwell on it. Finally, the song approached its conclusion. "Sun Xiaonan, will you marry me?" Suddenly, a loud proclamation broke through, seizing the audience's attention. Qingfeng immediately looked toward the source. A burly man knelt before a tall woman, one hand holding a bouquet of roses and the other presenting a ring box. Qingfeng noticed the girl momentarily stunned, then bowed her head, her eyes filled with embarrassment. In his past life, a similar event had unfolded, though he had missed it while purchasing food elsewhere, though it bore no direct significance to him. Having an additional spectacle was delightful. Darling, don't be willful. Your eyes say I'm willing. The timing of the proposal was impeccably synchronized with the final two lines of the song. At this moment, Yu Unin, following Su Qingfeng's gaze. Ikjitid nudgit, li ki besideher. Doesn't this remind you of something? Li Shi, quick on the uptake, covered her mouth and shifted her gaze toward the scene. The unexpected event caught even the singer on stage off guard for a moment, but he quickly recognized it as an opportunity to elevate the atmosphere. He cut off the microphone and stepped aside to converse with the staff. Simultaneously, a tall figure emerged from the opposite side, standing beside the girl, arms crossed, fixated on the man kneeling before her. The crowd erupted with excitement. Was there more to the story? Everyone awaited the unfolding drama, and Su Qingfeng, with his keen perception, could sense the progression. Initially, the girl who was confessed as softly uttered, "Big brother, you've mistaken me for someone else. My name is not Sun Xiaonan." "Oh my gosh," the man exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 35, Colleagues, Different Individuals. The atmosphere was rife with awkwardness and excruciatingly palpable tension. The singers and host on stage were left dumbfounded, unsure whether to proceed with their prearranged plans. Meanwhile, onlookers could no longer contain their laughter. Li Shi and Yu Ainin stood frozen in shock, utterly unprepared for such a blunder. They tiptoed, eager to see more clearly. Su Qingfeng remained rooted in place, observing intently. No one had a clearer view than he did, not even those nearby. He could even sense the man's heart racing, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Truth be told, if there were a crack in the ground, he imagined the man would wish to leap into it. In a flash, he steeled himself, shifted his position, and presented the bouquet and ring to the real Sun Xiaonan. "Sun Xiaonan, will you marry me?" Sun Xiaonan replied, "Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you." Su Qingfeng could clearly perceive that after she spoke, the man's initial panic and fright dissipated, replaced by a wave of tranquility and joy. "Sun Xiaonan, will you marry me?" He called out, his voice resonating through the air, tinged with a crack. "Umph." Sun Xiaonan let out a delicate huff, catching the flowers with one hand while extending the other. The man momentarily froze, his face alight with joy, as he at least managed to slip the ring onto her finger. Rising, the two embraced. Su Qingfeng caught sight of the singer and host on stage, who had finally separated. At that moment, a new accompaniment began to play. The singer's voice followed suit. To our surprise, a pair of soon-to-be newlyweds has emerged right here on site. Without further ado, let us dedicate a song, "The Moon Represents My Heart," to you both. Wishing you everlasting love and unity. You ask me how deep my love for you is. The atmosphere was charged and coupled with the classic old tune. Even if the singer wasn't particularly adept at this genre, the ambience was undeniably ignited. After finishing, there was a brief blessing, and the host invited the soon-to-be newlyweds to share their sentiments. They agreed, and as they spoke, the host encouraged them to sing a duet, claiming it would serve as a memento. Su Qingfeng listened to a couple of lines, snapped a few photos, and then turned to leave. He had lost interest in watching. The singer's performance was not particularly enchanting, and the couple, while emotional, was not captivating enough for him to endure. Exiting the grassy area and reaching the main avenue, he curiously tilted his head. "Are you two planning to follow me? We just happened upon a grand spectacle together. Why leave without a word?" Yu Ainin spoke up. After their recent encounter, she felt a budding familiarity with Su Qingfeng, and her tone reflected this newfound comfort. Su Qingfeng replied, "It seems we aren't that familiar, are we?" Both Yu Ainin and Li Shi were taken aback. This was an utterly unexpected response. Was he being serious? Even if he wasn't enamored by their beauty, they were classmates after all. Things had seemed quite harmonious. Why not take the opportunity to grow closer? Or was he merely playing hard to get? A reclusive type? A master of the push and pull? Moreover, the activities I plan to partake in are likely not to your taste. So I thought it best not to waste anyone's time. Su Qingfeng added. Li Shi pursed her lips and tugged at Yu Ainin's sleeve. "Let's go. He has rejected us quite firmly. Why pursue further? That would only lead to embarrassment." She would not stoop to such a level. However, Yu Ainin was unwilling to back down. Her competitive spirit ignited. "Are you challenging me?" Without waiting for Su Qingfeng's response, she declared, "I accept your challenge." She patted her chest, exclaiming, "It's just a few amusement park rides. I have nothing to fear. I could even go into the sea to catch turtles." Su Qingfeng note that. Since the challenge had been accepted, there was nothing more to discuss. The pirate ship? Gazing at the attraction ahead, Yu Ainin's eyes held a hint of disdain. "Is this what you think I would shy away from? The height is hardly daunting. I shall conquer it." In truth, from a first-person perspective, it could be quite daunting. Su Qingfeng mused, recalling his past experiences and the spectacular face-changing performance by the girl seated beside him. He unconsciously began to scan the surroundings. He could not remember her face clearly, but her exuberant personality would be recognizable if she were present. Li Shi remained silent, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never tried it, but had heard it was quite thrilling. She was eager to give it a go. Noticing her anticipation, Su Qingfeng was somewhat surprised. Who would have thought this demure girl had such a contrasting side? After queuing and paying, they each handed over $7. They had arrived at a fortuitous time. As the previous round was just concluding, one after another, people disembarked from the ship. Both men and women walked unsteadily, some gripping the handrails tightly as though they might topple at any moment. One young man appeared pale, yet his steps were steady and quick. However, once he reached solid ground, he hurried to a nearby tree and began to vomit. Yu Anan raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with disdain. Li Shi's eyes widened slightly, her heart beginning to flutter with trepidation. Upon boarding the ship, Su Qingfeng took his place at the back, while Yu Anan turned to glance at him during the process. I've heard the last row has the best view and is the most terrifying. Do you dare to sit there? Su Qingfeng nodded. He had intended to sit on the sides. The three of them had a clear objective. They settled into the last row on the left. Li Shi sat at the innermost seat, Yu Anan beside her, and Su Qingfeng next to Yu Anan, with a 16 or 17-year-old boy filling the remaining seat, completing their row. Is this your first time? The boy inquired, fastening his safety harness as he turned to Yu Anan and Li Shi, and included Su Qingfeng in the glance. Don't talk. It's about to start. Yu Anan's eyes were sharp, like a general preparing for battle. Li Shi observed curiously. Su Qingfeng paid no mind to anyone, quietly watching the front, pondering whether this ride would evoke any fear within him. It wasn't long before the staff checked and confirmed that everyone was secure before descending, and the ship began to sway. The vessel commenced its motion, gradually rocking as if it were a carousel. Yu Anan smirked. Is this it? She tilted her head slightly. Soon, the swaying intensified, and she truly began to feel the sensation of weightlessness. Well, this is hardly life-threatening, she thought, allowing her hands to rest. As the angle of sway increased, the feeling of weightlessness escalated, and a rush surged forth, accompanied by a chorus of screams from the passengers on the ship. Pathetic. Yu Anan scoffed at the others. Her palms began to sweat. At long last, they reached the apex of the swing's arc, a sensation akin to weightlessness. As if they might topple over at any moment, surged within their hearts. Piercing screams erupted aboard the vessel, and even the youth beside her was not exempt. Yet Su Qingfeng observed quietly, his heart tranquil. As for Yu Anan, she remained silent. However, when Su Qingfeng cast his gaze downward, he noticed her hand gripping tightly onto his thigh. Turning his head, he saw her other hand clutching the thigh of Li Shi, her delicate face pallid. Meanwhile, Li Shi bore a hint of exhilaration, her expression animated in a way rarely seen. These two individuals were not quite as he had imagined. His attention returned to the view ahead. Different people, yet experiencing the same phenomenon. Life is indeed fascinating. Chapitre 36. This is unbearable, not a jest. It is truly life-threatening. Yu Anan clutched the thighs of her companions, her voice filled with terror. Initially, the gentle swaying had not fazed her. It even felt somewhat ticklish. However, as the intensity escalated, she began to panic, though she managed to hold it together. But soon, she could no longer maintain her composure. How could it sway so rapidly? How could the amplitude be so vast? And did those infernal safety measures even work? My bottom is nearly lifting off this seat. We're about to do a complete turn. Who could withstand this? Yet no one responded to her, as Li Shi was lost in her own thrill, glancing over only occasionally. Su Qingfeng, meanwhile, was quietly enjoying the spectacle, even finding the leisure to whip out his phone and capture a brief video. To him, this swaying was mere child's play, far less exhilarating than his first experience of flying with a sword. Moments later, the speed began to diminish, and the cacophony of screams gradually subsided. Yu Anan's complexion turned completely ashen. Yet, she ceased her shrieking. The ride soon came to a halt, and, as reality set back in, the staff produced specific keys to unbuckle the safety harnesses, allowing some to step out slowly. The remaining passengers began to react as well. Yu Anan was the first to extend a hand to pat her face, feeling embarrassed by her earlier display. Did the slap to my face have to come so swiftly? No need to worry, considering how thrilling it was. That guy likely didn't T-focus on me either. He must have been scared as well. She mused, casting a furtive glance in Su Qingfeng's direction. To her dismay, he was already sending the recorded video to someone. You had the audacity to film? You didn't T-capture me, did you? She gasped. If that mortifying visage were to be recorded, she would genuinely contemplate jumping off a building. Su Qingfeng shook his head. No, I only filmed the front. A wave of relief washed over Yuan. So, it was merely a matter of documenting the beginning? What a clever idea. She began to feign bravado. Had I known, I would have recorded it too. Haha. Su Qingfeng turned to her, his gaze peculiar. In an instant, Yuan comprehended the meaning behind his look, yet she remained defiant, parting her lips to utter a retort. But ultimately, no words emerged. This was due to Su Qingfeng lowering his gaze. Following his line of sight, she realized her left hand was still gripping someone's thigh. At that moment, Su Qingfeng reopened the video, confirming that she was indeed not captured, yet the screams were unmistakably clear. Her expression shifted awkwardly as she hastily withdrew her hand. Fear is fear. What is the big deal? I shall conquer it next time, Su Qingfeng remarked, rising to his feet. Others had begun to exit, and with their harnesses now unlatched, they needed to leave, lest the staff remind them. The young man beside her stood up, his face pale. He no longer had the inclination to engage in conversation and hurriedly made his way out. What fear? I merely found it exhilarating, even a tad enjoyable. Yuan sprang to her feet, but her footing faltered, nearly causing her to sit back down. Her legs felt weak. Li Shi was quick to grasp her arm for support. Yuan turned in surprise, noting Li Shi's normal demeanor, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The trio descended the steps, with Li Shi assisting Yuan into a nearby bench, where she took a moment to collect herself. After Su Qingfeng greeted them, he turned it apart. They were not well acquainted, and he likely preferred not to remain and witness her mortification. Once Yuan confirmed his retreating figure had vanished, she lifted her head entirely. He truly left. What a cool and aloof fellow he is, she resolved firmly. There was a dearth of emotional fluctuations. He hardly resembled a typical adolescent. There was neither a longing for beauty nor the joy of triumph, only a flatness and an accepting demeanor. This fellow was not playing any games of seduction or employing any other charming tactics. Perhaps he simply lacked social skills? Nevertheless, he left well, very well. After this thought, Yuan subtly turned to Li Shi. Shi, tell me, was my earlier performance truly embarrassing? Be honest. Truly honest? Li Shi asked. Yuan nodded earnestly. It was indeed quite embarrassing, Li Shi admitted. I was somewhat frightened at first, but your screams were louder and you clutched your legs. I was utterly taken aback. The funniest part was your refusal to admit it after it ended. You resembled a deceased duck, your mouth particularly stubborn. I almost couldn't help but laugh. Li Shi had said quite a bit, confirming the extent of her embarrassment. Suddenly, leaning against the back of the chair and gazing skyward, Yuan felt an impulse to vanish. Hey, class monitor Li Shi. At that moment, a voice of surprise rang out. Yuan quickly regained her composure, sitting upright with poise. Turning to look, she saw Zhao Wenxia and Lu Zirong. She had memorized the names and appearances of all her classmates, especially those with whom she had interacted. Good evening, Yuan greeted. You, Li Shi nudda. What a coincidence, Zhao Wenxia exclaimed, moving closer with gleeful eyes. Since you're here, you must have come to ride the pirate ship as well. Would you like to join us? We could sit in a row. As Yuan had just managed to compose herself, her expression shifted. Li Shi's demeanor changed slightly, but after a moment's thought, she shook her head. We just came down from there. Yuan forced a smile. It was still quite thrilling. If you decide to ride, be sure to prepare yourselves mentally. What was it like for you two? Did it feel like you were going to fall? Zhao Wenxia bombarded them with questions. Li Shi shook her head. We happened to run into Su Qingfeng and went with him. Su Qingfeng, Zhao Wenxia, and Lu Zirong were momentarily taken aback. Su Qingfeng had chatted with him earlier, mentioning he would soon come to Jiangzhou Island. They had just been discussing that he might have already arrived. Still pondering whether they might cross paths, Zhao Wenxia was surprised to find that the class leader and others had already encountered him. But where is he? She wondered, glancing around. Yuan replied, we just happened to run into him. He has his own itinerary and is currently untraceable. Really? Lu Zirong exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Although it was merely a coincidence, how could he leave behind such a stunning pair of beauties? Typical of Su Qingfeng, Zhao Wenxia felt an inexplicable thrill. Though she masked it well. How inconsiderate. Yet, this fellow's nature is such. He seems rather inept at socializing, not directed at anyone in particular. I have experienced this firsthand. Yuan interjected, waving her hand dismissively. All right, go enjoy yourselves. Do tell me your thoughts afterward. I'm curious to see if our impressions align. Following this, Zhao Wenxia fell silent, taking Lu Zirong's hand as they headed towards the pirate ship. As they approached, she intentionally snapped a photo to send to Su Qingfeng. Observing their departing figures, Yuan felt a surge of relief and mischievously glanced at Li Shi. Zhao Wenxia, that pure-hearted darling, will undoubtedly scream louder than I will. At that point, she won't dare to inquire about this matter again. Li Shi looked at her in disbelief. You sly creature. So, you refrained from responding earlier because you had this up your sleeve? What can I say? You betrayed me. You appear so demure, yet seem unfazed by such spectacles. She retorted. The two continued chatting amidst the throngs of children in the entertainment and food area, engaging in games like ring toss, balloon darts, indulging in barbecued treats and fried skewers. Su Qingfeng ordered several skewers of barbecue. During this time, he received new messages and pulled out his phone to peruse them. Zhao Wenxia had not replied, and it seemed she must have already boarded the pirate ship. The new messages originated from the class group chat, where someone had tagged him. Upon clicking, he noticed the tags were quite numerous. He pressed the arrow, leading him directly to the tagged message. Wang Aming. Yuan and Su Qingfeng Li Shi, haha. What a coincidence that the three of you are here watching the show. I'm here too. Let us hang out together. Beneath this text was a video. Upon opening it, he saw the proposal event, with himself positioned at the corner alongside the class leader and Li Shi, watching the spectacle. Although the image was somewhat blurred, the two girls were easily recognizable, allowing the members of Class 9 to identify them immediately. Young man, are you guys here too? I'm here. What a coincidence. Let us play together. Wu Jiang. Darn, it's really lively today, with all sorts of spectacles to watch. Unfortunately, I can't get away tonight due to the Mid-Autumn Festival. Ifeijian. Su Qingfeng, bro phone, you're on site? Is it particularly amusing there? Su Qingfeng could almost feel the palpable jealousy through the phone screen. He found it somewhat amusing, though continuing to watch was quite entertaining. He certainly did not wish for his classmates to harbor unwarranted envy. Su Qingfeng. Quite interesting, everyone seems lively. As he spoke, the messages began flooding in. A young man, do they? Where are you right now? Young man, we should form a group. It's more fun with familiar faces. Young man, are you still by the main stage? On the edge of the main stage, Young man was sending message after message, his urgency palpable. He had known about the event well in advance and had arrived early, driven by a hunch that Li Shi would be present. However, it seemed she was already with Su Qingfeng. The thought darkened his expression. In a school focused primarily on academics, Su Qingfeng's grades were not as stellar as his own, though he was slightly ahead. Yet, the monthly exams had yet to arrive, and Su Qingfeng had already demonstrated his capabilities. Many high school girls found such traits appealing, and he genuinely worried about Li Shi being swept away. He felt an intense desire to sprout wings and fly to Li Shi's side, protecting that innocent affection. Damn it, this fool, Ifeijian, at home, was taken aback by the barrage of messages. Is he really that desperate? He had also seen the class leader in the video, but had not reacted in such a manner. That would be too embarrassing. The key was that he was somewhat acquainted with Su Qingfeng and understood his character. Most likely, it was just a coincidence. However, he couldn't help but imagine if he were to encounter the class leader on Jiangzhong Island, enjoying their time together. Grinding his teeth, he thought, I'm envious. Su Qingfeng, don't agree to hang out with that jerk. At that moment, the screen flashed with Su Qingfeng's reply. Su Qingfeng, I'm by the barbecue stand. Ifeijian's heart sank. Dude, don't agree, he thought, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. It was not a matter of having less, but rather equity. Young man, wait for me, bro. I'll be right there. I'll treat you all to barbecue. Ifeijian could even visualize Young Man sprinting after sending that message. Su Qingfeng, what do you mean you all? It's just me. I happened to run into the class leader and the others, but then we parted ways. With a chuckle, Ifeijian couldn't help but laugh heartily. He began to anticipate the moment when Young Man would arrive at the barbecue stand, oblivious to Su Qingfeng's presence, only to question him and receive a response. Then witnessed the frustration on Young Man's face upon realizing Su Qingfeng had already responded in the group chat. Surely, events couldn't unfold in such a predictable manner. Yet he entertained the thought. With a grin, he sent a message in the group chat. Ifeijian, boss is generous. Too bad I'm not there right now. Just as he sent that message, Young Man had already arrived outside the barbecue stand, spotting Su Qingfeng, who was seemingly lost in thought while reading the latest messages in the group chat. Ultimately, Young Man gritted his teeth and approached, preemptively offering to pay for Su Qingfeng's order. What a joke. I mentioned in the group that if I couldn't make it in time and didn't pay, how would Li Shi view me? It was merely a few dozen yuan. Su Qingfeng did not object, finding the situation rather amusing. Do you know where the class leader is now? I think since we're in the same class, we should stick together, Young Man suggested. We parted ways by the pirate ship. I'm not sure where they are now, Su Qingfeng replied. What would this kid do next? Would he follow his advice and join his classmates, or continue searching? Su Qingfeng, I just remembered something I need to take care of. You carry on, Young Man said without a moment's hesitation as he quickly walked away, heading back towards the pirate ship via a side path. Su Qingfeng shook his head with a smile. And at that moment, his phone chimed. It was a private message from Zhao Wenxia. How's the barbecue? Quite good. All right. The class monitor and I are heading out to eat. Su Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, casting his gaze towards the narrow path where young man had disappeared. This fellow, utterly devoid of affection, he mused. Chapter 36. Amusing Incidents. Of course, he had no intention of offering any reminders. It was none of his concern. Nor did he plan to linger in the same spot waiting for those few individuals to arrive for a joint outing. That would be an utter waste of time. After casually mentioning the location of a barbecue stall, he began to wander about, indulging in a leisurely stroll. This marked his first visit to the night market since his return, and his spirits were relatively high. He surveyed his surroundings, ordering various delicacies whenever something piqued his interest. After a brief circuit, he halted at a stall laden with grilled sausages. Crisp bone, original flavor, and black pepper. 3 varieties of sausages rotated slowly on the grill, some fully cooked and splitting open, releasing an enticing aroma. Priced at 2 yuan per skewer, Su Qingfeng glanced at the 3 elementary school students at the stall. Little friends, are you going to buy some? The trio snapped back to reality, and the leader decisively replied, just a crisp bone. The other 2 nodded in agreement. The largest among them then handed over a 1 yuan note and 2 50-cent coins. The vendor accepted the payment, skewered a sausage, and handed it over. I've given a yuan. So I'll eat first, exclaimed the largest boy, biting off nearly half the sausage, grimacing from the heat, yet unwilling to spit it out. It's my turn now. You've eaten half, so you can't have any more, shouted the boy in the red shirt beside him. You take a bite, and the rest is all mine. The boy in yellow chimed in eagerly. Observing the scene of the 3 boys squabbling over the food, Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Reminiscent of his childhood days when instant noodles were consumed not by soaking, but by crushing the packets and sprinkling in the seasoning. Back then, he and his friends would chip in to buy a packet, crush it together, and share the bounty. With nostalgia flooding back, he decided to act. Boss, give them 3 skewers. The 3 children froze, momentarily forgetting the sausage they were devouring, their faces alight with astonishment as they stared at Su Qingfeng. All right, chuckled the middle-aged vendor as he looked at the 3 children. What flavors do you want? Su Qingfeng replied, 1 skewer each? If the folks at the neighboring stall see us, they might think we can't afford it. Make it 3 skewers each. The children's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Su Qingfeng as if he were a deity. Awesome. Big brother, you're amazing, the boy in black exclaimed, while the other 2 hurriedly echoed him. The emotional value he provided was undeniable. Su Qingfeng waved his hand, settled the bill of 24 yuan, and after receiving the 3 skewers, he gestured to the boys and continued on his way without a second thought. Having purchased a treat for his younger self, Su Qingfeng felt elated and pressed on. Before long, the 3 sausages were consumed, and Su Qingfeng turned to spot a trash bin nearby. With a casual flick of his wrist, he neatly tossed the 3 skewers into the bin, executing the action with such precision that onlookers gazed in astonishment. Unperturbed by the gazes around him, he dusted off his hands and resumed walking. Yet, after just a few steps, he halted, tilting his head to see a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, with pigtails tugging at his shirt. Her large, obsidian-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, help me shoot. Su Qingfeng was a bit puzzled. Yet the girl had already pulled him toward the stall adorned with balloons and toy guns. The rules were clearly displayed. 15 yuan for a single round, with 20 shots total. Hitting 15 balloons would yield a small plush toy, 17 would net a medium one, and 19 would reward a large plush toy. Brother, help me shoot. I want that bear. The little girl pointed at a panda plush toy. Su Qingfeng undo stole. She must have seen him hit the trash can with a bamboo skewer and thought him an expert marksman. Seated at the stall was a middle-aged man holding a toy gun, his expression awkward. He quickly set the gun down and scooped up the little girl, repeatedly apologizing to Su Qingfeng. The girl said nothing, her obsidian eyes fixed on Su Qingfeng, her little mouth forming an adorable pout. Su Qingfeng waved his hand. The man sighed in relief, feeling he had successfully navigated the situation. Give me the gun, Su Qingfeng said. His gesture not one of refusal, but rather an indication that no further explanation was needed. He valued the moment. Why not have fun with a little girl who brought joy to his day? All right, the middle-aged man said nothing further, swiftly paying for the game, viewing the modest sum as inconsequential. Having cleared this hurdle, he thought it would be a nice distraction for his daughter, not believing Su Qingfeng could actually win the toy. The task appeared simple, but it was deceptively challenging. Su Qingfeng grasped the gun, needing no special technique. He simply concentrated, calculating the trajectory of the shots in his mind. Bang! He missed. The vendor's tense expression relaxed. Initially, he had been startled by Su Qingfeng's demeanor, fearing he was a skilled player. It turned out he was merely a novice. Su Qingfeng fell into contemplation, sensing that the gun's trajectory veered to the right. It had been tampered with. He kept this insight to himself and lifted the gun once more. Bang! Pop! A balloon burst. This was merely the beginning. Su Qingfeng unleashed a barrage of shots. Firing rapidly, the sounds of the toy gun and balloons popping creating an almost hypnotic rhythm. This unexpected spectacle drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, their mouths slightly agape. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Within a minute, Su Qingfeng had exhausted all his shots. He turned to the little girl. Go collect your bear. Okay. Thank you, brother, she exclaimed, rushing toward the stall. The vendor, quick on his feet, swiftly retrieved the large panda toy and handed it to the girl, eager to disperse this wave of customers before Su Qingfeng could continue. The plush toy was nearly as large as the girl herself. After she hugged it for a moment, she handed it to her father and turned to Su Qingfeng. Brother, crouch down. I want to tell you something. It was just a small gesture. No need to thank me, Su Qingfeng replied, placing the gun down and bending to ruffle the little girl's hair, giving her cheek a pinch, finding her delightful to touch. In that instant, the little girl stood on her tiptoes, puckered her lips, and suddenly pecked Su Qingfeng on the mouth. However, amidst the commotion, the elderly father beside her had already extended a hand, forcefully covering her mouth. The little girl, Su Qingfeng. The other hand reached out, gently tugging at the girl's cheek. Save that for your husband. I merely wish to express my gratitude to my brother, the little girl replied, her gaze still innocent. Su Qingfeng remained silent, releasing her, ruffling her hair before turning to leave. The fun had been had. There was no need to linger any longer. Thank you, the middle-aged man said, not hesitating to accept the goodwill, sincerely waving his hand in gratitude. This youth seemed particularly dashing. What is a husband? The little girl tilted her head, curiously glancing at her father. The man swiftly changed the topic. Here, take your bear. There's a call coming in. Upon checking his phone, he saw it was his wife. What on earth are you doing? Has it taken you this long to take Xiao Xing to the restroom? The food is almost ready. Hurry up. All right, I'm on my way, he exclaimed, his heart racing, ending the call. He scooped up his daughter in one arm and grabbed the rabbit in the other, hastening towards the barbecue stall. It was not far, and his pace was swift. Within minutes, he arrived. At the barbecue stall, his wife was already standing there. He quickened his steps, soon reaching her, setting his daughter down, who sensibly hugged the panda bear. He naturally let go. Xiaomei, let me tell you, just now at the toy stall, I encountered a sharpshooter, he began, but his words faltered as he noticed his wife's face had turned rather grim. Just as he was about to inquire further, sister you, look, this is my big bear. Isn't it beautiful? His expression stiffened, as if struck by ice. He turned his head and saw, not far away, 4 young girls teasing his 2 daughters. It was not because the girls were doing anything to his daughters, but rather he suddenly remembered that he had 2 other daughters. These 2, along with the one in his arms, were triplets. Xiao Xing was the youngest. After being set down, she proudly held up the panda bear, showing it off to her 2 sisters. As is well known, triplets share almost everything. What one has, the others usually possess too. Now, Daddy, I want one too. Daddy, why does little sister have one, and I don't? I want it. In the blink of an eye, both little ones had wrapped their arms around his legs, gazing up at him with obsidian-like eyes, as if to say, if you refuse, I will cry at once. What a joke. If he really had the ability to hit 19 out of 20 shots, he wouldn't need his daughter to seek external assistance. He could have done it himself. Feeling somewhat helpless, he glanced towards his wife. Oomph. The woman let out a soft snort, her eyes conveying 1,000 unspoken words. Yet, the man deciphered her meaning. You scoundrel, are you out of your mind to bring just 1 child into this world? Either don't have any, or have 3. Bringing 1 is asking for trouble. He panicked, his scalp tingling. Your barbecue is ready, came the voice of the stall owner, like music to his ears. Yes. Food. He could use food to divert the children's attention. He then noticed the owner handing a skewer of barbecued goods to the 4 young girls, and with a kindly smile, said, Brother, yours will be ready soon as well. For now, distract the kids. The man exclaimed, Xiao Miao Ri, Xiao Miao Yu, and you must be Xiao Miao Xing, right? Come over and eat. A female voice called out. It was Zhao Wenxia. The aroma of barbecue lured the little girls away. Coupled with the beauty of the young girls and their sweet words, they quickly forgot about the earlier incident and followed along. The man turned to the 4 girls, nearly moved to tears. Truly, he had encountered kind-hearted souls. As they spoke, their barbecue continued to sizzle on the grill, while the women looked toward Zhao Wenxia. Don't be shy. Eat as much as you like. Then, casting a cold glance toward the man, she added, What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go get 2 more children. The man fell silent, finally speaking helplessly, This is a sharpshooter that Xiaoxing managed to bring in. My skills are nowhere near that level. Am I supposed to shoot balloons? I'm quite accurate at that. Let me have a go. Yu Wenin suddenly interjected. Hey, big brother, how many shots did that sharpshooter take to knock that bear down? I want to compare. The man held up one finger. Yu Wenin fell silent. Even when she was on point, it would take her 3 or 4 shots to hit the jackpot. Some stall owners slyly modified the games, and she might have to shoot 10 times without success. Once that was indeed a sharpshooter, she admitted. Are you good with a gun? Then come on, help me. I'll pay. The man replied decisively, genuinely wishing to avoid further torment. All right, Yuanin said, brimming with confidence. The man then led the way, and the little girl hurriedly followed. The woman understood his intention, raising an eyebrow and using the barbecue as bait, leaving with the 3 daughters. Upon reaching the shooting range, the man jested, Heroine, go for it. Yuanin accepted the title, picking up the gun. The first shot missed. The owner's heart sank. This familiar scene, could it be? The second shot also missed. The owner now felt completely at ease. There couldn't be that many sharpshooters around, right? As expected. This round concluded with 16 targets hit. Congratulations, you've hit 16 balloons. Choose one. Yuanin glared at the owner, sensing something was off with the gun. However, she didn't give up. Challenges made it all the more enjoyable. The next round ended with slight improvement, 17 hits. Let us go again, she urged. The owner nodded cheerfully. As long as she didn't hit a large plush toy, he still profited. The first shot of this round missed. At that moment, Lu Zirong couldn't help, but asked, by the way, boss, if someone can't hit the toy, can they buy it? The owner nodded, of course. But it will cost more. The group paused in surprise. The man promptly declared, then boss, give me 2 panda dolls. The owner was quick to respond, swiftly retrieving them. The man pulled out his phone, ready to pay for both his and Yuanin's share, but she stopped him. I hunted it for you. How could I take money if I didn't succeed? I dedicate this to myself, as I do indeed quite fancy these items. The man initially hesitated. Yet under Yuanin's earnest gaze, he acquiesced with a nod, swiftly departing with 2 plush toys in his arms. Meanwhile, Yuanin once more grasped the gun. I found my rhythm. Boss, let me have a turn as well, Zhao Wenxiao interjected. As she lifted the firearm, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to pull out her phone and snap a picture to send to Su Qingfeng. Are you coming over to shoot? My treat. Consider it a token of gratitude for the bulletin board. Her response came quickly. No need, I've just finished. Zhao Wenxiao was taken aback. But I'm right here. How'd I miss you? About 10 minutes ago, a little girl asked me for help shooting. Although the trajectory veered slightly to the right, it was overall quite manageable. Zhao Wenxiao was momentarily stunned. A soft click of the tongue echoed as she looked up, only to see Yuanin adjusting her aim once more. Simultaneously, the man returned to the barbecue stand, having acquired 2 plush toys as the 3 little girls finished their barbecue and eagerly received their bears from him. Gazing into the sparkling eyes of the young girls, who playfully clung to him, he felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart, realizing his efforts were not in vain. At that moment, his wife also offered him a skewer of barbecue, further enhancing his cheerful disposition. Suddenly, a playful voice rang out. Your bears were shot by your daddy, but mine was won by a very handsome brother. The man responded, bemused. Chapter 37. Su Qingfeng's character upon receiving Su Qingfeng's reply. Zhao Wenxiao's expression became somewhat peculiar. The coincidence had reached a point of absurdity. Without uttering a word, she raised the gun in her hand and began shooting at the balloons. She intended to ascertain just how challenging this task truly was. With meticulous focus, she took her time until she felt confident enough to pull the trigger. Bang! Not a single balloon burst. Undeterred, she continued firing, ultimately hitting only 9 balloons by the time she finished, still a small distance away from the consolation prize. Her gaze towards Yuanin shifted dramatically. It wasn't that she lacked skill. Rather, Su Qingfeng was exceptionally talented. Bluntly, she verbalized her thoughts. It seems it's not that you're inept, but that Su Qingfeng is extraordinarily skilled. The atmosphere fell silent. The 3 girls nearby, including the boss, turned to look at her. What? Are you saying that sharpshooter is Su Qingfeng? Lu Ziyong exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Wenxiao remained silent, merely flipping her phone to reveal the chat history with Su Qingfeng. Upon seeing that chat log, those who had witnessed the little girl incident immediately understood. Yuanin's expression shifted slightly. The unfamiliar sharpshooter she intended to challenge was, astonishingly, her classmate who had already lost once earlier. At that moment, a deeper sense of defeat washed over her, yet her competitive spirit surged. Today, she was determined to win a grand prize. At this juncture, Zhao Wenxiao had already approached the boss to make payment. How infuriating! Just then, Yuanin completed another round, hitting 18 balloons. In her line of sight, the boss moved towards the larger plush toys. Little beauty, which one do you want? The boss asked with a grin. Boss, you got it wrong. I only hit 18, Yuan frowned. The boss raised an eyebrow. You must be mistaken, but the guy you know is quite impressive. His first shot missed, and that was after I adjusted it slightly. Just chat with him. He could come over to help you out. And perhaps the 3 girls might want one too. Do I still need to run this business? He was all too familiar with those young boys, especially that one from earlier. If a little girl could pull him in for assistance, how much more so could 3 vibrant, youthful girls? Considering the beauty beside him, the law of youthful bravado dictated that they might showcase their skills all evening, making purchases here. A large plush toy was a small price to pay, given that she had shot so many already. Surely you must have lost count due to your concentration. Do you expect me to specially hand you money? Yuan still trusted her instincts, glancing at the balloons she had burst in preparation to count them. However, she was a moment too late, as the boss's wife had already begun to replenish the popped balloons. Oh, what a coincidence. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. Among the onlookers, a short-haired boy dressed neatly stepped forward. He waved at the group, greeting them with a slight nod. Hello, you classmate. Yuan glanced over. Oh, it's Peng Yun, the class leader from Class 8. They had met a couple of times and were familiar with each other's names. Noticing Yuan's lack of response, he continued. How did you fare? Shooting balloons actually has a bit of technique to it. I have some insights on this. Let me teach you, you classmate. He felt fortunate, observing the crowd's attention on him, and unexpectedly encountering the beautiful class leader from the neighboring class. While others could only watch, he had a shared history with her, providing an opportunity to deepen their rapport. Shooting was generally not a female forte, yet he had some experience. Though not a top-tier marksman, securing a small prize was certainly within his capabilities. Just as he finished speaking, the boss chimed in, Little beauty, which one do you want? Hurry up, we have customers. It was then that Yuan nodded, pointing to a large Pikachu. Peng Yun's expression froze. The large one? Just how many did you hit? 19? That means you only have 1 bullet S margin for error? Is this girl truly that formidable? He was taken aback. At that moment, Yuan had already received the Pikachu, cradling it in her arms, before turning to Peng Yun, saying, Class leader Peng, this target is quite challenging, but I believe in your skills. Go for it. Observing Yuan's earnest encouragement, Peng Yun felt a surge of determination, slamming down 50 yuan onto the table. Boss, tally it up, he declared with bravado, then grasped the rifle, turning to Yuan. Don't leave yet. It would do for you all to walk away with just 1 plush toy. People might think our skills are lacking. Watch me. I'll get 1 for each of us. Though perhaps not as large, a smaller one is still a trophy. With 4 girls present, 2 stunningly beautiful, 1 above average, and another quite charming, he was eager to make a memorable impression. Hey, no need for that. We don't even know you, Zhao Wenxia quickly interjected, unwilling to accept such unsolicited kindness. Yuan, however, took the initiative, handing several medium-sized plush toys to the 3 girls, one after another. I'm just joking. I've already met the prize threshold, albeit not the grand prize. Peng Yun's smile faltered, caught between surprise and inevitability. How could she achieve the grand prize on her first attempt? It's clear this was achieved through repetition. Nevertheless, he thought, if I shoot here, they might gather to watch the excitement, giving me a chance to showcase my prowess. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the target, adopting an aim reminiscent of a sniper from a television drama. His mind was singularly focused, for he had once encountered an online remark made by a young woman. Serious men are the most handsome. Additionally, someone had commented to him, your profile is several degrees more attractive than your frontal view. In that moment, he resembled a peacock in courtship, fervently displaying his plumage. After a prolonged moment of aiming, he pulled the trigger, bang, but missed entirely. His expression stiffened, and he cast a sidelong glance, his demeanor growing increasingly complex. Yuan and the others had already departed. A flicker of relief washed over him that his earlier desperate display had gone unseen, yet he also felt a pang of regret. How infuriating! Did they not even wish to watch the spectacle? Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up. The boss chuckled at his words. It's only natural. If you could fire 20 shots in a minute and hit 19, they would surely stop to watch you. What nonsense, boss, with a gun like that. And, at such a distance, hitting 19 out of 20 shots in a minute is something even an Olympic champion could not achieve, Peng Yun interjected. The boss replied, if you're lacking, don't blame the road for being uneven. Just over 10 minutes ago, a lad of your age managed to do it. And he even knows those lovely ladies. He then chuckled. I saw those charming girls leave in such haste. They must have connected with him. Laughter erupted among the group, their camaraderie palpable. Ah, such is the essence of youth. However, as Peng Yun listened, his expression darkened. Although those girls were of no concern to him, the mere thought of them being involved with someone else sparked an uncomfortable feeling within him. Jealousy, when one feels unworthy, is the most acerbic. He glowered at the boss's teasing face and in that moment, he resolved to hit the target decisively to claim the grand prize, and to inflict a significant loss upon the boss. Hitting 19 shots was no impossible feat. He could certainly manage it with patience. He resumed his earnest focus on aiming. Bang! Once again, he missed. Let South leave this street, Yu Linen suggested lightly. Well done, Li Shi chimed in. Zhao Wenxia and Lu Zirong exchanged puzzled glances. Yu Linen elaborated. That guy was clearly trying to hit on us, to avoid a protracted situation of him clinging to us while we strolled through Jiangzhou Island. It was best to shake him off. Zhao Wenxia responded. Why not simply tell them not to follow us? Lu Zirong glanced at her desk mate. Appreciating her forthrightness and purity, she spoke her mind freely, which made resolving such situations easier for her. Yet, sometimes, one must consider the implications of their words. It's futile. Some individuals have such thick skin that even if you tell them scram, they claim to be concerned for your safety and follow you secretly. Yu Unan stated. Though I've only interacted with him a couple of times, I can tell he has no shame, so it's best to avoid any engagement. I've never experienced that, Zhao Wenxia remarked. Lu Zirong observed the two of them, saying, being exceptionally good-looking is no easy feat. Yu Unan shrugged. There are both advantages and disadvantages to it. When I look in a mirror, it feels quite pleasant, Li Shi suddenly interjected, catching both Zhao Wenxia and Lu Zirong off guard. They were taken aback that such a playful quip came from her lips, evoking a peculiar sensation among them. People inevitably harbor special feelings towards beauty. Lu Zirong commented, who can blame you for being so attractive? As a guy, I find myself drawn to you. Not necessarily. There are always exceptions, Yu Unan replied, recalling Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng? Zhao Wenxia's interest piqued. Yu Unan nodded. He is precisely that kind of person. He harbors no desire for beauty, only a preference for his own tastes. He seems to get along with everyone in class, yet when it comes to certain matters, no one can quite reach him. It's as if he exists in a world of his own. As she reminisced about Su Qingfeng, she suddenly paused, tilting her head slightly towards Li Shi. From the very beginning, I felt a sense of dissonance. Do you think Su Qingfeng seems to have become significantly more handsome than before? Li Shi nodded. There has indeed been some change. His posture has improved considerably. The human body is truly remarkable. Upon first seeing Su Qingfeng, she had sensed a difference. His face had matured somewhat. And while she wouldn't have been surprised by such changes, after all, many people wear makeup these days, the alteration in his posture was notable. If he had previously embodied a youthful demeanor tinged with a hint of detachment, he now exuded a sense of strength, a mature aura. It was indeed a testament to the transformation that accompanies a boy's adolescence. The difference between his former self and his current self was striking. Zhao Wenxia casually remarked, don't just single out Su Qingfeng. Many boys and girls in our class have undergone some degree of change over the past month. Though Su Qingfeng's transformation is indeed more pronounced. This was undeniably true. He had started the school year as a mere boy, but now he had blossomed into a handsome young man. Lu Zirong chuckled. It was evident during military training. Remember when he toppled the instructor? Quite a few girls sought his QQ after that. Zhao Wenxia nodded, right? One evening during self-study, Su Qingfeng mentioned that some classmates had asked for his QQ number. He said it was a bit bothersome, and that night he set his privacy settings to prevent strangers from adding him. Li Shi mused at this rate. I would be surprised if he grows taller than 8 meters. Lu Zirong jested, clenching his fist. How infuriating it is to watch him grow into someone I can't measure up to. I wish I could also experience a growth spurt and become taller and more attractive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenxia, who had been smiling, suddenly froze, her smile fading. There's nothing to feel inferior about. His grades are just average, and from what I can see in his eyes, he probably believes no one is worthy of him. Yu Unan remarked, her tone laced with emotion. However, she indeed harbored such sentiments. That guy, despite appearing unremarkable, possessed an undeniable pride. Yet, she couldn't quite grasp where that pride originated. The four of them formed a little group, enjoying their time together, and the atmosphere remained harmonious. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng's journey took an unexpected turn. As he sat on a bench, half observing and half resting, he attracted the attention of 2 young girls clad in JK uniforms. One wore a light blue JK outfit, exuding a youthful charm, likely no older than a second-year student. She approached the empty seat beside him, holding her phone. Hey, handsome. When I walked by just now, I thought you looked quite special. Can we add each other on QQ? Her face lit up with a smile, and she leaned in slightly, ready to input her QQ number. No, Su Qingfeng replied bluntly. A moment of silence ensued, and the girl in the blue outfit forced a smile. Actually, I'm not that eager to add your QQ. I already have a boyfriend. And what does that have to do with me? Su Qingfeng zito, indai. The girl in the red JK outfit couldn't help but interject. Has anyone told you that you come off as rather pretentious? You don't really think you're all that handsome, do you? Just as she finished speaking, the girl in the light blue JK chimed in, actually, I don't have a boyfriend, so are you really not going to add me? The girl in the crimson JK uniform could no longer maintain her composure. She awkwardly grasped her companion's hand and retreated. Su Qingfeng shook his head in bewilderment. Moments later, another figure settled beside him. A boy, possessing a youthful visage akin to that of the earlier girl, likely a middle school student as well. Su Qingfeng cast a sideways glance, finding the boy somewhat familiar. After a brief observation, memories from long ago surged forth. This individual was none other than Li Ximing, the son of Aunt Wu and the younger brother of Li Yun. He was a boy often seen with a perpetually cold expression, exuding a hint of arrogance. Suddenly, he spoke up, gathering his courage. Could you possibly add Lu Shiqing as a friend? Chapter 38, The Younger Brother. Su Qingfeng turned his head, genuinely perplexed. Who is Lu Shiqing? Do I know her? Although Su Qingfeng remained silent, Li Ximing quickly grasped his confusion and hurriedly elaborated. She asked the girl in the blue JK outfit who just asked for your QQ number. Realization dawned upon Su Qingfeng as his gaze at Li Ximing transformed into something peculiar. In his past life, he had only a casual acquaintance with Li Ximing. However, due to their connection through Aunt Wu, they had shared meals on several occasions. His impression of this little brat had always been rather disdainful. Yet this current demeanor shattered that prior perception entirely. Why? Su Qingfeng in Gui. Though their conversation had nearly confirmed that this boy was infatuated, he felt compelled to verify. Influenced by his past impressions. There's no particular reason. I'll give you 100 yuan. How's that sound? Li Ximing declared with bravado. Su Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. It doesn't seem matter if I agree, but what if she wants to chat with me later? Typically, he would dismiss such trivial matters. But knowing this was Aunt Wu's son piqued his curiosity about the boy's situation. Perhaps there was a chance to salvage it. Just chat normally, if you don't wish to talk. Simply don't reply, Li Ximing replied, his tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Do you have feelings for that little girl? Su Qingfeng queried. No, it's just that when I saw her on the verge of tears, it tugged at my heart, and I wanted to assist. Seeing her smile brings me a sense of comfort, and I wish to see her smile more often, Li Ximing candidly expressed his thoughts. After uttering those words, he paused, astonished at his own confession, realizing he ought to have kept such sentiments hidden. However, he soon rationalized that it mattered little, as she was merely a stranger. Having spoken so sincerely, he believed Su Qingfeng would surely agree, only to be met with a look of disdain from him. The evidence was irrefutable. He was indeed a lovesick fool, and a rather self-indulgent one at that. Li Ximing, does your mother and sister know how much of a lovesick fool you are? Su Qingfeng Zima, how do you know I have an older sister? Li Ximing exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. If his family were to discover his previous demeanor, he would genuinely wish for the ground to swallow him whole. We met just before school started, didn't we? In that apartment your family rents on the 7th floor? Su Qingfeng Zekolet. He recalled the first day he arrived for school, when Aunt Wu took him out for a meal, and all 3 of her children were present. Li Yun, who attended the same school in grade, Li Ximing, who was in the 2nd year of middle school, and a little bun still in kindergarten. Wait, Li Ximing exclaimed, abruptly standing up, his eyes wide with shock as he fixed his gaze on Su Qingfeng. No way, did you get plastic surgery? He cried out. He was aware that Aunt Wu's son had come to rent an apartment for school. On that day, he had also joined for a meal. Yet he had no impression of the boy, who seemed rather ordinary and timid. Now, however, the transformation was striking. He had grown significantly taller. His face had matured into a handsome countenance, and more importantly, his aura had completely changed. He was unrecognizable. As he recalled his earlier remarks, embarrassment washed over him. Clenching his fists, he felt a mix of emotions. If this person were to divulge his previous behavior, it would be utterly humiliating. Thoughts raced through his mind. The bad younger brother, the unfortunate elder brother, the incapable son. In that moment, he felt a parching thirst and his face flushed with heat. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. Bowing deeply, he implored, Brother, I was wrong. Please don't tell my mom or sister about this. I can do anything. I'll split my monthly allowance with you. Half, no, a large portion. And if you want, I can even offer you my sister as company. As he spoke, he winked suggestively, the previous arrogance vanishing without a trace, replaced by a hint of lewdness. Su Qingfeng was left astounded. He had initially thought Li Ximing was merely a lovesick fool, but it appeared he was also a bit of a pervert, daring to make such propositions regarding his sister. One could only say that a crisis can indeed unveil hidden potentials. Li Ximing had swiftly devised a way to cope. No, what I meant was, if you wish to pursue my sister, I can assist you. After all, you're tall, handsome, and academically gifted. But if you're not interested, just disregard what I said. Yet inwardly he scoffed. If this fellow agreed, how advantageous it would be. He could secretly record the evidence on his phone, turning the tables on him later. However, it seemed he had missed the mark. This guy likely already had a girlfriend, given that he had brought up his sister without hesitation. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but at that moment, his expression grew solemn as Su Qingfeng began to speak once more. Why do you behave so pathetically? You're not lacking in any way. And that girl isn't stunningly beautiful. Pursuing her directly could yield results. Su Qingfeng gao de. Li Xinming fell silent, lifting his gaze, a hint of wistfulness in his eyes. It's not about love. It's about a sense of protectiveness. You could say I merely wish to purchase her smile. Su Qingfeng fell silent, acknowledging that he struggled to comprehend the mentality of a lovesick fool. And how do you feel when she engages in passionate conversations with others, holding hands and kissing? Doing all that should and shouldn't be done? Su Qingfeng pressed, unleashing a decisive blow. Ah well, Li Xinming faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. No, that won't happen. She, while she does prefer handsome boys, is still quite conservative. At most, she would hold hands but wouldn't go further, he hurriedly replied. So you're no longer making excuses about it not being love? Su Qingfeng zhuge lai di. Once again, Li Xinming fell silent. Stop being so self-sacrificial with your affections. It's truly pathetic, akin to a simpleton, Su Qingfeng remarked, striking a nerve. Li Xinming's expression soured as Su Qingfeng's words hit home. Be straightforward. Don't belittle yourself or elevate others. Su Qingfeng's words appear to have somewhat restored Li Xinming's spirits, as he took comfort from them. The individual before him harbored no intentions of reporting him. Although this reassurance was somewhat irksome, he nonetheless felt a sense of relief. You just mentioned that you would comply with anything I ask? Su Qingfeng began to speak slowly. The words instantly caused Li Xinming's heart to race, and his expression morphed into one of obsequiousness. Yes, yes, big brother, whatever you say, as long as I can manage it, I will certainly not shirk, he hastily replied. Su Qingfeng commanded, then I order you to gain admission to Yizhong. Li Xinming faltered. While his academic performance was decent, he was still far from the mark. You might as well discuss it with my mother and sister. Farewell, he said decisively, his face clouded with despair, already poised to leave. However, he soon realized that Su Qingfeng was indeed not inclined to retain him. With a mournful countenance, he returned, Brother, it's not that I don't want to, but my abilities are truly limited. Observing his fluctuating demeanor, Su Qingfeng chuckled. What was your rank in the last exam? 255, Li Xinming replied. If you can improve your rank in each subsequent monthly exam, then I shall say no more, Su Qingfeng stated. Li Xinming opened his mouth, but ultimately paused. This goal was certainly attainable, and even if he failed, he had a buffer period. All right, Li Xinming said, then I shall take my leave, big brother. He turned to leave, and Su Qingfeng merely nodded in acknowledgement. There was nothing more to be said. The incident was indeed spontaneous. Now that this correction had been made, as long as he ensured his focus remained on his studies, he could afford to be subservient in other areas without much consequence. Yet, after just a few steps, Li Xinming turned back. Brother, let us add each other on QQ for future contact? Su Qingfeng cast him a sidelong glance, fully aware of his ulterior motives. Yet he did not refuse. I'll add you then. That works. Watching him walk away, Su Qingfeng shook his head, escaping around the corner. Once he confirmed Su Qingfeng was out of sight, Li Xinming finally slowed his pace. He did not stop, but walked leisurely. So what if I stumbled upon him? I still managed to outweed him. Having secured the QQ number, the mission was deemed accomplished, and he could revel in his triumph. Whether or not they would communicate was their concern. During this journey, he took out his phone, catching his breath while contacting someone. Li Xinming, where are you now? Lu Shiqing, over by the bumper cars. Li Xinming, all right, I'll be there shortly. He resumed running, and within moments, he reached the entrance of the amusement park. There, he spotted two girls in JK uniforms who had already purchased their tickets at the booth. Taking a few deep breaths in a secluded corner, he entered with an air of aloofness, waving slightly upon seeing them. Looks like I arrived just in time, he remarked. The girl in the red JK immediately inquired, so, did you get it? I doubt it. That guy is quite arrogant. Li Xinming waved his hand dismissively. I got it. He seems rather easygoing. He even shared his name and address with me. The girl in red was taken aback. Really? That's unbelievable. By your account, he might as well be calling you big brother. If I were older than him, he probably would. Li Xinming replied, pulling out his phone to showcase his achievements, namely, his chat with Su Qingfeng. There was no choice, as Lu Shiqing had already gathered close. Su Qingfeng? Oh, that name is quite poetic, Lu Shiqing exclaimed, opening Su Qingfeng's main page, seemingly preparing to add him as a friend on the spot. Simultaneously, she did not forget to compliment, as expected of you, Li Xinming. effortlessly accomplishing what I could not. MHM, Li Shiming nodded nonchalantly, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. Yet, he also felt a twinge of discomfort, especially as Lu Shiqing was adding other boys' QQ numbers right in front of him, especially when he was the one who had procured it. It left him feeling somewhat uneasy. This guy has insulted us so brazenly. We must retaliate fiercely, the girl in red declared vehemently. With her encouragement, Lu Shiqing's previous romantic notions had transformed into a singular desire for revenge. She would lend her assistance. In that brief moment, she had already devised a scheme. She planned to ensnare that fellow with seduction, and once successful, reveal the truth to obliterate his confidence. What? Not biting? Are you joking? She provided the most attractive girl-ass photo from his sister's class in the experimental school. She would never forget the shock she felt upon seeing that girl-ass photograph for the first time. It was a visage that seemed to belong in her wildest dreams. But there she was. She had committed the girl-ass name to memory, Li Shi. A mere profile shot was sufficient to leave him utterly mesmerized. What? A setup? Li Shiming exclaimed, suddenly composed, hastily turning off his phone screen. Are you serious? If he tells my mother and sister, how will I have a way out? Once two gazes fell upon him, he regained his composure and said, he is already inclined to call me big brother. Let us just let it go. No way. Quickly. Let me add his QQ. Two voices chimed simultaneously, as the girl in blue JK looked incredulously at Lu Shiqing. You wretched creature. You probably never intended to seek revenge from the start, did you? She couldn't help but exclaim. Is he really that handsome? Is it truly that exaggerated? Lu Shiqing quickly glanced at Li Shiming's phone, inputting his information as she spoke. You don't understand. Looks are one thing. But the most important aspect is the vibe. He is even more ethereal than the immortals in the fantasy dramas I watch. The girl in blue JK, exasperated, retorted. You really ought to get a pair of glasses. What ethereal. With a deadpan face, he is not much different from Li Shiming. Li Shiming felt a surge of emotion, a mix of sourness and sweetness, as he struggled to suppress a smile. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Shiqing's expression suddenly froze. What's wrong? He asked. The girl in blue JK leaned in closer, her lips twitching. Their companion followed suit, and then they saw it. The other party has rejected friend requests from strangers. Damn, no wonder that guy added me first. It turns out this is the reason. Goodness. He saw right through my intentions. Li Shiming's mind was awash with thoughts, feeling somewhat dazed. Providing a QQ number was one thing. Being rejected was another matter entirely. But to be unable to even add him was a significant concern. This was something he truly did not anticipate. After all, he had been the one to initiate the ad. Finally, he mustered the courage to speak. Then why don't you have your little brother add us instead? The girl in blue JK suggested softly. Chapter 39, Forging, Seeking Assistance. On the second day of the holiday, Qingfeng was in his bedroom, adjusting his entire state to its optimal condition. The first evening's gathering was rife with trivialities, adding a touch of amusement to his daily life. These incidents flowed like droplets of river water into the vast ocean of his heart, eventually settling into tranquility. Qingfeng, however, did not succumb to this placid normalcy. At this moment, he was poised to unveil a new chapter in his future cultivation. With his fingers positioned like a sword, he accurately targeted the weak point he had previously discerned, coming to a precise halt upon the void stone, and began the relentless process of friction and sawing. The void stone was not easily severed. He had previously dedicated considerable time to arranging various seals and weakening formations, and now he was merely undertaking the final cutting task. His singular goal was to extract a small fragment to be used in artifact refinement. As a cultivator, he found himself rather meager. Aside from his extensive knowledge of cultivation and the multitude of techniques at his disposal, he possessed little else. A bottle or two of low-grade elixirs hardly warranted his attention. Upon reflection, while life was indeed tranquil, he still sensed certain inconveniences. For instance, storage. Traveling to the seaside for cultivation seemed burdensome, aside from the clothes on his back. He had brought little else. Yet, if he possessed a storage artifact at that moment, he could roam freely without concern. The same applied to elixirs. Carrying them would allow him to seal their efficacy. However, such worries would soon be a thing of the past. He was now preparing to refine a storage artifact. After more than an hour, as success drew near, Qingfeng successfully carved out a thumb-sized fragment of the void stone. Upon its extraction, the various formations inscribed within the stone began to activate autonomously. Lacking any sophisticated equipment, Qingfeng resorted to the traditional refinement method. During his previous idle moments, he had inscribed suitable refining formations at its vulnerable nodes, preparing for this very moment. This intricate process was laborious, but it was an unavoidable necessity. After all, A void stone of this caliber could serve as a top-tier material for forging celestial realms. At this juncture, he could not afford to lose focus. Utilizing it was out of the question, as the formations within the stone operated independently and began to refine according to Su Qingfeng's design. He consumed an elixir, closed his eyes, and commenced the restoration of his spiritual energy. He had intentionally refrained from practicing that day, allowing spiritual insights to accumulate overnight for this precise moment. More than 10 minutes later, fully restored, the void stone floated above him, glowing a deep red and emanating waves of heat. Yet, the temperature was insufficient. Su Qingfeng unleashed his full power, activating the Qingfeng Dao Sutra. A flame, deeper than any he had conjured during alchemy, enveloped the void stone. Without pause, he extended his other hand, continuously releasing sharp sword chi. Each strike could fell a tree that required 3 people to encircle. Yet striking the stone felt as futile as a drop in the ocean, yielding no response. Years of artifact refinement had allowed Su Qingfeng to develop a unique style, one that transcended reliance on spiritual fire and iron hammers, adeptly harnessing the essence of all things in the universe. Not only sword chi, but even a beam of light or a drop of water could be utilized with finesse. One could say that breakthroughs were indeed beneficial. Had he still been at the second layer of chi refinement, such an endeavor would have likely depleted his spiritual energy and left him weary. What followed was simply a test of patience, gradually intertwining and merging the formations within, meticulously shaping the void stone into the desired form. Mistakes and accidents? Such occurrences were utterly inconceivable to Su Qingfeng. After over 2 hours as noon approached, Su Qingfeng finally paused. He opened his arms, and a long black cord fell into his hands, its texture as soft as clouds, perfectly seamless in design. He adorned his right wrist with it, and its ends automatically fused, allowing it to resize at his will. Indeed, it suited his current identity splendidly. Su Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, his consciousness probing within. The interior was a pitch-black expanse, roughly the size of 3 basketball courts, ample space for his needs. The remaining unused portions would serve to inscribe additional formations for unforeseen circumstances. Though not at that moment. Glancing down at the table, he felt a surge of thought, and with a flicker of intention, the entire desk vanished before him. A smile crept upon his lips as the sensation of effortlessly storing items returned. After playing with it for a while, he ceased this somewhat juvenile behavior. He consumed 2 more elixirs, lit a soul-soothing incense, and settled onto his bed to recuperate. By the time his spirit felt rejuvenated, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Well, the storage artifact was complete, making future endeavors more convenient. Yet, the most advantageous would undoubtedly be a flying artifact, even if it were the most rudimentary. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but reminisce about the period spent scurrying to procure the materials for alchemy. Had he possessed a flying artifact then, even a basic spiritual vessel would have made his journey effortless. Considering the proximity of that time, he realized that in the future, should he desire any rare materials, retrieving them would consume even more time. Moreover, in this world, even ordinary spiritual herbs were exceedingly hard to find. Alone, he would expend a considerable amount of time merely searching. Yet, he wished to focus his life's priorities on his time at school. Over the past fortnight, he had begun to reclaim a sense of humanity. Subtly, he had touched upon the key to returning to the void. He was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity, nor did he wish to abandon it. Thus, he concluded that he would require assistance to achieve his goals. Chapter 40. Soul Control. Su Qingfeng rode his bicycle to the most opulent villa district in their county, halting to ensure he was correct before securing his bicycle. Employing a minor invisibility spell, he calmly walked past numerous cameras and vigilant security guards. This spell had been modified to incorporate electromagnetic interference, disrupting the magnetic field reception of the cameras. If the areas he traversed were not left blank, the cameras would perceive only garbled static, as if malfunctioning. His target was unequivocal, the number 9 villa. He recalled vividly that this residence belonged to a notoriously unscrupulous tycoon known as Mo He, a name that belied his true nature. Reports online frequently detailed how laborers would gather near his company, waving white flags in demand of their hard-earned wages. The year he traversed into this realm, this individual had been exposed for tax evasion and was promptly incarcerated, reportedly receiving a lengthy sentence. His objective was none other than this man. What? Aren't you seeking assistance? Why engage with such a morally bankrupt individual? What utter nonsense! He possesses wealth and connections. In this day and age, it is indeed true that money opens doors across the globe. As long as one has sufficient funds, anything one desires can be procured in this world. Yet, some may inquire, with your ability to concoct elixirs, forge artifacts, and wield divine spells, wouldn't it be simpler to leverage these talents to cultivate a colossal enterprise? it would be both legal and compliant. While Su Qingfeng possesses confidence in his capacity to achieve such feats and believes the time frame would not be excessively long, the reality of swift success is elusive. Moreover, he considers this endeavor as a means to alleviate societal burdens. In this realm, he stands as the sole cultivator, while the rest are mere mortals. His intention is to resolve his immediate troubles as expeditiously as possible. He prepares to employ the soul control technique, which he has meticulously devised to mentally dominate the target, ensuring that his thoughts take precedence within the individual's mind, allowing him to manipulate as he pleases. By crafting such a puppet, he would not only be under his control, but could also rescue many others. Upon reflection, he considers himself to possess a semblance of conscience. With remarkable swiftness, he arrives at the designated villa. As he steps inside, he is greeted by the sound of animated conversation. Observing the scene, he spots two middle-aged men seated across from each other at the tea table in the reception room. One, wearing glasses and impeccably attired, exudes an air of righteousness. Su Qingfeng recognizes him faintly, recalling having seen him on television, likely in a significant capacity. The other, sporting a prominent belly and a jovial expression, is Mo He, who is currently pouring tea with great enthusiasm. Regarding road construction, I have ample experience. Leave this task to me, Yiga, and I assure you everyone will be satisfied. Today, let's refrain from discussing business, shall we? Yi Laoj, do you not know my principles? It's simple. If you are well, I am well, and all is well. Ah, Mo Laudi, I truly cannot make such decisions. The bidding preparations are already underway. You must compete directly with them, the other replies. I understand. At this juncture, Su Qingfeng observes Mo He tapping 3 fingers on the table, causing the righteous man to brighten, his glasses reflecting an extraordinary glimmer. Su Qingfeng, disinterested in their incessant chatter, strides directly to the head of the table and, with a decisive kick, sends Mo He sprawling to the ground, revealing himself. He pours himself a cup of tea and drinks it in one gulp. His sudden entrance and forceful action instigate a stunned silence, leaving both men gaping at him. Yi Yanhua is the first to regain his composure. Rather than shouting in alarm, he slightly tilts his head toward Mo He, suspecting him of orchestrating this scenario. Who are you? How the hell did you get in here? Security! Mo He bellows, now filled with rage and indignation. What is the property management doing? What are the security personnel up to? They are discussing something important, and they allow such a young upstart to intrude and humiliate me before Yi Yanhua. Su Qingfeng pays him no heed. Since he has revealed himself, no sound may escape without his consent. Observing Mo He's reaction, Yi Yanhua is momentarily taken aback. If this is an act, then Mo He is indeed a master thespian. He is left perplexed, pondering the identity of this audacious intruder. Young comrade, you. Su Qingfeng, uninterested in idle banter, flicks his wrist, sending a black ribbon soaring above Yi Yanhua's head. Upon completing his crafting, he had incorporated several auxiliary formations, one of which is named Spirit Refinement, specifically designed for situations like this. Suddenly, Yi Yanhua rises, hovering slightly above the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Given the nature of the discussions taking place within this villa with Mo He, it is clear they are not virtuous individuals. No need for courtesy. What the hell? Mo He, initially intent on cursing, is rendered speechless by the unfolding scene, frozen in place and stammering. This spectacle is utterly bizarre. Yi Yanhua's demeanor appears as though he has fallen victim to some dark sorcery. This exceeds the bounds of his understanding. Such occurrences should not transpire in this world. He finds himself voiceless, struggling to crawl towards the door. Thud! Yi Yanhua collapses into the chair. In the blink of an eye, it is over. Su Qingfeng is not surprised. After all, he is merely a middle-aged mortal, drained by indulgence and lacking resolve. What strength of will could he possibly muster against such influence? Yi Yanhua hangs his head silent. After a few moments, he opens his eyes, his expression unchanged. Yet the fervent reverence in his gaze directed at Su Qingfeng is unmistakable. Divine one. Mo He, who had managed to crawl a short distance, trembles uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground. He quickly senses something amiss, abruptly lifting his head to meet Su Qingfeng's indifferent gaze and the black ribbon, which appears to him as a noose of death. Great immortal, I am at your service. I will do whatever you command. There is no need for such theatrics. I am willing, entirely willing. He cries out in desperation. Though he does not comprehend the nature of the sudden and sinister figure's actions towards Yi Yanhua, the latter's reaction clearly indicates something dire, and he is unwilling to partake in it. Yet, it is futile. The black ribbon soon floats above him, rendering him immobile and convulsing. This time, the conclusion comes swiftly. His expression shifts from terror to one of fervent devotion. mirroring that of Yi Yanhua. He even prostrates himself before Su Qingfeng, demonstrating complete submission. His thoughts, ideas, and intellect remain unaltered. Rather, he feels the weight of supreme authority. The individual before him is a celestial being, a god, a deity who can bestow upon him unspeakable benefits simply by following. He begins to loathe his earlier resistance. Such good fortune ought to be embraced. Rise, Su Qingfeng commands. Mo scrambles to his feet, standing rigidly beside Yi Yanhua at the tea table. What were you two discussing just now? Please summarize succinctly, Su Qingfeng inquires, settling into the main chair. I wish to secure the rights to construct a road, seeking to navigate through back channels. I aim to disclose some insider information for mutual benefit. They both hastily interject. Su Qingfeng raises an eyebrow. While he is unfamiliar with the intricacies of road construction and bidding, it is evident from their dialogue that neither of these individuals possesses honorable intentions. Are you both hoping to profit handsomely from this? He questions. In unison, they respond, babbling incoherently about various schemes. Su Qingfeng finds himself overwhelmed by the layers of intrigue and manipulation, which are truly astonishing. He waves his hand, signaling for silence. I care not for your machinations. From this moment forth, let your actions be grounded in reality and aimed at doing good. Yes, Divine One, I knew you were a celestial being come to bless the world. I am fortunate to hear your divine words and serve under your guidance to cultivate virtue. Yi Yanhua and Mo spoke in unison. Subsequently, Yi Yanhua was momentarily taken aback, tilting his head to glance at Mo. In the past, he had never noticed this fellow's self-praise. Now, however, as Mo extolled the divine, an immediate sense of pressure enveloped him. Damn it! How could this guy be so adept at winning others' favor? Su Qingfeng cast a sidelong glance at Mo and inquired, how much capital can you muster at present? If you were to consolidate resources and liquidate numerous properties and enterprises, you could still raise over 10 billion. Divine One, do you require such funds? As he spoke, Mo had already retrieved his mobile phone from the table, poised for Su Qingfeng's command. Su Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. A certain amount of capital will suffice. I require your assistance in gathering some specific items. Very well. I shall ensure the task is accomplished. Mo replied with a solemn expression, asking no further questions. Afterward, he turned with an air of self-satisfaction, raising an eyebrow at Yi Yanhua, his demeanor tinged with pride. Though he bore the mark of mental imprinting, his intellect remained intact. He recognized that he and Yi Yanhua were now aligned in purpose. The former distinctions of hierarchy and the divide between officials and merchants had evaporated. What mattered most to them now was their ability to assist Su Qingfeng, which was the source of their greatest pride. Divine One, what can I do for you? Montakai in Cultivate. Su Qingfeng instructed, simply maintain your position while diligently expanding this enterprise alongside this fellow. In essence, your role is to comprehensively assist in procuring the items I seek. Understood, Divine One. Following this, Su Qingfeng produced his mobile phone and added both individuals to his contacts. He sent Mo the highest grade medicinal materials from the previously studied and refined formulas, instructing him to prepare accordingly. He then retreated to the study, utilizing the writing materials there to sketch out various low-tier materials from his past life. Some herbs, which thrived in specific environments, were meticulously noted. In just over an hour, he had amassed more than 100 drawings. The two bystanders observed in awe, their mouths slightly agape. Although these sketches were merely illustrative, they appeared exquisite to their discerning eyes. The images were so lifelike that one might expect them to leap from the page, and a single piece could fetch a handsome price if sold. Yet here they were being produced at an astonishing rate of over 100 in just 1 hour. Divine One, the batch of commercially available medicinal materials you requested has been collected and is on its way. Mo informed Su Qingfeng, glancing at his phone with respect. Have them delivered. Su Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. Without a hint of hesitation, Mo promptly commanded the delivery. Divine One, are you preparing to concoct an elixir? Yi Yanhua asked curiously, noticing the abundance of medicinal materials. The quest for longevity is a perennial human aspiration, deeply rooted in history. Ancient tales recount Emperor Qin Shi Huang dispatching throngs of youths in search of immortals, while modern-day magnates have poured vast fortunes into research on human enhancement. In the lore of Huaxia, immortals embody all such fantasies, soaring through the skies and eluding death. Now nearing 50, Yi Yanhua felt the oppressive weight of time bearing down on him. The mere thought of enhancing his physical vitality was a tantalizing prospect. Do you recognize the items I've illustrated? Su Qingfeng in Guit. Many are labeled according to their names in the realm of cultivation, though they may differ in this world. Often, One must rely on their shape and appearance. Both men held notable status, and it was possible they had encountered some of these items before. Indeed, some do appear familiar. I've seen a few at various auctions, Mo stated, holding up a particular drawing. In his eagerness to curry favor with the Divine One, he had been ruminating on whether he had encountered similar items while Qingfeng sketched. After sifting through over 100 images in his memory, one stood out vividly. Qingfeng's eyes brightened as he recognized the drawing. That is a spirit stone. It was auctioned at an event in Magic City, about the size of an infant's fist, though its hue was more subdued, described as a new variety of crystal. Mo strained to recall the details of that auction, making an effort to articulate his thoughts. Qingfeng nodded. Can you procure that stone and ascertain its source? Absolutely, Mo replied, confident in his ability to acquire the stone. Should any challenges arise, feel free to inform me. Reassured, Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Very well, let's proceed. The medicinal materials have arrived, Qingfeng said, leading the way downstairs. At that moment, Mo's phone chimed, a notification indicating that the delivery of the medicinal materials had arrived. He marveled once more at Qingfeng's formidable influence, then followed closely behind. The delivery driver, upon seeing his boss and the imposing Yianhua, paused, astonished. Who is this young master that commands such respect from these two titans? He mused. Before he could glean any intriguing tidbits, his boss's instructions reached him. Place the items here, and you may leave, Mo instructed. Yes, boss. The driver replied hastily, then quickly departed, aware that he was not meant to linger in such company. Soon, the sprawling villa was left with only the three of them. Divine One, now that the medicinal materials have arrived, shouldn't we also procure an alchemical furnace? Yianhua suggested. That is unnecessary, Qingfeng replied, casually raising his hand. Spiritual energy coalesced into a great hand that opened each box. As he surveyed the array of medicinal materials, a smile graced his lips. The quality and vintage of these materials far surpassed those he had previously purchased, though they still fell short of the standards found in the cultivation realm. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, they ultimately lacked certain qualities. He contemplated the possibility of establishing a large-scale spirit-gathering array to nurture spiritual herbs. As myriad thoughts flitted through his mind, his hands remained steadfast in motion. A flicker of flame erupted from his fingertips, igniting in midair to form a furnace, into which various herbs began to soar. The two observers were captivated by the extraordinary spectacle, their expressions frozen in awe. Chapter 42, Alliance. As they watched the herbs diminish and vials filled, they inhaled the fragrant aroma of the medicinal concoctions, mingling with the lingering scent of the long-burned, soul-soothing incense. Their emotions remained uncalmed, instead igniting an even greater fervor within them. Alchemy. The existence of such a practice was a reality. Divine beings truly existed, and they had become acolytes of this divine figure. The more they pondered, the more profound their sense of happiness became. At this juncture, Qingfeng paused. This batch of medicinal materials was not extensive. He had completed 5 furnaces, which marked the conclusion of his work. His remaining spiritual energy was still considerable. The quality and density of the spiritual energy at the 3rd level of Qi refinement could not be compared to that at the 2nd level. Certain techniques that were challenging at the 2nd level could be executed at the 3rd, such as the soul control technique. This time, the spirit-gathering elixir, soul-soothing incense, and nurturing elixir were all of significantly superior quality compared to his previous concoctions. After all, the quality of the materials had improved. At this moment, the resources he possessed were more than sufficient for him to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. With a mere flick of his hand and a thought, he effortlessly gathered them into his black belt. Beside him, the expressions of Mo and Yianhua immediately shifted to one of disappointment, but they quickly regained their composure. Qingfeng cast a glance at them and casually waved his hand, causing the previously refined low-grade Peiyuan pills and Anhun incense to fall onto the table, 20 of each. With the availability of superior elixirs, he found the low-grade ones lacking in appeal, not to mention the Peiyuan pills, which were merely sustenance. They were perfectly suited for nurturing his subordinates. The better their capabilities, the smoother his own path of cultivation would be. Anhun incense calmed the mind, while Peiyuan pills invigorated the body and dispelled ailments. He glanced at them one last time before striding toward the exit. The two bowed in unison, seeing him off. It was not until a considerable time had passed that they straightened up, exchanging glances before rushing toward the 2 bottles of elixirs and the 20 sticks of incense. They refrained from immediate contact, instead gazing at them reverently, their smiles gradually transforming into expressions of fervent excitement. Together, they stood at the pinnacle of wealth and power within this county. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, their prospects for advancement were slim, and the possibility of decline loomed large. Yet now, an opportunity had arisen. The mere scent of the elixirs had already granted them a sense of ease, alleviating many of their long-standing ailments. The incense? The stick that the Divine Master had pointed out had yet to burn out. The subtle fragrance, akin to a gentle massage for the spirit, had already enraptured them. Had it not been for the bizarre events of the day, stirring their hearts, they might have succumbed to slumber. To them, these two items were nothing short of divine treasures. For personal use, they would strengthen their bodies. For networking, they would yield benefits. These seemingly trivial items were, in their eyes, mountains of gold and silver. After gazing for nearly 10 minutes, Imohei could no longer contain himself and grasped one of the bottles. Let's try it first. Only by experiencing its power can we better serve the Divine Master. Yi and Hua, equally unable to resist, readily agreed. They each poured out a Peiyuan pill, lifted their heads, and swallowed it without a hint of doubt regarding the elixir's quality. After all, it had been refined before their very eyes by the Divine Master. To partake in such a blessing was fortuitous. The Peiyuan pill served as a significant tonic. For Su Qingfeng, it was merely a snack, but for others, it was a purifying baptism of the flesh. Instantly, they felt the potency surging throughout their bodies, revitalizing them and ameliorating various chronic ailments, leaving them warm all over. Then came a wave of pain, a tingling sensation. A myriad of feelings washed over them in succession, continuing for over half an hour before finally subsiding. They jumped around, moving their limbs, clenching their fists, reveling in the long-lost vitality. They exchanged glances, fully aware of the smile and spirit reflected in each other's eyes. On this day, they had reclaimed the vigor they thought they had lost. Let us discuss all the projects where you require assistance. I shall mobilize my connections to the fullest. Imohei declared. Indeed, I will compile a dossier for you. Should you need any specific metrics, do not hesitate to inform me. Two individuals standing at the zenith of financial and political power within a region collaborated with utmost sincerity and diligence. Undoubtedly, this represented a formidable force. While not an omnipotent force, advancement was inevitable. Not to mention, Su Qingfeng stood as their support. One method after another, one theory after another flowed from their lips. During their conversation, they estimated that within the next 6 months, the company would double in size. Naturally, the majority of the profits would be invested in seeking rare items and offering tributes to the Divine Master they now revered. Even the few items left by Su Qingfeng were included in their calculations, assessing what was needed and what could be kept for themselves. It was not a simple division of half, for each as a reward to be used at will. Now that we have addressed these minor matters, let us turn to more significant issues. Yi and Hua stated, tapping the table. Imohei nodded. We have reviewed the Divine Master's information regarding his mortal cultivation. Thus, we must provide convenience. Although the Divine Master has not explicitly instructed us, we cannot neglect our duty. The degree of our involvement will be for us to determine. These two individuals were ensnared by Su Qingfeng's sole imprint, with him as their leader. He was naturally unconcerned with concealing his background, having instructed them to undertake certain tasks. For instance, he mentioned caring for the Divine Master's parents, but cautioned against revealing his identity. Yi and Hua squinted. If I maneuver a bit, I can facilitate their entry. No. That would be too abrupt. How long would it take to design such a plan? Allow me. Imohei interjected. I will craft a narrative that allows them to join my company. The company is bound to grow, and eventually, they will be able to take on more responsibilities. Yi and Hua fell silent. The path to inheritance was fraught with challenges. After all, the foundation was already laid bare. Very well, but the story must be crafted with great care. The Divine Master seems reluctant to reveal himself, he cautioned. I will enlist a professional team. Imohei nodded emphatically. Now, we should discuss how to make the Divine Master's life more convenient. How are your relations with that old ghost at the Education Bureau? Generally acceptable, though there is room for improvement, came the reply. Chapter 43, The Everyday Routine. After a stroll outside, and having subdued two individuals, Su Qingfeng returned from the market with a bag of vegetables. At this moment, he paused at the gate, engaging in a stare-down with a young child. She sported a small watermelon-shaped head, a high nose and large, expressive eyes, utterly adorable. This was Li Yuming, the little girl from Aunt Wu's family upstairs. Brother Qingfeng? She spoke. Unafraid. Li Yuming had been brought along by Aunt Wu while she attended kindergarten. They had met several times, so they were not strangers. Su Qingfeng held a very favorable impression of her. Quiet, composed, diligent, and polite, yet still possessing the innocence of childhood. Is your sister accompanying you today? Su Qingfeng in Gui? No. My brother is with me. My sister is at home cooking and forgot to buy some items, so I want to step out for a bit. When we return, I realized soy sauce was missing, so my brother went to the supermarket, and I'm waiting here, Li Yuming explained with clarity, her gaze lingering on the large bags of ingredients Qingfeng carried. Brother Qingfeng, what dishes are you preparing today? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Not me. It's a sister who is cooking. I'm just providing the ingredients. She's responsible for the cooking, and we will eat together, Qingfeng replied. Indeed, Lin Qingla had returned. After her arrival, she had inquired about his culinary preferences. He had mentioned he was out and decided to buy some items along the way, hence the bags he carried. Is your sister a good cook? My sister is also going to cook today, and as she spoke, her little face began to sparkle with excitement. It's quite delicious. Your sister cooks very well. Li Yuming shook her head. That's great, but my sister's cooking is also tasty, though not as exquisite as mother's. Then make sure to enjoy it, Qingfeng said, understanding. He then produced a pass, a yellow door opener, pressed it against the lock, and with a beep, pushed open the grand door. Would you like to come up with me first? I'll send a message to your brother. Coincidentally, he had just added a contact yesterday, and now it came in handy. Akamuma, Li Yuming nudda. Her brother was indeed a bit slow. When they were leaving, he had said, you wait here. I'll be done in 3 minutes. Yet, she found herself waiting for quite a while without seeing him. It's getting a bit hot. I want to go back. The two of them entered together. After securing their bicycles, Li Yuming took out her phone and opened Li Ximing's contact page. Just then, a piercing scream echoed outside the door. What the hell? Where's my sister? Where is she? Uncle, did you see her? A flurry of panicked cries ensued. And Qingfeng tilted his head slightly. Li Yuming also looked at him, her eyes widening in surprise. What perfect timing for my brother to return. She realized that Qingfeng was reaching for his phone to contact her brother, not anticipating that he would return at that very moment. She quickly rushed to the door. I'm inside, brother. Li Ximing hurriedly opened the door, and upon seeing Li Yuming, his tense demeanor relaxed. Damn it. You can't wait 2 or 3 minutes. Your mung bean popsicle is gone. He grumbled through clenched teeth. At school, he maintained an aloof prince persona. But in front of family, everyone knew how he truly was. Over the past 2 years, he had tried to speak less, but his overall impression remained unchanged. While speaking, he punctured an unopened mung bean popsicle and popped it into his mouth, casting a challenging glance. Li Yuming looked taken aback. Does it hurt? Does it feel bitter? Then remember this. You must listen to your brother from now on. Got it? Cough, cough. At that moment, a series of coughs erupted from deeper inside. Li Ximing's previously tense expression froze. What? There's someone else? He thought, feeling his image crumbling. He turned stiffly and saw Qingfeng approaching with both hands full of groceries. Instantly, he relaxed. Oh, it's him. Then it's fine. My image in front of him has long been lost. But soon, he felt a wave of discomfort come over him as he recalled last night's events. I saw her waiting alone outside and thought it was a bit dangerous. So I took her up first and was just about to message you, Qingfeng explained. He felt a true sense of responsibility for the situation and thought it necessary to clarify a little. Oh, then it's fine, Li Ximing mumbled, lowering his head and hastily walking toward the elevator. Last night, he had considered selling Qingfeng's QQ account, and although he hadn't succeeded, he felt a bit guilty meeting him now. Qingfeng and Li Yuming exchanged a glance before following suit. Upon reaching the elevator, an eerie silence enveloped them. Li Yuming's gaze lingered on a bag in Li Ximing's hand, which contained various icy treats. Brother, I want crushed ice. Oh, you can help yourself, Li Ximing replied, barely daring to speak. As he hurriedly bent down to open the bag, Li Yuming paused, reaching in to grab a piece of crushed ice. Then she noticed her brother sealing the bag and continuing to enjoy his popsicle while keeping his head down. Li Yuming attempted to break her piece, but couldn't manage it. Qingfeng chuckled, transferring the bag to his left hand and reaching over to grip the middle connection. With a press, it snapped apart. Oh, Li Yuming exclaimed, looking astonished. It's like it was cut with a knife. Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, and Li Yuming then handed him the larger half with a beaming smile. Then, Qingfeng, go, let's share it. Qingfeng was taken aback, but accepted without refusal. Thank you. Beside them, Li Ximing suddenly raised his head, a wave of regret washing over him. Right, why didn't I think of using something to bridge the gap? Perhaps Qingfeng would add their QQ number in a moment of happiness. But then he thought, no, it's not too late now. Of course, he wasn't trying to get Qingfeng to help him with QQ. He had just insisted he wouldn't be a sycophant and would focus on studying. Today, however, he couldn't bear to see himself like that. So he decided to take a different route and add him on WeChat. Hastily, he lowered his head and sifted through the bag, finally pulling out the most expensive choco pie. Qingfeng ge here. Qingfeng waved his hand to decline and replied, I already have one. You take it back and enjoy it slowly and make sure to study more. After saying that, Qingfeng glanced back at Li Yuming. Yuming. Report, brother. I finished my homework yesterday. Li Yuming raised her hand, her little face earnest. What does this have to do with me? I mean, enjoy yourself. Now is the time to play. I will definitely have fun. Tonight, I'm going to Jiangzhou Island, and at noon, I'll meet up with Xiaoxing and the others. She has an adorable big bear, and she said she would help me shoot one tonight. Li Ximing interjected, feeling exasperated. What? Can a single popsicle make you this close? The disparity in treatment is too severe. Chapter 45, Lively Conversations. They exited the elevator, waved goodbye to Li Yuming, and walked toward Lin Qingyue's front door, knocking gently. The sound of footsteps approached, and the door swung open. Lin Qingyue appeared in a white t-shirt and shorts, embodying the essence of summer at home. And an invigorating, youthful aura greeted them. You're back. I've been waiting for you for so long. Lin Qingyue exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. After spending time together and opening up to each other, coupled with their occasional online chats, she felt free to express herself fully before Su Qingfeng. As she spoke, she took the groceries from Su Qingfeng's hands and, upon closer inspection, nodded silently in approval. Not bad. These are all the ingredients I requested. And they seem to be of good quality. After all, evening was approaching, and the fresh produce had nearly sold out. This was a delightful surprise. All right, I'm going to start preparing now, she declared. Su Qingfeng nodded, and as he handled the items, he reclined on her living room sofa and took out his phone. He was too lazy to return. After all, the gathering there hadn't formed yet. What? Why not help? Sometimes, helping out in the kitchen only adds to the chaos. He thought, his eyes glued to the screen, scrolling through notifications. He noticed that during this time, several messages had come in. Hey, this is the action plan that Lao Yi and I have put together. Please take a look. Yi and Tian, just watch my performance from here on out. Yifeijian. Fengge, are you going to Jiangzhou Island tonight? Wu Jiang, tonight, many boys from our class are planning to go to Jiangzhou Island together. Do you want to join? Zhao Wenxia, I received some insider news that our class's Blackboard report might win an award. Upon opening the most recent message, which belonged to Hey, I noticed he had also shared a document. Upon accessing that document, I discovered it contained a few specific business action plans, albeit articulated rather succinctly. The latter part elaborated on arrangements concerning his parents. In essence, the plan entailed initially integrating them into the company through an unexpected opportunity, followed by a period of learning, ultimately positioning them within senior management. Overall, it appeared to be a role with minimal effort, yet substantial rewards. I must admit, this aligned perfectly with Su Qingfeng's intentions. He had little interest in the business itself, as his true concern lay with his parents. In response, I acknowledged his efforts. His reply was instantaneous. Hey, this is my duty. Hey, just wait for the good news. Su Qingfeng nodded in agreement, choosing not to respond further. He glanced at Yi Yunhua's message, which seemed to be another document, but lost interest. These two individuals were intertwined, likely discussing the same matter. Ignoring it, he continued scrolling. Upon opening Yifeijian's chat window, he replied, I will be attending. He then exited and accessed Wu Jiang's window. I already have plans. He briefly looked at Zhao Wenxia, responding with, naturally. Just then, his phone vibrated with another message from Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang, have you made plans already? Who is it with? The class monitor? Wu Jiang. If so, what time are you meeting? Wu Jiang. Hey, Su Qingfeng, are you still there? Please respond. Su Qingfeng observed the barrage of messages, his expression shifting to one of amusement. He was certain that the individual replying was not his desk mate. That fellow was of a more reserved nature and would never express himself so directly. A thought crossed his mind, prompting a reply. Su Qingfeng, so concerned about the class monitor? What, do you fancy her? At a nearby bubble tea shop, upon reading Su Qingfeng's response, Wu Jiang erupted with expletives. He seized the phone, turning to Yifeijian. You bastard, reply from your own phone. Don't tarnish my reputation. Yifeijian appeared utterly perplexed. What on earth? I didn't inquire about anything. How did he suddenly come to that conclusion? Wu Jiang, feeling the goosebumps rise at the three messages, dismissed the matter and hurried to salvage his reputation. Wu Jiang, haven't you been ignoring me for a while? Wu Jiang, besides, if that's the case, it would be too bad. I might just drop by to see if I can run into you. Wu Jiang, after all, it's nice to hang out with someone of the class monitor's caliber. Reading these three messages, Su Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the essence of humor that turned truth into jest. It had to be him, Su Qingfeng. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Today I'll be out and about with Lin Qingyue. In the bubble tea shop, Yifeijian and Wu Jiang fell into a contemplative silence upon reading Su Qingfeng's message. They recalled the image from that night. Su Qingfeng wheeling a cart around the campus with Lin Qingyue beside him, beaming with joy. How wonderful it was. They both sighed in unison. Their outing was not merely about seeking amusement during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was also driven by the desire to admire and perhaps encounter the beautiful girls from their class. Now, it seemed, he was directly spending time with a beauty. Nothing wrong with that. There are ways to enjoy time with girls, just as there are ways for brothers to bond. Wu Jiang exclaimed. Indeed. Certain experiences are best shared among brothers. That is, when we truly enjoy ourselves, Ephagian asserted firmly. Wu Jiang shot him a glance, recalling the moment when he hastily sent those 3 messages from his phone. The corners of his mouth twitched as he replied. Wu Jiang, that is certainly more important on your end. Good luck. Seeing that encouraging message, Su Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head. Su Qingfeng, the island in the river isn't that large. If we happen to cross paths, we can hang out together. Wu Jiang, sure. As the conversation reached its conclusion, Ephagian sent another message. Ephagian, tonight, Jiang and I will be heading there with Daoran. We might just run into each other. Upon reading his reply, Su Qingfeng realized who had been behind the earlier barrage of questions. He sent back a simple acknowledgement, thus concluding that exchange. Finally, Su Qingfeng's fingers glided over to the class group chat, bustling with activity reminiscent of his previous life. Everyone was discussing the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration that evening on Jiangzhou Island. The buzz was palpable, fueled by the previous night's humorous proposal event and the potential attendance of the class monitor, Li Shi, which was enough to ignite the enthusiasm of many. In fact, many had contemplated attending since the night before. However, due to the family reunions typical of the Mid-Autumn Festival, parental restrictions had kept them home. Such limitations would naturally dissipate the following night. Leading the charge in the fervor was Long Huafeng. Long Huafeng. The more, the merrier. I'll take the lead. Long Huafeng. Everyone who can come, please do. Those who wish to connect with the group can reach out to me. Long Huafeng. This could be our class's inaugural event. Long Yumming. Feng Gu is right. You might not know, but when Huafeng was the class monitor in middle school, he organized numerous activities, each one a resounding success. Wang Tian. What are you talking about? Are you questioning our class monitor's ability to organize events? In their previous lives, Long Yumming, Wang Tian, and Long Huafeng had grown particularly close shortly after the school year commenced. The familiar scene played out, and Su Qingfeng, initially bewildered, now perceived the underlying implications. They were subtly challenging the class monitor. Intrigued, he observed the unfolding drama. Wang Yaming. Class monitor, I can't take it anymore. This guy's saying such things. The moment you speak, I'll start planning an event. Young man, I can't stand it. I really can't. Long Huafeng, hey. There's no need to say that. The class monitor has her own private life, and after school time should be hers to manage. However, who can blame me for enjoying the hustle and bustle? With their playful banter, they managed to draw out several lurkers from the class group, prompting them to speak up. Rather than rallying in support of Long Huafeng, they posed questions. What? The class monitor is planning an event? Is that for real? What time should we gather tonight? Is it still on Jiangzhou Island? Familiar exchanges began to proliferate, and within moments, dozens of messages flooded in. Su Qingfeng felt his brow twitch. The rumors from his past life had originated here. Meanwhile, Long Huafeng, observing the flurry of messages, felt his frustration mount. Damn it, a bunch of old perverts. He couldn't help but curse aloud. Even before the class discussion gained momentum, he had already started to set the pace with his 2 friends. Yet, once the title of class monitor was introduced, his rhythm inexplicably began to falter. Yuan herself has yet to utter a single word, yet within the group, there are already individuals confirming that the class monitor has organized this event. They are even discussing the time and location for gathering tonight. It's utterly absurd. She hasn't even indicated her intention to attend. However, after a brief moment, he raised his eyebrows, realizing this could indeed present a splendid opportunity. If he were to ride this wave, convincing most of the class that such an event were indeed happening, they would congregate. When they eventually arrive only to find you in an absent, although they might trace the misunderstanding back to themselves, they would have no one to blame. Yet, humans are often lenient with themselves. The resentment that arises will surely find a way to be directed toward you and in, right? And at this moment, he would step forward. Just envisioning that scenario made him feel a surge of adrenaline. He quickly messaged his 2 companions, decreasing the frequency of messages in the group chat, only interjecting with an occasional phrase to maintain the rhythm. Thus, the chat grew increasingly lively, and Su Qingfeng noticed that even the small clique formed by Ephagian and Wu Jiang had joined in the fray. Chen Xin, okay. Chen Xin, we're gathering at 7:30 tonight on the lawn in front of the library, right? Chen Xin, my sisters and I will be there. One of them is from another class, but that should be fine, right? As soon as these 2 statements were made, the previously animated chat fell into a sudden silence. No one spoke. The school year had commenced for some time now, and social circles had largely solidified. Chen Xian, a classmate from Class 9, was known to be somewhat volatile and quite imposing. Her sisters were of similar age. It was at this moment that the class monitor made her appearance. Yuanin, our class is quite large, and with my capabilities, is indeed challenging to organize everyone at once. Yuanin Long Huafeng. If you have such an idea and the ability, then by all means, take charge. Additionally, everyone, please prioritize safety while enjoying yourselves. The class remained enveloped in silence. And Yuanin continued uninterrupted. Yuanin, Chen Xian, this event has been organized by classmate Long Huafeng, so any concern should be directed to him. Upon reading this, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but smile, recalling how he had genuinely laughed in his past life. This timing was simply impeccable, yet, upon further reflection, it might not be so straightforward. It was possible that Chen Xian's appearance was orchestrated by Yuanin herself. Meanwhile, on the other end, Long Huafeng was practically grinding his teeth. That insufferable pig. How dare she utter such words at this moment? If you show up, will anyone else still come? A glutton like you should be gorging on feed in a pigsty. Long Huafeng longed to type these words, yet he refrained. That hot-headed individual was genuinely capable of violence, and he knew he could not contend with her. He needed to think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, he would truly be overpowered by that woman. If no one else showed up, he would be left to accompany those hefty ladies around, which would be worse than death. Damn it, Yuanin truly knows how to seize opportunities. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quietly opened a chat window with a formidable acquaintance. Long Huafeng, Brother Wentian, are you there? Chen Wentian did not respond. Long Huafeng initiated a voice call. The call was disconnected. Good, it proved he was still online. Long Huafeng called again. Once more it was disconnected. He tried again. This time it connected. Long Huafeng hurriedly spoke. Brother Tian, I need your assistance. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a roar from the other end. Not helping, get lost. Are you out of your mind calling me at this time? I'm in the midst of a qualifying match. Call me again, and I'll end you. Long Huafeng. Watching the call end, he cursed under his breath. On the other side, Su Qingfeng quietly set down his phone, casting a glance toward Lin Qingwei. At that moment, she had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, wielding a kitchen knife as she chopped vegetables, humming an unknown tune. The soup on the other side had begun to boil, releasing wisps of heat. Just then, Lin Qingwei wiped the sweat from her brow. Su Qingfeng felt a stirring in his heart, a thought flashing through his mind, and he gently extended his spirit, enveloping her. Lin Qingwei felt a refreshing coolness wash over her, and unconsciously, her humming grew more spirited. Her little head began to sway joyfully, appearing quite cheerful. Su Qingfeng smiled, narrowing his eyes, and began to rest. Chapter 46. Overflowing Culinary Skills. Sister, I'm back. Sister, I bought the soy sauce. As he opened the door, Li Yuming and Li Shiming waved their hands. Xiao Xian, stop dawdling and bring me the soy sauce quickly. I need it. Xiao Ming, you entertain yourself, watch TV, or read a storybook. Do as you please. Li Shiming. It's one thing for outsiders to be this way, but even my own sister is so double-standard. He carried a bag of vegetables into the kitchen, placing them on the sink. Glancing at the ingredients he had purchased, he asked, Sister, are you planning to make beef stew with potatoes today? Secret. Li Yun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Shiming was nearly convinced. Given the accompanying ingredients, potatoes were practically meant for that dish. Otherwise, what else could they be stir-fried with? Stir-frying? That was unlikely. His sister, who relished experimenting with various dishes, would never settle for something so monotonous. With this thought, he furrowed his brow again, cautioning, Sister, Mom and Dad aren't coming to eat today. They told you to take good care of us. I'm fine, but my sister is still growing. So, please, don't get any wild ideas. Just follow the recipe and cook properly, okay? What are you talking about? Li Yun raturta, sumawat angrili. Am I that kind of person? Just look forward to it. As she spoke, she pushed him out of the kitchen. All right, hurry back to do your homework. You've just been playing these days. I'll call you when it's done. Upon hearing homework, Li Shiming was momentarily taken aback, but remained silent, quietly exiting, only to see Li Yuming in the living room watching cartoons. He fell into a profound silence. Why is it that, despite being the younger sibling, he has to endure such misery? No, this hardship ultimately stems from a higher-level suppression, be it from his sister or that older brother downstairs who held sway over his family's secrets. But his younger sister was different. She was also in a higher echelon. She was his little sister. In other words, he could also impose his will upon her. With this thought, his heart stirred, and he resolved to leverage his own experiences to deliver a heavy blow to his sister during her most joyous moments. Thus, he spoke. Xiao Ming, what is up? What is wrong, Mingo? Li Yuming turned to look at him. Li Shiming grinned mischievously and said, Mom thinks you're not doing enough homework and asked me to buy you a practice book, first grade, which has just arrived. After saying this, he focused on his little sister, eager to witness the transformation of her expression. It would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. He then beheld her eyes sparkling with excitement. Huh? So soon? I only asked Mom to buy it yesterday. Li Yuming's clear voice rang out. Ah. Li Ximing was momentarily taken aback, willingly asking for homework. In this realm, he truly found himself at a loss. Where? Li Yuming had already switched off the television and approached him, her eyes sparkling like twinkling stars. Where are the numerous illustrated art books? Where are they? As Li Ximing regained his composure, his spirits lifted considerably. It turned out to be a picture book. It had led him to mistakenly think it was an exercise book. After all, what exercises would a kindergarten need? He was about to say that he was merely jesting moments ago. However, upon glancing at his sister's expectant gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. The package was still uncollected at the courier station downstairs. I'll go fetch it now, he hurriedly exclaimed, striding towards the door. There was nothing more to say. Having initiated the conversation, he felt compelled to conclude it. It was simply a matter of spending a little money to purchase the art book, after all. Li Yuming was momentarily stunned, then eagerly resumed her seat on the sofa, swinging her legs and diving into the animated show. In the kitchen, Li Yun had nearly completed the preparation of the ingredients. Why nearly? Because there were still a few remaining. Eyeing the few potatoes in the bag, she squinted thoughtfully, contemplating whether to carry out a fleeting inspiration that had crossed her mind earlier. After a brief moment, she made a decisive choice. She promptly stowed the potatoes in the refrigerator and retrieved several large pieces of ginger. A slight smile graced her lips. The preliminary preparations had been executed splendidly. An entire meal would take less than an hour to prepare. After extinguishing the flame and eliminating any unpleasant odors, she served 3 dishes and a soup onto the dining table. Li Yuming, without needing to be prompted, instinctively went to call Li Ximing in his room, and together they made their way to the dining table. At that moment, Li Yun had already ladled out soup and rice for herself and Li Yuming. Seated at the table, Li Ximing cast a glance at the dining table. Stir-fried beef, braised duck, dry-fried potatoes, and winter melon rib soup. Wow, could it be? His sister actually stir-fried something this time? Had she finally listened to him? Not dwelling on it further, he served himself rice and took a seat. As he reached for the dishes with his chopsticks, a pair of chopsticks suddenly blocked his way. Looking up, he found Li Yun gazing at him and his younger sister with a beaming smile. Today, let's play a game. Li Ximing's heart skipped a beat. Just as he suspected, it was indeed not as simple as it seemed. His sister was surely concocting something mischievous. What game? Sister, do tell us quickly. Li Yuming's eyes sparkled with excitement, for children always yearn for fun. The game rules are quite simple, Li Yun replied nonchalantly, pointing at the plate of shredded potatoes. In this plate of shredded potatoes, I have added a piece of ginger. Each person gets 1 pair of chopsticks. Oh, I see. Whoever eats the ginger first wins, right? Li Yuming exclaimed excitedly. However, Li Yun shook her head. Not quite. It is the exact opposite. The one who eats the ginger loses. Each person gets 1 pair of chopsticks, and whoever eats the ginger first loses. If, in the end, someone hasn't eaten the ginger. She paused, looking at Li Yuming. If you haven't eaten it, whatever you wish to do tonight, I will accompany you, and I will cover all expenses. Li Yuming's eyes widened in disbelief. Her little face flushed with excitement. Really? Li Yun nodded emphatically, then turned to Li Ximing. If you win, I will help you persuade Mom and Dad regarding that phone you want. Is that true? Li Ximing's eyes also widened, his face turning red. You speak not in jest, Li Yun declared with utmost seriousness, firmly controlling herself to maintain composure. However, the loser not only receives nothing, but must also clean the kitchen and wash the dishes. Then I shall go first, Li Ximing declared, extending his chopsticks to seize several pieces, stuffing them into his mouth. He took a bite of the shredded potatoes, his brows furrowing. Shredded potatoes? Shredded potatoes? What nonsense! This chopstick is filled with ginger. This plate, even if not entirely ginger, surely has its fair share. He realized something was amiss. Looking up at Li Yun, he found her not even glancing his way, while Li Yuming's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Brother, did you eat ginger? Then I win, I win. Li Ximing's brows instantly relaxed as he grasped the essence of the game. It was not merely a game of luck, but rather a test of endurance. And his opponent was a 6-year-old kindergarten child. He could not possibly lose. Apologies, little sister, but I am genuinely eager to switch phones. I wish to replace this one that Mother has deemed outdated, a device that ceases to function while watching videos. He elegantly took another mouthful of rice. A look of enjoyment gracing his face, his thumb raised in approval. Wow, sister, this shredded potato is exquisite. After saying that, He paused his eating, gesturing for his little sister to take a turn. Watching her bring the shredded potatoes to her mouth, a smile crept upon his lips. The game has come to an end. Yet, moments later, he widened his eyes in disbelief. His sister displayed no reaction whatsoever and continued to eat with a smile. "So delicious, sister," Li Yuming exclaimed cheerfully. Li Ximing felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, picking up a piece of beef to moisten his mouth. Just a moment ago, she must have had good fortune, snagging the actual shredded potatoes, but her luck wouldn't last. He then picked up another pair of chopsticks filled with shredded potatoes and placed them into his mouth, lowering his head slightly. No, for goodness sake. Within this chopstick were 4 or 5 pieces, yet one was indeed a piece of potato. He would rather perish than continue. Li Yun sat across from them, silently relishing the unfolding drama, finding it immensely entertaining. Dinner time always seemed to pass swiftly after a delightful meal. Su Qingfeng lounged on the sofa while Lin Qingla leisurely washed the dishes. "I noticed you've been dozing off since you returned. Did you accomplish anything today? You seem rather fatigued." Su Qingfeng nodded. "I completed a bit of homework." To him, whether it was subduing those 2 or refining those few elixirs, it was merely a matter of casual effort, hardly worthy of mention. Oh, homework. Indeed, several teachers assigned tasks. The class teachers must be the most challenging. But I finished it on the night before the holiday, Lin Qingla replied with a cheerful tone. Su Qingfeng was taken aback. He and T even brought his own work back. However, given his pace, he could easily wrap it up during evening study sessions. What truly required time and effort was the crafting of various items, such as the black belt he was currently refining. It appeared he was merely caressing it, yet it remained unchanged, inscribing various patterns upon it. "By that measure, you are indeed more impressive. I still have quite a bit of homework left," Su Qingfeng responded. Lin Qingla lifted her head, a hint of pride illuminating her face. "Of course, I write quickly and well. While others require 2 class periods, I only need 20 minutes. Back in middle school, I even helped others transcribe their homework for a bit of extra cash. Knowledge is wealth." Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng reminisced about his own middle school days. He ranked among the top students at school, naturally a scholarly figure in his class. He had also experienced moments where knowledge translated into financial gain. "I can relate to that." Su Qingfeng nodded earnestly. "You have story too?" Lin Qingla tilted her head, her bright eyes brimming with anticipation. Now, she found herself exceedingly curious about Su Qingfeng, yearning to uncover every detail. As Su Qingfeng reminisces about the past, a multitude of memories surfaces, prompting him to elaborate. "I recall that you were placed in the most prestigious class upon entering school, and you remained there throughout, correct?" "Indeed. Even when my academic performance later declined, I still ranked among the upper echelon of the class." Lin Qingla nodded, showcasing her remarkable intellect. Su Qingfeng continued his narrative. "I was initially in the elite class, but later fell to a regular class. Through diligent effort, I gradually ascended to the pinnacle of the school. Subsequently, a teacher from the elite class invited me to join their cohort, but I declined. Do you know why? Because he had previously pressured you, and you disdainfully chose not to return, right? A good horse does not turn back to graze on old pastures." Lin Qingla interjected, only to quickly dismiss her own conjecture. "No, that's not it. You just mentioned that knowledge is wealth. Could it be that your homeroom teacher from the regular class bribed you? Impressive, you've discerned that. But it wasn't so much a bribe. He would occasionally bring me some treats, yet that's not the crux of the matter." Su Qingfeng continued. "The real focus is on my wealthy deskmate." Lin Qingla was taken aback, her smile gradually fading. In her memories, whenever she encountered Su Qingfeng, there were indeed times when she noticed a girl by his side, who seemed quite petite. She had always assumed the girl was his younger sister. Su Qingfeng elaborated further. "That girl is genuinely affluent, but her family also emphasizes her studies, purchasing numerous practice workbooks for her. She hired me to complete them, and during that period, I hardly spent any money at school, enjoyed good meals, and my grades skyrocketed." A smile crept onto Su Qingfeng's face as he recalled that amusing time. "I was well fed, my grades improved, and I earned some money. I reaped the benefits." "Have you ever considered having another wealthy companion in high school?" By this point, Lin Qingla had finished washing the dishes and was approaching him slowly. Su Qingfeng, catching a glimpse of her graceful stride, felt a stir in his heart and turned to her, jokingly stating, "That wealthy girl. I'll be counting on you in the future." Lin Qingla froze, standing upright, her ears flushing with warmth, feeling slightly dizzy. Words eluded her, but Su Qingfeng quickly reassured her. "I was just joking. Middle school has its own rhythm, high school has its own daily life, and the present is quite pleasant." As he concluded, a serene smile unconsciously adorned his face. Pleasant? Compared to the monotonous existence he endured for over 1,000 years in his previous life. This was the life he had longed for. He savored the reality around him, feeling the gentle ebb of emotions, inspired by various thoughts and impulses to act. He truly relished it, listening to the conversation and observing the smile on Lin Qingla's face as she sat on the sofa, her eyes twinkling with delight. She nodded in agreement. This is indeed quite nice. At that moment, Su Qingfeng, who had just picked up his phone to scroll for a while, paused. He had come across a new update. Li Yun. My culinary skills have greatly improved. Evidence as follows: photo of an empty plate. Below was her first comment, also posted by herself. Li Yun. I stir-fried a plate of ginger stir-fried potatoes without potato strips, yet my younger siblings devoured it all. Chapter 47 Ride. Exiting the building, Su Qingfeng promptly took a seat on the back of Lin Qingla's electric bike. To save time and effort, Lin Qingla suggested that she ride him to Jiangzhou Island on her electric bike. Su Qingfeng did not refuse. It was a pleasant experience. As he gazed ahead, he admired the slender figure of the girl and her flowing black hair, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance. Are you settled? I'm about to drive, came her clear voice. In fact, when she proposed this idea, she had envisioned Su Qingfeng as the rider, as it would be fast, stable, and thrilling. However, Su Qingfeng's quick acceptance, along with his remark, "I'm counting on you, experienced driver," left her unable to voice her thoughts. Just perform well, and we shall go. As Su Qingfeng's words faded, Lin Qingla twisted the throttle, and the electric bike roared to life. The scenery around them began to shift backward. The weather was splendid that evening. The full moon hung high, and the breeze was refreshing, making the ride exceedingly enjoyable. With the bright moon overhead and a gentle breeze, everything feels just right. Lin Qingla thought, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. I've always remained composed, came a voice from behind. Lin Qingla was momentarily startled, her smile blossoming into a radiant grin, feeling as though the moonlight had grown even more enchanting. Su Qingfeng had shared some photos and videos with her during their outing yesterday, and she had developed a slight understanding of the festivities there. In simple terms, it was a joyful experience where money could buy happiness, so she had brought along a considerable sum. As Su Qingfeng guided her, she would treat him to various expenses. Wasn't he that perfectly normal? Tonight, I too shall play the role of a wealthy lady, letting this fellow witness my prowess. She mused inwardly. Consequently, the wind blowing against her felt even more delightful. Her hair danced in the breeze, and her smile grew increasingly uninhibited. A sudden rush of confidence surged within her. Spotting a leisurely moving electric bike ahead, she resolved to overtake it. I'm going to accelerate, she announced. With a burst of speed, the wind intensified. Su Qingfeng, observing her hair swirling wildly in front of him like a frenzied serpent, fell into a contemplative silence. Though it didn't hurt, the relentless whipping was rather unpleasant. As a thought crossed his mind, he summoned his spiritual energy, intending to smooth her hair down. Just then, they reached the first traffic light. The bike came to a halt. In that moment, Su Qingfeng recognized familiar figures. Brother Gao, Qingfeng, two voices called from his side. Turning his head, he saw Li Ximing riding an electric bike, with Li Yuming and Li Yiyun seated behind him. Upon hearing the voices from the back, Li Ximing turned to Su Qingfeng, smiling and nodding. Qingfeng, it's you guys. Su Qingfeng, Zeep Li, let us chat more when we get to Jiangzhou Island. At that moment, Li Yiyun's eyes lit up as she jumped off the bike, addressing her younger brother. Xiao Ming, you've driven enough for now. Let me take over. You can rest. Li Yuming interjected. Sister, didn't you say in the house that driving is for the younger brother? It's fine, it's just a short distance. I'll take over. Li Ximing waved his hand to decline, but as soon as he saw Li Yiyun's expression tighten, he quickly relinquished his position. Best not to provoke his older sister before he got his new phone. He hastily moved to the back. All right, prepare to be dazzled by my exceptional driving skills, Li Yiyun announced, taking the driver's seat, her expression suddenly turning fierce. As the traffic light turned green, the vehicle set off. Li Yiyun was the first to accelerate. This intersection was manageable, but as she turned onto a narrow road with little traffic, she immediately pushed the speed. Whoa! Li Ximing exclaimed. Her hair whipped against his face, catching him off guard with its sting. Lin Qingla, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned and quickly decelerated. Her own hair was quite long. Did that mean it was constantly hitting Su Qingfeng? This is somewhat unfortunate. After a moment of contemplation, I realized I had forgotten to bring a hair tie. Lowering my head slightly, I arranged my hair more neatly, just as I was about to call out to Su Qingfeng to help me secure my hair and prevent it from obstructing my view. Before I could utter a word, a sudden tug indicated that Su Qingfeng had already taken action, binding my hair and pressing it down against my neck. He truly understands me, I thought to myself, while simultaneously saying, get ready, I'm about to accelerate again. Go. As Su Qingfeng's voice faded, Lin Xingyue had already dashed forward, swiftly surpassing Li Yiyun in mere moments. Li Xinming, lifting his chin, was taken aback by Su Qingfeng's method. Is it possible to handle it this way? Without any formalities? He reached out towards his sister's flowing locks. After all, she was his sister. There was no need for decorum. Yet before he could succeed, a voice rang out from the front. No grabbing. After driving with one hand, if you dare to tug at my hair, you'll be in serious trouble. In the past, I would have dictated what you could and couldn't do while I sat in the back, but now, for the sake of my phone, I will endure. He closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly back. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he exclaimed, Li Yun, were you doing that on purpose? Huh? What? The wind was too strong. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. The two cars arrived almost simultaneously. However, the nearby parking spots were completely occupied, leaving no space to stop. After searching for a while, the two vehicles finally found a spot, barely managing to squeeze in. We're here. Sister. Let's go play. Charge. Li Yuming exclaimed, tugging at Li Yiyun's clothing excitedly and pointing inside. She had come yesterday as well, but accompanied by their parents. And there were certain activities their mother had deemed off-limits, which she accepted without protest. Their parents worked hard, and she didn't want to bother them with every little thing. However, today, while playing games, she had emerged victorious. Although she had cheated by claiming not to have eaten ginger when she had, it was her sister who had initially bent the rules. After all, there was more than just one piece of ginger there. Moreover, her brother had also eaten ginger, but had remained silent, sharing the last bite with her. Clearly, her sister was being indulgent, using the ginger eating game to fulfill their wishes. Thus, there was no need for formality. All right, sis is in a good mood today. Let's have some fun, Li Yun said with a laugh, genuinely content today. She had accomplished everything she had set out to do. If any surprises were to occur on Jiangzhong Island, it would be nothing short of perfection. Beside her, Li Ximing had regained his aloof demeanor. Although he was slightly displeased by the earlier incident with the hair, once out of the car, his irritation dissipated, as it was ultimately a trivial matter. As he scanned his surroundings and turned to look behind him, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. Wait, is that a Snorlax? After he uttered the words, those behind him drew nearer, allowing him to see the face clearly. His expression changed abruptly, and he quickly turned back. It was a girl. However, it was too late. His peripheral vision caught sight of the approaching figure, who seemed to be heading straight for him. Had he been overheard? Was she coming to settle the score with him? No, there had been some distance earlier. She shouldn't have heard. Snorlax? What do you see as Snorlax? Brother. You must be mistaken. That's just a sister. At that moment, Li Yuming, who had heard his exclamation, turned excitedly and asked, her expression bewildered. Li Ximing's heart raced. Whether she had heard him or not was uncertain, but it was clear now that she was indeed approaching him, silently contemplating how to respond if she truly confronted him. Kid, you huh? Su Qingfeng? A rather gruff voice interrupted from beside him, the speaker sounding both surprised and pleased. Chapter 48, Breaking the Shadows. Considering the time, it seems about right. Are you also planning to join Long Hua Feng and the others for some fun? Chen Xin continued. In truth, she felt a twinge of trepidation towards Su Qingfeng. That night, his display of overwhelming violence had left a lasting impression, particularly when he cast a glance their way at the end. In that fleeting moment, her heart felt as though it had skipped a beat, as if she were on the brink of demise. Yet paradoxically, she found herself admiring him. Occasionally, she would recount that night's events to her friends. Speaking of Su Qingfeng's terrifying presence, her friends were skeptical. If Su Qingfeng were to join them today, it would be nothing short of splendid. Not only would it validate her words, but it would also be a visual delight. She had never realized how handsome he truly was until now. Upon her utterance of those two sentences, all eyes at the scene turned to Su Qingfeng. Lin Qingyue appeared perplexed, while Li Ximing was enveloped in admiration and relief. Relief, of course, stemmed from the fact that the scenario he had imagined hadn't transpired, or rather, the attention of the Snorlax had shifted. Admiration was directed towards Su Qingfeng for his boldness, daring to take on such a challenge. No, I have my own plans, Su Qingfeng replied, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Xin before speaking slowly. Chen Xin found herself at a loss for words, nodding repeatedly. Then you all enjoy yourselves. I will wait here for my friends. Su Qingfeng offered no response, merely leading the group into the island. Watching Su Qingfeng and his companions gradually disappear from sight, Chen Xin exhaled. Her friends had arrived before her. She refrained from joining them out of fear. The moment their eyes had met, she was reminded of that night's glance. She decided to delay her entry a little longer. The wait was undeniably tedious, prompting her to pull out her phone and begin searching. What is Snorlax? The answer quickly surfaced, complete with illustrations. Fury surged within her. Although she had sensed the derogatory nature of his exclamation upon hearing it, she never anticipated it would be so disheartening. Was this truly an appropriate description for a blossoming young woman? Ultimately, she swallowed her indignation in silence. After all, Su Qingfeng was rather intimidating. Glancing at the time, she turned and walked towards the bridge leading inside. At that moment, a sudden jolt impacted her shoulder as someone collided with her. She merely swayed slightly, but the person who bumped into her staggered, struggling to regain their balance. "What are you doing? Why are you running so fast? Can't you see?" In a fit of rage, she couldn't help but shout. Turning to see who it was, she recognized the familiar face of her classmate, Pang Li. Xin? Pang Li tilted his head, frowning. Could he be blamed? Wasn't it the fault of that thing for suddenly turning around? "You know how large I am. If you spin around suddenly and bump into me, how is that my fault?" He initially intended to voice this complaint, but glancing at the group of friends waving at him from ahead, he changed his words. "I was in a hurry and didn't see clearly. My apologies." Without waiting for a response, he walked away. It was already a stroke of luck for him to have offered an apology. I'll let it slide this time. You spineless coward. If you dare to act like this again, I will kick you away as fiercely as Su Qingfeng would, Xin said coldly, her tone dripping with authority. Pang Li, who had been walking ahead, momentarily paused but soon dismissed her words and continued on his path. Xin, unfazed, pressed forward, intent on reuniting with her sisters. TSK, you lucky lad. It seems you have quite the charm. Tell me, was that little incident just now intentional? As Pang Li arrived, a close friend with a buzz cut immediately teased him. Pang Li remained silent. His face darkened as he walked ahead. His earlier joy had been shattered by Xin's sudden appearance, not just due to the collision, but also because it reminded him of that troublesome individual. His buzz-cut friend wanted to say more, but a shorter boy with glasses interjected. "Liga, you seem a bit off lately, looking lost and dejected. You're not as spirited as you used to be in middle school. Have you encountered some troubles?" The buzz-cut guy also wore a frown, his playful demeanor dissipating. "Is it that hefty woman from earlier? Perhaps we should find a chance to deal with her?" Pang Li immediately recalled Xin's formidable strength and her appearance. Expressing his disgust, there's no grudge worth that, and honestly, I find the thought of hitting her repulsive. Let us just wander around and see if anything interesting comes up, then grab some late-night snacks. It's been a while since we hung out. The buzz-cut friend nodded eagerly, as he often relied on Pang Li to foot the bill. "All right, I'll follow your lead. If we run into anyone who annoys you, just say the word, and I'll back you up." Pang Li merely nodded in response. Annoying individuals? Certainly there were. That day in class, the kick and the drag still haunted him. He couldn't confront it directly. Just a few days ago, when he accidentally crossed paths with Su Qingfeng during lunch, a mere glance sent him into a panic, making him flee. He felt utterly pathetic. When he had been scolded earlier, he had pondered deeply. Had he truly become a coward? As thoughts swirled, feelings of frustration and discomfort intensified. Ultimately, he clenched his fists and made a silent resolution. This psychological shadow must be eradicated, and the best way to do so was to confront it head-on. With his thoughts solidified, he began to formulate a plan for action. "Ligu, there is someone ahead," exclaimed the buzz-cut friend trailing behind him. Pang Li attempted to halt, but it was too late. A heavy presence loomed before him, causing him to instinctively step back. A sense of familiarity washed over him. "What, you again? Jianxing?" He called out, his irritation evident. However, his anger quickly dissipated as he noticed a figure further ahead, standing in front of a vendor. That person was all too familiar, his very own shadow. "Wow, that girl is stunning," came the astonished voice of his buzz-cut friend. Chapter 49, Better to be Taken Away. "Now you flatter me. Don't you think it's a bit too late?" Xin turned around, her gaze icy. Though she was addressing the buzz-cut boy, her eyes lingered on Pang Li. As he snapped back to reality, he looked up to see a muscular figure and an overly large face that sent a shiver down his spine. Yet oddly, he felt a strange sense of relief, mixed with disgust. Relief because this person blocked his view, disgust because of that face. "Look at you, you overgrown nuisance. With a face that large, don't think too highly of yourself," the buzz-cut boy scoffed, but before he could finish, Pang Li raised a hand to silence him. He knew exactly who this fool was referring to. The two most stunning girls were over by Su Qingfeng. It would be disastrous if he attracted attention at this moment. Pang Li felt a sense of panic rising within him, his expression darkening. Just moments ago, he had built himself up to confront his shadows. How had he reverted to this state? Observing his demeanor, Xin's disdain deepened. "You, who bumped into me, once could claim it was a coincidence, but twice. Just now, you had your underling praising my looks, and now you're defending me. What's your game? Do you have a crush on me?" Chen Xian's voice was loud enough to draw the attention of many passersby. Another confession? Wow, I missed the last one. I have to catch this one, murmured a bystander. I heard the last incident was quite the spectacle. Pang Li quickly turned his head, recognizing a familiar voice among the chatter. It was Xian Jinyu, a classmate known for his quirky personality and big mouth. He was staring at them, shock evident on his face, phone in hand. Pang Li knew he had to respond, or else he'd be trapped by his own silence. But Chen Xian was quicker. Crossing her arms, she spoke with pride, but sadly. I'm not interested in spineless cowards like you. Give it up. Your little antics 1T attract me. I'm the woman you can never possess. I'll let you off this time, but if it happens again, I truly will kick you away. With that, she tossed her head arrogantly and turned to leave. The sight of her haughty demeanor left Pang Li and the two closest friends in utter shock. Pang Li turned pale, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. By the time he regained his composure, Chen Xian had already walked a short distance away. Pursuing her would feel like an endless cycle, but refraining felt like he had genuinely been rejected. But if he cursed loudly, with Chen Xian's fiery temper, she would undoubtedly challenge him, though he wasn't afraid. He didn't want to appear foolish. Yet, could he truly continue to endure this? Facing Su Qingfeng's gaze earlier, he had faltered. Now, was he to bear the taunts of this insufferable nuisance? If he continued to yield, the title of coward would forever be attached to him. Was he to accept this fate? No, he would allow it. A surge of anger ignited within him. Strike first to avoid 100 retaliations. This phrase resonated in his mind, solidifying his resolve. In that moment, he refused to back down any longer. He raised his head and shouted, "You overgrown nuisance. It's disgraceful for you to stop in the middle of the road and accuse others of confessing to you. If you turn around and look at your pig-like face, you'll see just how unworthy you are." The words resonated with clarity, imbued with intense emotion. Chen Xian, who had originally been striding joyfully, came to an abrupt halt, her smile fading into a cold, penetrating gaze as she turned to face Pang Li, advancing towards him step by step. "You have truly provoked my ire. After colliding with me twice, you dare to insult me. You scoundrel." Chen Xian spat through clenched teeth. Chen Wentian is right. Individuals like you, a gluttonous pig, only serve to inflate the cost of rice. Come on, what are you afraid of? Pang Li retorted, feeling a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. The sensation of being a schoolyard tyrant had returned. His two companions chuckled beside him, their gazes sharpening with anticipation. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding crowd stirred with excitement, as if they could sense the impending storm of chaos. Some adults looked on in astonishment. "Goodness," Xian Jinyu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had come merely to join the commotion, never expecting to witness such an explosive scene. Knowing Chen Xian, a fierce battle was surely on the horizon. As a generous soul, how could he not share this moment with his friends? He quickly ceased recording, hastily entered the group chat, and sent out the video, summoning his comrades. "Xian Jinyu, goodness brothers, an epic showdown is unfolding on the Jiangzhong Island Bridge." Without waiting for a response, he returned to recording, determined not to miss such a thrilling spectacle. The skills he had honed in filming were meant for moments like this. Yet in the next instant, a phone call interrupted him. Anger surged within him. Damn it, who calls at a time like this? This is more frustrating than the qualifiers. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he was taken aback. The homeroom teacher? He had added her on QQ to discuss some matters. But why was she calling him? A realization struck him. In his haste, he had mistakenly sent the previous message to the class group instead of the friend's chat. "Oh no, I'm done for," he thought, bracing himself as he answered the call. Teacher, are those two about to fight? Don't just stand there. Go and stop them. There's so many people." Guming's anxious voice came through the receiver. Xian Jinyu glanced at his frail frame and replied, "Me? Oh no, they're really going to fight. Aren't those two from your class? I think I saw them when I came looking for you before. Didn't they get into a scuffle in your class?" At the bridge's end, Li Yiyun, who was buying something, turned to Su Qingfeng and Lin Qingla, surprised. "Yes, they're from our class," Lin Qingla nodded. In middle school, she had encountered similar scenes, but she would always turn away immediately, prioritizing safety. Yet now, she felt no such inclination, perhaps due to a newfound sense of calm and assurance. Beside her, Li Shiming stroked his chin, his eyes alight with curiosity. "Why does this feel like a Pokemon battle? They lock eyes and it's game on. She really is a Snorlax. Are they really going to fight?" Li Yuming chimed in, his gaze filled with a strange intrigue. Li Yiyun's previously relaxed demeanor shifted. She reached out to embrace her younger sister, shielding her eyes. "Don't look, there's nothing worth seeing here. Later, I'll take you to play. Don't worry, someone will intervene," Su Qingfeng reassured. However, from their vantage point, the small distance remaining revealed Chen Xian charging forward, an image bursting with intensity. The three opponents also extended their hands, their legs taut with tension. "What are you doing over there?" A sharp voice called out. They looked up to see a security guard hastening towards them from the nearby booth. Naturally, with so many spectators gathered, the guard couldn't possibly overlook the unusual activity. Clad in a uniform, he exuded an undeniable authority. The previously brash group suddenly wilted under the weight of his presence. As the adrenaline receded, reason returned. Chun Xian inwardly cursed her misfortune. If a fight broke out and they were apprehended, it would be one thing. But now, without having fought and still facing trouble, what did that signify? Nevertheless, possessing ample experience in brawls, Pang Li quickly regained composure and spoke up. "It's nothing. We were just chatting. What's the problem?" Chun Xian snapped back to reality. Right, they hadn't been caught fighting. Surely, her words could save them. "Is that so? I distinctly heard you cursing and charging forward. And look at all these witnesses. Now, please come with me," the guard instructed. Meanwhile, Xian Jinyu, who had been on the move, discreetly tucked away his phone. He turned to the homeroom teacher and said, "Leave this to me," before hanging up the call. He then cleared his throat and addressed the guard. "Officer, you've misunderstood." The guard turned to regard Xian Jinyu with a puzzled expression. "And who might you be?" "I'm her classmate. I witnessed everything unfold just now." "What fight?" "It was all in jest. Haven't you heard the saying? Fighting is a sign of affection. Insults are love." The guard's expression morphed into one of amusement. He hesitated, no longer in a rush to disperse the crowd, and regarded Xian Jinyu intently. Unfazed, Xian Jinyu pulled out his phone, opened a recording, and cranked the volume to maximum. It captured the scene of people gathering when he first arrived, but it didn't show any specific individuals, merely the sounds of banter. "Is someone confessing here? Oh man, this is perfect. I missed out last night," he exclaimed. He had heard there was an amusing mishap the previous evening. As the chatter echoed from his phone, he quickly muted the screen upon hearing his own voice. "What? Why stop? If I continue, there will be images and the truth will come to light." He fell silent, merely exchanging a knowing glance with the guard. The onlookers' expressions shifted, their curiosity piqued by the strangeness of the situation. They could sense that something was off, yet who could claim it was erroneous? The earlier scuffle could very well have been the aftermath of a rejected confession. While they believed the boy's words retained a higher degree of credibility, after all, that girl was rather wild. Yet, tastes varied, and it was hard to say. "Is he telling the truth?" the guard inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at Pang Li and his companions. At that moment, Pang Li's expression darkened to its utmost extent. Yet, under the current circumstances, he thought, damn it, moving forward or retreating, it's all a mess. Chun Xian remained silent, arms crossed, head held high, huffing defiantly. The guard, somewhat exasperated, waved his hand. "You all need to be mindful. Roughhousing should be reserved for appropriate settings." Xian Jinyu nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, officer. You can return to your post. Everything will be just fine." Without a backward glance, the guard waved dismissively. Xian Jinyu surveyed the crowd. "All right, disperse. Nothing more to see here." The surrounding individuals cast fleeting glances, but uttered no words, continuing their entry into the venue. It was evident that tonight's visit was far from futile. Upon entering, a sumptuous feast awaited them. As the throng resumed its lively flow, Xian Jinyu wiped the sweat from his brow. "Oh my goodness," he exhaled, feeling a surge of pride swell within him, reveling in his own charm. He was absolutely stunning. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned to face the two companions. "Today, you are fortunate to have encountered me, a good classmate, who skillfully orchestrated the atmosphere and set the rhythm. Otherwise, who knows, you might have even been summoned by your parents." With that, he flamboyantly ran his hand through his hair. "Now, do express your gratitude to Brother Jinyu." The two in front remained silent, their gazes locked onto one another, a palpable tension enveloping the air. Xian Jinyu realized that, at least for now, a physical altercation was unlikely, which alleviated his concern. Yet in the next moment, he was reminded of the video he had shared in their class group. "Ahem, I no longer expect your thanks. Consider it settled. Just don't hold me accountable for what follows. I shall take my leave now, farewell." With that, he hastily retreated. "Oof." Chun Xian snorted disdainfully, leading the way out. Pang Li wore a similarly stoic expression, feigning indifference as he walked further inside. During this walk, he noticed that those who had witnessed the earlier incident occasionally glanced in his direction, their eyes brimming with admiration. He could even discern the underlying meaning. "Impressive, brother," remarked a passing youth with admiration. "Little brother, you are destined for greatness." Another voice chimed in from behind. Pang Li involuntarily donned a mask of anguish. His expression became vacant, and in his daze he caught sight of Su Qingfeng. Fortunately, this time, he felt no fear, only a sense of desolation. While others strolled alongside their companions, basking in merriment, he was left with nothing but solitude. Damn it, I'd rather be taken away after a brawl. Chapter 50. The ideal me thus concluded a splendid drama. Although a physical confrontation was averted, the unfolding events were nonetheless captivating, heightening the interest of the onlookers in the evening's festivities. Qingfeng and his companions had also arrived at the stage's vicinity. Their timing was neither too early nor too late. The singer had already ignited the atmosphere, and the energy was now slightly waning. As another song commenced, the singer gradually extended the microphone toward the audience, met with a chorus of cheers. Are you kidding me? We barely arrived, and he is already leaving the most challenging parts for the audience. Li Yun couldn't help but critique. Well, he is rather average in looks. And though his singing is slightly better than most, his pretentiousness is quite unprofessional, Li Shiming added, his tone tinged with displeasure. The previous day, he had spent a considerable time accompanying Lu Shiqing and others, who incessantly praised the singer's looks and vocal prowess, even erupting into screams. He found it irksome. In his view, the singer was not as handsome as he was, which meant he was merely average in appearance. Furthermore, the fact that he shied away from the climax suggested a lack of talent and professionalism. He couldn't fathom the source of their enthusiasm. Perhaps it's all about the atmosphere? Once the vibe is right, even a somewhat tuneful voice combined with other forms of entertainment can yield a delightful experience. Lin Qingwei suggested. She remained optimistic about the evening, yearning for more joy. Indeed, let us consider him merely a musical accompaniment to our amusement, Li Yun remarked, playfully patting Li Shiming's back. Little brother, there's no need for jealousy. You are more handsome than him. Just learn to sing a bit, and you'll surely surpass him. One day you'll stand on that stage, and girls will scream for you, leaving everyone in awe. Li Shiming was taken aback, then succumbed to a daydream. At the New Year's Eve gala, he would strum his guitar, exuding an air of aloof confidence. A mere hint of his vocal prowess would astonish the audience, leading countless listeners to close their eyes in rapt attention. As he reached the song's climax, Lu Shiqing and her friends would erupt in cheers, showering him with bouquets after the finale. At that moment, Li Yun felt a tug at the hem of her garment. Looking down, she found her little sister gazing up at her. Sister, let us play with the big bear and have fun. Young children are oblivious to the nuances of music and atmosphere. All they sense is the noise. Her sole desire was to engage in play. All right, sister will take you there. Li Yun nodded, having merely come to take a cursory glance. To her dismay, it was even more tedious than the previous night. She decided to abandon waiting altogether and let the music serve as a backdrop to their enjoyment. As Li Yun glanced aside, she noticed her little brother utterly captivated, rolling her eyes at his sudden change of heart. Just moments ago, he was dismissive, and now he was engrossed, such a proud little brat. She then signaled to Qingfeng and Lin Qingwei with a gesture and an expression suggesting it was time to leave. Lin Qingwei's eyes brightened. They had already listened to several songs and were beginning to feel bored. Exploring other attractions would undoubtedly be delightful. They hadn't spent a single dime yet. She had yet to embody the affluent figure Qingfeng envisioned. Mimicking Li Yuming, she gently tugged at Qingfeng's sleeve, pouting adorably while casting a glance toward the exit. Qingfeng nodded in agreement, and the group departed, leaving behind the entranced Li Shiming. Meanwhile, Li Shiming remained lost in his reverie. As he accepted bouquet after bouquet, the audience continued to chant encore, encore, desperately trying to retain him. He descended from the stage, aware that the principal was present and he could not afford to act so recklessly. However, if he were truly granted permission, what song should he perform? He pondered deeply, and suddenly, the melodious sound of a guitar reached his ears. The little yellow flower of the story. The gentle melody resonated. Li Shiming was struck with enlightenment. Yes, this was the song. It perfectly encapsulated his emotions and was particularly suited for the school setting, exuding a certain sophistication. Imagining himself clad in light blue jeans and a crisp white shirt, guitar in hand, standing on stage as a youthful, vibrant figure, he envisioned captivating the audience during the initial verses. At the interlude, he would raise his hand and invite everyone to sing along. The ensuing chorus would be met with shrill screams of adoration. Hee, what a delightful fantasy, he thought, a smile creeping onto his lips. At that moment, he opened his eyes, only to be startled. On the grand stage ahead, a boy dressed in light blue jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt, sporting a tousled middle-part hairstyle that radiated youthfulness, was playing the guitar and singing. What the heck? He exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. His heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning. This sensation was utterly maddening, reminiscent of a time in elementary school when he solved a complex math problem after much contemplation, feeling like a genius akin to Newton or Einstein. However, just as he basked in his triumph and sought to showcase his brilliance to the teacher, he was informed, "Hey, you've already studied this." I was planning to cover it in the next class. Alas, his thoughts went unheard, and reality continued its course. The song had now reached the interlude. The young man on stage gazed down at the audience, his enchanting peach blossom eyes seemingly crackling with electricity. One hand was raised, and with a gentle smile, he gave a slight shake. Li Ximing's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, for heaven's sake. At that moment, a refreshing, youthful voice resonated from the stage. Shall we all join in? Ah! On this windy day, a chorus of screams accompanied the melodic singing from below, plunging Li Ximing into a profound silence. Suddenly, he turned abruptly, for a familiar voice had reached his ears. Soon, a figure came into view. Lu Shiqing. She was calling out loudly, her gaze fixated solely on the person on stage. How can you be like this? You cheered for that guy before, but now that there's a new singer, you're still cheering? Will you cheer for anyone who sings? Li Ximing fell completely silent, enveloped in a sense of speechlessness and an overwhelming pressure. An inexplicable urge to act surged within him. Thus, he clenched his fists and lowered his head, remaining in silence until the song came to an end, at which point he finally spoke. Sister, I want to become stronger. I want to learn guitar and singing. Just as you said before, to amaze everyone. After saying this, he lifted his head. I don't want you to persuade Mom and Dad to buy me a phone. I can manage that. Please help me convince them to buy me a guitar. I want to sing. After speaking, he turned to his sister to affirm his resolve, to prove that he wasn't acting on a whim. However, he froze, shivering involuntarily. Whereas my sister? Chapter 51, A Serendipitous Encounter. Before reaching the shooting range, the group paused near the roadside. There lay a makeshift small playground for children, featuring an inflatable slide filled with colorful balls. Numerous children were playing inside, while parents outside chatted idly or glanced up at the stage performance. The reason Su Qingfeng and the others lingered here was simple. Su Qingfeng and Li Yuming had encountered an acquaintance. It was him, the big brother who helped me win the teddy bear yesterday. Inside the green fenced area, Li Miaoxing pointed at Su Qingfeng, excitedly addressing her two sisters. It's you. Su Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback, feeling how small the world was. He turned to the other two little girls. Triplets. Quite rare. This brother is indeed handsome. Yuming, is this brother your brother? A flurry of chatter erupted, and at that moment, Li Yuming had already walked over to the fence to chat with the three triplets, their attention immediately shifting to her. At this time, the triplets' guardian, their mother, noticed Su Qingfeng and spoke up. Young man, thank you for playing with my daughter last night and helping her win a bear. It was just a simple matter. Su Qingfeng waved it off nonchalantly. The woman glanced at the three girls and continued, but it did create a bit of trouble. What? Su Qingfeng asked, puzzled. The triplets always want what the other has, but their dad doesn't have your kind of skills, she explained. In the end, we had to buy two more. The most mischievous was Xiaoxing, who said, this one was won by my handsome brother. As she said this, she shook her head, adding with a teasing tone, if I hadn't lost my temper, I fear it would have escalated again. At the end of her words, she looked at the children with a sigh, yet the smile in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Lin Qingla and Li Yiyun beside her couldn't help but chuckle, finding the scene amusing. However, when it came to parental matters, they felt a wave of headache. It seemed my assistance yesterday was somewhat unnecessary. Su Qingfeng shook his head. No, I'm not here to complain. Although it was a bit frustrating yesterday, thinking about it now, it was quite interesting. In any case, thank you. Upon hearing Su Qingfeng's response, the woman realized he might have misunderstood, and she hurriedly clarified. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Li Yuming. Realizing this was a perfect opportunity to express gratitude. Xiaoming, would you like to go in and play? As a thank you, and he invites you. Li Yuming paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, thank you, Aunt Yin, but no need. I want to go to Big Bear too. She then turned to the three little friends, waving goodbye. I'm going to shoot now. I'll chat with you later, bye. Aunt Yin, goodbye too. With that, she turned, looking as if she were about to be executed if she didn't leave. Sister, let us go. Li Yiyun chuckled and shook her head. What's the rush? That stall isn't going anywhere. She then greeted the woman before turning back to Su Qingfeng, speaking softly. I didn't expect it, a master right beside me. You must come. If I come, I don't even know how long it will take to win the grand prize. I don't want to disappoint Yuming. She continued after that. I'll treat you to play and eat anything. Su Qingfeng hadn't yet replied when Lin Qingla, catching the keyword, immediately joined the conversation. Ahem, Yun. You can invite me next time. I've already made plans for today. Li Yun turned to Su Qingfeng, her eyes wide with surprise, as if to say, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Su Qingfeng. No need, this little girl has invited me before. Su Qingfeng responded. What? Li Yun was puzzled. But as long as it turned out well, she said, okay, then you'll be the safety net. They soon approached the area designated for shooting games. Upon seeing their group, the owner's gaze quickly flickered over the two adorable girls before settling on Su Qingfeng, his expression shifting. "Boss, keep track of the score," Li Yiyun said, directly handing a gun to Li Yuming. Initially, she had offered to help, but since Li Yuming wanted to try herself, there was nothing more to say. She could experience it a bit more. Li Yuming was quite sensible. Upon realizing she couldn't manage, she would choose to switch. Her plan was for Li Yuming to shoot first, then she would take a few turns to try and win something. Now that Su Qingfeng was there as a backup, she decided to shoot 5 times with Li Yuming, and if they didn't win, she'd call upon Su Qingfeng. "Boss, could you teach my sister a bit?" Li Yun asked. The owner, noticing Su Qingfeng's lack of intention to intervene, was pleasantly surprised, quickly bending down to begin instructing. While the little girl turned to Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng waved, "I'll take it from here, boss." The owner's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Guiding a girl shouldn't be an issue. Just then, a vibration from a phone interrupted, and Li Yiyun took it out to check. "Sister, where did you go? You just left without saying a word. Do you know what I went through just now? I almost lost it." Li Yiyun stared at the 3 consecutive messages from her little brother, looking utterly bewildered. What's going on? She recalled that they had only been gone for 4 or 5 minutes, not even reaching the food area yet. What has suddenly compelled this fellow to act as if he is on the brink of despair? Is their departure truly such a profound blow? Li Yun, what? Have you also faced rejection in your confession? Li Xinming. Far worse. My entire world has been pilfered from me. In any case, where are you? I have something of importance to discuss. Li Yun, I'm over by the shooting range. Just come over. Li Xinming. All right, I'll be there shortly. Upon arriving, Li Yun did not retreat, instead putting away her phone with a sigh. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Has he perhaps consumed too much ginger? Eating ginger? Oh, you're referring to that post of yours. Lin Qingyue expressed her confusion, but soon enlightenment dawned as she recalled the dynamic that Li Yiyun had shared. Yes. Upon hearing this, Li Yiyun's face lit up with excitement. This evening's endeavor could be deemed her sole successful venture in quite some time. Previous attempts had been dismal, sending dragon and phoenix images in hopes of good fortune, only to seem genuinely unfortunate. Pretending to be ill had backfired, and during military training, her ruse of feigning heat exhaustion was swiftly exposed. Only today had she managed a success. Now question about it. She could not help but recount her glorious achievements with pride. After sharing her triumphs, she suddenly realized her younger sister was present. Hastily turning around, she found Su Qingfeng cradling her little sister, while the other hand steadied the firearm. Her younger sister was intensely focused on aiming. This brought her some comfort. Her sister tends to be exceptionally earnest when engrossed in certain matters. Bang! The bullet was discharged. A hit. Li Yoming's face radiated with enthusiasm. Brother, let's go again." Her clear voice echoed in the night sky. Chapter 52, Breaking Through Shadows. "I believe this angle is optimal," Su Qingfeng said as he slightly adjusted his hold on Li Yuming. "I concur," Li Yuming responded with glee, with the front table serving as a barrier, given her height. If she wished to play independently, she would require someone to support her. In this regard, she felt that Qingfeng had performed exceptionally well. Not only was his grip steady, but he also found the perfect angle, flawlessly locating the point she desired. Bang! 2 shots fired, both hitting their mark. This remarkable success fostered unparalleled confidence. "Hee, I am quite formidable," Li Yuming chuckled. Lin Qingyue and Li Yiyun ceased their conversation, their gazes lingering on the duo. A hint of smiles gracing their faces as they observed the unexpectedly warm scene. Li Yuming resumed her aim, but this time her shot veered off course. She furrowed her brow in contemplation. At that moment, Su Qingfeng adjusted his grip, bending his left arm to allow the young girl to perch on his forearm, while his right hand elevated the gun's muzzle. "This weapon may be a bit long for you. Without proper support, it will tend to dip," Su Qingfeng advised. He did not resort to underhanded assistance, merely sharing a few techniques while correcting her stance, ensuring that the trajectory would not deviate to the right as it had the previous day. Now, he merely compensated for her lack of strength. It was evident that Li Yuming possessed inherent talent. The boss nearby opened his mouth. "Are you shooting alone, or as a pair?" Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Hadn't he already prepared himself mentally? "Boss, count the shots," came a resonant voice. The boss looked up to see 3 individuals approaching from the far left corner, a tall one, a robust one, and one sporting glasses. The speaker was the tall one, while the burly lad fumbled with the gun, seemingly examining it. Pang Li was handling the firearm, yet his peripheral vision darted sideways, not daring to look openly, fearing Su Qingfeng's notice. Truth be told, he had pondered for some time before resolutely deciding to confront his fears. What was his aim? To break through the shadows. On the bridge, he had resolved to confront Qingfeng, and although a confrontation had not ensued, the overall development had been equally stifling. Nevertheless, he had managed to shatter his psychological barriers, regaining a semblance of his former confidence. Thus, when he spotted Su Qingfeng while wandering earlier, he felt a surge of determination. I may not be able to best you in a direct confrontation, but having triumphed in other endeavors, that counts as a victory, does it not? It signifies a breakthrough of sorts, does it not? Although it was still somewhat embarrassing, it was undeniably effective. He repeated this to himself, attempting to hypnotize his mind, and his gaze sharpened. Resting one hand on the table, he leaned slightly forward, closing one eye, envisioning himself as an elite sniper on a mission, with the balloons before him representing his adversaries. Observe my prowess, he mused silently. Isn't that the guy who confessed? Another voice chimed in. Pang Li's concentration shattered instantly as he turned his somber expression towards the source of the sound. It was Yi Feijian, flanked by two others, Huang Daoran and Wu Jiang. After a taunt, the three of them turned their attention to Su Qingfeng's group, offering a greeting. Su Qingfeng nodded, but paid little mind, continuing to assist Li Yuming in steadying the gun. Meanwhile, Huang Daoran and his companions redirected their gaze back to Pang Li. They had arrived at Jiangzhong Island before dusk, taking a leisurely stroll, admiring the scenery, and engaging in various activities, genuinely enjoying themselves. As the stalls began to operate and music filled the air from the stage, they excitedly roamed about, hoping to encounter their classmates. Naturally, they had no luck. Then, upon seeing Xian Jinyu's video in their class group, their excitement surged. Yi Feijian, in particular, had long harbored a grudge against Pang Li. Now, witnessing him in a predicament, how could he let it slip by? Thus, he hurried over, eager to witness the drama unfold. Yet unfortunately, he was a step too late. The protagonist had long since departed, leaving behind only the legend of a confession. As they wandered, they unexpectedly encountered the very subject of their interest. The earlier fleeting disappointment of not bumping into their class leader vanished entirely, and he felt as if he were soaring with joy. Finally, an opportunity had presented itself. Anyone with a modicum of sense knows that is merely a rumor. I advise you not to meddle. Mutt. Pang Li shot a sidelong glance at Yi Feijian, his tone cold. While he may not match Su Qingfeng, how dare this impertinent fool swagger after being defeated by him in under a minute? Yi Feijian's expression darkened. That night had been a source of shame for him. He had underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, with his physique, he would never have suffered such a humiliating defeat. He had been yearning for a chance to vindicate himself. Who cares about your affairs? I merely came to enjoy the spectacle of someone being rejected in a confession, perhaps returning home to weep into their pillow tonight. Yi Feijian visst it. All right, let us keep the banter to a minimum, Huang Daoran interjected, picking up the gun in the center. Bang Li nudda. This chubby fellow had some sense. After all, it was already difficult for someone to face rejection. What was the need for further mockery? As Huang Daoran spoke, he fiddled with the firearm in his hands, assuming an aiming position, and reminisced about his perspective while playing CF at the internet cafe. An inexplicable calmness and composure surged within him. He felt a newfound mastery over the weapon. Pang Li was enraged, letting out a ferocious roar as he turned his head with a grim expression. At that moment, Li Yuming, who was preparing to fire from the other side, was startled and quickly turned to look, while Su Qingfeng slightly tilted his head. Pang Li shivered involuntarily, an inexplicable sense of panic surging within him. His intellect kicked into high gear, contemplating ways to evade, yet his body acted more swiftly. He hastily turned back, assuming a shooting stance, and spoke. Though this time his voice was subdued. I see now, you are here to provoke. You dare to spread such slanderous words. But strength is determined by true skill. Let us compare and see whose achievements are superior. The loser will foot the bill. As he reached the conclusion, his voice inadvertently rose slightly. Though he did not dare to directly declare war on Su Qingfeng, he silently included him in the scope of this challenge in his mind. After speaking, he fired a shot, but it went awry. His emotional fluctuations were evident, and Su Qingfeng sensed this clearly. However, he paid it no mind. It was entirely expected. That day, his actions had inflicted a severe psychological blow on this fellow, not merely in words, but in undeniable reality. If Pang Li could not come to terms with it or take any action, he would likely continue to fear the sight of himself for a protracted period. You little wretch dare to challenge me. The god of guns, Huang Daoran chuckled, shaking his head as he aimed and pulled the trigger. Yet he too missed. Damn it, this gun must be faulty, Huang Daoran exclaimed. Pang Li retorted mockingly, if you can't shoot, don't blame the gun. How ridiculous. The two soon fell into a competitive state, exchanging shots in a spirited contest. The shooting range erupted with a cacophony of gunfire, and the owner chuckled from the sidelines. Now, this is what a normal student looks like. Bad luck, poor skills, and with his little tricks, the best he can hope for is a small prize. All right, pay up, Huang Daoran declared, resting the gun on his shoulder, his demeanor arrogant. Pang Li's expression darkened. He had hit 13 targets, while this guy had managed to hit just one more than him. Though neither had secured even a consolation prize, he still felt defeated. Just a little more. Shall we have another round, classmates? Now that you've shot, you must surely want a reward. The owner grinned as he approached the prize area, retrieving a small plush toy of a panda, holding bamboo, and handing it to Li Yuming. Look, even a little child managed to hit 16 balloons. If you play another round, you might win something big. Gazing at the toy and hearing those words, Huang Daoran felt indifferent, merely giving Li Yuming a thumbs up. Impressive. Little sister. Meanwhile, Pang Li's face began to darken. Damn it, he thought, as he shifted his goal of breaking the shadow and challenging Su Qingfeng from a direct confrontation to a shooting contest, even shifting it to a little girl. He felt a twinge of shame, and now he had lost. In that moment, the shadows around him thickened, as if an invisible rope was tightening around his neck, leaving him breathless. On the other side, Li Yuming cradled the toy as if it were treasure. Hee, thank you, boss. The middle-aged owner smiled at her delight, nodding. All right, Qingfeng, this is for you. Li Yuming handed the panda to Su Qingfeng. For me? Hee. Qingfeng has been my teacher and helped me. I've now learned to shoot, and this is my tuition. Li Yuming spoke earnestly. Su Qingfeng bowed, placing a hand gently on her small head. Then my tuition must be quite expensive. All right, sister, it's your turn. My arm is getting a bit tired, she said, turning to Li Yun. All right, Li Yun replied, taking her gun. It was at this moment that she was taken aback. For Pang Li had paid for not only his side, but hers as well. Wait, brother Bai, what are you doing? Li Yun questioned in confusion. Upon hearing that title, Pang Li's mouth twitched, yet he dared not look over, keeping his gaze fixed ahead as he spoke. Because I lost, and while I covered both sides, your side is also included in my mind. So of course, you need not worry about your side. This is my challenge to myself. He glanced at Huang Daoran. So, what do you say? Dare to have another round? Before Huang Daoran could respond, Yifeijian jumped in. Brother Huang, let me have a go. Huang Daoran handed him the gun. You weakling, just wait and see. Yifeijian taunted. Pang Li couldn't even muster a response. To him, this guy was merely a distraction. The most pressing matter was whether Su Qingfeng would send a representative to compete. I can pay for myself. Li Yun raised an eyebrow, unwilling to accept an ambiguous treat. If there were ulterior motives, and later he sought contact information, it would be troublesome. Su Qingfeng seemed to perceive Pang Li's thoughts, and spoke up. Let me take a turn. Li Yun was momentarily stunned, while Lin Qinglis sat beside her, tugging at her sleeve to indicate her agreement. Li Yun did not press the issue further, handing the gun to Su Qingfeng. At that moment, Pang Li felt his heart stop. Come on, Su Qingfeng urged. His expression and pace remained unchanged, as if everything was under control. As Su Qingfeng approached the shooting position, Pang Li's body tensed, and upon hearing those words, his scalp began to prickle. Was he really going to face Su Qingfeng directly? He was not prepared for this. However, after a brief pause, aside from a moment of panic, he realized that there was no external pressure. Perhaps it wasn't as dire as he had thought. His mood relaxed slightly, and a surge of ambition rose within him. This was indeed the perfect moment. Having been toppled in a direct confrontation, this shadow would be shattered completely, and your arrogance would be obliterated. To win, he must win at all costs. In that instant, he solidified his resolve, focusing intently, his gaze fixated ahead, with only the balloons in sight. The first shot rang out, hitting its mark. Excellent. He was in prime condition. If this continued, he could win. He could win. With unwavering concentration, he took aim once more. Bang, 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 bang. It was at this moment that a series of intense gunshots erupted, accompanied by the sound of balloons bursting. Pang Li's focused state was shattered, and he didn't even know how he turned his head. He merely saw the one who had cast a shadow over him putting away his gun and bending down to ask the little child which large toy she preferred. Another perfect score? You little rascal, are you trying to ruin the game? The owner's voice was tinged with exasperation. Pang Li felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss, descending deeper into despair. Damn it, I fire one shot, and you finish with a perfect score? The girl who had just handed the gun to Su Qingfeng had already picked up her weapon again. Not long after, she resumed shooting. Pang Li turned back, his expression still dazed, but his instincts kicked in, and he began to shoot, albeit slowly. 16 shots. Little sister, we truly are in sync. No wonder we're sisters. Upon hearing this, Pang Li turned to see Li Yun showering the little girl with kisses. Then he spotted another classmate, Lin Qingla, shyly picking up her gun. He turned back instinctively, continuing to shoot. Wow, 17 shots. Qingwei, you are incredibly accurate. The girl's voice rang out once more. He turned his head, only to be met by Euphegion's face. Hey, what are you looking at? She's already hit 3, and you still have 2 bullets left. Hurry up. We're waiting for you. But it was futile. Even if he hit all his shots, he would only score 13, as he had already been hit 16 times. What a waste. Huh. Pang Li snapped back to reality, refraining from arguing, and hastily fired off 2 shots, hitting 1. Upon tallying his score, he realized it was even worse than before, only 12 hits. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to roar, but discovered he lacked even the spirit to do so. He pulled out his phone to make a payment, but the owner stopped him, gesturing towards Lin Qingwei. No need, that student over there already covered it, including yours. Huh. Pang Li was taken aback and turned to look. Could it be? He noticed Su Qingfeng and others were also looking at Lin Qingwei, seemingly inquiring. Lin Qingwei smiled at Su Qingfeng. I said I'm a rich lady tonight. And besides, that guy treated us for no reason, so it's all settled. Pang Li, this is more painful than killing him. Chapter 53. Worth it? Is this what it feels like to be a rich lady? Quite delightful indeed. After leaving the entertainment area, they strolled along a small path, and Lin Qingyue's tone turned excited. After finishing with the balloon shooting, they tried a few more activities before parting ways with the Li sisters. They planned to explore the surroundings while the Li sisters intended to return to the small wave pool. With just the 2 of them, Lin Qingwei became even more animated, her speech laced with a hint of playfulness. While she felt relaxed near Li Yun, she felt even more at ease alongside Su Qingfeng. If I were a scammer, I'd definitely mark you as my target, waiting for you to grow old so I could sell you health supplements, all while smiling like a cash machine. Su Qingfeng responded. During these moments, he would often surf the internet, and fading memories gradually returned, certain phrases rolling off his tongue effortlessly. Spending money with a smile is never regrettable, but being forced to spend money against one's will, that is truly agonizing, Lin Qingwei stated earnestly. Her message was crystal clear. Spending on you brings me joy. Indeed, it's priceless to enjoy what you willingly spend. Su Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Right. Lin Qingyue's smile grew ever brighter. Suddenly, she recalled Su Qingfeng's formidable skills displayed during the ring toss and fish-catching games. His every move yielded results. The entire outing was sheer bliss. She suddenly thought of Su Qingfeng's female classmate from middle school and remarked, I've experienced the joy of having you as an all-around mercenary by my side, just like your middle school deskmate. I certainly wasn't as well-rounded back then. Su Qingfeng deeply, but when I was around, she did indeed have a comfortable time. After saying this, Su Qingfeng noticed Lin Qingyue's smile had dimmed slightly. In their conversation, she glanced ahead at a lemonade stand. Wait a moment, I'll grab us something to drink. Lin Qingyue raised an eyebrow and quickly walked over. The owner was swift, and by the time Su Qingfeng reached the stand at a normal pace, Lin Qingyue was already returning with 2 cups of lemonade, handing one to Su Qingfeng. Here, you'll be just like your middle school deskmate. With me around, your future will be quite comfortable. After saying this, she felt something was off, slightly turning her head to add, of course, the precondition is that you come to dine at my family's place to enjoy this lifestyle. Su Qingfeng paused, accepting the lemonade. Then I want tea hold back. After wetting his throat with the lemonade, Lin Qingyue resumed speaking. Her topics were akin to everyday trivialities, yet her expressions imbued them with an inexplicable charm. At times, Su Qingfeng would ponder whether the Lin Qingyue beside him was truly the same as the one he encountered outside. Ultimately, he acknowledged that yes, this was her, uniquely her. As they wandered, they arrived at a small amusement area. The attractions were limited, just a handful of options. Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of nostalgia. Wei River S Island was indeed a special place. It boasted fishing spots for anglers, basketball courts, soccer fields, table tennis tables, badminton courts, a small garden, a sculpture park, and a long-running track suited for residents, along with a tiny amusement park. Oh, and there is also a library being constructed, which had officially opened during the last New Year. Its multifunctionality was overwhelming, creating a somewhat disjointed impression. Nevertheless, for the nearby residents, it served as an excellent spot for daily leisure, as it catered to nearly every demographic. Hey, were you on that pirate ship yesterday? Lin Qingyue suddenly asked. Su Qingfeng, not that. I saw in the video you sent me that there were screams from a girl. Were you sitting next to some girl? Lin Qingyue inquired casually, having noted it down when she saw it yesterday. However, she and T felt comfortable asking online. So now, face-to-face, this tone was just right. Su Qingfeng, oblivious to her subtle intentions, replied honestly, it was the class monitor and Li Shi. We happened to run into each other, and she said she wanted to give it a try. Ah, them? Lin Qingyue was taken aback. The class monitor and Li Shi were, in her eyes, figures that shone too brightly to compare with. Even at her peak in middle school, She wouldn't dare to compare herself to them. They radiated confidence. The idea of them engaging in such games gave her a sensation akin to witnessing celestial beings descend. The class monitor seemed well suited for such activities. But she hadn't expected she would join as well. She must have been the one screaming. Lin Qingyue chuckled, then looked at Su Qingfeng with a somewhat peculiar expression. I bet she regrets going up with you, letting her awkward moments be witnessed by classmates. You certainly had a feast for the eyes. Su Qingfeng regarded Lin Qingyue with a strange look. Lin Qingyue felt a bit flustered, as if her secret thoughts had been uncovered, and her voice rose a notch. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Su Qingfeng nodded. It's indeed inaccurate. What? The screams belonged to the class monitor. While she was a bit excited, it was nothing extraordinary. Huh? Lin Qingyue was somewhat astonished. This was beyond her expectations. Furthermore, the notion of a feast for the eyes was incorrect. Their reactions were somewhat contrasting, merely surprising her. Su Qingfeng ziplit sevio sili. Lin Qingyue. Have you been spending too much time with Xiao Yuming, picking up her serious demeanor? She retorted playfully. Then she grabbed Su Qingfeng's arm and headed toward the ticket booth. Come play with me. This time I want a real feast for the eyes. Implicitly, she wished to see Su Qingfeng's usually composed expression break into shock and excitement. You might be disappointed then, Su Qingfeng said, not declining. He himself felt somewhat astonished. For from any perspective, this game held little allure for him. Were it not for nostalgia, he would not have bothered to partake. After pondering for a moment, he found no coherent reason. Why overthink? It sufficed to follow the call of his heart. Meeting this young girl, witnessing her myriad transformations, was rather intriguing, was it not? Approaching the ticket booth, Lin Qingyue directly recharged 50 yuan. The ticket seller handed her a rectangular card, which could be redeemed for cash if any money remained unspent afterward. It appeared Lin Qingyue was not merely intent on riding the pirate ship. The small amusement park primarily catered to students, with prices that were not exorbitant. Even during the year Su Qingfeng traversed into this realm, the price of the pirate ship had only increased by a mere yuan. In contrast, the prices in large cities often soared to several tens of yuan. One could only say that small parks had their own unique charm. The wait was not long. The next round concluded swiftly, and soon enough, the current group queued to board. The number of participants was just right. Seated in the last row, Lin Qingyue occupied the corner spot, precisely where she had sat before, with Su Qingfeng beside her. Their companions were a couple, with the gentleman seated next to Su Qingfeng, who greeted him with a cheerful wave. Lin Qingyue fiddled with the safety belt, which felt loose and slack. Her expression slightly dazed. Su Qingfeng, do these safety measures truly work? Before Su Qingfeng could respond, the bar across their row was lowered, standing firmly before them. Oh, that startled me. It seems there's a double safety measure here. Though it's not individual, it certainly offers a sense of security. As Lin Qingyue reassured herself, she reached out to poke the bar, only to find it movable. This bar isn't fixed. Just as she was about to voice her concern, a staff member outside the pirate ship announced, Prepare yourselves, we're about to begin. The vessel began to sway slightly. Initially mild, the motion intensified, and Lin Qingyue felt as though her seat was lifting beneath her. She understood now why even the class monitor could be frightened into exclamations. Who could remain fearless in such a situation? Perhaps the only reason they weren't thrown off was the innate survival instinct of the riders. Lin Qingyue, albeit without formal training, pressed her head against the backrest, her feet braced against the footboard, one hand gripping the bar tightly. She bit her lip, striving to suppress any cries, for she noticed Su Qingfeng beside her, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. How could she allow herself to be outdone by him? She had initially wished to relish his panicked expression, yet, unfortunately, stubbornness could not triumph over instinct. Ultimately, she let out a scream. Su Qingfeng observed her changing reactions with satisfaction, nodding inwardly. To be honest, Lin Qingyue was not the worst off. The fellow beside her wore a rather grotesque expression, shouting to get off the ship, his hands gripping the bar so tightly that veins bulged. Suddenly, Su Qingfeng felt a spark of inspiration. He pulled out his phone, swiftly opened the camera, and captured a photo of Lin Qingyue, executing the action with seamless grace. Afterward, Lin Qingyue opened her eyes, noticing his action, momentarily taken aback. You up? Before she could finish her retort, she found herself screaming once more. Su Qingfeng tucked his phone away, then reached out, crossing his arm downwards like a horizontal bar, securing her beneath his ribcage. Lin Qingyue felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. It was stable and unshaken. This sense of security was even more potent than the safety measures of a roller coaster. With the peril of being flung away dissipated, her fear lessened. She poked Su Qingfeng's hand, which remained still. She recalled his effortless display of strength in class. Indeed, it was only natural for him to restrain her few extra pounds. She felt entirely at ease. Then she remembered Su Qingfeng's opportunistic photo-taking. Suddenly pursing her lips, her eyes widened, and her brows furrowed in mock anger. She intended to scare him, but then she reconsidered. Why bother? If he took a picture of her, she could simply reciprocate. After all, she felt completely secure now. She retrieved her phone, opened the camera, and snapped a quick shot. However, just as she did, a sudden weightlessness struck, causing her phone to slip from her grasp. Her heart skipped a beat. Yes, her body was still, but the ship was swaying. How infuriating to be deceived by this overwhelming sense of security. She hoped no one would be struck by her falling phone. In the next instant, a hand appeared before her, accurately catching her phone just as it was about to plummet. She stared in surprise. Su Qingfeng had extended his other hand, catching her phone with ease. He even calmly switched to the front camera mode and snapped a few selfies before returning the device to her. Witnessing this fluid exchange, onlookers on the opposite side of the pirate ship couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Wow, that's impressive. Lin Qingwei instinctively remarked. Just a simple act, Su Qingfeng replied. Hee hee. How wonderful. Lin Qingwei lightly patted her phone, feeling warmth within. The most perilous part had passed. As they began to descend, the speed slowed until they were perfectly balanced. A staff member approached with a specific key to unfasten the safety belts, advising Lin Qingwei, when engaging in such activities, it's best to secure your phone or leave it behind altogether. Lin Qingwei nodded sheepishly in acknowledgement. As she disembarked, she observed many individuals staggering slightly, some even clutching the railings for support. Yet she felt invigorated, full of energy, and descended step by step with precision. I am quite strong, she whispered proudly to Su Qingfeng. He remained silent, merely retrieving his phone and opening the album to show her a photo. Lin Qingwei focused intently. The image was quite clear, capturing her with eyes partially closed, an expression of sheer terror on her face. Her hair was tousled, not unattractive, yet it conveyed a sense of distress and fear, which left her feeling uncomfortable. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Even her ears began to heat up. As she contemplated her response, Su Qingfeng spoke. Indeed, quite impressive, an eye-opening experience. His tone held a hint of teasing. Yet her embarrassment ebbed away like a receding tide at the mention of eye-opening. She felt an inexplicable thrill and huffed playfully, turning her head away. I know. And this photo must be deleted, otherwise I. She struggled to articulate a threat, but after a considerable pause, she could not formulate a coherent thought. Finally, an idea struck her. She retrieved her phone, opened the album, raised an eyebrow at Su Qingfeng, and grinned mischievously. Clicking on a photo, she paused, realizing it was a blurry shot with no discernible figures. In contrast, Su Qingfeng's 4 photos were strikingly clear. His expression remained largely unchanged, calm and composed. His hair also blown back, but it did not diminish his handsomeness. Su Qingfeng remarked nonchalantly, not bad. Lin Qingwei, speechless. Ultimately, her gaze lingered on a photograph of herself with Su Qingfeng. Finally, she spoke. Forget it, just don't show it to anyone else. Her heart brimmed with joy. Today had already been worth it. Chapter 54. The Invisible Hand on September 17th, a Saturday, during evening study hours. Su Qingfeng returned to the classroom and immediately sensed a palpable difference. If the previous level of noise had reached a 5, now it soared to an 8. Everyone was discussing the events that had transpired during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Logically, with everyone scattered across various places, conversations should have been disjointed and unfocused. Yet this time, the discussions coalesced around one central topic, the Mid-Autumn celebration at Jiangzhong Island. The unequivocal protagonists of this event were none other than Pang Li and Chen Xian. Although the majority of the students had not been present at the scene, Xian Jinyu had been there. The video he uploaded to the class group on QQ, though quickly retracted by the homeroom teacher, was fervently circulated among the students who were avidly surfing the internet. Once released, it sparked intense debate. Especially after a day of simmering discussions and Xian Jinyu's explanations, the topic became even more heated. Even 2 classmates familiar with Pang Li joined in the discourse. Su Qingfeng, what do you think about Chen Xian and Pang Li? Zhao Wenxiao inquired as soon as Su Qingfeng settled into his seat. I was just watching, Su Qingfeng replied. At that moment, they were quite agitated. Had the security arrived even a moment later, a fight would have ensued. You were there, Zhao Wenxiao exclaimed, her excitement growing as she pressed for details. What exactly happened? Was Pang Li really confessing? Did he truly lash out in anger after being rejected? Su Qingfeng glanced at the messages in the group chat and recognized that Xian Jinyu's attempt to deflect the security's inquiries had spread widely. Before he could respond, Lu Zirong, who had just returned to her seat, nudged Zhao Wenxia gently and subtly gestured towards the entrance. The homeroom teacher is coming? Zhao Wenxia asked, momentarily taken aback, before dismissively waving her hand. It's not class time yet. What does it matter if the homeroom teacher comes or not? As she turned to Su Qingfeng to add more, a figure entered through the back door. Zhao Wenxia fell silent. It was Pang Li. His face, slightly pudgy, was devoid of expression, his lips pressed together, and a menacing glint shone in his eyes as he scanned the room. The previously boisterous discussions began to dwindle, and an inexplicable quiet enveloped the classroom. Speaking ill of someone in their presence is always somewhat inappropriate, especially when that individual exudes a certain ferocity. In the front row, Yuan raised an eyebrow, prepared to intervene should Pang Li cause any disturbances. Whether it was a confession or not remained uncertain, but it was evident that a confrontation was imminent. At that moment, a calm voice broke the tension. Not a good idea, my friend. The guy looks ready to throw punches, and you still want to stoke the fire? Yuan flinched slightly, but relaxed upon recognizing the speaker as Su Qingfeng. Then it's fine. As anticipated, nothing untoward occurred. Pang Li ignored Su Qingfeng entirely, maintaining a stern demeanor as he lowered his head and walked to his seat. His gaze did not drift towards Su Qingfeng, but was fixed squarely on Xian Jinyu. This guy. The excuses he concocted to absolve himself are truly unbearable. And later, I discovered that he had filmed the incident and shared it in the class group. I now understand why he previously asked not to be blamed. There was more to it. However, it cannot be denied that he did assist me, and he later apologized to me on QQ. I have no outlet for my anger. At that moment, Xian Jinyu turned to him and sheepishly scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. Su Qingfeng sighed quietly, lowering his head to refocus on his desk. How full of youthful vigor he had been in middle school. He had envisioned maintaining that same bravado in high school, only to find it much more challenging than anticipated. Damn it, the middle school teachers warned us that high school would be tougher. They weren't referring to the difficulty of the subjects. He mused inwardly. After a brief silence, the once quiet classroom began to stir again, returning to its lively state. However, this time, they deliberately avoided discussing Pang Li, instead opting for other topics. Speaking ill of someone in their presence is ultimately ill-advised. Zhao Wenxia, still shaken, lightly patted her chest. That was frightening, I thought, she began, then raised her hand as if to shield herself, whispering, he might come over and hit me. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare, Su Qingfeng replied candidly. That guy was already beaten up by me once. It left a psychological scar. Last night, he even attempted to challenge me again, but was soundly subdued. I doubt he would dare approach my vicinity now. Indeed, with you around, he wouldn't dare to come near. Zhao Wenxia felt reassured. At that moment, she noticed her desk mate had pulled out her phone, intently examining a rather dark image. Zirong, what are you looking at? Is there something special about that picture? She asked curiously. Lu Zirong raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, and turned her phone towards them. Can you see anything? She asked. Zhao Wenxia scratched her head, pouting slightly, her brow furrowed in thought. I don't see anything, she declared, to which Su Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Having seen nothing as well, Lu Zirong revealed the mystery. You might not believe it, but this is a mermaid. Zhao Wenxia gasped. What? I've read little. Don't trick me. There's no fish here, nothing at all. Lu Zirong explained. This is a photo shared by the top student in our grade. She claims she encountered a mermaid leaping from the water while taking pictures of the moon at the beach during the Mid-Autumn Festival. After saying this, she swiped her phone, revealing a stunning image of the moon over the sea, exuding an ethereal beauty. These are images taken from the same angle at different times. I heard she waited 2 nights for the shot. I think she might have captured something genuine. I'll examine it further while waiting for my friend's reply. With that, she flipped back to the dark image. But there's nothing there? How could she have captured it like this? Zhao Wenxia inquired. Could this be a new cold joke? Like drawing a cow eating grass on blank paper? A broad smile spread across Zhao Wenxia's face as she turned to Su Qingfeng. You're also a top student. Do you have any insights? After spending this time together, she had completely forgotten that Su Qingfeng was only 10 points ahead of her. There is no denying that Su Qingfeng's performance was exceptionally strong. Whenever she, in her desk, mate encountered challenging questions and turned to Su Qingfeng for help, he would solve them in mere moments. Su Qingfeng mused, so, when he shields himself with electromagnetic energy, does the camera directly black out? It doesn't quite align with my expectations. It appears that theory and reality do diverge somewhat. No wonder they say practical experience is essential. Fake, Su Qingfeng replied. Whether it's a mermaid, I'm still uncertain. Who knows? Zhao Wenxia furrowed her brows and lowered her head, appearing as though she had stumbled upon a profound revelation. How could photographs taken from the same angle at different times exhibit such stark differences? Perhaps mermaids truly existed. endowed with some extraordinarily unique power that rendered one of the images obscured. The more she spoke, the more conviction she felt in her hypothesis. Su Qingfeng regarded her with a hint of surprise in his gaze. Remarkably, aside from not being a mermaid, he had indeed guessed correctly. A fortunate miscalculation? Impressive. That you figured this out. He gave Zhao Wenxia a thumbs up. With a sense of pride, Zhao Wenxia lifted her chin, showcasing her exceptional prowess. Still, amidst her laughter, Su Qingfeng was, in fact, mocking her intelligence. Lu Zurong shot a disapproving look at her deskmate, incredulous that she had failed to recognize such blatant teasing. What? Zhao Wenxia exclaimed, taken aback as she had genuinely sensed Su Qingfeng's sincerity moments ago. This was genuinely unfounded. Su Qingfeng was at a loss for words. It was rare for him to offer a compliment, only to have it misconstrued as jest. Suddenly, Lu Zurong's phone vibrated. She checked the latest messages, raising her eyebrows with a smile as she regarded the two. All right, the mystery is solved. As she spoke, she turned her phone back towards Su Qingfeng and Zhao Wenxia. It was a brief exchange. Lu Zurong, what is the story behind that mermaid? Why not ask Luo Yueyao from your class, especially about that pitch-black image? What secrets does it hold? Yang Shuang, okay. Yang Shuang. There is nothing mysterious about the picture. It's simply that the lens cap wasn't removed, resulting in a completely dark shot. Yang Shuang. That snapshot was taken at the moment she captured the mermaid, but since she didn't remove the lens cap, she is regretting it. She mentioned that during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, she spent all her time there with no results. And the post she shared was just a memento of her disappointment. Haha, forgetting to remove the lens cap. Could it get any funnier? Zhao Wenxia laughed heartily. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle as well. It was indeed ridiculous. The theory was sound. The issue lay in the execution. It was likely a comical misunderstanding. Mistaking some fish for a mermaid. Lu Zurong replied, while typing a response. The world is vast. Nothing surprises me anymore. Zhao Wenxia spoke, looking up at the ceiling before turning to gaze out the window. The cosmos is so expansive. If we were truly the only ones here, that would indeed be bizarre. Lu Zurong did not join this conversation, but continued to scroll on her phone. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she flipped her phone around again. Look. It seems our school has been singled out by the Education Bureau. Singled out? Did a student jump from our school? No, that can't be right. I haven't heard any such news lately, Zhao Wenxia interjected. The last 2 times she had witnessed schools being noted by the Education Bureau, it was due to incidents involving students. To her, being singled out signified trouble for the school. No, it's about funding directly, Lu Zurong exclaimed with excitement. It won't reach us directly, so why are you so thrilled? Zhao Wenxia replied, less enthusiastic. Lu Zurong beamed. Special grants. Political support. This means the school is set for rapid development. The more she spoke, the more animated she became as she adjusted her glasses. Not only can we hire better teachers, but we'll also host more activities. Even the previously meager scholarships will increase. To put it this way, with the support of these policies, our school might soon rival the top-tier schools. In light of this, Zhao Wenxia suddenly comprehended, her expression brimming with excitement. Incredible. My former teacher always said to strive for the best. I may not have worked hard enough, but I never expected the school I got into would be better than my efforts. Haha, a single document has you all this excited? How amusing, Lu Yanling. Seated in front of Lu Zurong, couldn't help but turn around, her expression one of exasperation. You're celebrating a bit prematurely. We had a similar situation back in my middle school. It was in the first year, and by the time I graduated, a new teaching building was constructed during the summer break, and the dorms began renovations. Zhao Wenxia's lips twitched slightly as she reflected. Thinking back, I experienced something similar in middle school. She realized she might have been too quick to rejoice. That was merely a betrayal of the older students by the school. A sign of the times discarding the old, as though their generation was unworthy of such advancements. This time is different. It truly is, Lu Zurong interjected. The higher-ups are acting swiftly. I've heard they've already formed an investigation team, so it seems genuine. And if it does materialize, aside from certain hardware that can't be accomplished immediately, scholarships and various activities will surely follow. Let us hope the school can pass this investigation, Zhao Wenxia said with a smile. As a struggling student, she didn't feel much impact, but a better school environment was ultimately beneficial. I hope the school's computers keep up with the times. Lu Zurong chuckled. She possessed a remarkable talent and interest in computer science. That could be a possibility. Zhao Wenxia's eyes lit up. Students are always particularly fond of subjects beyond the core curriculum. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Lu Yanling turned away, shaking her head, appearing as though she had long seen through the superficiality of the world. Such a change was undoubtedly monumental. It had not occurred in her previous life. Yet, Su Qingfeng pondered briefly and arrived at a conclusion. Let us trust in the school's potential. What are you all doing in the hallway? Hurry back to class. A booming voice interrupted, the stern tone of their homeroom teacher, Guming. Simultaneously, various other teachers' voices echoed, urging students to return to their classrooms. The students, lingering in the hall, quickly returned to their seats, and the classroom descended into silence. Guming stood at the podium, his expression grave, yet his eyes twinkled with mirth. He slapped the desk and surveyed the room. Everyone, follow me. We're having a thorough cleaning. The class was momentarily stunned. It's almost dark. A thorough cleaning? Guming's demeanor was serious. Stop dawdling. This is an important time for the school. We must ensure our campus remains pristine. Let us move quickly. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can rest. After speaking, he turned to the class monitor. Monitor, inform those who haven't arrived yet. Zhao Wenxia and Lu Zirong exchanged glances, their lips twitching at the absurdity of it all. Right on point, right on point. Chapter 55, The Great Cleaning. Many things sound delightful in theory, but when it comes to implementation, challenges arise. For instance, teacher, we don't have enough brooms and dustpans. Should those without one just use their hands? Someone piped up. Life committee member, what is going on? Why wasn't tea this prepared? Young men figned anger. Casting a glance at Wang Yaming, venting his frustration through jest. Though their daily interactions were limited, they were vaguely acquainted, sharing casual banter. However, this fellow exhibited an unusual enthusiasm for Li Shi, which irked him. Even such minor opportunities were not to be wasted on teasing. If I bought over 50 brooms and dustpans, you just say I'm out my mind. Wang Yaming rolled his eyes, his expression one of resignation. At this moment, Guming regained his composure, his initially fervent and impassioned emotions settling down. After contemplating the current situation, he spoke. The duties students for tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, and the day after that, please remain behind to conduct a thorough cleaning of the classroom. Pay attention to the windows and floors, leaving no corner untouched. All remaining tools should be taken away. Those who have not collected them should follow me to retrieve the hose and shovels. As he concluded, some students were momentarily taken aback. Hose? Yuan exclaimed, feeling that even their homeroom teacher had lost the plot. Teacher, it's already past 7 and nearly dark outside. Isn't it too late to be hoeing the ground? Can it wait until tomorrow? I recall that tomorrow's makeup class is for Friday, which only has 2 periods in the afternoon. Wouldn't that be the perfect time for cleaning? Her words ignited a stir among the students, who had been somewhat disgruntled. What a joke. If cleaning is indeed scheduled for Friday, it certainly wouldn't occur during class time, but would begin after the 2nd period in the afternoon. We would only return home after the cleaning is completed. The most absurd aspect was that, despite the makeup class being on Friday, the day after was Monday, and classes would continue. Who wants that? No. Teacher, I think cleaning now is actually quite good. The class monitor interjected. Don't say that. It's so hot during the day. Now is perfect in the evening with a cool breeze. The students' enthusiastic voices filled the air. Yuanin was momentarily stunned. No need for further discussion. Let's proceed. Although conducting a major cleaning at night is indeed peculiar, it is necessary. Students, in the future, you will realize that today's efforts were not in vain. Guming declared, his voice tinged with excitement. During their earlier meeting, the principal had looked utterly bewildered. He seemed taken aback that their school could even be included in such a supportive list. Without having done anything, the opportunity had simply arisen. Yet, it was precisely this unpredictability that stirred the heart. They needed to seize every opportunity to enhance the campus's appearance, preparing for the inspection from the evaluation team. They could not let this opportunity slip away. The prospect of his promotion and salary increase seemed to be within reach. The students offered no resistance and swiftly made their way to the back of the classroom to grab brooms and dustpans. Some crafty individuals blended into the crowd, silently delighted at the prospect of slacking off during this collective endeavor. They noted that other classes were also assigned similar tasks. Could it be that the school had prepared so many tools for their use? Surely, some would find themselves with free time. Soon, the tools were distributed. Su Qingfeng found himself among those who had not received brooms or dustpans, a group numbering around 20. The homeroom teacher assigned various tasks to this group. After all, there were only a few hoes and shovels to distribute, and such a large number was unnecessary. A few were instructed to take large garbage bins, while others were sent to assist in different areas. Remarkably, they managed to organize nearly everyone. The last area was the least favorable, as it required interacting with classmates from different classes, which meant that once they finished their designated area, they could not stop if others were still working. Su Qingfeng found himself in this final group. Alongside his classmate Long Weila, they were tasked with pushing a cart similar to those used on construction sites for transporting cement. Their responsibility was straightforward: to push the cart through their designated area and once it was full of trash, they would take it to the dump. Following the homeroom teacher's guidance, they successfully maneuvered their cart into position. Now, Long Wei was pushing the cart along the path, while Su Qingfeng walked beside him. Long Wei was tall and slender, slightly hunched, wearing glasses that framed his not-so-large but exceptionally spirited eyes. Like a radar, his gaze would shift, inevitably landing on any attractive girl who crossed his path. Yet, he only glanced, as he would say, simply to appreciate the view. He had a somewhat amusing personality. Su Qingfeng was not unfamiliar with him. In a past life, they had shared a good rapport for a time. However, when they reached the second year of high school, Long Wei had opted for the science track. Later, feeling overwhelmed by the academic pressure, he applied to switch to the liberal arts class. After entering the workforce, he would occasionally join gatherings when he returned home. "Hey, hey," came a hushed voice, prompting Su Qingfeng to turn his head. Long Wei lowered his voice. "Over there, at 3 o'clock, that fork in the road." Su Qingfeng followed his gaze and caught sight of a delicate and charming face. Unlikely Xi's serene elegance or the class monitor's poised demeanor, this girl exuded a lively and spirited charm. Under the glow of the evening sunset, she directed a group of people with clarity and conviction, radiating a powerful confidence that was undeniably impressive. Long Wei remarked, "Seeing her, I am reminded of the domineering CEOs in novels, albeit a female version. It certainly evokes that impression." Su Qingfeng gone good. Before seeing her, he felt indifferent. But upon her appearance, memories flooded back. She was Luo Yueyao from the experimental class, the top student in their grade. She truly represented the pinnacle of their cohort, frequently compared by their teachers to students from other classes. What struck him most was a statement made by the strongest female scholar in their class. "Once again, I've been crushed. She's stunning, but academically, I can't keep up." Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful. Few in the school could rival her in terms of looks. Long Wei chuckled. "Look at that proud little expression. Even her disgust at the trash is charming. Those bastards in the experimental class eat so well. They're a feast for the eyes every day." Su Qingfeng laughed, but before he could respond, Long Wei continued. "What? Our class has someone who can match her. And we have even more of them. They eat even better than they do. Then it's all good." He began to banter. Although there was a slight distance between Su Qingfeng and Long Wei, they chatted a few times during military training, and their impressions of each other were quite favorable. After exchanging a few jokes, the atmosphere grew warm. Su Qingfeng felt as though he had returned to the days of playful banter. Responding, "What good looks and dominance are worth if we're still the men she cannot have?" Long Wei immediately grasped the implication, feigning a pout, puffing out his chest, and straightening his back before gazing skyward. "Indeed, what does it matter how impressive one is if she has never spoken to me?" As he said this, he playfully glanced toward their assigned area, shaking his head. Poor Class 1, forever to toil beneath her pomegranate skirt. At that moment, Long Wei was taken aback as he locked eyes with the top student, who seemed to exhibit a flicker of interest. He froze, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could it be? "Hey, student pushing the cart, could you please stop for a moment? We happen to have some trash here." Sure. Long Wei nodded, his voice involuntarily rising slightly as he hurriedly pushed the cart toward that fork in the road. Soon, the garbage collection was completed, and the two continued to walk together. Pushing the cart, Su Qingfeng's expression remained largely unchanged. However, Long Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment. He sensed that he had just humiliated himself. At the mere sound of a call, he felt as if his soul had been lost, especially after having boasted moments earlier. "No, I must regain my dignity," he thought, and he opened his mouth to speak. "There's no helping it. We are the ones pushing the cart. This is our job, a reflection of society's harsh realities. Even before work, one can feel the iron fist." He spoke with righteous indignation. "It's perfectly normal," Su Qingfeng replied. "All right, I admit it. I was momentarily entranced. Honestly, the sensation of exchanging flirtatious remarks and then locking eyes with the subject was utterly exhilarating. My heart skipped a beat." Long Wei did not disguise his feelings and spoke candidly. "Is it not because she is beautiful?" Su Qingfeng gao de. Long Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. "Certainly. It plays a part. Humans are visual creatures, but such beauty feels distant. It's merely a feast for the eyes, a source of fleeting joy." He couldn't help but reflect on what kind of person such a girl might end up with, who would possess the ability to captivate her. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows, noticing a striking figure approaching down the road. "Is that the dunk master?" Long Wei thought to himself. On the basketball court, Wei Zhan had earned the title of dunking god in their class. Following a heated debate in their class group chat, many began to view him less favorably. Only after Su Qingfeng displayed his prowess in class, shocking everyone, did many realize that labeling Wei Zhan as a god of war was indeed a grave insult. Thus, the moniker Dunk Master emerged. He recalled various legends surrounding this dunk master. It seemed he indeed had earned that title. After this thought crossed his mind, a sense of discomfort washed over him. Long Wei noticed that the direction of this figure's footsteps was heading towards Luo Yueyao. He paid closer attention and soon saw Wei Zhan speak to Luo Yueyao before being assigned to clean up garbage, his smile becoming somewhat more pronounced. Long Wei remarked, "I suddenly understand why those popular stars face such backlash from their fans once they get girlfriends." Su Qingfeng watched as Long Wei's expression shifted. Likely guessing his thoughts, Long Wei, aware of this, expressed openly, "It's because the jealousy from those who feel unworthy is the most bitter." Su Qingfeng gave him a thumbs up in approval. "Haha, Dunk Master, you're in for a treat today. Watch as I introduce you to all the beauties along this road." Long Wei exclaimed, excitement shimmering in his expression. Secrets were shared, and their conversation flowed more freely, strengthening their camaraderie. Su Qingfeng found no reason to decline. The playful banter during their school labor felt unexpectedly enjoyable. As they traversed the next stretch of road, their cart gradually filled with more garbage from each class they passed, and their discussions grew increasingly familiar. Su Qingfeng wasn't particularly chatty, but was a good listener, creating a pleasantly comfortable atmosphere. "Look, I see some familiar faces from Class 2 over there. Perfect. After we visit them, our cart will likely be full." Long Wei's eyes glimmered with excitement. Su Qingfeng, recognizing the change in his expression, sensed there was something noteworthy, prompting him to ask, "Is there a stunning beauty over there?" "Yes," Long Wei replied, his expression tinged with mystery. "Many say she is incredibly beautiful, although I don't quite get it. The important thing isn't her looks, but rather that she is a bit special." "Special?" Su Qingfeng inquired, intrigued. Long Wei continued, "Some call her AC King, but I prefer to refer to her as a beauty evaluator." "How so?" Long Wei leisurely pushed the cart while scanning the area, quickly spotting his target and whispering, 10 o'clock. Su Qingfeng instantly caught sight of a graceful girl with slightly wavy black hair and an oval face, exuding a blend of purity and modern fashion as she moved, currently holding a dustpan filled with garbage. "See her?" Su Qingfeng nodded. "That's right. She's Peng Xiaoling from Class 2, but I've heard she is quite outgoing. Her contact information is readily available. She'll give it to you if you ask. However, her enthusiasm in conversation depends on your looks." Long Wei explained. "Have you added her yet?" "Of course. When it comes to something fun like this, I'll make sure to add her right away." "And how long did you chat?" "I sent her a message asking if she was around, but she didn't reply at the time." Su Qingfeng tilted his head to glance at his friend and patted his shoulder. "What are you doing? Don't pity me. It's not that dire yet," Long Wei replied. The next day, she explained that she had taken a shower and gone to bed without seeing my message. Su Qingfeng, having just put his hand down, placed it back on Long Wei's shoulder with a bit more force. "Forget it. It's useless to discuss this with you. Look, she's coming right towards us." Long Wei fell silent as the subject of their conversation approached. After disposing of her trash, she didn't leave immediately. Long Wei thought she recognized him and was about to greet her. At that moment, Peng Xiaoling turned her gaze towards Su Qingfeng. "Want to add me on QQ?" she asked. Chapter 56, Time for Imagination. The wave of the internet has risen, and being born into it, the speed of information reception is unparalleled by any previous era. This has ushered in an increasingly open age. The shyness of old still lingers, as this county town remains relatively conservative. Yet some individuals, due to their personalities and external influences, naturally embrace the new era, extracting richer soil for their growth, while others veer towards extremes, making various outrageous statements. Of course, Peng Xiaoling believed she hadn't reached that point. However, she felt she had distanced herself significantly from her peers. For instance, while most people cautiously engage in casual conversation before timidly asking for contact information, she did not hesitate to be direct. Why? Because she is a girl, and a beautiful one at that. So far, her success rate in initiating contact has been 100. Perhaps the boy before her was secretly delighted. After all, her presence allowed him to show off in front of his peers. Feeling fortunate, she thought to herself, "I don't just add anyone." She had never sought contact information for boys. Being proactive meant that the boy must be exceptional, either very handsome, academically gifted, or wealthy. For example, Wei Zhan from the neighboring class. The boy in front of her was handsome, but truthfully, he didn't quite meet her standards for initiating contact. However, he had potential. After all, during military training, he hadn't been as tall or as handsome as he was now. She saw him as a promising prospect. With this thought, she smiled, exuding warmth and charm. Previously, she had won over Wei Zhan with that very smile. Naturally, it would work again now. "No, thank you," Su Qingfeng said, waving his hand in refusal. In recent days, he occasionally encountered one or two individuals attempting to strike up a conversation, all of whom he rebuffed. He would not concede that his refusal was due to the fellow's somewhat notorious reputation among the boys. Moreover, the very essence of their approach seemed less a request and more akin to a condescension, which irked him somewhat. Pang Xiaoling's smile abruptly froze. Next to her, Longwei suddenly turned to Qingfeng, his already small eyes narrowing slightly, brimming with admiration, as if to exclaim, "Wow, you've really pulled one over on them." Pang Xiaoling intended to voice something further, but at that moment, two boys approached, carrying a large white bucket brimming with garbage, making their way over. She swallowed her words, shot a glare at Qingfeng, and muttered under her breath, "Has anyone ever told you that you're quite pretentious?" Without waiting for a response, she turned away, huffing softly, leaving only the back of her head in view. "Do you all who get rejected say that?" Qingfeng interjected. Pang Xiaoling stumbled slightly, but chose not to respond, hastening her pace with the dustpan in hand. At that moment, the two boys with the large white garbage bucket approached, the sturdier one waving his hand dismissively, sorry for the trouble. It was merely a casual task. Longwei snapped back to reality. Afterward, the boy set the large bucket atop the cart, compressing the refuse within before emptying it out. The other boy, a bespectacled literary type, curiously glanced at Qingfeng. "Did Pang Xiaoling just ask for your contact information, and you turned her down?" He caught Pang Xiaoling's words, but he overheard Qingfeng's subsequent reply, igniting his gossiping instincts. "Just a casual thing," Qingfeng maintained. Longwei swiftly turned his head, exclaiming, "This is outright thievery." The bespectacled boy gave a thumbs up. "Exactly. That is how it should be. Not a single guy in our class has an T added her. It's utterly juvenile. What is the harm in chatting? Even if you have 1,000 conversations and she declines, it's all in vain. However, if you study earnestly, the knowledge you acquire will remain etched in your mind." He rambled on, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Qingfeng realized that he was of the same ilk as Wu Zizhong from their class. "Jiwei, she merely deleted you. There is no need for such harsh words." The sturdy boy jested at that moment. Chun Jiwei's face instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson, yet he stammered, What? "I just saw her struggling with math in class, and I thought I might share some insights." This character was truly, indeed, sending math problems at midnight. "You're quite the genius," the boy remarked, turning to leave with the bucket, prompting Chun Jiwei to hurry after him. "Seems like class 2 is full of entertainment," Longwei commented, shifting direction and pushing the cart towards the garbage site. Qingfeng nodded. Everyone seems adept at creating a spectacle. After speaking, he noticed that Longwei, who had previously worn a smile with a hint of mischief, now stood with a straightened back, his expression devoid of any warmth, replaced instead by an air of indifference. "What's wrong?" he inquired, not adding. Longwei coldly replied, "Wow, you really got one over on them." A second later, Longwei's expression fell dramatically, turning to Qingfeng with a look of admiration. Impressive. The god of war truly lives up to his name, cold and merciless. It feels great, especially after she kept mentioning she needed to shower, sleep, and do homework while chatting with me. Qingfeng remained silent, pondering how quickly Longwei's demeanor had shifted, realizing he was merely putting on an act. After teasing him, he did not spare himself either, giving Longwei a thumbs up. They strode along with ease, while Pang Xiaoling, from a distance, kept a watchful eye on them, her emotions surging like tumultuous waves, relentless and unyielding. This was her first time experiencing such a direct and harsh rejection, and it had spread. Moreover, it was from someone she had deemed a sure thing, amplifying her embarrassment to an entirely new level. How could such emotional turmoil settle so easily? Was it a case of desire masked as indifference? Or was he genuinely uninterested? Perhaps it was simply that she did not possess the allure she believed she had. As her thoughts spiraled, she suddenly conceived an idea. It must have been the lighting. Standing in a position against the light, compounded by the dimming evening sky. Perhaps he hadn't truly seen her at all. With this revelation, everything clicked into place. Her mood inexplicably lifted, and she could not help but indulge in a daydream. What if, clad in her newly purchased dress, she strolled through the campus on a sunlit afternoon? That rascal would approach her, and she would casually tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, undoubtedly captivating him. At that moment, he would likely approach her, stuttering and cautious. "Hello, I noticed you over there. You're quite lovely. May I add you on QQ?" And at that juncture, her response would be, her smile gradually fading into a mocking expression, she would slowly articulate, "Not adding." Meanwhile, that rascal's face would contort into one of frustration. As she envisioned this, she could not suppress a grin. "Pang Xiaoling, what are you daydreaming about? Step aside. Some garbage is being swept over." "Oh." Pang Xiaoling snapped back to reality, hastily complying. Chapter 57. Wild card. All right, I've spoken to the brothers over there. We'll switch to a different route, and we'll go by the playground. Long Wei approached Yu Qingfeng, signaling with an okay gesture. Yu Qingfeng nodded, pushing the cart toward the newly designated path. The first load of garbage had been disposed of, and according to their prior agreement, they would take turns hauling the cart, making it Yu Qingfeng's turn this time. Long Wei, seeking to inject more excitement into the journey, suggested a change in route. Naturally, Yu Qingfeng had no objections. Thus, Long Wei sought out a fellow classmate who had also come to dispose of garbage to negotiate a switch. It seemed their efforts had borne fruit. As Long Wei reached Yu Qingfeng's side, walking in step, he began. Initially, that guy was somewhat hesitant, as his assigned route was quite smooth, all paved with cement. Unlike our part, where certain areas lacked pavement, making it a bit challenging to pull. He paused, arching an eyebrow at Yu Qingfeng. Take a guess at how I persuaded them. Yu Qingfeng pondered momentarily before responding. You mentioned that our path had more beautiful girls? Long Wei nodded. I said, my route passes by Class 1, where Luo Yueyao is directing. After that, they readily agreed. He then looked up the sky, chuckling, what a bunch of old lechers. After a moment, he lowered his head again. I'm one of them too. No worries. After a round of self-deprecation, he pointed toward the cement road. I asked classmates earlier, our class cleans up along that road, not far from the playground. Let us go see the class monitor and Li Shi as the sun sets. Yu Qingfeng remarked, but we haven't stopped either. Just as he spoke, a faint melody wafted through the air. The elegant prelude, imbued with an air of tranquility reminiscent of a serene afternoon sun, captured the attention of many diligent students laboring away. It is no surprise, for this particular song has ascended to remarkable popularity during this period. How I long to witness the gentle smile gracing your lips. As the first lyric resonated, Long Wei could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, the school administration truly lacks foresight, conducting a thorough cleanup as dusk approaches, and playing this sweet ballad from a romantic drama at sunset. Are they not concerned that some students might ignite the spark of love? As he spoke, he had already traversed a considerable distance. At that moment, Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling upon a nearby corner where a boy and a girl stood uncomfortably close, seemingly engaged in light-hearted banter. Your words are indeed prophetic. What you say comes to fruition, Qingfeng remarked. This must be youth, a palpable sensation. The scene undeniably exuded an indescribable aroma of youthful romance. Damn it, this wretched song plays, and immediately we find ourselves enveloped in a sweet narrative. Long Wei observed, momentarily stunned, before casting a look at Qingfeng with a serious expression. Brother, watch my move. Qingfeng replied with confusion. However, Long Wei offered no further response and hastened away. As he approached, he feigned nonchalance and ultimately concealed himself behind a grand tree. The dusk had deepened, casting shadows that rendered him relatively hidden. Qingfeng, intrigued, glanced over. The pair drew closer, their laughter growing increasingly infectious. While they may not have been labeled as a couple, an implicit understanding lingered in the air. It was then that Long Wei spoke, lowering his voice to a gruff tone. Hey, where you up to? The young couple, startled by his sudden outburst, instinctively jumped apart, heads bowed as they resumed their tasks, responding after a brief pause. Nothing, just cleaning, teacher. Long Wei stifled a laugh, refraining from further intimidating them, and quickly retreated from the scene. Upon reaching Qingfeng's side, he burst into laughter, feeling triumphant. Not bad. Today, I saved a pair of lovebirds, allowing them to focus on their studies. After shaking his head with satisfaction, he added, it seems my skills in ambushing have improved. I shall reward myself with a game of Han Xin. Qingfeng shook his head in disbelief. This is their territory. Are you not afraid of being cornered and beaten? Long Wei replied, of course, which is precisely why I departed so swiftly. Just then, Qingfeng lifted his gaze and spotted two boys approaching, dragging a large white garbage bin towards them, Xian Jinyu and Wu Jiang. A bit late, isn't it, Fengge? Wu Jiang greeted. At a normal pace, Qingfeng replied. Hello there, pushing a cart around. You must be enjoying the views of the lovely ladies from each class. Xian Jinyu mused. Long Wei waved his hands dismissively, shaking his head. It's not as wonderful as you make it out to be. Yes, I saw some beauties, but I also consumed my fair share of dog food. And with this soundtrack, it's utterly disheartening. Well, it's still a chance to scare them a little. Xian Jinyu grinned mischievously. Sigh. How did you know I just startled a pair of lovebirds? Long Wei chuckled. Haha, amusing. Enough of that, they waved goodbye. Long Wei resumed his search, his eyes scanning for the charming young ladies around. However, despite the challenges of the path, it seemed that the caliber of beauties was not as plentiful as before, leaving him slightly disheartened and with fewer witty remarks. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Qingfeng pushing the cart, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. What's wrong, Su Qingfeng? Need to use the restroom? Su Qingfeng remained silent, merely glancing back. Long Wei followed his gaze and caught sight of a figure hastily retreating from the corner where he had just engaged in his previous antics. A voice echoed from behind, filled with expletives. Damn it, once was enough. You're back for more? Just because I don't show my teeth. Do you think I'm a hello kitty? Long Wei remarked, that figure, that height, without a doubt, it's Xian Jinyu. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is youth, a genuine feeling. After saying this, he pulled out his phone to capture the moment. Su Qingfeng noticed that this fellow was stifling laughter the entire time. Stop chasing me, Xian Jinyu shouted, clutching his phone. If you don't chase me, I'll 1T run. I'm merely capturing the beautiful sunset on campus. What business is it of yours? Is the sunset something to be hidden? Oh my, don't reach for me. Stop. Run if you dare. The boy, standing at roughly 1.7 meters, was physically imposing, easily overpowering Xian Jinyu's slender frame. Upon catching up, a new round of struggle ensued, a battle for the phone. No, no, Xian Jinyu cried out. Let me see. The boy menaced. The teacher's coming. Let go. Xian Jinyu shouted. You think I'll fall for the same trick thrice? Useless. Scream all you want. I want to be frightened. The boy's expression grew more menacing. Cough, cough. A voice interrupted. Yang Shuiqing, what are you doing? Yang Shuiqing shivered, turning stiffly to face his stern teacher, who was standing behind him, eyes icy. Yang Shuiqing raised his head, stammering. At that moment, Xian Jinyu, pinned to the ground, piped up, nothing, teacher, we were just playing. Huh? What? The teacher of class 6 was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Yang Shuiqing. What are you gasping about? Aren't you one of the parties involved? Xian Jinyu slowly stood, exuding confidence, and dusted off his hands. Now it's my turn. Watch as I turn this crisis into an opportunity and thoroughly annoy this guy. He opened his phone, ready to play a video he had cleverly recorded. Sunset, students cleaning. A picture of idyllic youth. Although the two were standing close, truthfully, nothing was inappropriate. He merely suspected the other's discomfort. At this moment, he intended to scare him thoroughly, vent his frustration, and later perhaps even earn the other's gratitude. However, as the teacher noticed him pulling out his phone, her eyes narrowed. A phone? Didn't your teacher inform you that starting this week, phones are prohibited? Huh? Xian Jinyu's eyes widened as he recalled the announcement from their teacher in the group chat. But who pays attention to such things? As long as one isn't caught, it's all fine, right? But now that he was caught, that was a problem. He didn't want his phone confiscated. Thus, he raised his head, adopting a serious demeanor. Our teacher said starting tomorrow. What class are you in? Xian Jinyu stammered. When Su Qingfeng and the others arrived at the area of disarray designated for their class, they found nearly half of the cart piled high with garbage. The area assigned to Class 9 was a small wasteland with a stretch of concrete path, perhaps due to the teacher's proactive approach. Wielding a hoe and working ahead of time, the students, though chatting, were making considerable progress. Although it had only been a short while, a substantial area had been cleared. Even with classmates ferrying a multitude of refuse in large white buckets to the dump, numerous uprooted plant branches still littered the grounds. Meanwhile, along the cement pathway, several students were diligently tidying up, amassing small heaps of fallen leaves and debris. Xian Jinyu truly deserves a good scolding. What does he mean by coming late? Isn't this just perfect? Long Wei remarked, his gaze, seemingly uncontrollable, inadvertently fixed upon two individuals. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm, orange glow, it enveloped them in a luminous veil, creating a breathtaking scene, particularly for Li Shi, whose serene demeanor harmonized beautifully with the light, imparting an ethereal quality to her presence. It was no wonder that not only boys, but even many girls occasionally cast glances in her direction. It's no surprise that they say literature holds beauty. Indeed, reading is a splendid pursuit. Long Wei couldn't help but exclaim, before turning to Su Qingfeng, brother, slow down a bit, linger longer. It's a feast for the eyes. Yet, as he spoke, his previously exuberant tone softened. As the sun dipped lower, the youths stared ahead, their expressions indifferent, while the surrounding light seemed not to enhance but to revolve around them. Even as he pushed the garbage cart, an aura of otherworldliness emanated from him, surpassing even Li Shi by several degrees. Suddenly, he grasped why some girls occasionally gazed at them, seemingly entranced. He turned his attention toward the class, and like them, several girls who noticed their arrival exhibited similar expressions. Even those two were no exception. In that moment, a plethora of words surged within him, such as, dude, were you serious when you said we're the unattainable men for her? I thought you were jesting. Or perhaps, those fellows aren't blind. Yet all these sentiments coalesced into a singular utterance. You're truly infuriating, he remarked. Su Qingfeng turned his head. If you're unwell, Take your medicine, he replied, exasperated. As they drew closer, some classmates had already taken notice of their presence, stirring a ripple of excitement. Su Qingfeng, over here, quick! Zhao Wenxia, with an unguarded demeanor, waved her broom towards Su Qingfeng, her front adorned with a small pile of trash. Nodding, Su Qingfeng pushed the cart over, collecting a couple of trash heaps along the way, swiftly arriving beside Zhao Wenxia. As soon as he reached her, Lu Zirong hastily dumped a dustpan full of refuse into the cart, maintaining a lowered head throughout the process. Zhao Wenxia, on the other hand, wore her emotions openly on her face, which was almost perpetually adorned with a smile, and this moment was no exception. Playfully, she teased, "Hey, Su Qingfeng, I must tell you, just now when Zirong saw you coming from over there, her face went, shut up." Lu Zirong interrupted hurriedly, "I was just warm." "And how can you say that?" Zhao Wenxia, unabashedly candid, nodded. "What can I say? People can't help but be captivated by beauty." The interplay of light, just now, was extraordinary. Lu Zirong retorted, "Indeed, why argue with this fool? If it weren't for my own thoughts, how would he feel shy at all? Next weekend, Su Qingfeng, you must be my model. How about I draw your portrait?" Zhao Wenxia's eyes sparkled as if she had stumbled upon treasure. "I think not." Su Qingfeng firmly declined, harboring no interest in being a model whatsoever. Long Wei raised an eyebrow beside him. While Zhao Wenxia's appearance might not rival that of Li Shi, she was certainly not lacking, and her figure added to her appeal. It was surprising that he had rejected her so decisively. "It's a paid gig," Zhao Wenxia persisted. "Let us discuss it later." Su Qingfeng replied as he pushed the cart away. Long Wei followed closely behind, silently giving him a thumbs up. A true role model. Continuing on, they collected all the fallen leaves and plastic waste along the cement path. During this journey, Su Qingfeng noticed a significant shift in the gazes of several younger girls directed towards him. However, he paid no mind, waiting for his classmates to finish disposing of their trash before heading to the next location. They pushed the cart toward the patch of overgrown weeds, and as soon as it was set down, young man began shoveling the refuse into the cart with his spade. At that moment, a figure of a middle-aged man, accompanied by a shorter person, approached from the nearby track. It was Xian Jinyu and the homeroom teacher of Class 6. Their intentions unmistakably directed towards Guming. Su Qingfeng and Long Wei instantly spotted the duo. "It appears our brother's escapade has met with failure, and he has been caught red-handed." Long Wei shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. Su Qingfeng, however, offered a different perspective. "No, if he is exposed for his failure, then those two lovebirds should be included as well. And doesn't that phone in the teacher's hand seem familiar?" Having encountered Xian Jinyu several times, his sharp memory allowed him to recognize to whom that phone belonged. At that moment, Guming, fervently wielding his hoe, noticed the approaching Class 6 homeroom teacher thanks to a classmate as reminder. He halted his actions and approached, only to realize he hadn't yet passed the hoe to anyone. Glancing around, he directly handed it to the nearest Long Wei. Long Wei accepted it, and soon observed the two teachers engaged in conversation. "Minggu, it seems your notification wasn't quite effective. Your classmates are running around with phones at school." "Thank goodness it was me, not the homeroom teacher, who saw it," the Class 6 teacher stated bluntly as he handed the phone over to Guming. Guming glanced at Xian Jinyu, who was sheepishly scratching his head and grinning, accepted the phone, raised it, and announced, "Classmates, focus your attention on me. I have an announcement." At this proclamation, all gazes converged upon him. "I previously notified you in the class group, but you may not have paid attention. Thus, I will reiterate, starting today, phones are prohibited within the school premises. Any scene will be confiscated immediately." A silence enveloped the area, prompting him to add, "Did you hear me?" The class monitor, Yu Unin, was the first to respond. "Understood." Others quickly followed suit, realizing it was wise not to defy the homeroom teacher at this juncture. "All right, let us resume our work," the homeroom teacher, Guming, concluded. Turning to the class monitor, "Please inform the others who aren't present." "Understood," Yu Unin nodded, instinctively reaching for a phone to notify them, but in the next instant, a delicate hand halted her actions. Surprised, she looked up to find Li Shi regarding her with an expression that suggested disbelief. "You can leave your phone with me for now. If you perform well later, I shall return it," Guming instructed Xian Jinyu. Then glanced back at the Class 6 homeroom teacher. "Thanks, Lao Gao. Now, hurry back to assist your own students. It's getting dark, and it will be difficult to manage then." The Class 6 teacher said nothing, merely gestured an okay before turning to leave. Guming shot a cold glance at Xian Jinyu, contemplating where Wu Jiang had gone, then looked up to see Wu Jiang approaching with a large white bucket. "This child is quite honest," he thought, then turned back to Xian Jinyu, who still wore a sheepish grin. "Let us continue working," he called out, a command not just directed at Xian Jinyu, but to all the students who had paused. Thus the work resumed. After turning back, He picked up the hoe he had just handed to Long Wei and walked toward the front line. At that moment, Xian Jinyu noticed Su Qingfeng and Long Wei not far away. His face was smudged with dirt, his clothes somewhat disheveled and grimy, and his expression bore traces of resignation and regret. He caught their gaze and, with a wry smile, spoke. "Brother Feng, Long Wei, I'm back from the wild." Hearing this, Su Qingfeng felt an inexplicable amusement, while Long Wei couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "Buddy you." "Haha." Xian Jinyu continued. "I had a successful outing, but then I made a foolish mistake. I didn't expect to openly pull out my phone in front of the teacher during their speech, which led to trouble. Otherwise, I would have been quite suave. Nevertheless, even after all this, the duck I caught still thanked me. Just tell me, isn't that impressive? Awesome, right?" Long Wei gave him a thumbs up. Xian Jinyu was about to elaborate further when their teacher, Mr. Guming, paused ahead, seemingly about to turn around, prompting him to stop. "I'll share the details of my dazzling performance later. For now, let's get to work." After saying this, he intended to find Wu Jiang, but suddenly halted, his pupils contracting as he pointed at the pile of grass that Young Man had just cleared. "Oh no, Young Man, there's a snake in that pile of grass." Young Man, taken aback, peered closely and saw a slender yellow-green snake coiled around his shovel, most of its body hanging down. He froze momentarily. Snakes had never frightened him in his childhood, but now, seeing it in such a sudden manner, he felt an uncomfortable sensation. "Oh no!" His hand trembled, causing the shovel to clatter to the ground. This commotion drew the attention of the students who had momentarily looked away. Some girls gasped softly, their eyes wide with fear. The snake, undeterred, slithered to the ground and lunged forward, prompting Young Man to instinctively retreat. Naturally, the closest targets were Su Qingfeng and Long Wei. "Run!" Mr. Guming shouted. As the sky darkened, unable to see clearly what kind of snake it was or whether it was venomous, he urged everyone to keep their distance, regardless of the snake's nature. "It's all right," Long Wei reassured, waving his hand dismissively. "This is a black-browed rat snake. It's non-venomous and feeds on mice. Many places refer to it as a house snake." He then bent down, reaching out to capture the snake. He had dealt with such snakes at home before, having spared their lives and released them. However, though he was correct, the snake, angered by the disturbance, was now poised to strike. Like an arrow, it lunged directly at Long Wei, who stood frozen in shock, his mind momentarily blank. At that moment, Su Qingfeng swiftly grabbed a sturdy stick from the cart and began to maneuver it around the oncoming snake. Within moments, he ensnared the creature, wrapping it around the stick. He then retrieved a slender vine from the cart to bind the snake, rendering it unable to do more than hiss and flick its tongue. The process was seamless and fluid. Turning to Long Wei, Su Qingfeng urged, "Snap out of it." "Huh?" Long Wei instinctively turned to look. Su Qingfeng handed him the snake-wrapped stick, saying, "You seemed excited, so why not take your time to play with it?" Around them, there was a profound silence. Long Wei lowered his gaze and was met with the sight of the house snake hissing and flicking its tongue at him. His breath caught as he recalled the earlier scare. Damn. Chapter 59, A Change of Plans. Damn. Long Wei instinctively tried to drop the stick. However, recalling that it was Young Man's clumsiness that had startled the snake into attacking, he resisted the urge to flinch away. Yet, as the snake continued to hiss at him, he struggled to maintain his composure. Fortunately, their teacher was quick to act. Mr. Guming swiftly discarded his hoe and approached, taking the stick from Long Wei's hands. As he felt the pressure of the bomb being removed from his grasp, Long Wei exhaled deeply. But watching his teacher confront the snake up close without incident stirred a hint of jealousy within him. "TSK. I should have held on longer," he thought regretfully. "Letting go now makes me seem too cowardly, though there is still a chance to redeem myself." With this in mind, he said, "Teacher, let me handle it. I have experience dealing with these things. I was just caught off guard." Mr. Guming, one hand gripping the snake's stick and the other retrieving his phone from his pocket, appeared busy but still responded, "It's all right. I'll manage this. Just focus on your safety." After saying this, he turned to Su Qingfeng, praising, "Well done, Su Qingfeng. We owe you for this." While speaking, he snapped a photo of the snake and glanced toward the front line, intending to call back the students still weeding, as there was a safety concern. He noticed that the group had halted upon his stopping. Good, they were aware of the potential danger. "Everyone, come back. There is a safety issue here." Afterward, he handed the snake's stick to Su Qingfeng, saying, "Su Qingfeng, could you hold this for a moment? I need to report the situation." Su Qingfeng had no objections. Mr. Guming then stepped aside and dialed a number on his phone. Long Wei thought, "So am I being ignored?" But upon reflecting on their actions, he acknowledged that as the teacher, he had chosen Su Qingfeng. With that realization, Long Wei straightened his expression and earnestly addressed Su Qingfeng. "Thanks for earlier. I'll treat you to a drink later." "Just a small gesture," Su Qingfeng replied, suddenly stopping as he pulled out his phone to take a picture of the snake. "Whoa!" Long Wei exclaimed softly, quickly shifting his position to stand between Su Qingfeng and Mr. Gaming, trying to block the phone's view. Little did he know that Su Qingfeng had an acute awareness of his surroundings, including the teachers and the situation at hand. However, Su Qingfeng found Long Wei's actions amusing. After snapping the photo, he sent it to Lin Qingla, who was cleaning in class. He then extended the snake toward Long Wei. "Didn't you say you want to play with it? Here you go." Long Wei was taken aback, feeling a strange sense of confusion. "Aren't you worried something might happen? Even the teacher doesn't trust me." "Not a problem. I'm here," Su Qingfeng replied. Long Wei was momentarily stunned. This familiar feeling washed over him. It was hard to articulate, but it could be described as, "My casual day-to-day life appears to be an extravagant display in your eyes. Anyway, this snake isn't venomous." Su Qingfeng added. 666. Long Wei couldn't help but applaud lightly. "You've impressed me again." Realizing he had inadvertently undermined his own show, he pondered if that too was a form of showmanship. "Forget it," Su Qingfeng said, genuinely speechless. He truly meant that. "Let us play, but you can hold the snake. I'll just observe and tease it a bit, so I don't accidentally cause a problem." He then leaned in closer to watch. With a mischievous hand, he retrieved a piece of grass from the cart, reminiscent of Tom and Jerry, and began to play with the snake. At that moment, Xian Jinyu stealthily turned to glance at the homeroom teacher, extracting a mobile phone from Wu Jiang's pocket, and with a playful "Dad, I want to record a video," secured a nod of approval. He aimed to capture the moment when the snake flicked its tongue. Seeing the excitement, the classmates who had been previously halted joined in the commotion. Even some female students in the distance, sweeping the cement path, could not resist the allure. Zhao Wenxia and Lu Zerong were the swiftest, as they had never encountered such a snake, so tightly coiled and bound. As the crowd swelled, Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of annoyance and remarked, "Don't push and shove." Although his tone was mild, it made some of the more restless individuals feel a jolt, as they sensed Su Qingfeng's discerning gaze upon them. His earlier display of ferocity and casual provocation had already demonstrated his prowess. Provoking such a formidable character was undoubtedly unwise. Quietly withdrawing from the throng, the spectators began to exhibit more decorum. Even their observations became synchronized, each keeping track of the timing. The unfortunate snake, within this brief interlude, had been subjected to the whims of about 20 people, photographed, teased with tongue flicks, and displayed its fangs, all to no avail. Suddenly, a flash of light darted through the air. As dusk approached, this illumination became particularly striking. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the girl, exclaiming, "Goodness, did you just use a flash?" "Hey you," the homeroom teacher, Gaming, called out at an opportune moment. The girl broke into a sweat. "Quickly disperse. Don't crowd too closely," the teacher reiterated. Relieved that Gaming did not mention the flash incident, the girl hastily stowed her phone away. The teacher's voice continued, "All right, students, please return the hose and shovels to their original places. We are heading back to clean other areas. Professionals will come to handle this tomorrow." However, with the snake now out and the sky darkening, it was impractical to allow the students to continue. Yet, as the evening had already commenced, there was no need to halt their efforts, merely to redirect their focus indoors. They would clean the classrooms in use and the abandoned warehouses, each area requiring thorough attention. Contemplating this, he addressed the students regarding the zones assigned to him by the school leadership, stating, "There will be no evening study session tonight. We will engage in a thorough cleaning. Each class will be responsible for specific areas, aiming to complete everything within the night." Several class leaders stepped forward, each tasked with guiding a group for various responsibilities. One for moving desks and equipment, another for sweeping and mopping, a third for wiping windows, and yet another for taking out the trash. As he delineated the forthcoming assignments, initial complaints among the students had dissipated. They had already invested time. So, it was best to simply proceed with the task at hand. For most students, engaging in activities unrelated to their lessons brought an inexplicable thrill. "All right, everyone, teamwork will yield the best efficiency. Surely, you wouldn't want to leave unfinished tasks for tomorrow afternoon, would you?" Gaming delivered his final rallying cry. Many faces appeared grim, yet they ultimately nodded in agreement. Sacrificing their leisure time for the school's cleanliness? Absurd. Swiftly, aside from a few led by Yifeijian, the main group gradually dispersed. Su Qingfeng and Long Wei found themselves among this select few. The task assigned by the homeroom teacher was to assist Lin Jiao and Wu Zizhong in organizing the sports equipment warehouse as swiftly as possible before returning to provide support. Watching the main group depart, Wu Jiang approached with enthusiasm in his eyes, exclaiming, "Feng Ge, you can't keep claiming you lack martial skills. You surely can't say this is merely innate strength, can you?" Before Su Qingfeng could respond, Wu Jiang continued, "You must be joking. Su Qingfeng regarded him with a bemused expression. Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? Why invoke innate strength? His exceptional bodily control allowed him to manipulate power effortlessly. His extraordinary perception enabled him to instantly grasp everything around him, playing with the snake with ease. Wu Jiang was momentarily at a loss for words. Long Wei, standing nearby, had grown accustomed to such displays. At that moment, Ephagian bluntly interjected, "This sort of thing is all about talent. We can use a stick to spin a rope and ensnare it. But when dealing with a snake, one must account for its various movements, which requires instinctive talent." He concluded, "Feng Gu is impressive. That was truly remarkable." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Su Qingfeng, a hint of envy gleaming in his eyes. He had noticed the slightly astonished expression on the class monitor's face during Su Qingfeng's impressive display. He too desired to astonish the crowd, to leave a lasting impression. Is it truly all a matter of talent, with no technique involved? Wu Jiang's martial aspirations remained unquenched. In his previous life, even those who had not embarked on a path of cultivation could effortlessly master such techniques with a bit of skill. Considering the practicalities, he ventured, practice makes perfect. If you fully comprehend the principles of rotation and thoroughly study a snake's movements, accomplishing this would be a breeze. Wu Jiang, however, sighed. That sounds like a life-threatening level of study. As they spoke, he and Ephagian halted, for they had arrived at the sports equipment warehouse and needed to assist. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng and Long Wei were tasked with transporting a cart full of trash to the waste disposal site before returning. Perfect timing. After enjoying the campus scenery, the sky has darkened, Long Wei remarked. Just then, Su Qingfeng's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Wu Jiang. Turning to look, he noticed that they had not entered, but were instead beckoning from the entrance. Glancing down, he saw the voice call had ended, replaced by a text message. Wu Jiang, hurry over, there's something fun. Su Qingfeng and Long Wei exchanged knowing glances and made their way over. Upon reaching the entrance, they heard a strained, bubbly voice exclaim, "Do you know how vast this world is?" Recognizing that distinctive voice, Su Qingfeng immediately thought of classmate, Lin Jiao. Although he and Lin Jiao had little interaction, he had a strong impression of him for one reason alone. He was exceptionally skilled at charming girls. Why exceptionally? Because in his pursuits, Lin Jiao often engaged in audacious antics, even landing himself on the school's public address system, receiving warnings from the administration. As the voice inside paused, seemingly awaiting a response, Su Qingfeng felt a flicker of curiosity about Lin Jiao's antics. With a swift thought, he extended his perception inward and saw Lin Jiao engrossed in his phone, reading through a brief chat history. "Lin Jiao, are you there? Pang Shaoling. If I'm not dead, I'm certainly here. Ah, this cleaning is truly bothersome." Lin Jiao. Indeed, the school administration is utterly daft. And the higher-ups are even more daft than that. Pang Shaoling, huh? Lin Jiao, encountering a troublesome situation? Would you like me to share a fun fact to lighten the mood? Pang Shaoling, sure. At that moment, Lin Jiao's uniquely magnetic bubble voice resonated. After a hint, a message from Pang Shaoling arrived. "Pang Shaoling, how vast is it?" Lin Jiao chuckled and continued to emit his bubble voice. If one were to measure the expanse of this earth with their feet, even if no mishaps occurred along the journey, even without rest, and even if we lived for a century, we would still be unable to fully explore the land of this planet. However, 70 of our world is composed of oceans. This celestial body is indeed immense. Yet, did you know? In the grand scheme of the solar system, this planet is but a trifling speck of dust, and our entire solar system, amidst the vast cosmos, is as inconsequential as a single drop in the ocean. But, at this climactic moment, his tone suddenly soared, leaving a tantalizing hook before releasing the message. Lin Jiao, with a confident smile, paused a moment before continuing to bring the phone to his lips and press the recording key. But, in such a vast and magnificent universe, we have encountered one another, and here we are, amidst the bustling spring cleaning, indulging in a small respite to chat. Do you not perceive this as a miracle? In the sports storage room, Lin Jiao released the recording key, his face brimming with pride, and chuckled. "See, I want to let you down. Ha! Whether Pang Shaoling is truly enchanted by him is uncertain, but Ephagian and Wu Jiang were already laughing heartily. Long Wei wore an odd expression, and Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, feeling a mix of surprise and grease from Lin Jiao's words, unable to comprehend why the two were laughing so uncontrollably. He could only speculate that there was a story behind their amusement. Who? This laughter did not escape Lin Jiao's notice, prompting him to rush out. Upon seeing the group, he was momentarily taken aback, then surprised to find Su Qingfeng present, and finally relaxed, lowering the collar of his shirt that had been obscuring his face. "Oh, it's you guys. You nearly frightened me to death." "No, Why were you covering your face? Wu Jiang inquired curiously. Lin Jiao replied, somewhat irked. What do you mean? If it were a girl, I would have bolted. I don't want to be labeled a scoundrel. Scoundrel? Long Wei inquired, puzzled. Yi Feijian, trying to stifle his laughter, clarified. Before you arrived, this guy sent a message to another girl with a dialogue similar to the one he just had, and her response was. He paused, glancing at Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao grimaced and pulled out his phone, opening the voice message, revealing a somewhat vibrant female voice. Why does your voice sound so strange? Do you have phlegm stuck in your throat? Ha ha! Yi Feijian chuckled, patting Lin Jiao's shoulder and mimicking a rooster's crow, devoid of the bubble voice. See? I want to let you down. At this, Long Wei could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, while Su Qingfeng shook his head, chuckling. It's my fault. I should have considered the girl's personality. She is a bit dull. I should have spoken to her about the cosmos. Her mind couldn't grasp it. Lin Jiao began to reflect. And what about that one? Did she respond to your message? How did she reply? Long Wei inquired. Lin Jiao, well, she hasn't replied yet, but he was not disheartened. This is merely a test of character. If not, I'll just move on to the next one. As he spoke, he scrolled through his phone, suddenly halting and addressing the group. This girl will definitely be a success. I'll directly approach her this time. Watch me. He sent a message attempting to salvage his pride, then took the phone and, with the bubble voice returning, Xiaoyu, do you know how vast our world is? Before he could finish, he was taken aback, immediately canceling the message, triumphantly displaying the phone to the others, raising an eyebrow. See, a message already came in. I told you I could win her over. Long Wei instinctively glanced at Su Qingfeng after seeing the name in the contact list. Pang Xiaoling? The social butterfly of class 2? You connected with her? Wu Jiang exclaimed. She was just sending me texts. Now she is sending voice messages. She must be captivated by my charm. Lin Jiao opened that chat page, his smile growing brighter. We're chatting now. In a couple of days, I'll have her. Oh, this voice message is rather lengthy. He looked at Su Qingfeng and the others, raising the volume for them to hear, saying, let me show you how it's done. Take notes for future reference when searching for a partner. As he played the voice message, he froze, shivering, because what emanated from a speaker was a deep, rugged male voice. Yes, Lin Jiao recognized this voice, sending a shiver down his spine. At that moment, the voice continued. Indeed, the solar system is insignificant in the vast universe. The stars beneath our feet are merely tiny points within the solar system. Our entire country is but a small corner of the world. Even within the nation, we are merely tiny cogs in a larger machine, and during tonight's spring cleaning, you are but a drop in a stream. However, while you were slacking off, playing on your phones and chatting, I happened to discover you. And I must say, this truly is a miracle. Oh, I've said so much, yet seems I've yet to introduce myself. Hello, astronomer. I'm your class teacher, Xiong. Chapter 61. The Miracle Continues. The coarse, resonant voice, with its rhythmic intonation, bore a semblance to that of a storyteller. Yet, within such a serious lesson lay a theme unwaveringly consistent. Mockery and intimidation. Su Qingfeng slightly tilted his head. Just moments ago, Lin Jiao had been brimming with pride, as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. But now he stood frozen, his complexion pale. He awkwardly turned to Su Qingfeng and the others. I think I might have been a bit out of it. I seem to have heard hallucinations. His words were laced with confusion and pain, as if he were squeezing out bitter juice from his face. Long Wei, who shared a good rapport with Lin Jiao, did not let him off easily. He extended his hand, giving a thumbs up. What are you still dawdling for? Brother Jiao? Hurry up and unleash your invincible charm on the class teacher of class 2. Long Wei exclaimed, raising the stakes, while the other two could no longer hold back. Yi Feijian laughed, clutching his stomach with one hand while pointing at Lin Jiao with the other. But he laughed so hard that no sound could escape, only managing to emit muffled noises. Astronomer, fantastic. Hurry up, share your charm techniques with me. I want to learn, Wu Jiang urged, shaking with laughter as he patted Lin Jiao's shoulder. Su Qingfeng also could not contain his amusement, but he was not as extreme as the others. He even assisted by replaying that segment of the voice message. The rugged voice immediately rang out once more. Indeed, the solar system. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Jiao let out a loud shout, quickly reaching out to pause the recording. The laughter of those around him faded into the background. All that filled his mind was the imposing figure of Xiong, his somewhat menacing face, and those copper bell-like eyes. At that moment, Su Qingfeng spoke. It seems it wasn't an illusion. Damn it, I really messed up. Why does this absurdity always happen to me? Lin Jiao could no longer contain himself, stomping his feet in place, speech tumbling into incoherence. Yi Feijian, who had previously been unable to laugh, now looked up, tears of laughter in his eyes, Because of a miracle, perhaps. Upon the utterance of those words, Lin Jiao's expression, previously marked by agitation, abruptly froze, contorting into a smile more grotesque than tears. Trembling, he extended his hand, poised to delete Pang Shaoling from his contacts. At that very moment his phone vibrated, signaling the arrival of a new message, another voice note. After a brief pause, Lin Jiao was about to resume his deletion when Long Wei, quick-witted and agile, intercepted his raised hand. Hey, astronomer, don't be hasty. The situation has unfolded. There's no use in evasion. Listen closely. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. He urged. Exactly. We shall devise a plan for you. Wu Jiang chimed in eagerly. Yifeijian, equality civift. Tapped a couple of times, exiting the deletion interface, and promptly selecting the voice message. Xiangqiang's robust voice resonated once more. Class 8, Hu Junrong, small and handsome, possesses a humorous way of speaking. All right, I've already notified your homeroom teacher. He is likely seeking your phone now. I hope your letter of reflection is filled with miracles. The moment those words echoed through the air, the group fell silent, momentarily stunned. Huh? What is happening? What the heck? Hu Junrong? Their essay story? Wu Jiang, Yifei Jian, Long Wei, Lin Jiao, and Su Qingfeng each expressed their astonishment in turn. Not a chance? My friend. Long Wei draped an arm around Lin Jiao's shoulder. Why do you appear so bewildered as well? Because I genuinely have no idea. Lin Jiao replied, equally astonished. Yet his expression soon morphed into one of elation. Regardless of the circumstances, it seems I've been saved. No phone confiscation, no parental summons, no social death. Ha ha ha. Lin Jiao reveled in his joy. The phrases in the midst of hardships, a path emerges. Amidst the darkness, a glimmer of light perfectly encapsulated his current situation. At that moment, Su Qingfeng stroked his chin, contemplating. Your side should be fine. The issue lies with the teacher. No, more accurately, it pertains to Pang Shaoling. Small and handsome, humorous in speech. Those traits align with you, but the most fundamental identity information diverges. Wu Jiang ceased his chuckles, his eyes widening as he stared at Lin Jiao. So Pang Shaoling was caught red-handed using her phone, and she provided false information to protect you? No way. Your astronomical theories truly captivated her? The title of astronomer was not misplaced? Yifei Jian interjected, wearing a strange expression. Long Wei instinctively sensed something amiss. Having shared a table with Lin Jiao for some time, he felt he lacked such allure. If it were Su Qingfeng, that would be a different story. His attention shifted, noting Lin Jiao's expression suddenly grow peculiar. No, I believe it's not as mystical as it seems. Su Qingfeng recalled an important detail and spoke. If the teacher confiscated the phone, yet still managed to send a message, that implies the phone was seized without being locked. The most direct source of information should be the contact notes. Lin Jiao's tumultuous emotions settled, and his expression turned odd. I remember now. I was the one who approached Junrong to ask for her contact details. A profound silence enveloped the room. Wait, this isn't the time for idle chatter. I must save Junrong. Lin Jiao quickly regained his composure, and, upon finishing his thought, retrieved his phone to respond. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Perhaps he could claim to be a student from another school, vehemently deny the accusations, or even resort to sarcasm. Considering that Xiangqiang had already contacted Class 8's homeroom teacher, whatever he said could easily absolve him of suspicion. Yet, after contemplation, he ultimately chose the simplest and most direct approach. Lin Jiao, Pang Shaoling, how can you still send messages? Was your phone confiscated? Pang Shaoling, protecting someone? How audacious. Upon reading this, Lin Jiao chuckled, realizing he had secured his position. It seemed she had likely gone to make a phone call. And once the truth was revealed, she would understand that he was not Hu Junrong. He planned to send another message at an appropriate moment. And that would likely conclude the matter. The more he pondered, the prouder he felt. Turning to showcase his phone to the others, he declared, turning clouds into rain with a mere flip of my hand. At that moment, the earnest Wu Jiang, wearing a peculiar expression, summarized, so, Pang Shaoling confused you too. You speak of the universe, the solar system, and your connection with her, yet she didn't even remember your name. The atmosphere fell utterly silent, and Lin Jiao's triumphant demeanor froze, as if he had turned to stone. Su Qingfeng and the others nearly lost their composure. Clearing his throat, Yifei Jian stated, well, the matter appears to have been resolved satisfactorily. Now, let us get to work. He patted Lin Jiao reassuringly. Rest assured, we won't mock you, O astronomer. Misunderstandings can have their silver linings. At least this ordeal has been somewhat alleviated. Long Wei added. Wu Jiang sensed the summary might have been overly harsh and offered consolation. Jiao, take a breather. I'll handle the remaining tasks here. It seems you don't have much trash left, huh? Long Wei suddenly remarked. Indeed, with just a little left, a push could still fit it into the cart. Wu Jiang began tidying up, and Yifajian quickly joined in to assist. Su Qingfeng stepped outside to pull the cart closer. Lin Jiao remained rooted in place, his expression increasingly one of despair. The elation from being saved was quickly overshadowed by the weight of his thoughts, and as he reflected more calmly, the humiliation intensified. For him, being caught in the act of flirting was eclipsed by the realization that he had been so thoroughly forgotten, even his name lost to memory, all while being observed by others as the truth unfolded. Such a situation, even for a heart as resilient as his, required time to process. Meanwhile, in Class 8, Hu Juanrong stared in confusion at his homeroom teacher, who had suddenly summoned him and delivered an extensive lecture. Huh? Me? An astronomer? Approaching girls from an experimental class while working? And I was caught red-handed by their homeroom teacher? Chapter 62. Reporting to the principal. Still pretending? Their homeroom teacher has already called. Where's your phone? Bring it out. Liang Bing, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, was of shorter stature, with a darker complexion and medium-length hair. When she furrowed her brow, an inherent authority radiated from her. No, teacher, I truly was tea-playing. I was just sweeping over there. Li Xintong and the others can vouch for me. Hu Juanrong exclaimed, panic rising as an inexplicable accusation fell upon him. Your phone. Liang Bing reiterated, I've already stated 3 times in the class group that phones are not allowed. Phones are not allowed. Hu Juanrong wanted to reiterate his innocence. But Liang Bing's gaze had already shifted downward, resting on his pocket, where his phone lay concealed. Yet, wasn't it enough to simply not use it in plain sight? If he got caught, wouldn't that absolve him? Hu Juanrong lowered his head, feeling a swell of indignation. At that moment, his phone rang, and Liang Bing glanced down, announcing the homeroom teacher from Class 2 is calling. Let me speak to him. E.M. innocent. Hu Juanrong shouted. Not shedding tears until you see the coffin, Liang Bing shook her head. Having worked alongside Xiong Qianghua for many years, she understood his character well and knew he wouldn't act without reason. Thus, she answered the call. Brother Chong, I brought the student over here. He claims he didn't do it. Here, you speak to him about how you discovered this. On the other end, Xiong Qianghua paused, but sensing an opportunity, he responded. All right, hand him over. Hu Juanrong clenched his teeth as he took the phone, his mind racing with thoughts. The teacher's inexplicable remarks drew a scornful glance from a female classmate nearby, igniting a sudden outburst within him. His temper, already on the verge of eruption, now found justification. Thus, his pent-up fury was unleashed. Teacher, I toil and sweat for the school, scrubbing and cleaning, and you dare to slander me by insinuating that I am engaging in romantic affairs with girls? Is there no sense of justice? Is there no humanity? Where is your evidence? You brazenly defame me, and your conscience does not ache? Do you dare to believe I won't escalate this to the principal? On the other side, Xiong Wuqiang stood momentarily bewildered. After some contemplation, he grasped the situation. There was something amiss with the voice. He extended his hand and activated the voice message, a low, bubble-like tone emanating. You know this world. This is the same person who eats shit. Are you certain you are Hu Juanrong from Class 8 of the first year? He inquired. I am not Hu Juanrong. Are you his father? Hu Juanrong retorted. Aren't you the one who accused and slandered me? And now you question me? Speak up. Show me the evidence. The more he spoke, the more emboldened he became, feeling righteousness on his side, and his anger intensified. Forget it. Where are you? I will confront you directly. Upon hearing this, Xiong Guqiang, already feeling a twinge of guilt, suddenly felt intimidated, for he was indeed in the wrong. Yet, he was also infuriated. He glanced at the modestly standing Pang Shaoling, about to utter something when she hastily interjected. No, it has nothing to do with me. Teacher, I said from the beginning that he was from another school. You simply did not believe me. Having encountered some vexatious matters that day, she sought the company of that amusing individual to lighten her mood and enjoy some laughter. Little did she know, as she listened to the voice message, the homeroom teacher stood silently behind her, intrigued by the boy's words. However, she did not disclose this, merely stating he was from a different school. Xiong Guoqiang glanced down at the contact note. Hu Juanrong, Class 8, first year. Who in their right mind would think this is someone from another school? At that moment, Pang Shaoling quietly remarked, Teacher, I truly had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with him. I just found his way of speaking amusing and wanted to alleviate my stress. Speak. Where are you? Stop playing dead. It was in a youthful roar echoed from the phone. Pang Shaoling flinched, startled. Yet soon, a surge of delight surged within her as she lowered her head, hoping her smile would go unnoticed by the homeroom teacher, thinking, you have today. This phone being confiscated is worth it. Xiong Wuqiang let out a sigh and then spoke. I apologize, classmate Hu. I made an error. I didn't realize there was another student with the same name from a different school. My mistake, I am sorry. With his characteristic ability to take things in stride, this sincere apology alleviated much of Hu Juanrong's anger. Nevertheless, sensing an opportunity, he still muttered, "Humph, you bastard. In the future, verify facts before making accusations. Do you know how it feels to be slandered? I almost considered jumping off a building just now." Faced with the mention of a suicide threat, Xiong Guoqiang grew anxious. Not to that extent. Not to that extent. In any case, I apologize. Please hand the phone back to your teacher. Moments later, Liang Bing took the phone, expressing her exasperation with a few remarks, knowing it was important to maintain authority in front of the students. The call ended. Gone was Hu Juanrong's previous bewilderment and meekness. He stood tall and proud. "Teacher, what do you have to say?" Liang Bing wore a look of helplessness. "This fellow even confused me. I will learn from this mistake. I apologize. If you know me." Hu Juanrong wished to continue his tirade, but noticing Liang Bing's gaze fixate once more on his phone nestled in his pocket, his expression shifted. But on another note, "You seem quite pleased?" Xiong Guoqiang directed his gaze at Pang Shaoling. "Not at all. My phone has been confiscated. How could I possibly be happy?" Pang Shaoling thought of her troubles, raising her head with a blank expression. Xiong Guoqiang turned off her phone screen before her. "All right, return to your cleaning duties. You can retrieve your phone from me once the break begins." "Understood." Pang Shaoling realized resistance was futile, nodded obediently, and departed. As the girl-esque figure disappeared around the corner, a soft chuckle wafted from that direction. What a perplexing situation. Xiong Guoqiang felt a slight headache creeping in. At that moment, the confiscated phone vibrated with a message, and looking down, he saw the boy had texted. "Indeed, it's your grandpa Juanrong. Hurry and come catch me."